Chapter 6. What is Yoga? The Mystery of the East. Secret Teachings of India. What does the word yoga mean? The difference between yogis and fakirs, man according to the teaching of yoga, theoretical and practical parts of yoga, schools of yogis, chelas and gurus, what is given by yoga, 5 systems of yoga, reasons for this division, impossibility of defining. The content of yoga, creation of a permanent I, necessity for temporary withdrawal from life, man as material, attainment of higher consciousness. Hatha Yoga, a healthy body as the first aim, balancing of the activity of various organs, obtaining of control over various consciousnesses of the body, necessity for a teacher, asanas, sequence of asanas, the overcoming of pain, difference between fakirs and hatha yogis. Raja Yoga, overcoming of illusions, placing of consciousness, for states of consciousness, ability not to think, concentration, meditation, contemplation, liberation. Karma Yoga, changing fate, success and unsuccess, non-attachment. Bhakti Yoga, the Yogi Ramakrishna, unity of religions, emotional training, religious practice in the West, danger of pseudo-clairvoyance, the methods of Dobrotalyabai, the narrations of a pilgrim, the monasteries of Mount Athos, difference between monasticism and Bhakti Yoga. Jnana Yoga, the meaning of the word jnana, avidya and brahmavidya, right thinking, study of symbols, idea of dharma. Common source of all systems of yoga. For the West, the East has always been the land of mystery and enigmas. About India in particular, many legends and fantastic tales have existed and still exist, chiefly about the mysterious knowledge of Indian sages, philosophers, fakirs and saints. Indeed, many facts have long since shown that apart from the knowledge contained in the ancient books of India, in its holy scriptures, legends, songs, poems and myths, there exists certain other knowledge which cannot be drawn from books and which is not revealed openly, but traces of which are quite clearly seen. It is impossible to deny that the philosophy and the religions of India contain inexhaustible sources of thought. And European philosophy has made and is making wide use of these sources, but strangely enough it can never take from them what is most important and most essential in them. This fact has been realized by many Europeans who have studied the religious and philosophical teachings of the East. They have felt that they receive from the books not all that the Indians know, and this feeling has strengthened the idea that besides the knowledge contained in books there exists another, a secret, knowledge, concealed from the uninitiated. Or that besides the known books there are others, kept hidden, containing the secret teaching. A great deal of energy and time has been spent on the search for this secret doctrine of the East. And there is good ground for believing that in fact there exist not only one, but many doctrines unknown to the West, which grow from one general root. But apart from doctrines, known and unknown, there exist also a number of systems of self-discipline which are known under the name of yoga. The word yoga can be translated by the word unity or union or subjugation. In the first meaning it corresponds to the word harnessing, from the Sanskrit word jug, to which correspond the English word yoke and the Russian hro, ego. One of the meanings of the word yoga is right action. To follow yoga means to subjugate to the control of one or another system of yoga thought, feeling, internal and external movements, etc. That is, the functions, most of which ordinarily work without control. Yogis is the name given to those who live and act according to yoga. These are men who pass or have passed through a certain school and live according to rules that are known only to themselves and are incomprehensible to the uninitiated. And according to knowledge which infinitely increases their powers as compared with the powers of ordinary men. There are many tales and beliefs about yogis. Sometimes they are said to be mystics leading a life of contemplation, indifferent to food and clothing. At other times, to be men possessing miraculous powers, able to see and hear at a distance, men whom wild beasts and the forces of nature obey. These powers and capacities are acquired by methods and exercises which constitute the secret of yoga and which enable yogis to understand people and to act rightly and expediently in all circumstances and on all occasions in life. Yogis have nothing in common with fakirs, that is, with men who endeavor to subjugate the physical body to the will by the way of suffering, and who are very often ignorant fanatics torturing themselves in order to attain heavenly beatitude. Or conjurers who for money perform miracles, which are based upon skill, patience, and the accustoming of the body to assume incredible postures or to exercise its functions in an abnormal way. These conjurers and fakirs often call themselves yogis, but a true yogi can always be recognized, for he can never have the fanaticism and frenzied sectarianism of fakirs. He will display nothing for payment, and above all he will possess knowledge surpassing the knowledge of ordinary men. The science of yogis, that is, the methods used by yogis for the development in themselves of extraordinary powers and capacities, comes from remote antiquity. Thousands of years ago the sages of ancient India knew that the powers of man in all the spheres and provinces of his activity can be greatly increased by means of right training and by accustoming man to control his body, mind, attention, will, emotions and desires. In connection with this the study of man in ancient India was on a level quite inconceivable to us. This can only be explained by the fact that the philosophical schools existing at that time were directly connected with esoteric schools. Man was considered not as a completed entity, but as containing in himself a multitude of latent powers. The idea was that in ordinary life and in ordinary man these powers are dormant but can be awakened and developed by means of a certain mode of life, by certain exercises, by certain work upon oneself. This is what is called yoga. An acquaintance with the ideas of yoga enables man first to know himself better, to understand his latent capacities and inclinations, to find out and determine the direction in which they ought to be developed. And second, to awaken his latent capacities and learn how to use them in all paths of life. The science of yogis, or, to put it more correctly, the cycle of the sciences of yogis, consists in descriptions of these methods, adapted to men of different types and different activities in life. And also in the exposition of the theories connected with these methods. Each of the sciences composing yoga falls into two parts, the theoretical part and the practical part. The theoretical part aims at setting forth the fundamental principles and general outline of the given subject as a complete and connected whole, without descending into unnecessary details. The practical part teaches the methods and ways of the best training for the desired activity, the methods and means of development of latent powers and capacities. It is necessary to mention here that even the theoretical part can never really be learned from books. Books can at best serve as synopses only for the purpose of repetition and for remembering, while the study of the ideas of yoga requires direct oral tuition and explanation. As regards the practical part, very little of it can be expounded in writing. Consequently, even if there are books containing attempts at an exposition of the practical methods of yoga, they cannot possibly serve as a manual for practical and independent work. In general, in speaking about yoga it is necessary to point out that the relationship between its practical and theoretical parts is analogous to the relationship between practical and theoretical sides in art. There exists a theory of painting, but the study of the theory of painting does not enable one to paint pictures. There exists a theory of music, but the study of the theory of music will not enable one to play any musical instrument. In the practice of art as in the practice of yoga there is something which does not exist and cannot exist in the theory. Practice is not built up according to theory. Theory is derived from practice. The sciences of yoga in India were for a long time kept secret, and these methods, which increase the power of man in an almost miraculous way, were the privilege of special schools or the secret of ascetics and hermits who had completely renounced the world. In Indian temples, or in connection with them, there were schools where the pupils, chelas, who had traversed a long path of tests and preparatory education, were initiated into the science of the yogis by special teachers, gurus. Europeans were unable to obtain any information about yoga, and what was usually related by travelers concerning this question bore a purely fantastic character. The first correct information about yoga began to appear only in the second half of the 19th century, though many methods of yogis were known in mystical societies much earlier. But though Europeans had borrowed a great deal from the yogis, they were nevertheless unable to understand and realize all the significance of the sciences of yogis, taken as a whole. In reality, yoga is the key to all the ancient wisdom of the East. The ancient books of India cannot be comprehensible to Western scientists. That is because all these books were written by yogis, that is, by men possessing not merely a developed intellect, but powers and capacities infinitely surpassing the powers and capacities of an ordinary man. The powers which yoga gives are not limited to the strengthening of the capacity of understanding. Yoga increases the creative capacity of man in all the spheres and domains of life, gives him the possibility of direct penetration into the mysteries of nature, discloses to him the secrets of eternity in the enigmas of existence. At the same time, yoga increases the powers of man, first, for the struggle with life, that is, with all the physical conditions in which man is born and which are all hostile to him. Second, for the struggle with nature, who always wishes to use man for her own ends. And third, for the struggle with the illusions of his own consciousness, which being dependent on his limited psychic apparatus, creates an enormous number of mirages and delusions. Yoga helps man to struggle against the deception of words, shows him clearly that a thought expressed in words cannot be true, that there can be no truth in words, that at best they can only hint at truth, reveal it for a moment and then hide it. Yoga teaches the way to find the hidden truth concealed in things, in the actions of men, in the writings of great sages of all times and peoples. Yoga falls into 5 divisions. 1. Raja Yoga, or the yoga of the development of consciousness. 2. Jnana Yoga, Jnana or Jnana Yoga, the yoga of knowledge. 3. Karma Yoga, or the yoga of right actions. 4. Hatha Yoga, the yoga of power over the body. 5. Bhakti Yoga, the yoga of right religious action. The 5 yogas are 5 paths leading to the same goal, to perfection, to the transition to higher levels of knowledge and life. The division of the 5 yogas depends on the division of types of man, his capacities, preparation, and so on. One man can begin with contemplation, with the study of his own I. Another needs the objective study of nature. A third must first of all understand the rules of conduct in ordinary life. For a fourth, before anything else, it is necessary to acquire control over the physical body. For a fifth, it is necessary to learn to pray, to understand his religious feelings and to learn how to govern them. Yoga teaches the way to do rightly everything that man does. Only by studying yoga can man see how wrongly he has acted on all occasions in his life. How much of his strength he has spent quite uselessly, attaining only the poorest results with an enormous expenditure of energy. Yoga teaches man the principles of the right economy of forces. It teaches him to be able to do whatever he does, consciously, when this is necessary. This immeasurably increases man's powers and improves the results of his work. The study of yoga first of all shows man how greatly he has been mistaken about himself. Man becomes convinced that he is far weaker and much more insignificant than he has considered himself to be, and at the same time that he can become stronger and more powerful than the strongest and most powerful man he can imagine. He sees not only what he is, but what he may become. His conception of life, of man's place, role and purpose in life, undergoes a complete change. He loses the feeling of separateness, and the feeling of the senseless and chaotic nature of life. He begins to understand his aim and to see that his pursuit of this aim brings him into contact with other people going in the same direction. Yoga does not seek, as its primary object, to guide man. Yoga only increases his powers in any of the directions of his activity. But at the same time, in using the powers given by yoga, man can follow one direction only. Should he change this direction, yoga itself will turn against him, will stop him, will deprive him of all powers, and may possibly even destroy him altogether. Yoga carries enormous power, but this power can be used only in a certain direction. This is a law which becomes clear to anyone who studies yoga. In everything it touches, yoga teaches man to discriminate between the real and the false, and this capacity for proper discrimination helps man to find hidden truths where hitherto he had seen or supposed nothing hidden. When a man studying yoga takes up certain books which he thought he knew quite well, to his profound astonishment he suddenly finds in them an infinite amount that is new. Some hidden depth seems to be revealed to him in these books, and with surprise and awe he feels this depth and understands that until now he has seen nothing but the surface. Such an effect is produced by many books belonging to the Holy Scriptures of India. There is no necessity for these books to be kept hidden. They may be accessible to all and yet hidden from all except those who know how to read them. And such hidden books exist in all countries and among all peoples. One of the most occult books, the New Testament, is the most widely known. But of all books this is the one people least know how to read, the one they most distort in their understanding of it. Yoga teaches how to search for truth and how to find truth in everything. It teaches that there is nothing that could not serve as a starting point for the finding of truth. Yoga is not accessible all at once in its entirety. It has many degrees of varying difficulty. This is the first thing to be realized by anyone who wishes to study yoga. The limits of yoga cannot be seen all at once or from a distance at the beginning of the way. For the man who studies yoga, new horizons open before him as he continues on his way. Each new step shows him something new ahead, something that he has not seen and could not have seen before. But a man cannot see very far ahead. And at the beginning of the study of yoga he cannot know all that this study will give. Yoga is an entirely new way, and on entering upon it it is impossible to know where it will lead. To put it in another way, yoga cannot be denied as one can define what medicine is, what chemistry is, what mathematics is. In order to define what yoga is, study and knowledge of yoga are necessary. Yoga is a closed door. Anyone may knock if he wishes to enter. But until he has entered he cannot know what he will find behind this door. A man who enters the path of yoga with the aim of reaching its summits must give himself up entirely to yoga, give to yoga all his time and all his energy, all his thoughts, feelings and motives. He must endeavor to harmonize himself, to achieve an inner unity, to create in himself a permanent I, to protect himself from continual strivings, moods and desires, which sway him now in one direction, now in another. He must compel all his powers to serve one aim. Yoga demands all this, but it also helps to attain it by showing the means and methods by which it can be reached. For every kind of activity there are special conditions which are favorable to it and which yoga helps to define. The study of yoga is impossible in the scattered condition of thoughts, desires and feelings amidst which an ordinary man lives. Yoga demands the whole of man, the whole of his time, all his energy, all his thoughts, all his feelings, the whole of his life. Only karma yoga allows man to remain in the conditions of his ordinary life. All the other yogas demand immediate and complete withdrawal from life, even if only for a certain time. The study of yogas, with the exception of karma yoga, is impossible in life circumstances. Equally impossible is the study of yoga without a teacher, without his constant and incessant watch over the pupil. A man who hopes to know yoga by reading a few books will be greatly disappointed. In a book, in written exposition, it is impossible to transmit to a man any practical knowledge, everything depends on the work of the teacher upon him and on his own work upon himself. The common aim of all the forms of yoga is the changing of man, the broadening of his consciousness. At the basis of all the yogas there lies one principle, which is that man as he is born and lives is an uncompleted and imperfect being. But one who can be altered and brought to the development possible to him by means of suitable instruction and training. From the point of view of the principles of yoga, man is simply material upon which it is possible and necessary to work. This refers first of all to man's inner world, to his consciousness, his psychic apparatus, his mental capacities, his knowledge, which according to the teachings of yogis can be completely changed. Freed from all the usual limitations and strengthened to a degree surpassing all imagination. As a result, man acquires new possibilities of knowing the truth and new powers for surmounting obstacles on his way, no matter whence these obstacles arise. Further, it refers to the physical body of man, which is studied and gradually subjected to the control of mind and consciousness, even in those of its functions of which man is not usually aware in himself at all. The opening up of higher consciousness is the aim of all the yogas. Following the way of yoga, a man must reach the state of samadhi, that is, of ecstasy or enlightenment, in which alone truth can be understood. The 5 yogas. Hatha Yoga. Hatha Yoga is the yoga of power over the body and over the physical nature of man. According to the teaching of yogis, a practical study of Hatha Yoga gives man ideal health, lengthens his life and gives him many new powers and capacities which an ordinary man does not possess and which seem almost miraculous. Yogis affirm that a healthy and normally functioning body is more easily subjected to the control of consciousness and mind than a body which is sick, disordered and unbalanced and from which one never knows what is to be expected. Moreover, it is easier to disregard a healthy body, whereas a sick body subjects man to itself, makes him think too much of it, demands too much attention for itself. Therefore the first aim of Hatha Yoga is a healthy body. At the same time, Hatha Yoga prepares the physical body of man to bear all the hardships connected with the functioning in him of the higher psychic forces, higher consciousness, will, intense emotions, etc. These forces do not function in ordinary man. Their awakening and development produce terrific strain and pressure on the physical body. And if the physical body is not trained and prepared by special exercises, if it is in its usual sickly condition, it is unable to withstand this pressure and cannot keep up with the unusually intensive work of the organs of perception and consciousness, which is inevitably connected with the development of the higher forces and possibilities of man. In order to enable the heart, brain and nervous system, and also other organs the role of which in the psychic life of man is little, if at all, known to Western science, to bear the pressure of new functions the whole body must be well balanced, harmonized, purified, put in order and prepared for the new and tremendously hard work which awaits it. There are many rules evolved by yogis with regard to the regulation and control of the activities of different organs of the body. Yogis assume that the body cannot be left to itself. Instincts do not guide its activity with sufficient vigor. The intervention of the intellect is imperative. One of the fundamental ideas of yogis regarding the body is that in its natural state the body can by no means be taken as the ideal apparatus it is often thought to be. Many functions are only necessary to preserve the existence of the body in various unfavorable conditions, and there are functions which are the result of other, wrong, functions. Further, yogis think that many of these unfavorable conditions have already disappeared, whereas the functions created by them continue to exist. And yogis affirm that by abolishing these needless functions it is possible greatly to increase the energy which can be used for useful work. Again, there are many functions which are in a rudimentary state but which may be developed to an inconceivable degree. The body given by nature is from the yogi's point of view only material. And a man on his way to his highest aims can make use of this material and, after reshaping and remodeling it in a suitable way, can create for himself a weapon which will enable him to attain his aims. Yogis affirm that the possibilities latent in the body are enormous. And yogis possess numerous methods and means for decreasing the useless functions of the body and for awakening and bringing to light the new powers and capacities which lie dormant in it. Yogis say that only an insignificant proportion of the energy of the body is used profitably, that is, in preserving the life of the body and in serving the higher aims of man. The greater part of the energy produced by the body is, in their opinion, spent quite uselessly. But they consider it possible to make all the organs of the body work for a single aim, that is, to take all the energy created by the organs and make it serve the higher aims, which at present it often only hinders. Hatha Yoga deals with the physical nature of man in the strictest sense of the word, that is, with vegetable and animal functions. And with regard to this physical nature yogis have long known certain laws which have only in quite recent times been perceived by Western science. First, the extraordinary independence of the separate organs of the body and the absence of one common center governing the life of the organism. And second, the capacity of one organ to do, to a certain extent and in certain cases, the work of another. In observing the independence of various organs and parts of the body, yogis came to the conclusion that the life of the body consists of thousands of separate lives. Each such life presupposes a soul or a consciousness. Yogis recognize these independent lives possessing separate souls not only in all the various organs, but also in all the tissues and in all the substances of the body. This is the occult side of Hatha Yoga. These lives and these consciousnesses are the spirits of the body. According to the theory of Hatha Yoga, man is able to subordinate them to himself, to make them serve his aims. Hatha yogis learn to control the breathing, the circulation of the blood and nervous energy. They are said to be able, by holding the breath, almost to stop all the functions of the body, sink it into a lethargy in which a man can remain for any length of time without food or air, and without harm to himself. On the other hand, they are said to be able to intensify the breathing and by making it rhythmic with the beating of the heart to take in an enormous supply of vital force, and to use this force, for instance, for the treatment of diseases, both their own and other people's. By an effort of will, yogis are supposed to be able to suspend the circulation of the blood in any part of the body or, on the contrary, to direct to it an increased supply of fresh arterial blood and nervous energy. It is precisely on this that their method of treatment is based. By learning to govern their own bodies, yogis at the same time learn to govern the whole of the material universe. The human body represents a universe in miniature. It contains everything from mineral to God. And this is for them not a mere figure of speech, but the most real truth. Through his body man is in contact with the whole of the universe, and with everything in it. The water contained in the human body connects man with all the water of the earth and the atmosphere. The oxygen contained in the human body connects man with the oxygen in the whole universe, the carbon with the carbon. The vital principle with everything living in the world. It is quite clear why this must be so. The water entering into the composition of man's body is not separated from the water outside the body, it is only as if it flowed through man. It is the same with the air, and with all the chemical substances of the body, etc., they all merely travel through the body. By learning to control the various principles, spirits, according to occult terminology, composing his body, a man becomes able to control the same principles in the world, that is, the spirits of nature. At the same time, a right understanding of the principles of Hatha Yoga teaches a man to understand the laws of the universe and his own place in the world. Even an elementary acquaintance with the principles and methods of Hatha Yoga shows the impossibility of studying yoga without a teacher and without his constant supervision. The results attained by the methods of Hatha Yoga are equally the work of the pupil himself and the work of the teacher on the pupil. In other yogas this may not be so clear. But in Hatha Yoga there cannot be the slightest doubt about it, especially when the man who studies it has understood the principles of asanas. Asanas is the name given in Hatha Yoga to certain special postures of the body which a yogi must learn to assume. Many of these postures appear quite impossible at the first glance. They look as if a man either must have no bones at all or else must break all his tendons. There already exists a sufficient number of photographic and even cinematographic pictures of the asanas, and the difficulty of these postures is evident to anyone who has had the opportunity of seeing such pictures. Even the description of the asanas, which can be found in certain books of Hatha Yoga, shows their difficulty and their practical impossibility for any ordinary man. Nevertheless, the Hatha yogis study these asanas, that is, they train the body to assume all these incredible postures. Everyone can try one of the easiest asanas. This is the posture of Buddha, so called because the sitting Buddha is usually represented in this asana. The simplest form of this asana is when a yogi sits cross-legged, not Turkish fashion, but with one foot placed on the opposite knee, and the other knee on the other foot, the legs being rightly pressed to the ground and to each other. Even this asana, the simplest of all, is impossible without long and persistent training. But as a matter of fact, the posture just described is not a complete asana. If one looks closely at statues of the Buddha, it will be seen that both feet lie on the knees, heels upward. In such a position the legs are interwoven in a manner which looks quite impossible without bones being broken. But people who have been in India have seen and photographed this asana in its complete form. Apart from the outward asanas, there also exist inward asanas, which consist in changing various inner functions, as for instance a slowing down or quickening of the action of the heart and the entire circulation of the blood. They further enable man to control a whole series of inner functions which ordinarily are not only outside the control of man, but in many cases completely unknown to European science or only beginning to be suspected. The meaning and ultimate aim of the outward asanas is precisely the attainment of control over the inner functions. Self-instruction in the asanas presents insurmountable difficulties. There exist descriptions of over 70 asanas. But even the most complete and detailed description does not give the order in which they should be studied. And this order cannot be indicated in books because it depends on the physical type of a man. That is to say that for every physical type a different order is necessary. For every man there exists one or several asanas, which he can learn and practice more easily than the others. But the man himself does not know his own physical type, and does not know which asanas are the easier for him and with which he should begin. Moreover, he does not know the preparatory exercises, which are different for every asana and for every physical type. All this can be determined for him only by a teacher possessing complete knowledge of Hatha Yoga. After a certain period of observation and after certain trial exercises which he sets his pupil, the teacher determines his physical type and tells him with which of the asanas he should begin. One pupil must begin with the 17th asana, another with the 35th, a third with the 57th, a fourth with the first, and so on. Having established which of the asanas the pupil must try to master, the teacher gives him special and successive exercises which he demonstrates to him. These exercises gradually bring him to the desired asana, that is, enable him to assume and keep for a certain time the requisite posture of the body. When the first asana is attained, the teacher determines the next asana which the pupil must try to attain, and again gives him exercises which in the course of time bring him to this asana. The study of a wrong asana contains almost insurmountable difficulties. And, moreover, as is quite definitely pointed out in books expounding the principles of Hatha Yoga, a wrong asana kills a man. All this taken together shows quite clearly that the study of Hatha Yoga as well as the study of other yogas is impossible without a teacher. The chief method of Hatha Yoga, the method which makes possible the subordination to the will of the physical body and even of the unconscious physical functions, is continuous work on the overcoming of pain. The overcoming of pain, the overcoming of the fear of physical suffering, the overcoming of continual and incessant desire for quiet, ease and comfort, create the force which transfers a Hatha Yogi to another level of being. In the literature, chiefly theosophical, 50 relating to the history of the principles and methods of yoga, there exists a difference of opinion which has a certain significance. There are authors who maintain that the study of yoga must necessarily begin with Hatha Yoga and that without Hatha Yoga it cannot give any results. And there are other authors who maintain that Hatha Yoga may be studied after the other yogas, especially after Raja Yoga, when the pupil is already in possession of all the powers given by new consciousness. The most correct solution of the question would be to assume that in this case, as well as in many other cases, the difference depends upon the type. That is, there are types of men who must necessarily begin with Hatha Yoga, and there are types for whom paths through the other yogas are possible. In the scientific records of investigators on Indian asceticism, which exist in Western literature, Hatha Yogis are unfortunately often confused with fakirs. The causes of such a confusion can be easily understood. The investigators who observe external phenomena and do not understand the principles of yoga cannot distinguish original phenomena from imitation. 22 Fakirs imitate Hatha Yogis. But what is done by Hatha Yogis for the attainment of a definite aim, which is clearly understood by them, becomes itself the aim for fakirs. Fakirs begin therefore with the most difficult, with extremes, and mostly with practices which injure the physical body. They hold their arms, or one arm, stretched upwards until the arms wither. They look at the fire or at the sun until they become blind, they deliver themselves to be eaten by insects and the like. For a certain period of time some of them in this way develop in themselves strange and supernormal capacities, but their way has nothing in common with the way of Hatha yogis. Raja Yoga. Raja Yoga is the yoga of the education of consciousness. The man who studies Raja Yoga practically, acquires consciousness of his I. At the same time he acquires extraordinary inner powers, control over himself and the capacity to influence other people. Raja Yoga in relation to the psychic world of man, to his self-consciousness, has the same meaning as Hatha Yoga has in relation to the physical world. Hatha Yoga is the yoga of the overcoming of the body, the acquiring of control over the body and its functions. Raja Yoga is the yoga of the overcoming of the illusory and erroneous self-consciousness of man and of the acquiring of control over consciousness. Raja Yoga teaches man that which constitutes the basis of the philosophy of the whole world, knowledge of himself. Just as Hatha Yoga regards the physical body as imperfect but capable of being changed for the better, so Raja Yoga regards the psychic apparatus of man as being far from ideal, but capable of being set right and improved. The task of Raja Yoga is the placing of consciousness, which is completely analogous to the placing of the voice in singing. Ordinary Western thought does not in the least realize the necessity of placing the consciousness, finds in general that ordinary consciousness is quite sufficient, and that man can have nothing else. Raja Yoga establishes that consciousness, like a powerful voice, requires proper placing, which would multiply its power and quality tenfold, increase its efficiency, make it sound better, reproduce better, reconstruct the interrelation of ideas, embrace more at one time. The first assertion of Raja Yoga is that man does not know himself at all, has a completely false, distorted idea of himself. This lack of understanding of himself is man's chief difficulty on his way, the chief cause of his weakness. If we imagine a man who does not know his body, does not know the parts of his body, their number and relative position, does not know that he has 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head and so on. It will give an exact illustration of our position in relation to our psychic world. From the point of view of Raja Yoga, man's psychic apparatus is a system of darkened and crooked lenses through which his consciousness looks upon the world and upon itself, receiving a picture which in no way corresponds to the reality. The chief defect of the psychic apparatus is that it makes man accept as separate that which it shows as separate. A man who believes in his psychic apparatus is a man who believes in the field of view of the binoculars through which he looks. In the full conviction that what enters the field of view of his binoculars at that moment exists separately from that which does not enter it. The new self-knowledge is attained in Raja Yoga through a study of the principles of man's psychic world and through a long series of exercises of the consciousness. A study of the principles of psychic life shows man the 4 states of consciousness possible for him, which in the usual Indian psychology are called deep sleep, sleep with dreams, waking state, turiya, or the state of enlightenment. In esoteric teachings these states of consciousness are defined somewhat differently, but they remain 4 and their mutual relations remain near to the above. After this follows the study of psychic functions, thinking, feeling, sensing and so on, both separately and in their relation to each other. The study of dreams, the study of semi-conscious and unconscious psychic processes, the study of illusions and self-deceptions, the study of various forms of self-hypnosis and self-suggestion, with the object of freeing oneself from them. One of the first practical tasks set before a man who begins to study Raja Yoga is the attainment of the ability to stop thoughts, the capacity not to think, that is, entirely to stop the mind at will. To give a complete rest to the psychic apparatus. This ability to stop thought is regarded as a necessary condition for awakening certain powers and possibilities latent within man, and as a necessary condition for subordinating the unconscious psychic processes to the will. Only when a man has created in himself this capacity for stopping the flow of his thoughts can he approach the possibility of hearing the thoughts of other people, and all the voices which incessantly speak in nature. The voices of various, small lives, which are component parts of himself, and the voices of big lives, of which he is a component part. Only when he has acquired the capacity to create a passive state of his mind can a man hope to hear the voice of the silence, which alone can reveal to him the truths and secrets hidden from him. Moreover, And this is the first thing that is attained. In learning to stop thinking at will, man acquires the power of reducing the useless expenditure of psychic energy consumed in unnecessary thinking. Unnecessary thinking is one of the chief evils of our inner life. How often it happens that some thought gets into our mind, and the mind, having no power to throw it out, turns the thought over and over endlessly, just as a stream turns a stone over and over in its bed. This happens especially when a man is agitated or annoyed or hurt, is afraid of something, is suspicious of something, and so on. And people do not realize what an enormous amount of energy is spent on this unnecessary turning over in the mind of the same thoughts, of the same words. People do not realize that a man, without noticing it, may repeat many thousand times in the course of an hour or two some silly sentence or fragment of verse, which has stuck in his mind without any reason. When the disciple has learned not to think, he is taught to think of what he wants to think of, and not of anything that comes into his head. This is a method of concentration. Complete concentration of mind on one subject and the capacity for not thinking of anything else at the same time, the capacity for not being drawn aside by accidental associations, give a man enormous powers. He can then force himself not only to think, but also not to feel, not to hear, not to see anything happening around him. He can avoid having the sensation of any kind of physical discomfort, either of heat or of cold or of suffering. He is able by a single effort to make himself insensible to any pain, even the most terrible. This explains one of the theories that Hatha Yoga becomes easy after Raja Yoga. The next step, the third, is meditation. The man who has studied concentration is taught to use it, that is, to meditate, to enter deeply into a given question, to examine its different sides one after another, to find in it correlations and analogies with everything he knows. Everything he has thought or heard before. Right meditation discloses to man an infinite amount that is new to him in things which he previously thought were known to him. It shows him depths about which it has never occurred to him to think, and, above all, it brings him nearer the new consciousness, flashes of which, like lightning, begin to illuminate his meditations, revealing to him for a moment infinitely remote horizons. The next step, the fourth, is contemplation. Man is taught, having placed before himself one or another question, to enter into it as deeply as possible without thinking. Or even without putting any question before himself, to enter deeply into an idea, a mental picture, landscape, phenomenon of nature, sound, number. A man who has learned to contemplate awakens the higher faculties of his soul, lays himself open to influences which come from the higher spheres of the life of the world and, as it were, communes with the deepest mysteries of the universe. At the same time Raja Yoga makes man's I the object of concentration, meditation and contemplation. Having taught man to economize his mental powers and direct them at will, Raja Yoga requires him to direct them upon self-knowledge, knowledge of his real I. The altering of man's self-consciousness and of his self-feeling is the principal aim of Raja Yoga. Its object is to make man really feel and become conscious of the heights and depths in himself, by which he comes into contact with eternity and infinity, that is, to make man feel that he is not a mortal, temporary and finite speck of dust in the infinite universe, but an immortal, eternal and infinite quantity equal to the whole universe, a drop in the ocean of the spirit, but a drop which may contain the whole ocean. The broadening of the I, according to the methods of Raja Yoga, is precisely this bringing together of the self-consciousness of man with the self-consciousness of the world. The transferring of the focus of self-consciousness from a small separate unit into infinity. Raja Yoga broadens man's I and reconstructs his view of himself and his feeling of himself. As a result, man attains a state of extraordinary freedom and power. He not only controls himself but is able to control others. He can read the thoughts of other people whether they are near him or at a distance, he can suggest to them his own thoughts and desires and subordinate them to himself. He can acquire clairvoyance, he can know the past and the future. All this may appear fantastic and impossible to a European reader, but much of the miraculous is in reality not at all as impossible as it seems at the first glance. In the methods of Raja Yoga, everything is based on the understanding of laws which are incomprehensible to us, and on the strictly consecutive and gradual character of work on oneself. The idea of separation of self, of non-attachment, occupies a very important place in the practice of Raja Yoga. After this follows the idea of the absence of permanency and unity in man and in his I, and further the idea of the non-existence of the separateness of man, the absence of any division between man, humanity, and nature. The study of Raja Yoga is impossible without the constant and direct guidance of a teacher. Before the pupil begins to study himself, he is studied by the teacher, who determines the way he must follow, that is, the sequence of exercises he must do, since the exercises can never be the same for different men. The aim of Raja Yoga is to bring man nearer to higher consciousness, proving to him the possibility of a new state of consciousness, similar to awakening after sleep. As long as a man does not know the taste and sensation of this awakening, as long as his mind is still asleep, Raja Yoga aims at making the idea of awakening understandable to him by telling him of the people who have awakened. Teaching him to recognize the fruits of their thought and activity, which are entirely different from the results of the activity of ordinary people. Karma Yoga. Karma Yoga teaches right living. Karma Yoga is the yoga of activity. Karma Yoga teaches the right relation towards people and the right action in the ordinary circumstances of life. Karma Yoga teaches how to become a yogi in life without going into the desert or entering a school of yogis. Karma Yoga is a necessary supplement to all other yogas. Only with the help of Karma Yoga can a man always remember his aim and never lose sight of it. Without Karma Yoga, all other yogas either give no results or degenerate into something opposite to themselves. Raja Yoga and Hatha Yoga degenerate into a search for external miracles, for the mysterious, for the terrible, that is, into pseudo-occultism. Bhakti Yoga degenerates into pseudo-mysticism, into superstition, into a personal adoration or into a striving for personal salvation. Jnana Yoga degenerates into scholasticism or at best into metaphysics. Karma Yoga is always connected with the aim of inner development, of inner improvement. It helps man not to fall asleep inwardly amidst the entangling influences of life, especially in the midst of the hypnotizing influence of activity. It makes him remember that nothing external has any significance, that everything must be done without caring about results. Without Karma Yoga, man becomes absorbed in the nearest, the visible, aims and forgets the chief aim. Karma Yoga teaches man to change his fate, to direct it at will. According to the fundamental idea of Karma Yoga, this is attained only by altering the inner attitude of man towards things and towards his own actions. The same action can be performed differently, one and the same event can be lived through differently. And if a man alters his attitude towards what happens to him, this will in the course of time inevitably change the character of the events which he encounters on his way. Karma Yoga teaches man to understand that when it seems to him that he himself is acting, in reality it is not he who acts, but only a power passing through him. Karma Yoga asserts that a man is not at all what he thinks himself to be, and teaches man to understand that only in very rare cases does he act of himself and independently. And that in most cases he acts only as a part of one or another great whole. This is the occult side of Karma Yoga, the teaching concerning the forces and laws which govern man. A man who understands the ideas of Karma Yoga feels all the time that he is but a tiny screw or a tiny wheel in the big machine, and that the success or failure of what he thinks he is doing depends very little on his own actions. Acting and feeling in this way, a man can never meet with failure in anything, because the greatest failure, the greatest unsuccess, may further success in his inner work, in his struggle with himself. If he only finds the right attitude towards this unsuccess. A life governed by the principles of Karma Yoga differs greatly from an ordinary life. In ordinary life, no matter what the conditions may be, the chief aim of man consists in avoiding all unpleasantnesses, difficulties and discomforts, so far as this is possible. In a life governed by the principles of Karma Yoga, a man does not seek to avoid unpleasantnesses or discomforts. On the contrary, he welcomes them, for they afford him a chance of overcoming them. From the point of view of Karma Yoga, if life offered no difficulties it would be necessary to create them artificially. And therefore the difficulties which are met with in life are regarded not as something unpleasant which one must try to avoid, but as very useful conditions for the aims of inner work and inner development. When a man realizes this and feels it constantly, life itself becomes his teacher. The chief principle of Karma Yoga is non-attachment. A man who follows the methods of Karma Yoga must practice non-attachment always and in everything, whether to good or to evil, to pleasure or to pain. Non-attachment does not mean indifference. It is a certain kind of separation of self from what happens or from what a man is doing. It is not coldness, nor is it the desire to shut oneself off from life. It is the recognition and the constant realization that everything is done according to certain laws and that everything in the world has its own fate. From an ordinary point of view, the following of the principles of Karma Yoga appears as fatalism. But it is not fatalism in the sense of the accepting of the exact and unalterable preordination of everything without the possibility of any change whatever. On the contrary, Karma Yoga teaches how to change the karma, how to influence the karma. But from the point of view of Karma Yoga, this influencing is an entirely inner process. Karma Yoga teaches that a man may change the people and events around him by changing his attitude towards them. The idea of this is very clear. Every man from his birth is surrounded by a certain karma, by certain people and certain events. And in accordance with his nature, education, tastes and habits, he adopts a certain definite attitude towards things, people and events. So long as his attitude remains unchanged, people, things and events also remain unchanged, that is, corresponding to his karma. If he is not satisfied with his karma, if he wants something new and unknown, he must change his attitude towards what he has, and then the new events will come. Karma Yoga is the only way possible for people who are tied to life, who are unable to free themselves from the external forms of life. For people who either through their birth or through their own powers and capacities are placed at the head of human communities or groups, for people who are connected with the progress of the life of humanity, for historical personages. For people whose personal life seems to be the expression of the life of an epoch or a nation. These people cannot change themselves visibly, they can change themselves only internally, while externally remaining the same as before, saying the same things, doing the same things, but without attachment, as actors on the stage. Having become such actors in relation to their life, they become yogis in the midst of the most varied and intense activity. There can be peace in their soul whatever their troubles may be. Their thought can work without hindrance, independently of anything that may surround it. Karma Yoga gives freedom to the prisoner in a jail and to the king on a throne, if only they can feel that they are actors playing their roles. Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga is the yoga of the religious way. Bhakti Yoga teaches how to believe, how to pray and how to attain certain salvation. Bhakti Yoga can be applied to any religion. Differences in religions do not exist for Bhakti Yoga. There is only the idea of the religious way. The yogi Ramakrishna, who in the 80s of the last century lived in the monastery of Dakshineswar, near Calcutta, and became known through the works of his disciples, Vivekananda, Abhidananda and others, was a Bhakti yogi. He recognized as equal all religions with all their dogmas, sacraments and rituals. He himself belonged simultaneously to all religions. 12 years of his life were spent in following over and over again the way of asceticism according to the rules of each of the great religions in turn. And always he came to the same result, to the state of samadhi or ecstasy, which he became convinced constitutes the aim of all religions. Ramakrishna used therefore to say to his disciples that from personal experience he had arrived at the conclusion that all great religions are one, and was convinced that all of them lead alike to God, that is, to the highest knowledge. In bringing man nearer to samadhi, Bhakti Yoga, if practiced separately from other yogas, carries him away completely from the world. Man acquires enormous powers, but at the same time loses the capacity for using them, as well as the capacity for using his ordinary powers, for earthly purposes. Ramakrishna told his disciples that after he had been several rhymes in the state of samadhi he began to feel that he was no longer able to take care of himself. He told his disciples how once he cried, thinking that now he must die of starvation. This frightened him at first, until he became convinced that somebody was always taking care of him. In the book The Gospel of Ramakrishna, a remarkable conversation is quoted between the sick Ramakrishna, who was already nearing death, and an Indian sage, a pundit, who came to visit him. Pandit Sushthar came one day to pay his respects to Bhagwan Ramakrishna. Seeing his illness, he asked, "Bhagwan, why dost thou not concentrate thy mind upon the diseased part and thus cure thyself?" The Bhagwan replied, "How can I fix my mind, which I have given to God, upon this cage of flesh and blood?" Sushthar said, "Why dost thou not pray to thy divine mother for cure of thy illness?" The Bhagwan answered, "When I think of my mother the physical body vanishes and I am entirely out of it, so it is impossible for me to pray for anything concerning the body." 51 Thus all that man attains on this way has no value from the earthly point of view and cannot be used for the acquisition of earthly comforts. The impossibility of proving by argument to another man the existence of what he does not himself feel emotionally, caused Ramakrishna to teach that Bhakti Yoga is the best of all the ways of yoga because it does not require proof. Bhakti Yoga addresses itself directly to the feelings and brings together, not people who think alike, but people who feel alike. Ramakrishna also considered Bhakti Yoga the simplest and the easiest of all the ways because this way demands the destruction of attachment to anything earthly, self-renunciation. The giving up of one's will and the unconditional surrender of oneself to God. But since for many people precisely this may seem to be the most difficult, that alone shows that Bhakti Yoga is a way for people of a certain definite type and of a definite mentality. And that Bhakti Yoga cannot be considered a way accessible to all. Bhakti Yoga has much in common with Raja Yoga. Like Raja Yoga, Bhakti Yoga includes methods of concentration, meditation and contemplation, but the object of concentration, meditation and contemplation is not I, but God, that is, the All. In which the little spark of human consciousness completely vanishes. The practical significance of Bhakti Yoga lies in the emotional training. Bhakti Yoga is a method of breaking in and harnessing emotions for those whose emotions are particularly strong but whose religious emotions, which ought to control other emotions, are scattered, not concentrated. Carry them at once very far but produce strong reactions at the same time. It is a method for developing religious emotions for those in whom they are weak. Bhakti Yoga is in a sense a supplement to any religion or an introduction to religion for a man of a non-religious type. The ideas of Bhakti Yoga are nearer and more intelligible for the West than the ideas of other yogas, owing to the existence in Western literature of works on religious practice, akin to Bhakti Yoga in their spirit and meaning, although quite different in quality. Works of such a kind in Protestant countries, for instance, the books of the German mystics of the 16th, 17th and 18th centuries, are often interesting, but Protestantism cut itself off too thoroughly from tradition. And the authors of these works were obliged to seek, either openly or stealthily, for a support of their methods in occultism or in theosophy of one kind or another. Thus the Protestant works are not purely religious. In Catholicism everything that had any life in it was probably killed in the times of the Inquisition, and Catholic works on religious practice, such as the well-known Book of Ignatius Loyola, are nothing but manuals for creating hallucinations of a definite and stereotyped character: Jesus on the cross, the Virgin Mary with the infant, saints, martyrs, hell, heaven, and so on. In other words, they teach the transference of dreams into the waking state and the formation of these dreams into certain definite images, a process quite possible and called in pseudo-occultism, clairvoyance. The very same methods for creating pseudo-clairvoyance exist and play a very important part in modern occultism. A very amusing parody of these methods is to be found in Eliphas Levi's book Dogme et Ritual de la Haute Magie, where he describes an evocation of the devil, ritual, page 243. Unfortunately very few readers of Eliphas Levi understand that this is a parody. Pseudo-clairvoyance, dreams in the waking state, desired and expected hallucinations, are called in Orthodox mystic literature, beauty. It is very characteristic of Orthodox mysticism that it warns people and cautions them precisely against what Catholic mysticism and pseudo-occultism advise and suggest. The most interesting works on religious practice are to be found in the literature of the Eastern Orthodox Church. First, there is a collection of writings in 6 volumes bearing the title Dobrotoljubai, #####, the greater part of which was translated from the Greek, which contains descriptions of mystical experiences, statutes and regulations of monastic life, rules of prayer and contemplation, and descriptions of methods very near methods of Hatha Yoga, adopted in Bhakti Yoga, as for instance methods of breathing, of different postures and positions of the body, and so on. Besides the Dobrotoljubai itself, there must be noted a small book belonging to the middle of the 19th century which was sold in Russia before the war in the 3rd edition of 1884. This book is called The Sincere Narrations of a Pilgrim to His Spiritual Father. It is by an unknown author and is in a sense an introduction to the Dobrotoljubai, though at the same time it is a quite independent treatise on religious practice very near to Bhakti Yoga. An acquaintance with this small book gives an exact idea of the character and the spirit of Bhakti Yoga. The Narrations of a Pilgrim is extremely interesting even from a literary point of view alone. It is one of the little-known gems of Russian literature. Both the pilgrim himself and the people he met and spoke of are all living Russian types, many of whom have existed up to our own times and whom we who are living now have seen and met. It is difficult to tell whether the pilgrim actually existed and whether his narrations were written down from his words by the Archimandrite Paisi, the author of the foreword to the book. Or whether these narrations are Paisi's own or those of some other educated monk. Much in these narrations leads one to suspect the pen and the thought not only of an educated but of a highly educated and highly talented man. On the other hand, those who know in what an extraordinarily artistic way some Russians such as this pilgrim can tell stories about themselves and everything else, will not think it impossible for the pilgrim to have been a real living person who was actually speaking about himself. The Narrations of a Pilgrim contains a schematic explanation of the principles of a special exercise of Bhakti Yoga, which is called constant or mental prayer, and a description of the results this prayer gives. The pilgrim repeated his prayer, "Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me," at first 3,000 times consecutively in a day, then 6,000 times, then 12,000 and finally without counting. When the prayer had become quite automatic in him, did not require any effort and was repeated involuntarily, he began to bring it into the heart, that is, to make it emotional, to connect a definite feeling with it. After a certain time the prayer began to evoke this feeling and to strengthen it, enriching it to an extraordinary degree of acuteness and intensity. The Narrations of a Pilgrim cannot serve as a manual for the practical study of mental prayer, because the description of the method of study contains a certain probably intentional incorrectness, namely, far too great an ease and rapidity in the pilgrim's study of mental prayer. Nevertheless, this book gives a very clear idea of the principles of work upon self according to the methods of Bhakti Yoga and is, in many respects, a unique production of its kind. The methods of the Dobrotoljubai have not vanished from real life, as is shown by a very interesting, though unfortunately too short, description of Mount Athos by B. Zaitsev which was published in Russian in Paris in 1928. B. Zaitsev describes the everyday life and the character of the religious practice in the Russian monastery of St. Panteleimon at Mount Athos. It can be seen from his description that mental prayer, the cell duty, plays a very important part in monastic life. The basis of this life is the cutting off of the personal will and an absolute submission to hierarchic authority. No monk may go out of the gates of the monastery without having received the blessing, permission, from the abbot. The abbot assigns to every monk his obedience, that is, the particular work he has to do. Thus there are monks who are fishermen, woodcutters, kitchen gardeners, agricultural laborers, vineyard workers, sawyers, and more intellectual workers, monk librarians, grammarians, icon painters, photographers, and so on. At present the monastery of St. Panteleimon contains about 500 brothers. The arrangement of the day in the monastery is fixed once for all and everything moves in obedience only to the hands of the clock. But as everything is unusual at Mount Athos, so time also is astonishing. To the day of my departure I could not get used to it. It is the ancient East. At sunset the hand of the tower clock is moved to midnight. The whole system changes according to the time of the year, and one must move with the seasons and adapt oneself to the sunset. In May the difference between Mount Athos and European time amounts to about 5 hours. Thus Madden's dynasty. Pantaleimmon's monastery began, while I was there, at 6 o'clock in the morning, 1 in the morning by our time. Mattins continue until 4 or 4:30 in the morning. In this case and afterwards I give the European time. After Matins there follows immediately the Mass, liturgy, which continues until 6 in the morning. Thus almost the whole night is spent in church services. This is a characteristic feature of Mount Athos. Then everybody rests till 7. From 7 to 9 is obedience 52 for nearly everyone. Even the oldest monks come out to work if they are even relatively in good health. They go to the forest, to vineyards, to kitchen gardens. They load oxen with timber and mules with hay and firewood. The first meal is at 9 o'clock, then obedience again till 1. At 1 o'clock tea and rest till 3, then obedience till 6 o'clock. From 5:30 to 6:30 vespers are said in the churches. Very few monks attend these day services, for most of them are at work. But vespers are read for them at their work. At 6 in the evening there is the second meal, if it is not a fast day. If it is Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, instead of a meal they have only bread and tea. After the second meal the church bells ring for complines, which continue from 7 to 8 o'clock. Then follows cell duty, that is, prayer with bowings in the cell. After each short prayer 53 the monk moves one bead of his rosary and makes a bow from the waist. At the 11th bead, a large one, he bows to the ground. Thus a cassock monk, the lowest monastic degree, makes daily 600 bows from the waist. A mantled monk makes about 1,000, and a monk invested with a schema makes about 1,500, not counting corresponding bows to the ground. In the case of a cassocked monk it takes about an hour and a half, in the case of a monk of the highest rank from 3 to 3.5 hours. Consequently a cassocked monk is free about 10 o'clock and the others about 11. Till 1 o'clock, when matins begin, is the monk's sleeping time, 2 to 3 hours. To this is sometimes added an hour in the morning, and, perhaps, an hour in the afternoon, after tea. But as every monk has his own small things to do which take time, it may be supposed that the monks sleep not more than 4 hours, or even less. To us laymen who have seen this life, the essence of which is that the monks pray through the night, work through the day and have very little sleep and very poor food, it is a mystery how they can stand it. And yet they live, and live to a very old age. At present the majority of them are old men. Moreover, the commonest type of Mount Athos monk seems to me a healthy, calm and balanced type. Monastic life, whatever severity and difficulties it may involve, is certainly not Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga can be applied to every religion, of course to a real religion, not to an invented one. This means that Bhakti Yoga includes all religions and recognizes no difference between them. Moreover, Bhakti Yoga, as well as all the other yogas, does not require a final abandonment of life, but only temporary withdrawal from life for the attainment of a definite aim. When the aim is attained, the yoga becomes unnecessary. Also, the yoga requires more initiative and more understanding. Yoga is a more active way. Monastic life is a more passive way. Nevertheless, the study of monastic life and of monastic asceticism is of great interest from the psychological point of view, because here many ideas of yoga can be seen in practical application. Though possibly in a setting different from true yoga. As well as in orthodox monasteries, the ideas of Bhakti Yoga occupy a very important place in Mohammedan monasteries of Sufis and dervishes, and also in Buddhist monasteries, especially in Ceylon, where Buddhism has been preserved in its purest form. Ramankrishna, whom I have mentioned, was both a yogi and a monk at the same time, but more a monk than a yogi. His followers, so far as can be judged by information to be found in literature, have gone partly in a religious, partly in a philosophical direction, although they call it yoga. In reality, the school of Ramakrishna has not left behind any ways to a practical yoga, having deviated into theoretical descriptions of these ways. Jnana Yoga. Jnana, jnana or jnana, yoga, as it is pronounced in different parts of India, is the yoga of knowledge. The root jna, naya, gna, Russian zna, corresponds to the roots of the words, modern English know, German kennen, Anglo-Saxon nawan, Latin, g, I, asura, Greek #####. Jnana Yoga leads men towards perfection by changing his knowledge both in relation to himself and in relation to the world surrounding him. This is the yoga of men of the intellectual way. It liberates the human mind from the fetters of an illusory conception of the world, leads it to true knowledge, showing the fundamental laws of the universe. Jnana Yoga uses all the methods of Raja Yoga. It starts from the affirmation that the weak human mind, brought up in contemplation of illusions, will never solve the enigmas of life, that this demands a better instrument specially adapted for the task. Together therefore with the study of the principles lying at the basis of things, Jnana Yoga requires the special work of the education of the mind. The mind is trained for contemplation, for concentration, for thinking in new and unaccustomed directions and on new planes, connected not with the outward aspect of things but with their fundamental principles. And above all, the mind is trained to think quickly and exactly, always keeping in view the essential, and wasting no time on external and unimportant details. Jnana Yoga starts from the fact that the chief cause of human misfortunes and disasters is avidya, ignorance. And the object of Jnana Yoga is to overcome avidya and bring man nearer to what is called Brahmavidya, divine knowledge. The aim of Jnana Yoga is the liberation of the human mind from those limited conditions of knowledge in which it is placed by the forms of sense perception and by logical thinking based on opposites. From the point of view of Jnana Yoga, a man must first of all learn right thinking. Right thinking and the broadening of ideas and conceptions must lead to the broadening of perception, while the broadening of perception must finally lead to a change in sensations, that is, to the abolition of all false and illusory sensations. Indian teachers, gurus, do not in the least aim at making their disciples accumulate as much miscellaneous knowledge as possible. On the contrary, they want their disciples to see in everything they study, however small it may be, the principles that lie at the basis of everything. Usually the disciple is given for meditation either some verse from ancient scriptures or some symbol, and he meditates for a year, 2 years, possibly for 10 years, from time to time bringing to his teacher the results of his meditations. This seems strange to a Western mind, which always aims at going ever forward. But possibly it is the right method for penetrating to the root of ideas instead of acquiring a superficial acquaintance with their external side by making enormous mental collections of words and facts. In studying Jnana Yoga, man sees clearly that yoga cannot be only a method. A right method must necessarily lead to certain truths, and in expounding a method it is impossible not to touch on these truths. Nevertheless, it must be remembered that in its nature yoga cannot be a doctrine and that there can therefore be no synopsis or general outline of the ideas of Jnana Yoga. In using yoga as a method, man must himself find, feel and realize the truths which form the content of the philosophy of the yogis. The same truths received in the form of a doctrine from another person or from books will not have the same effect upon the mind and soul as truths which man has found for himself. Truths he has long sought for and long struggled with before accepting them. Jnana Yoga teaches that the truth for a man can only be that which he has felt as truth. Moreover, it teaches man to verify one truth by another, to ascend slowly towards the summit of knowledge, never losing sight of the point of departure and constantly returning to it, in order to preserve a right orientation. Jnana Yoga teaches that the truths realized by the logical mind, educated on observation of the three-dimensional world, are not truths at all from the point of view of higher consciousness. Jnana Yoga teaches man to distrust himself, to distrust his sensations, mental images, concepts, ideas, thoughts and words. Above all to distrust words, to verify everything, always to look round at every step, to demand that everything that has been found should accord with the testimony of experience and with fundamental principles. The ideas of Jnana Yoga have been transmitted up to now in a symbolical form only. The images of Indian gods and the figures of Indian mythology contain many ideas of Jnana Yoga. But the understanding of them requires oral explanations and commentaries. The study of Jnana Yoga from books is impossible because there exists a whole series of principles which have never been expounded in writing. Indications of these, and even some definitions of them, can be found in books, but these indications are intelligible only to those who have already received direct tuition. The difficulty of understanding these principles is especially great because it is not enough to understand them intellectually. It is necessary to learn to apply and use them for the division and classification not only of abstract ideas, but also the concrete things and occurrences which man meets in life. The idea of Dharma in one of its meanings in Indian philosophy is an introduction to the study of one of these principles, which may be called the principle of relativity. The principle of relativity in the science of yogis has nothing in common with the principle of relativity in modern physics and is studied not in its application to one class of phenomena only, but in relation to all the phenomena of the universe on all planes and levels, and thus, by penetrating everything, it connects everything into one single whole. All that has gone before is a short summary of what can be learned about yoga from the existing and generally accessible literature in European languages. But in order to understand rightly the meaning and significance of the different yogas, it is necessary to realize clearly that all 5 yogas, that is, each one separately, are an abbreviation and adaptation for different types of people of one and the same general system. This system is taught orally in particular schools, which differ from the yogis' schools as much as the yogis' schools differ from monasteries. This system has no name and has never been made public. Allusions to it are only rarely met with in Eastern writings. Much of what has been ascribed to yoga belongs in reality to this system. At the same time, the system cannot be regarded simply as a combination of the 5 yogas. All the yogas have originated from this system. Each of the yogas is in a sense a one-sided understanding of it. One is wider, another is narrower, but all of them expound one and the same system. The combination of all 5 yogas does not reconstruct it because it contains many ideas, principles and methods which do not enter into any of the yogas. Fragments of this system, so far as the author has succeeded in becoming acquainted with them, will be set forth in the book Man and the World in Which He Lives, fragments of an unknown teaching, which is being prepared for publication. 1912 to 1934. Chapter 7. On the Study of Dreams and on Hypnotism. The Strange Life of Dreams, Psychoanalysis, Impossibility of Observing by Usual Methods, Half-Dream States, Recurring Dreams, Their Simple Nature, Dreams of Flying, Dreams with Staircases, False Observations, Different Degrees of Sleep, Head Dreams, Impossibility of Pronouncing One's Name in Sleep, Different Categories of Dreams, Impersonation, Imitative Dreams, Maury's Dream. Development of dreams from end to beginning, emotional dreams, dream of Lermontov, the building up of visual images, one man in 2 aspects, material of dreams, the principle of compensation, the principle of complementary tones, possibility of observing dreams in waking state, the sensation that this has happened before, hypnotism as means of bringing about the state of maximum suggestibility, the control of ordinary consciousness and logic. An impossibility of their complete disappearance, phenomena of mediumism, application of hypnosis in medicine, mass hypnosis, the rope trick, self-hypnosis, suggestion, necessity for studying these 2 phenomena separately, suggestibility and suggestion, how duality is created in man, 2 kinds of self-suggestion, impossibility of voluntary self-suggestion. Possibly the most interesting first impressions of my life came from the world of dreams. And from my earliest years the world of dreams attracted me, made me search for explanations of its incomprehensible phenomena and try to determine the interrelation of the real and the unreal in dreams. Certain quite extraordinary experiences were, for me, connected with dreams. When still a child, I woke on several occasions with the distinct feeling of having experienced something so interesting and enthralling that all that I had known before, all I had come into contact with or seen in life, appeared to me afterwards to be unworthy of attention and devoid of any interest. Moreover, I was always struck by recurring dreams, dreams which occurred in the same form, in the same surroundings, led to the same results, to the same end, and always left behind the same feelings. About 1900, when one had already read almost all I could find on dreams in psychological literature, 54, I decided to try to observe my dreams systematically. My observations pursued a double purpose. 1. I wanted to collect as much material as possible for judging the structure and origin of dreams, and I began, as is usually recommended, to write down my dreams immediately on awakening. 2. I wanted to verify a rather fantastic idea of my own which had made its appearance almost in my childhood. Was it not possible to preserve consciousness in dreams, that is, to know while dreaming that one is asleep and to think consciously as we think when awake? The first, that is, writing down dreams and so on, very soon brought me to the understanding of the impossibility of a practical realization of the usually recommended methods of observing dreams. Dreams do not stand observation, observations change them. And I very soon noticed that I was observing, not those dreams which I used to have before, but new dreams which were created by the very fact of observation. There was something in me which at once began to invent dreams directly it felt that they were attracting attention. This made the usual methods of observation obviously useless. The second, that is, attempts to preserve consciousness in sleep, created, most unexpectedly for me, a new way of observing dreams which I had not before suspected. Namely, they created a particular half-dream state. And I was very quickly convinced that without the help of half-dream states it was quite impossible to observe dreams without changing them. Half-dream states began to appear probably as a result of my efforts to observe dreams at moments of falling asleep or in half-sleep after awaking. I cannot say exactly when these states began to come in full form. Probably they developed gradually. I think they began to appear for a short time before the moment of falling asleep, but if I allowed my attention to dwell on them I could not sleep afterwards. I came therefore gradually, by experience, to the conclusion that it was much easier to observe half-dream states in the morning, when already awake but still in bed. Wishing to create these states, after waking I again dosed my eyes and began to doze, at the same time keeping my mind on some definite image or some thought. And sometimes in such cases there began those strange states which I call half-dream states. Without definite efforts such states would not come. Like all other people I either slept or did not sleep, but in these half-dream states I both slept and did not sleep at the same time. If I take the time when these half-dream states were just beginning, i.e., when they came at the moment of going to sleep, then usually the first sign of their approach was the hypnagogic hallucinations, many times described in psychological literature. I will not dwell on this. But when half-dream states began to occur chiefly in the morning, they usually started without being preceded by any visual impressions. In order to describe these half-dream states and all that was connected with them, it is necessary to say a great deal. But I shall try to be as brief as possible because at the present moment I am concerned not with them but with their results. The first sensation they produced was one of astonishment. I expected to find one thing and found another. The next was a feeling of extraordinary joy which the half-dream states, and the possibility of seeing and understanding things in quite a new way, gave me. And the third was a certain fear of them, because I very soon noticed that if I let them take their own course they would begin to grow and expand and encroach both upon sleep and upon the waking state. Thus, half-dream states attracted me on the one hand and frightened me on the other. I felt in them enormous possibilities and also a great danger. But what I became absolutely convinced of was that without these half-dream states, no study of dreams is possible and that all attempts at such study are inevitably doomed to failure, to wrong deductions, to fantastic hypotheses, and the like. From the point of view, Therefore, of my original idea of the study of dreams I could be very content with the results obtained. I possessed a key to the world of dreams, and all that was vague and incomprehensible in them gradually cleared up and became comprehensible and visible. The fact is that in half-dream states I was having all the dreams I usually had. But I was fully conscious, I could see and understand how these dreams were created, what they were built from, what was their cause, and in general what was cause and what was effect. Further, I saw that in half-dream states I had a certain control over dreams. I could create them and could see what I wanted to see, although this was not always successful and must not be understood too literally. Usually I only gave the first impetus, and after that the dreams developed as it were of their own accord, sometimes greatly astonishing me by the unexpected and strange turns which they took. I had in half-dream states all the dreams I was able to have in the ordinary way. Gradually my whole repertoire of dreams passed before me. And I was able to observe these dreams quite consciously, could see how they were created, how they passed one into another, and could understand all their mechanism. The dreams, observed in this way, became gradually classified and divided into definite categories. To one of these categories I assigned all the constantly recurring dreams which I had had from time to time during the whole of my life from early childhood. Some of these dreams used previously to frighten me by their persistence, their frequent repetition and a certain strange character, and made me look for a hidden or allegorical meaning, prophecy, or warning in them. It had seemed to me that these dreams must have a certain significance, that they must refer to something in my life. Speaking generally, naive thinking about dreams always begins with the idea that all, and especially persistently recurring, dreams must have a certain meaning, must foretell the future, show the hidden traits of one's character, express physical qualities, inclinations, hidden pathological states, and so on. In reality, however, as I very soon became convinced, my recurring dreams were in no way connected with any traits or qualities of my nature, or with any events in my life. And I found for them clear and simple explanations which left no doubt as to their real nature. I will describe several of these dreams with their explanations. The first and most characteristic dream, which I had very often, was one in which I saw a quagmire or bog of a peculiar character which I was never able to describe to myself afterwards. Often this quagmire or bog, or merely deep mud, such as is seen on Russian roads and even in Moscow streets, appeared before me on the ground or even on the floor of the room, without any association with the plot of the dream. I did my utmost to avoid this mud, not to step into it, even not to touch it. But I invariably got into it, and it began to suck me in and generally sucked my legs in up to the knees. I made every conceivable effort to get out of this mud or mire, and sometimes I succeeded, but then I usually awoke. It was very tempting to interpret this dream allegorically, as a threat or a warning. But when I began to have this dream in half-dream states, it was explained very simply. The whole content of this dream was created by the sensation of my legs being entangled in the blanket or sheets, so that I could neither move nor turn them. If I succeeded in turning over, I escaped from this mud, but then I invariably woke up, because I made a violent movement. As regards the mud itself and its peculiar character, this was connected, as I again became convinced in half-dream states, with the more imaginary than real fear of bogs I had in childhood. This fear, which children and sometimes even grown-up people often have in Russia, is created by tales of quagmires and bogs and windows. 55 And in my case, observing this dream in half-dream state, I could reconstruct where the sensation of the peculiar mud came from. This sensation and the visual images were quite definitely associated with tales of quagmires and windows, which were said to have a peculiar character, that they could be recognized, that they always differed from an ordinary swamp, that they sucked in what fell into them, that they were filled with a particular soft mire, and so on, and so on. In half-dream states, the sequence of associations in the whole dream was quite clear. First appeared the sensation of bound legs, then the signal, bog, mire, window, peculiar soft mud. Then fear, desire to tear oneself away and usually the awakening. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, mystical or psychologically significant in these dreams. Second, there was a dream which also frightened me. I dreamed that I was blind. Something was happening around me, I heard voices, sounds, noises, movement, felt some danger threatening me. And I had to move somewhere with hands stretched out in front of me in order to avoid knocking against something, making all the time terrible efforts to see what was around me. In half-dream states, I understood that the effort I was making was not an effort to see, but an effort to open my eyes. And it was this effort, together with the sensation of closed eyelids which I could not lift, that created the sensation of blindness. Sometimes as the result of this effort I woke up. This happened when I actually succeeded in opening my eyes. Even these first observations of recurring dreams showed me that dreams depend much more on the direct sensations of a given moment than on any general causes. Gradually I became convinced that almost all recurring dreams were connected with the sensation not even of a state, but simply with the sensation of the posture of the body at the given moment. When I happened to press my hand with my knee and the hand became numb, I dreamt that a dog was biting my hand. When I wanted to take something in my hands or lift it, it fell out of my hands because my hands were as limp as rags and refused to obey me. I remember once in a dream I had to break something with a hammer, and the hammer was as if made of India rubber, it rebounded from the object I was striking, and I could not give any force to my blows. This, of course, was simply the sensation of relaxed muscles. There was another recurring dream which always frightened me. In this dream I was a paralytic or a cripple, I fell down and could not get up, because my legs did not obey me. This dream also seemed to be a presentiment of what was going to happen to me, until in half-dream states, I became convinced that it was merely the sensation of motionless legs with relaxed muscles. Which of course could not obey moving impulses. Altogether I saw that our movements, especially our impulses to movements, and the sense of impotence in making a particular movement, play the most important role in the creation of dreams. To the category of constantly recurring dreams belonged also dreams of flying. I used to fly fairly often and was very fond of these dreams. In half-dream states, I saw that flying depended on a slight giddiness which occurs in sleep from time to time without any pathological cause, but probably simply in connection with the horizontal position of the body. There was no erotic element in the dreams of flying. Amusing dreams which occur very often, those in which one sees oneself undressed or half-dressed walking in the street or among people, also required no complicated theories for their explanation. This was simply the sensation of one's half-dressed body. As I noticed in half-dream states, these dreams occurred chiefly when I was feeling cold during sleep. The cold made me realize that I was undressed, and this sensation penetrated into my dreams. Some of the recurring dreams could be explained only in connection with others. Such were the dreams of stairs, often described in psychological literature. These are strange dreams, and many people have them. You go up huge, gloomy, endless staircases, find certain passages leading out, remember the way, then lose it again, come upon unfamiliar landings, turnings, doors, etc. This is one of the most typical recurring dreams. And as a rule you meet no one, you are usually alone amidst these large empty staircases. As I understood in half-dream states, these dreams are a combination of two motives or recollections. The first motive is created by motor memory, the memory of direction. These dreams of stairs are in no way different from dreams of long corridors, with endless courtyards through which you pass, with streets, alleys, gardens, parks, fields, woods. In a word, these are dreams of roads or ways. We all know many roads and ways, in houses, upstairs and along corridors, in towns, in the country, in the mountains. And we can see all these roads in dreams, although very often we see not the roads themselves but, if it can be so expressed, the general feeling of them. Each way has its own particular sensation. These sensations are created by thousands of small details reflected and impressed in various comers of our memory. Later these sensations are reproduced in dreams, though for the creation of the desired sensations dreams very often use the accidental material of images. Because of this the road you see in dreams may not resemble outwardly the road you actually know and remember when awake, but it will produce the same impressions as the road you know and are familiar with, and will give you the same sensations. Stairs are similar roads, only, as has already been said, they contain another motive as well. This motive consists in a certain mystical significance which stairs have in the life of every man. Everybody in his life often experiences on the stairs a sense of something new and unknown awaiting him that very moment on the next floor, behind a dosed door. Everyone can recollect many such moments in his life. A man ascends the stairs not knowing what awaits him. For children it is often their arrival at school, or generally the first impression of school, and such impressions remain throughout life. Further, stairs are often the scene of hesitations, decisions, change of decisions, and so on. All this taken together and united with memories of motion creates dreams about staircases. To continue the general description of dreams, I must note that visual images in sleep often do not correspond to visual images in waking states. A man you know very well in life can look quite different in a dream. In spite of that, however, you do not doubt for a minute that it is really he, and his unfamiliar aspect does not surprise you in the least. It often happens that the quite fantastic, and even unnatural and impossible, aspect of a man expresses certain traits and qualities you know in him. In a word, the outward form of things, people and events in dreams is much more plastic than it is in a waking state, and it is much more susceptible to the influence of the accidental thoughts, feelings and moods that pass through us. As regards recurring dreams, their simple nature and the absence of any allegorical meaning in them became quite unquestionable for me after they had all occurred several times in my half-dream states. I saw how they began, I could explain clearly where they came from and how they were created. There was only one dream which I was unable to explain. That was the dream in which I saw myself running on all fours, and sometimes very fast. It seemed to be in certain cases the swiftest, safest and most reliable means of locomotion. In a moment of danger, or in general in any difficult situation, I always preferred in the dream this means of locomotion to any other. For some reason I do not remember this dream in half-dream states. And I understood the origin of this, running on all fours, only later when I was observing a small child who was only just beginning to walk. He could walk, but to him it was still a great adventure and his position on two legs was still very uncertain, unstable and unreliable. He apparently distrusted himself in this position. If therefore anything unexpected happened, if a door opened, or a noise was heard from the street, or even if the cat jumped off the sofa, he dropped immediately on all fours. In observing him I understood that somewhere, deep in the innermost recesses of our memory, are preserved recollections of these first motor impressions and of all the sensations, fears and motor impulses connected with them. Evidently there was a time when new and unexpected impressions created the impulse to drop on all fours, that is, to assume a steadier and firmer position. In a waking state this impulse is not sufficiently strong, but it acts in dreams and creates strange pictures, which had also appeared to me to be allegorical or to have some hidden meaning. Observations of the same child also explained to me a great deal about staircases. When he began to feel quite sure of himself on the floor, the stairs were still for him a great adventure. And nothing attracted him more than the stairs. Besides, he was forbidden to go near them. And of course in the next period of his life he practically lived on the stairs. In all the houses in which he lived the stairs attracted him first of all. And when I was observing him I had no doubts that the impressions of stairs would remain in him all his life and would be connected with all emotions of a strange, attractive and dangerous character. Returning to the methods of my observations, I must note a curious fact demonstrating that dreams change by the fact of their being observed, namely that several times I dreamed that I was observing my dreams. My original aim was to create consciousness in dreams, i.e. to attain the capacity of realizing in sleep that I was sleeping. In half-dream states, this was there from the very beginning. As I have already said, I both slept and did not sleep at the same time. But soon there began to appear false observations, i.e. merely new dreams. I remember once seeing myself in a large empty room without windows. Besides myself there was in the room only a small black kitten. I am dreaming, I say to myself. How can I know whether I am really asleep or not? Suppose I try this way. Let this black kitten be transformed into a large white dog. In a waking state it is impossible, and if it comes off it will mean that I am asleep. I say this to myself and immediately the black kitten becomes transformed into a large white dog. At the same time the opposite wall disappears, disclosing a mountain landscape with a river like a ribbon receding into the distance. This is curious, I say to myself, I did not order this landscape. Where did it come from? Some faint recollection begins to stir in me, a recollection of having seen this landscape somewhere and of its being somehow connected with the white dog. But I feel that if I let myself go into it I shall forget the most important thing that I have to remember, namely, that I am asleep and am conscious of myself, i.e. that I am in the state for which I have long wished and which I have been trying to attain. I make an effort not to think about the landscape, but at that moment some power seems to drag me backwards. I fly swiftly through the back wall of the room and go on flying in a straight line, all the time backwards, and with a terrible noise in my ears, suddenly come to a stop and awake. The description of this backward flying and the accompanying noise can be found in occult literature, where some special meaning is ascribed to them. But in reality there is no meaning in them except probably that of an inconvenient position of the head or slightly deranged circulation of the blood. It was in this way, flying backwards, that people used to return from the witches' Sabbath. And speaking generally, false observations, i.e. dreams within dreams, must have played a great part in the history of magic, miraculous transformations, etc. False observations like the one described occurred several times, remained in my memory very vividly and helped me very much in elucidating the general mechanism of sleep and dreams. I wish now to say a few words on this general mechanism of sleep. First, it is necessary to understand clearly that sleep may be of different degrees, of different depths. We can be more asleep or less asleep, nearer to the possibility of awaking or further from the possibility of awaking. We usually remember only those dreams which we have when near to the possibility of awakening. Dreams which we have in deep sleep, i.e. far from the possibility of awaking, we do not remember at all. People who say they do not remember dreams sleep very soundly. People who remember all their dreams, or at any rate many of them, are really only half asleep. The whole time they are near the possibility of awaking. And, as a certain part of the inner instinctive work of our organism is best performed in deep sleep and cannot be well carried out when a man is only half asleep, it is obvious that the absence of deep sleep weakens the organism, prevents it renewing its spent forces and eliminating the used-up substances, and so on. The organism does not rest sufficiently. As a result it cannot produce sufficiently good work, is sooner worn out, more easily falls ill. In a word, deep sleep, that is, sleep without dreams, is in all respects more useful than sleep with dreams. And the experimenters who encourage people to remember their dreams render them a truly bad service. The less a man remembers his dreams the more soundly he sleeps and the better it is for him. Further, it is necessary to note that we make a very great mistake when we speak about the creation of mental pictures in sleep. Thus, we speak only of the head, brain thinking, and we ascribe to it the chief part of the work of creating dreams as well as all our thinking. This is utterly wrong. Our legs also think quite independently of and quite differently from the head. Arms also think, they have their own memory, their own mental images, their own associations. The back thinks, the stomach thinks, each part of the body thinks independently. Not one of these thinking processes reaches our consciousness in a waking state, when the head thinking, operating chiefly by words and visual images, dominates everything else. But when the head consciousness calms down and becomes clouded in the state of sleep, especially in the deeper forms of sleep, immediately other consciousnesses begin to speak, namely those of feet, hands, fingers, stomach, those of other organs. Of various groups of muscles. These separate consciousnesses in us possess their own conceptions of many things and phenomena, for which we sometimes have also had conceptions and sometimes have not. This is precisely what most prevents us understanding our dreams. In sleep the mental images which belong to the legs, arms, nose, tips of the fingers, to the various groups of motor muscles, become mixed with our ordinary verbal visual images. We have no words and no forms for the expression of conceptions of one kind in conceptions of another kind. The visual verbal part of our psychic apparatus cannot remember all these utterly incomprehensible and foreign images. In our dreams, however, these images play the same role as the visual verbal images, if not a greater one. The following two reservations that I make here should be remembered in every attempt at the description and classification of dreams. The first is that there are different states of sleep. We can only catch the dreams which pass near the surface. As soon as they go deeper, we lose them. And the second is that no matter how we try to remember and exactly describe our dreams, we remember and describe only head dreams, i.e. dreams consisting of visual verbal images. All the rest, i.e. the enormous majority of dreams, will escape us. To this must be added another circumstance of very great importance. In sleep the head consciousness itself changes. This means that man cannot in sleep think about himself unless the thought is itself a dream. A man can never pronounce his own name in sleep. If I pronounced my name in sleep, I immediately woke up. And I understood that we do not realize that the knowledge of one's name for oneself is already a different degree of consciousness as compared with sleep. In sleep we are not aware of our own existence, we do not separate ourselves from the general picture which moves around us, but we, so to speak, move with it. Our I feeling is much more obscured in sleep than in a waking state. This is really the chief psychological feature which determines the state of sleep and expresses the whole difference between sleep and the waking state. As I pointed out above, observation of dreams very soon brought me to the necessity for classification. I became convinced that our dreams differ very greatly in their nature. The general name of dreams confuses us. In reality dreams differ from one another as much as things and events which we see in a waking state. It would be quite insufficient to speak simply about things, including in this planets, children's toys, prime ministers and paintings of the Paleolithic period. This is exactly what we do in relation to dreams. This certainly makes the understanding of dreams practically impossible and creates many false theories, because it is as impossible to explain different categories of dreams on the basis of one common principle, as it would be impossible to explain prime ministers in relation to Paleolithic paintings. Most of our dreams are entirely accidental, entirely chaotic, unconnected with anything and meaningless. These dreams depend on accidental associations. There is no consecutiveness in them, no direction, no idea. I will describe one such dream, which was noted in a half-dream state. I am falling asleep. Golden dots, sparks and tiny stars appear and disappear before my eyes. These sparks and stars gradually merge into a golden net with diagonal meshes which moves slowly and regularly in rhythm with the beating of my heart, which I feel quite distinctly. The next moment the golden net is transformed into rows of brass helmets belonging to Roman soldiers marching along the street below. I hear their measured tread and watch them from the window of a high house in Galata, in Constantinople, in a narrow lane, one end of which leads to the old wharf and the Golden Horn with its ships and steamers and the minarets of Stamboul behind them. The Roman soldiers march on and on in close ranks along the lane. I hear their heavy measured tread, and see the sun shining on their helmets. Then suddenly I detach myself from the windowsill on which I am lying, and in the same reclining position fly slowly over the lane, over the houses, and then over the Golden Horn in the direction of Stamboul. I smell the sea, feel the wind, the warm sun. This flying gives me a wonderfully pleasant sensation, and I cannot help opening my eyes. This is a typical dream of the first category, i.e. of dreams which depend on accidental associations. Looking for a meaning in these dreams is exactly the same as telling fortunes by coffee grounds. The whole of this dream passed before me when in a half-dream state. From the first moment to the last I observed how pictures appeared and how they were transformed into one another. The golden sparks and dots were transformed into a net with regular meshes. Then the golden net was transformed into the helmets of the Roman soldiers. The pulsation which I heard was transformed into the measured tread of the marching detachment. The sensation of this pulsation means the relaxation of many small muscles, which in its turn produces a sensation of slight giddiness. This sensation of slight giddiness was immediately manifested in my seeing the soldiers, while lying on the windowsill of a high house and looking down, and when this giddiness increased a little, I rose from the window and flew over the gulf. This at once brought with it by association the sensation of the sea, the wind and the sun, and if I had not awakened, probably at the next moment of the dream I should have seen myself in the open sea, on a ship, and so on. These dreams are sometimes remarkable for a particular absurdity, for quite impossible combinations and associations. I remember one dream, in which for some reason a very great part was played by a large number of geese. Then somebody asks, "Would you like to see a gosling? You have certainly never seen a gosling." And at this moment I agree that I have never seen goslings. Next moment they bring me on an orange silk cushion a very strange-looking sleeping grey kitten, twice as long and thin as an ordinary kitten. And with great interest I examine the gosling and say that I never thought they were so strange. If we place those dreams of which I have now spoken, that is, chaotic or incoherent, in the first category, we must place in the second category dramatic or invented dreams. Usually these two categories are intermixed, that is, an element of invention and fantasy enters into chaotic dreams, while invented dreams contain many accidental associations, images and scenes, which very often completely change their original direction. Dreams of the second category are the easiest to remember, for they are most like ordinary daydreaming. In these dreams a man sees himself in all kinds of dramatic situations. He travels in various distant lands, fights in wars, saves himself from some danger, chases somebody, sees himself surrounded by a crowd of people, meets all his friends and acquaintances dead and alive. Sees himself at different periods of his life. Though grown up he sees himself at school, and so on. It happens that some dreams of this kind are very interesting in their technique. They contain a quantity of such subtle material of observation, memory and imagination as man does not possess while awake. This is the first thing that struck me in dreams of this kind when I began to understand something about them. If I saw in my dream one of my friends whom perhaps I had not seen for several years, he spoke to me in his own language, in his own voice, with his own intonations and inflections, with his own characteristic gestures. And he said precisely what only he could say. Every man has his own manner of expressing himself, his own manner of thinking, his own manner of reacting to outward phenomena. No man can speak or act for another. And what first attracted my attention in these dreams was their wonderful artistic exactitude. The style of each man was kept throughout to the smallest detail. It happened that certain features were exaggerated or expressed symbolically. But there was never anything incorrect, anything inconsistent with the type. In dreams of such a kind it happened that I saw more than once 10 or 20 people simultaneously whom I had known at different periods of my life, and in not one of them was there ever the slightest mistake or the slightest inexactitude. This was something more than memory. It was artistic creation, because it was quite clear to me that many details which had obviously gone from my memory were reconstructed, so to speak, on the spot, and they corresponded completely to what ought actually to have been there. Other dreams of this kind surprised me by their thoroughly thought-out and elaborated plan. They had a clear and well-conceived plot which was unknown to me beforehand. All the dramatis person appeared at the right moment and said and did everything they had to do and say in conformity with the plot. The action could take place and develop in the most varied conditions, could be transferred from the town to the country, to lands unknown to me, to the sea. The strangest types could enter into these dramas. I remember, for instance, one dream, full of movement, dramatic situations, and the most varied emotions. If I am not mistaken it was during the Japanese War. In the dream it was a war in Russia itself. A part of Russia was occupied by the armies of some strange people, called by a strange name, which I have forgotten. I had to pass at all costs through the enemy lines on some extremely important personal affairs. In connection with this a whole series of tragic, amusing, melodramatic incidents occurred. All this would have made a complete scenario for cinema production. And everything was in its right place, nothing was out of tune with the general course of the play. There were many interesting types and scenes. The monk with whom I spoke in a monastery still lives in my memory. He was entirely outside life and outside all that took place around him, and at the same time he was full of little cares and little anxieties connected at that moment with me. The strange colonel of the enemy army with a pointed grey beard and incessantly blinking eyes was fully a living man and at the same time a very clear and definite type of man-machine, whose life is divided into several compartments with impenetrable partitions. Even the type of his imaginary nationality, the sound of the language he spoke with other officers, all this was in perfect keeping. The dream was full of small realistic details. I galloped through the enemy lines on a big white horse, and during one of the halts I brushed some white hairs off my coat with my sleeve. I remember that this dream interested me very much because it showed me quite clearly that there was in me an artist, sometimes very naive, sometimes very subtle, who worked at these dreams and created them out of the material which I possessed but could never use in full measure while awake. And I saw that this artist was extraordinarily versatile in his knowledge, capacities and talents. He was a playwright, a producer, a scene painter, and a remarkable actor-impersonator. This last capacity in him was possibly the most astonishing of all. It especially struck me because I had very little of this capacity when awake. I never could imitate people, never could reproduce their voices, intonations, gestures, movements. Never could repeat the most characteristic words or phrases even of the people most familiar to me, in the same way I never could reconstruct accents and peculiarities of speech. But I could do all this in dreams. The striking capacity for impersonation which manifested itself in dreams would undoubtedly have been a great talent had I been able to make use of it when awake. And I understood that this was not peculiar to me alone. This capacity for impersonation, for dramatization, for arranging the picture, for stylization, for symbolization, lies within every man and is manifested in his dreams. Dreams in which people see their dead friends or relations strike their imagination so strongly because of this remarkable capacity for impersonation inherent in themselves. This capacity can sometimes function in a waking state when man is absorbed in himself or separates himself from the immediate influences of life, and from usual associations. After my observations of impersonation in dreams I entirely ceased to be surprised at tales of spiritualistic phenomena, of voices of people long dead, of communications, and advice coming from them, etc. It can even be admitted that by following this advice people have found lost things, bundles of letters, old wills, family jewels or buried treasures. Certainly the majority of such tales are pure invention, but sometimes, although possibly very seldom, such things happen, and in that case they are undoubtedly based on impersonation. Impersonation is an art, although unconscious, and art always contains a strong magic element, and the magic element implies new discoveries, new revelations. A true and exact impersonation of a man long since dead can be magic like this. The impersonated image not only can say in this case what the man who reproduces it knows consciously or subconsciously, that is, without accounting for it to himself, but it can say definitely even things such as the man does not know. Things which follow from the very nature of its being, from the nature of its life, that is, something that actually happened and that only it could know. My own observation of impersonation did not go beyond observing the reproduction of what I had once known, heard or seen, with very small additions. I remember two cases which explain to me a great deal in relation both to the origin of dreams and to spiritualistic communications from the world beyond. It happened after the time when I was occupied with the problem of dreams, on the way to India. I was alone. My friend S., with whom I had traveled in the East previously and with whom I had planned to go to India, had died a year before, and involuntarily, especially at the beginning of the journey, I thought about him and felt his absence. And it happened twice, once on a boat in the North Sea and a second time in India, that I distinctly heard his voice, as though he was entering my mental conversation with myself. On both occasions he spoke in the manner in which he alone could speak and said what he alone could say. Everything, his style, his intonation, his manner of speech, his way with me, all was in these few sentences. Both times it happened on quite unimportant occasions, both times he joked with me in his usual manner. Of course I never thought for a moment that there could be anything spiritualistic in it. Obviously he was in me, in my memory of him, and something within me reproduced him, impersonated him in these moments. This kind of impersonation sometimes occurs in mental conversations with absent friends. And in these mental conversations, exactly as people who are dead can do, they can tell us things which we do not know. In the case of people who are alive, such incidents are explained by telepathy. In the case of the dead, by their existence after death and the possibility of their entering into telepathic communications with those alive. This is the way things are usually explained in spiritualistic works. It is very interesting to read these spiritualistic books from the point of view of the study of dreams. I could distinguish different categories of dreams in the spiritualistic phenomena described: unconscious and chaotic dreams, invented dreams, dramatic dreams, and one more, a very important category, which I would call imitative. This imitative category is curious in many respects, because although in many cases the material of these dreams is quite clear in our waking state, we should not be able to use it so skillfully as we do when asleep. Here again, the artist is at work. Sometimes he is a producer, sometimes a translator, sometimes an obvious plagiarist, changing in his own way and ascribing to himself what he has read or heard. The phenomena of impersonation have also been described in scientific literature on the study of spiritualism. F. Podmore, in his book Modern Spiritualism, London, 1902, Volume 2, pp. 302-303. Cites an interesting case from the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research, Volume 11, pp. 309-316. Mr. C. H. Tout, principal of Buckland College, Vancouver, describes his experiences at spiritualistic seances. During these seances some persons were afflicted with spasmodic twitchings in their hands and arms and with other involuntary movements. Tout himself in these cases felt a strong impulse to imitate these movements. At later seances he on several occasions yielded to similar impulses to assume a foreign personality. In this way he acted the part of a deceased woman, the mother of a friend then present. He put his arm round his friend and caressed him, as his mother might have done, and the personation was recognized by the spectators as a genuine case of spirit control. On another occasion Mr. Tout, having under the influence of music given various impersonations, was finally oppressed by a feeling of coldness and loneliness, as of a recently disembodied spirit. His wretchedness and misery were terrible, and he was only kept from falling to the floor by some of the other sitters. At this point one of the sitters made the remark, which I remember to have overheard, "It is Father controlling him." And I then seemed to realize who I was and whom I was seeking. I began to be distressed in my lungs, and should have fallen if they had not held me by the hands and let me back gently upon the floor. As my head sank back on the carpet I experienced dreadful distress in my lungs and could not breathe. I made signs to them to put something under my head. They immediately put the sofa cushions under me. But this was not sufficient. I was not raised high enough yet to breathe easily, and they then added a pillow. I have the most distinct recollection of a sigh of relief I now gave as I sank back like a sick, weak person upon the cool pillow. I was in a measure still conscious of my actions, though not of my surroundings, and I have a clear memory of seeing myself in the character of my dying father lying in the bed and in the room in which he died. It was a most curious sensation. I saw his shrunken hands and face, and lived again through his dying moments, only now I was both myself, in some indistinct sort of way, and my father, with his feelings and appearance. I remember a curious case of this category of pseudo-authorship. It must have been about 30 years ago. I awoke with a clear memory of a long and, as it seemed to me, very interesting story, which I thought I had written in my dreams. I remembered it in every detail and decided to write it down at the first free moment, first as a specimen of creative dreams, second, thinking that I might use the theme someday. Although the story had nothing in common with my usual writings and entirely differed from them in type and character. But about 2 hours later, when I began to write down the story, I noticed in it something very familiar and suddenly, to my great amazement, I saw that it was a story by Paul Bourget, which I had read not long before. The story was altered in a curious way. The action which in Bourget's book unfolded from one end, started in my dream from the other end. The action took place in Russia, all the characters had Russian names, and a new person was added introducing a definitely Russian atmosphere. I rather regret now that I did not write down the story at the time as I constructed it in my dream. It undoubtedly contained much of interest. First of all, there was the extraordinary quickness of the work. In normal conditions, when awake, such a turning inside out of somebody else's story of similar length, transplanting the action into another country and adding a new person who appears in almost every scene, would require, according to my estimate, at least a week's work. In sleep, however, it was done without any expenditure of time, simply in the course of the progress of the action. This extraordinary speed of mental work in sleep has many times attracted the attention of investigators, and their observations have given rise to many wrong deductions. There is a well-known dream, much quoted but never fully understood, which is described by Maury in his book Sleep and Dreams, which in his opinion establishes that one moment is sufficient for a very long dream. I was slightly indisposed and was lying in my room, my mother was near my bed. I am dreaming of the terror. I am present at scenes of massacre, I appear before the revolutionary tribunal. I see Robespierre, Marat, Fouquier-Tinville, all the most villainous figures of this terrible epoch, I argue with them. At last, after many events which I remember only vaguely, I am judged, condemned to death, taken in a cart, amidst an enormous crowd, to the square of the Revolution, I ascend the scaffold. The executioner binds me to the fatal board, he pushes it, the knife falls, I feel my head being severed from the body. I awake seized by the most violent terror, and I fed on my neck the rod of my bed which had become suddenly detached and had fallen on my neck as would the knife of the guillotine. This happened in one instant, as my mother confirmed to me, and yet it was this external sensation that was taken by me for the starting point of the dream with a whole series of successive incidents. At the moment that I was struck the memory of the terrible machine, the effect of which was so well reproduced by the rod of the bed's canopy, had awakened in me all the images of that epoch of which the guillotine was the symbol. 56. Maury explained his dream by the extraordinary speed of the work of imagination in sleep, and it followed from his explanations that in some 10th or 100th parts of a second, which passed between the moment when the bar struck his neck and his awakening, he constructed the whole dream, which was full of movement and dramatic effect, and seemed to last a long time. But Maury's explanation is not sufficient and is wrong in its essence. It overlooks one most important circumstance. In reality the dream took a little longer than Maury thought, possibly several seconds, a fairly long period of time for a mental process, whereas for his mother his awakening might have appeared instantaneous or very quick. What happened in reality was as follows. The fall of the rod brought Maury into a half-dream state. In this half-dream state the chief feeling was fear. He was afraid to wake up, afraid to explain to himself what had happened to him. The whole of his dream is created by this question, what has happened to me? This suspense, the uncertainty, the gradual disappearance of hope, are very well rendered in his dream as he tells it. But there is one more very characteristic feature in Maury's dream which he did not notice. This is that events in his dream followed not in the order which he describes, but from the end towards the beginning. This often happens in invented dreams, and it is one of the curious qualities of dreams, which may even have been noted somewhere in special literature on the subject. Unfortunately, the importance and meaning of this quality have not been pointed out and the idea has not entered the usage of ordinary thought, though this capacity of dreams to develop backwards explains a great deal. The backward development of dreams means that when we awake, we awake at the moment of the beginning of the dream and remember it as starting from this moment, that is, in the normal succession of events. Maury's first impression was, "Oh God, what has happened to me?" Answer, "I am guillotined." Imagination at once draws the picture of the execution, the scaffold, the guillotine, the executioner. At the same time the question arises. How can it all have happened? How can I have got onto the scaffold? In answer there again come pictures of the Paris streets, of the crowds of the time of the Revolution, of the tumbril in which the condemned were driven to the scaffold. Then again a question, with the same anguish wringing the heart and with the same feeling that something terrible and irreparable has happened. And in answer to these questions there appear pictures of the tribunal, the figures of Robespierre, Marat, scenes of massacre, general pictures of the terror, explaining all that happened. At this moment Maury awoke, that means, he opened his eyes. In reality he awoke long ago, possibly several seconds before. But having opened his eyes and remembering the last moment of the dream, the scenes of the terror and massacre, he began at once to reconstruct the dream in his mind, starting from that moment. The dream began to unfold before him in the normal order, from the beginning of events to the end, from the scene at the tribunal to the fall of the knife of the guillotine, or, in reality, to the fall of the rod. Later when writing down or telling his dream he never doubted for a second that he actually had the dream in this order, that is to say, he never imagined the possibility of dreaming a dream in one order of events and remembering it in another. Another problem arose therefore before him, how such a long and complex dream could flash past in one moment, for he was certain that he awoke at once, he did not remember the half-dream state. This he explained by the extraordinary swiftness of the development of dreams, whereas in reality the explanation requires the understanding first of half-dream states and second of the fact that dreams can develop in reverse order. From end to beginning, and be remembered in the right order, from beginning to end. The development of dreams from end to beginning happens fairly often, but of course we always remember these dreams in the normal order because they end with the moment from which they would begin in the normal development of events. But are remembered or imagined from this moment. The emotional states in which we may be during sleep often produce very curious dreams. They color with one shade or another the usual half-chaotic, half-invented dreams, make them wonderfully alive and real, and cause us to seek in them a deep meaning and significance. I will cite here one dream which undoubtedly could be interpreted spiritualistically, though of course there is no spiritualism in it. I had this dream when I was 17 or 18. I dreamed of Lermontov. I do not remember the visual image, but he told me in a strange hollow and strangled voice that he did not die when he was thought to have been killed. I was saved, he said, slowly and in a low voice. My friends arranged it. The Circassian who jumped into the grave and knocked off the earth with his dagger, pretending that it was necessary to help the coffin to pass. It was connected with that. At night they dug me out. I went abroad and lived there for a long time, only I did not write anything more. No one knew about it except my sisters. Later I really died. I awoke from this dream in an unusually depressed state. I was lying on my left side, my heart was beating fast, and I was feeling inexpressible anguish. This anguish was really the chief motive which, in connection with accidental images and associations, created the whole dream. So far as I can remember, my first impression of Lermontov was the hollow strangled voice, full of some peculiar sadness. Why I replied to myself that it was Lermontov it is difficult to say. It is possible that there was in this an emotional association. Very likely the description of the death and burial of Lermontov might have produced a similar impression on me at one time. Lermontov saying that he did not die, that he was buried alive, accentuated this emotional tone still more. A curious feature of this dream was the attempt to connect the dream with facts. In the description of Lermontov's burial in some biographies, it is stated, on the strength of the accounts of eyewitnesses, that the coffin could not pass into the recess at the side of the grave and that a mountaineer jumped down and knocked off the earth with his dagger. In my dream something was connected with this incident. Then, Lermontov's sisters, who alone knew that he was alive. I thought even in my dream that he said sisters, meaning cousins, as though for some reason or other he did not wish to speak clearly. All this followed from the chief motive of the dream, a feeling of depression and mystery. There is no doubt that this dream would have been interpreted by spiritualists in a spiritualistic sense. Speaking generally, the study of dreams is the study of spiritualism, because spiritualism draws all its contents from dreams. And as I pointed out before, spiritualistic literature gave me very interesting material for the explanation of dreams. But apart from this, spiritualistic literature undoubtedly creates whole series of spiritualistic dreams, just as the cinematograph or detective novels undoubtedly play a very important part in the creation of dreams. Modern attempts at the investigation of dreams as a rule hardly take into consideration the character of a man's reading and still less his favorite amusements like theaters, cinemas, races, etc. Whereas it is precisely from these that the chief material of dreams comes, especially in the case of people whose everyday life contains but few impressions. It is reading in spectacular sights that create allegorical, symbolical and similar dreams. The role played by advertisements and posters in creating dreams is also quite disregarded. The building up of visual images is sometimes very strange in dreams. I have already mentioned the fact that dreams are principally built according to associations of impressions and not according to associations of facts. And, for instance, in visual images entirely different people, with whom we come into contact at entirely different periods of our lives, very often become merged and united into one person. A young girl, a political prisoner who spent a long time in the Butursky prison in Moscow, in 1906 to 1908, told me during my visits, from behind 2 rows of bars, that in her dreams the impressions of the prison were completely mixed up with the impressions of the Institute 57 which she had left only 6 years before. In her dreams the prison warders became confused with former class ladies and inspectresses, house mistresses. Summonses before the prosecutor and cross-examination were lessons, the coming trial was the final examination, and everything was similarly confused. In this case the connecting link was undoubtedly the similarity of emotional experiences, the boredom, the continual constraint and the general absurdity of all the surroundings. Another dream has remained in my memory, this time merely an amusing one, in which was manifested the principle of the personification of ideas opposite to the one described. Long ago when I was quite young I had a friend in Moscow who accepted a situation in the south of Russia and went there. I remember seeing him off at the Kursk railway station. About 10 years later I saw him in my dream. We were sitting at a table in the station restaurant drinking beer exactly as we had done when I saw him off. But we were 3, I, my friend as I remembered him, and my friend as he probably must have become in some part of my mental picture of him, a stout middle-aged man much older than he could have been in reality. Dressed in an overcoat with a fur collar and having slow and assured movements. As usually happens in dreams this combination did not surprise me in the least, and I took it as though it was the most ordinary thing in the world. I have now mentioned several categories of dreams, but these by no means cover all possible and existing categories. One of the reasons for the wrong interpretation of dreams is the inadequate understanding of the categories and a wrong division of dreams. I have already pointed out that dreams differ among themselves not less than phenomena of the real world. All the examples given up to now relate to simple dreams, that is, to dreams which take place on the same level as our ordinary life, as our thinking and feeling in a waking state. But there are other categories of dreams. These dreams have their origin in the innermost recesses of life and rise high above the common level of our understanding and perception of things. These dreams can disclose a great deal that is unknown to us on the ordinary level of life, for instance, in showing us the future or the thoughts and feelings of other people or events unknown to us or remote from us. And they can also disclose to us the mysteries of being, show the laws governing life, bring us into contact with higher forces. These are very rare dreams, and one of the errors of the usual treatment of dreams is that these dreams are regarded as much more frequent than they are in actual fact. Their principles and ideas became to a certain extent comprehensible to me only after the experiments which I describe in the next chapter. It must be understood that all that can be found about dreams in psychological literature refers to simple dreams. The confusion of ideas about these dreams depends, apart from wrong classification of the dreams themselves, to a considerable degree on wrong definition of the material of which dreams are made. Dreams are regarded as being created from fresh material, from the same material as that which goes to create the thoughts, feelings and emotions of our waking life. This is the reason why dreams in which a man performs actions or experiences emotions, which he could not have performed or experienced when awake, give rise to such multitudes of questions. The interpreters of dreams take it all quite seriously and create their own picture of a man's soul on the basis of these features. All this is of course quite wrong. With the exception of dreams like those described in the beginning, such as the dream of the quagmire or blindness, which are created by sensations received during sleep. The chief material which goes to make up dreams is the refuse or used-up material of our psychic life. It is the gravest mistake to think that ordinary dreams reveal us as we are somewhere in the unknown depths of our nature. To ourselves dreams cannot do this. They picture either what has been and has gone by, or, still more often, what has not been and could not have been. Dreams are always a caricature, always a comic exaggeration, but an exaggeration which in most cases relates to some non-existent moment in the past or non-existent situation in the present. The question is, what are the principles which create this caricature? Why do dreams so contradict reality? And here we meet with a principle which, though not fully understood, has nevertheless been noted in psychoanalytical literature. This is the principle of compensation. But the word itself is unsuccessful, and probably this unsuccessful word creates its own unsuccessful associations, which is the reason why the principle has never been wholly understood, but has on the contrary given rise to utterly wrong theories. This idea of compensation has been connected with the idea of dissatisfaction. The action of the principle is understood in the sense that a man who is dissatisfied with something in life in regard either to himself or to others, compensates himself in dreams. A weak, unhappy, cowardly man sees himself brave, strong, attaining everything he desires. Some friend suffering from an incurable disease is seen by us in dreams as cured, full of strength and hope. Similarly, people who have had a long illness or have died in painful conditions appear to us in dreams, cured, content and happy. In this instance the interpretation is very near the truth, but nevertheless it is only half the truth. In reality the principle is much wider, and the material of dreams is created not on the principle of compensation taken in a simple, psychological or life sense, but on the basis of what I would call the principle of complementary tones entirely without relation to our emotional feeling of those tones. This principle is very simple. If you look for some time at a red spot and then turn your eyes to a white wall, you will see a green spot. If you look for some time at a green spot and then take your eyes off, you will see a red spot. Exactly the same thing happens in dreams. There exist for us no morals in dreams, because for good or bad our life is controlled by different moral rules. Every moment of our life is surrounded by different kinds of "thou shalt not," and therefore, "thou shalt not" does not exist in dreams. There exists for us nothing extraordinary in dreams, because in life we are astonished at every new or unusual combination of circumstances. There exists for us no law of the consecutiveness of phenomena in dreams, because this law governs everything in life, and so on. The principle of complementary tones plays the chief role in our dreams, as much in those we remember as in those we do not remember. And without keeping this principle in view it is impossible to explain a whole series of dreams in which we do and apparently feel what we never do and never feel in life. Very many things happen in dreams only because they never happen and never can happen in life. Dreams are very often the negative in relation to the positive of life. But again it should be remembered that this refers only to details. The composition of dreams is not the simple opposite of life, but an opposite, turned inside out several times and in several senses. Therefore attempts to reconstruct from dreams the hidden causes of dreams are quite useless, and it is merely senseless to suppose that the hidden causes of dreams are the hidden motives of life in a waking state. It remains for me to make a few remarks about the conclusions which resulted from my attempts to study dreams. The more I observed dreams, the wider became the field of my observations. At first I thought that we have dreams only in a definite state of sleep, near awakening. Later I became convinced that we have dreams all the time, from the moment we fall asleep to the moment we awake, but remember only the dreams near awakening. And still later I realized that we have dreams continuously, both in sleep and in a waking state. We never cease to have dreams, though we are not aware of this. As the result of the above, I came to the conclusion that dreams can be observed while awake. It is not at all necessary to be asleep in order to observe dreams. Dreams never stop. We do not notice them in a waking state, amidst the continuous flow of visual, auditory, and other sensations, for the same reason for which we do not see stars in the light of the sun. But just as we can see the stars from the bottom of a deep well, so we can see the dreams which go on in us if, even for a short time, we isolate ourselves, whether accidentally or intentionally, from the inflow of external impressions. It is not easy to explain how this is to be done. Concentration upon one idea cannot produce this isolation. An arrest of the current of usual thoughts and mental images is necessary. It is necessary to achieve for a short period consciousness without thought. When this consciousness comes, dream images begin slowly to emerge through the usual sensations, and with astonishment you suddenly see yourself surrounded by a strange world of shadows, moods, conversations, sounds, pictures. And you understand then that this world is always in you, that it never disappears. You come to a very clear, although somewhat unexpected conclusion: sleep and the waking state are not two states that succeed one another, or follow one upon another. The names themselves are incorrect. The two states are not sleep and waking state. They may be called sleep and sleep plus waking state. This means that when we awake, sleep does not disappear, but to the state of sleep there is added the waking state, which muffles the voices of dreams and makes dream images invisible. The observation of dreams in a waking state presents far fewer difficulties than observation in sleep, and, moreover, observation in this case does not change their character, does not create new dreams. After some experience, even the arresting of thoughts, the creation of consciousness without thought, becomes unnecessary. Dreams are always there. It is sufficient only to divide the attention, and you see how into the usual thoughts of the day, into the usual conversations, there enter thoughts, words, figures, faces, scenes, either from the past, from childhood, from school years, from travels, or from what has been read or heard at some time, or from that which has never happened but of which one was one day thinking or talking. To the dreams observable only in a waking state belongs, in my case, the strange sensation which is known to many people and has many times been described, though it has never been fully explained, the sensation that this has happened before. Suddenly, in some new combination of circumstances, among new people, in a new place, a man stops and looks with astonishment about him. This has happened before. But when? He cannot say. Later he tells himself that it could not be so. He has never been here or in these surroundings, has never seen these people. Sometimes it happens that these sensations are very persistent and long, sometimes very quick and elusive. The most interesting of them occur with children. A distinct realization that it has happened before is sometimes absent in these sensations. But it happens sometimes without any visible or explainable cause, that some definite thing, a book, a toy, a dress, a certain face, a house, a landscape, a sound, a tune, a poem, a smell, strikes the imagination as something familiar, well known. Touching upon the most hidden feelings, evokes whole series of vague and fleeting associations and remains in the memory for the whole lifetime. With me these sensations, with a clear and distinct idea that this has happened before, that I have seen it before, began when I was about 6 years old. After 11 they became much rarer. One of them, extraordinary for its vividness and persistence, occurred when I was 19. The same sensations, but without a clearly pronounced feeling of repetition, began still earlier, from very early childhood, and were particularly vivid during the years when the sensations of repetition appeared, that is, from 6 to 11. And they also came later from time to time in various conditions. Usually when these sensations are treated of in psychological literature, only the first kind is meant, namely, the sensations with a clearly pronounced idea of repetition. According to psychological theories, sensations of this kind are produced by two causes. Firstly, they depend on breaks in consciousness, when consciousness suddenly disappears for one quite imperceptible moment and then flashes out again. In this case, the situation in which one finds oneself, that is, all that surrounds one, seems to one to have happened before, possibly long ago in the unknown past. The breaks themselves are explained by the possibility of the same psychic function being carried out by different parts of the thinking apparatus. As a result of this, one function having accidentally stopped in one part is immediately taken up and continued in another, producing the impression that the same situation has occurred some time previously. Secondly, the same sensation may be produced by an associative resemblance between totally different experiences, when a stone or a tree or any object may remind one of somebody one knew very well, or of some place, or of a certain incident in one's life. This happens when, for instance, one feature or line of a stone reminds you of some feature in a man or in another object. This can also give the sensation that this has happened before. Neither of these theories explains the reason why in most cases the sensation that this has happened before occurs chiefly in children and almost always disappears later. On the contrary, according to these theories, the sensations described should grow more frequent with age. Both the above theories are deficient in that they do not explain all the existing facts of the sensation of repetition. Exact observations show three categories of such sensations. The first two categories are explained, although not fully, by the above psychological theories. The peculiarity of these two categories is that they usually occur in a partly clouded consciousness, almost in a half-dream state, although this may not be realized by the man himself. The third category of sensations that this has happened before stands quite apart. And its peculiarity is that the sensations of repetition are connected in these cases with an especially clear waking state of consciousness and a heightened self-feeling. I shall speak of these sensations and their meaning in another place. 58. In speaking of the study of dreams, it is impossible to pass over another phenomenon, which is directly connected with it and which remains unexplained up to the present time, in spite of some possibility of experimenting with it. I refer to hypnotism. The nature of hypnotism, i.e. its causes, and also the forces and laws that make it possible, remains unknown. All that can be done is to establish conditions in which phenomena of hypnotism may occur, and the possible limits, results, and consequences of these phenomena. In this connection, it must be noted that the general reading public has attached to the word hypnotism such a number of wrong conceptions that before speaking of what is possible under the term hypnotism, it must be made clear what is impossible. Hypnotism in the popular and fantastic meaning of the word and hypnotism in the scientific or real meaning of the word are two entirely different ideas. In the real meaning, the content of all the facts united under the general name of hypnotism is very limited. By being subjected to special kinds of treatment, a man can be brought to a particular state, called the hypnotic state. Although there exists a school which asserts that any man can be hypnotized at any time, facts tell against this. In order to be hypnotized, to fall into a hypnotic state, a man must be perfectly passive, i.e., know that he is being hypnotized and not resist it. If he does not know, the ordinary course of thoughts and actions suffices to protect him from the possibility of hypnotic action. Children, drunken men, madmen, do not submit to hypnosis, or submit very badly. There exist many forms and degrees of the hypnotic state. They can be created by various methods. Passes and strokings of a certain kind, which provoke relaxation of the muscles, a fixed gaze into the eyes, flashing mirrors, sudden impressions, a loud shout, monotonous music, all these are means of hypnotizing. Besides this, narcotics are used, although the use of narcotics in hypnosis has been very little studied, and description of their use is hard to find even in special literature on the subject. But narcotics are used far more often than is thought, and for two purposes: first for the weakening of the resistance to hypnotic action, and second for the strengthening of the capacity to hypnotize. There are narcotics which act differently on different people, and there are narcotics which have a more or less uniform action. Almost all professional hypnotists use morphia or cocaine in order to be able to hypnotize. Different narcotics are used also for the person hypnotized. A weak dose of chloroform very much increases the capacity of a man to submit to hypnosis. What actually occurs in a man when he is hypnotized and by what force another man hypnotizes him, are questions which science cannot answer. All that we know up to now gives us the possibility of establishing only the external form of the hypnotic state and its results. The hypnotic state begins with simple weakening of the will. Control of ordinary consciousness and ordinary logic weakens. But it never disappears altogether. With skillful action, the hypnotic state is intensified. The man thus passes into a state of a particular kind. The external side of this state is characterized by its resemblance to sleep. In deep states unconsciousness and even insensibility appear, and the internal side by an increase of suggestibility. The hypnotic state is therefore defined as the state of maximum suggestibility. In itself, hypnosis does not comprise any suggestion, and is possible without any suggestion, particularly if purely mechanical means are used, such as mirrors, etc. But suggestion may play a certain part in the creation of the hypnotic state, particularly in repeated hypnotizing. This fact, and also in general the confusion of ideas as to the possible limits of hypnotic action, makes it very difficult for non-specialists, as well as for many specialists, to distinguish exactly between hypnosis and suggestion. In actual fact, they are two entirely different phenomena. Hypnosis is possible without suggestion, and suggestion is possible without hypnosis. But if suggestion, whatever it be, takes place while the subject is in a hypnotic state, it will give notably greater results. There is no resistance, or almost none. A man can be made under hypnosis to do things which seem to him a complete absurdity, though only things which have no serious importance. It is equally possible to suggest to a man something for the future, post-hypnotic suggestion, i.e. it is possible to order some action, thought or feeling for a certain moment, on the following day or later. Then the man can be awakened. He will remember nothing. But at the appointed time, like a wound-up clockwork mechanism, he will do or at least will attempt to do what has been suggested to him. But again only up to a certain limit. It is impossible to make a man, when hypnotized or through post-hypnotic suggestion, do anything which would contradict his nature, tastes, habits, education, convictions, or even merely his ordinary actions. It is impossible to make him do anything which would provoke inner struggle in him. If such a struggle begins, the man does not do what has been suggested to him. The success of suggestion under hypnosis or of post-hypnotic suggestion consists precisely in suggesting to a man a series of indifferent actions which provoke in him no struggle. Suppositions that a man under hypnosis can be made to know something which he did not know in a normal state and which the hypnotizer does not know, or that a man under hypnosis can show a capacity for clairvoyance, that is, for knowing the future or seeing events occurring at a distance, are not confirmed by any facts. At the same time, there are known many cases of unconscious suggestion on the part of the hypnotizer and a certain capacity for reading his thoughts on the part of the person hypnotized. All that takes place in the mind of the hypnotizer, that is, the semi-conscious associations, imagination and anticipation of what according to him must happen, can be transferred to the person hypnotized by him. How the transference takes place it is impossible to establish, but the fact of this transference is very easy to prove if that which is known by the one is compared with that which is known by the other. To this category are related phenomena of so-called mediumism. There is a very curious book by a French author, de Roches, who describes experiments with persons whom he hypnotized and made remember their previous incarnations on earth. In reading this book I was many times amazed that the author could avoid seeing that he himself was the creator of all these incarnations, anticipating what the hypnotized subject would say and in this way suggesting to him what to say. This book gives very interesting material for the understanding of the process of the formation of dreams. It might have given even more important material for the study of the methods and forms of unconscious suggestion and unconscious thought transference. But, unfortunately, the author, in his pursuit of fantastic remembrances of incarnations, did not see what was really valuable in his experiments and did not note many small details and particulars which would have given the possibility of reconstructing the processes of suggestion and transference of thoughts. Hypnotism is applied in medicine as a means of action on the emotional nature of a man, for the struggle through suggestion with gloomy and depressed moods, with morbid fears and unhealthy tendencies and habits. And in those cases in which the pathological manifestations are not dependent on deep-seated physical causes, the use of hypnotism gives favorable results. However, with regard to these results, the opinions of specialists differ, and many assert that the use of hypnotism gives only short-lived useful results with a very strong reaction in the direction of the increase of undesirable tendencies, or, in the presence of seemingly favorable results, gives concomitant negative results, weakens the will and capacity of resistance to undesirable influences and makes a man even less stable than he was. In general, hypnotism, in those cases in which the psychical nature of the patient is the object of action, stands on the level of a serious operation, and unfortunately is often applied without sufficient grounds and without sufficient understanding of the consequences of its use. There exists another sphere in which hypnotism could be applied in medicine without any harm, namely the sphere of direct action, i.e., not through the mediation of the patient's psychical nature, on nerve centers, tissues, inner organs and inner processes. But unfortunately this sphere has been very little studied up to the present time. Thus the limits of possible influence on a man with the aim of bringing him to a hypnotic state, as well as the limits of possible action on a man who is in a hypnotic state, are very well known and contain nothing enigmatic. The strengthening of the influence is possible only in the direction of strengthening the influence on the physical nature of man apart from his psychic apparatus. But it is precisely in this direction that attention has been turned least of all. On the contrary, current conceptions of hypnotism admit far greater possibilities of action on man's psychical nature than exist in actual fact. There exist, for instance, very many stories about mass hypnosis, but all these stories, in spite of their wide circulation, are the purest invention, and most often are merely repetitions of similar stories which existed earlier. In 1913 and 1914 I tried to find in India and Ceylon examples of mass hypnosis, with which, according to the descriptions of travelers, the performances of Indian jugglers or fakirs, and some religious ceremonies are accompanied. But I did not succeed in seeing one single instance. Most of the performances, such, for example, as the raising of a plant from a seed, mango trick, were mere tricks. And the often described rope trick, in which a rope is thrown up to the sky and a boy climbs up it, etc., has obviously never existed, because not only did I not succeed in seeing it myself, but I never found a single man, European, who had seen it himself. They all knew of it only by what they had been told. A few educated Hindus told me they had seen the rope trick, but I cannot accept their statements as credible because, besides a very fertile imagination, I noticed in them a strange reluctance to disappoint people who look in India for miracles. I heard later that during the Prince of Wales' travels in India, in 1921 and 1922, the rope trick was sought for specially for him, but could not be found. In the same way India was searched for the rope trick for the Wembley exhibition of 1924, but it could not be found. A man who knew India very well told me once that the only thing resembling the rope trick he had ever seen was some juggling by a Hindu conjurer with a thin wooden hoop at the end of a long bamboo rod. The juggler made the hoop run up and down the rod. Possibly it is this that started the legend. In the second and third issues of the Revue Métapsychique, Mars Avril, Mai Juin, for the year 1928 there is an article, by M. C. de Vezem, La légende de l'hallucination collective à propos du tour de la corde pendue au ciel, the author gives a very interesting survey of the history of the rope trick, citing descriptions of the rope trick by eyewitnesses. Stories told by people who had only heard about it, and the history of attempts to find and establish the real existence of this trick. Unfortunately, however, while denying the miraculous, he himself makes several naive assertions. For instance, he recognizes the possibility of a mechanical device concealed inside the rope, which enables the rope to stand upright so that a boy can climb it. In another place he speaks of a photograph of the rope trick, in which one can distinguish a bamboo inside the rope. Actually, if such a thing as a mechanical appliance inside the rope were possible, it would be even more miraculous than the rope trick as it is usually described. I doubt whether even European technique could contrive such a device to be placed inside a thin and, presumably, fairly long rope, which would make the rope stand upright and allow a boy to climb it. But how a half-naked Hindu juggler could have such a rope is totally incomprehensible. The bamboo inside the rope is still more interesting. The question arises here how the rope could be coiled if it had a bamboo inside it. Altogether, the author of this very interesting survey of the study of Indian miracles has got, on this point, into a very strange position. But stories of the miracles of fakirs make a necessary part of the descriptions of impressions of India and Ceylon. Not very long ago I happened to see a French book the author of which relates his adventures and experiences in Ceylon in recent years. To do him justice, he caricatures everything he describes and makes no pretensions to seriousness. But he describes another rope trick in Kandy, this time with certain variations. Thus, the author, who was hidden on a veranda, was not hypnotized by the fakir and therefore did not see what his friends saw. Besides this, one of them photographed the whole of the performance with a cinematograph camera. But when we developed the film the same night, writes the author, there was nothing on it. What is most amusing is that the author does not realize in what the most miraculous part of his last statement consists. But this persistence in the description of the rope trick and mass hypnotism, that is, precisely what does not exist, is very characteristic. In speaking of hypnotism, it is necessary to mention self-hypnosis. The possibilities of self-hypnosis also are exaggerated. In reality, self-hypnosis without the help of artificial means is possible only in a very feeble degree. By creating in himself a certain passive state, a man can weaken the resistance which comes, for example, from logic or common sense, and surrender himself wholly to some desire. This is the possible form of self-hypnosis. But self-hypnosis never attains the forms of sleep or catalepsy. If a man seeks to overcome some great resistance in himself, he uses narcotics. Alcohol is one of the chief means of self-hypnosis. The role of alcohol, as a means of self-hypnosis, is still entirely unstudied. Suggestion must be studied separately from hypnotism. Hypnotism and suggestion are constantly confused. The place therefore which they occupy in life is quite undetermined. In reality, suggestion is the fundamental fact. Hypnotism might not exist in our life, nothing would be altered by this, but suggestion is one of the chief factors both in individual and in social life. If there were no suggestion, men's lives would have an entirely different form, thousands of the phenomena of the life surrounding us would be quite impossible. Suggestion can be conscious and unconscious, intentional and unintentional. The sphere of conscious and intentional suggestion is extremely small in comparison with the sphere of unconscious and unintentional suggestion. Man's suggestibility, i.e. his capacity to submit to surrounding suggestions, can be different. A man can be entirely dependent on suggestions, have nothing in himself but the results of suggestions, and submit to all sufficiently strong suggestions, however contradictory they may be. Or he can show some resistance to suggestions, at least yield to suggestions only of certain definite kinds and repel others. But resistance to suggestion even of such a kind is a very rare phenomenon. Ordinarily a man is wholly dependent on suggestions, and his whole inner makeup, and also his outer makeup, is entirely created and conditioned by prevailing suggestions. From earliest childhood, from the moment of first conscious reception of external impressions, a man falls under the action of suggestions, intentional and unintentional. In this case certain feelings, rules, principles and habits are suggested to him intentionally, and the ways of acting, thinking and feeling against these rules, principles and habits are suggested unintentionally. This latter suggestion acts owing to the tendency to imitation which everyone possesses. People say one thing and do another. A child listens to one thing and imitates another. The capacity for imitation in children and also in grown-up people greatly increases their suggestibility. The dual character of suggestions gradually develops duality in man himself. From very early years he learns to remember that he must show the feelings and thoughts demanded of him at the given moment and never show what he really thinks and feels. This habit becomes his second nature. As time passes, he begins, also through imitation, to trust alike the two opposite sides in himself which have developed under the influence of opposite suggestions. But their contradictions do not trouble him, first because he can never see them together, and second because the capacity not to be troubled by these contradictions is suggested to him because nobody ever is troubled. Home education, the family, elder brothers and sisters, parents, relatives, servants, friends, school, games, reading, the theater, newspapers, conversations, further education, work, women, or men, fashion, art, music, the cinema, sport. The jargon accepted in his circle, the accepted wit, obligatory amusements, obligatory tastes and obligatory taboos, all these and many other things are the source of new and ever new suggestions. All these suggestions are invariably dual, i.e. they create simultaneously what must be shown and what must be hidden. It is impossible even to imagine a man free from suggestions, who really thinks, feels and acts as he himself can think, feel and act. In his beliefs, in his views, in his convictions, in his ideas, in his feelings, in his tastes, in what he likes, in what he dislikes, in every movement and in every thought, a man is bound by 1,000 suggestions, to which he submits. Even without noticing them, suggesting to himself that it is he himself who thinks in this way and feels in this way. This submission to external influences so far permeates the whole life of a man, and his suggestibility is so great, that his ordinary, normal state can be called semi-hypnotic. And we know very well that at certain moments and in certain situations a man's suggestibility can increase still more and he can reach complete loss of any independent decision or choice whatever. This is particularly clearly seen in the psychology of a crowd, in mass movements of various kinds, in religious, revolutionary, patriotic or panic moods, when the seeming independence of the individual man completely disappears. All this taken together constitutes one side of the life of suggestion in a man. The other side lies in himself and consists, first, in the submission of his so-called conscious, i.e. intellectual emotional functions to influences and suggestions coming from the so-called unconscious, i.e. unperceived by the mind, voices of the body, the countless obscure consciousnesses of the inner organs and inner lives. And second, in the submission of all these inner lives to the completely unconscious and unintentional suggestions of the reason and the emotions. The first, i.e. the submission of the intellectual emotional functions to the instinctive, has been more elaborated in psychological literature, though the greater part of what is written on these subjects must be taken very cautiously. The second, i.e. the submission of the inner functions to the unconscious influences of the nerve-brain apparatus, has been very little studied. Meanwhile, this last side offers enormous interest from the point of view of the understanding of suggestion and suggestibility in general. A man consists of a countless number of lives. Each part of the body which has a definite function, each organ, each tissue, each cell, has its separate life and its own separate consciousness. These consciousnesses differ very greatly in their content and in their functions from the intellectual emotional consciousness which is known to us and which belongs to the whole organism. But this last consciousness is by no means the only one. It is not even the strongest or the clearest. Solely by virtue of its position, so to say, on the border of the inner and outer worlds it receives predominant significance and the possibility of suggesting very many ideas to the obscure inner consciousnesses. The inner consciousnesses are constantly listening to the voice of reason and of the emotions. This voice attracts them, subjugates them to its power. Why? It may seem strange, seeing that the inner consciousnesses are often more subtle and keen than the brain consciousness. It is true that they are more subtle and keen, but they live in the dark, within the organism. The brain consciousness appears to them as knowing more than they, as it is turned to the outer world. And the whole crowd of obscure inner consciousnesses incessantly follows the life of the outer consciousness and strives to imitate it. The head consciousness is entirely ignorant of this and gives them thousands of different suggestions, which are very often contradictory, absurd, and harmful to the organism. The inner consciousnesses are a provincial crowd listening to the opinions of inhabitants of the capital, following their tastes, imitating their manners. What the mind and feeling say, what they do, what they wish, what they fear, becomes instantly known in the most distant, in the darkest, corners of the organism. And of course it is interpreted and understood in each of them in a different way. A perfectly casual, paradoxical idea of the brain consciousness, which comes into the head casually and is forgotten casually, is taken as a revelation by some connective tissue, which of course remodels it in its own way and begins to live in conformity with this idea. The stomach can be entirely hypnotized by certain absurd tastes and aversions of a purely aesthetic character. Heart, liver, kidneys, nerves, muscles, may all in this or some other way submit to suggestions which are unconsciously given to them by thoughts and emotions. A considerable number of the phenomena of our inner life, particularly of undesirable phenomena, is in reality dependent on these suggestions. The existence and character of these obscure consciousnesses also explain a great deal in the world of dreams. The mind and feeling forget or know nothing about this crowd which listens to their voices, and they often talk too loud when it would be better for them to be silent or not to express their opinions, since sometimes their opinions, unimportant and transient for themselves, may produce a very strong impression on the inner consciousnesses. If we do not wish to be in the power of unconscious self-suggestions, we must be careful of the words we use when we speak to ourselves and of the intonations with which we pronounce these words. Although consciously we do not attach importance to these words and intonations, we must remember about all these obscure people, listening at the doors of our consciousness, drawing their own conclusions from what they hear, submitting with incredible ease to temptations and fears of every kind and starting to rush about in panic at some simple thought, that we may miss the train or lose a key. We must learn to consider the importance of these inner panics, or, for example, of the terrible depression that suddenly seizes us at the sight of a gray sky and rain beginning. This means that the inner consciousnesses have caught a casual phrase, "What nasty weather," which was said with great feeling. And they have understood it in their own way, that now the weather will always be nasty, that there is no way out and that it is not worth while living or working any longer. But all this refers to unconscious self-suggestion. The limits of voluntary self-suggestion in our ordinary state are so insignificant that it is impossible to speak of any practical application of this force. Yet against all facts the idea of self-suggestion inspires confidence. And at the same time the study of involuntary suggestions and of involuntary suggestibility can never be popular because, more than anything else can do, it destroys millions of illusions and shows a man what he really is. And a man in no case wishes to know this, and he does not wish it because against it there acts the strongest suggestion existing in life, the suggestion which persuades a man to be and to appear other than he is. 1905 to 1929. Chapter 8. Experimental Mysticism. Magic and Mysticism, Basic Propositions, Methods of Magic Operations, Purpose of My Experiments, The Beginning of the Experiments, First Realizations, Sensation of Duality, An Unknown World, Absence of Separateness, Infinite Number of New Impressions, Change in Relation between Subjective and Objective, World of Complicated Mathematical Relations, Formation of a Design, Attempts to express visual impressions in words, Attempts to convene during experiments, Feeling of Lengthening of time, attempts to make notes during experiments, connection between breathing and heartbeat, moment of second transition, voices of transitional state, role of imagination in transitional states, the new world beyond the second. Threshold, infinity, mental world, arupa, realization of danger, emotionality of experiences, the number 3, another world within the usual world, all things connected, old houses, a horse in the Nevsky, attempts to formulate, thinking in other categories, coming into contact with oneself, I and he, ashtray, everything is alive, symbol of the world, moving signs of things or symbols, possibility of influencing another man's fate, consciousnesses of physical body, attempts to see at a distance, 2 cases of strengthening capacity of perception, fundamental error of our thinking, non-existent ideas, idea of triad, idea of I, ordinary sensation of I, 3 different cognitions, personal interest, magic, cognition based on calculation, sensations connected with death, long body of life, responsibility for events in the life of another man, connection with the past and with other people, 2 aspects of the phenomena of the world, return to ordinary state, dead world in place of living world, results of experiments. In 1910 and 1911, as a result of a fairly complete acquaintance with existing literature on theosophy and occultism, and also with the not very numerous scientific investigations of phenomena of witchcraft, sorcery, magic, etc., I came to certain definite conclusions, which I was able to formulate in the following propositions. 1. All manifestations of any unusual and supernormal forces of man, both internal and external, should be divided into 2 main categories, magic and mysticism. Definition of these concepts presents great difficulties, because, first, in general as well as in special literature both terms are very often used in an entirely wrong sense. Second, there remains much that is unexplained in respect both of magic and of mysticism taken separately, and third, the relation of magic and mysticism to one another remains similarly unexplained. 2. Having ascertained the difficulty of exact definition, I decided to accept an approximate definition. I called magic all cases of intensified doing or of concrete knowing through other than ordinary means, and I divided magic into objective, i.e., with real results, and subjective, i.e. with imaginary results. And I called mysticism all cases of intensified feeling and abstract knowing. I called objective magic intensified doing and concrete knowing. Intensified doing means in this case the real possibility of influencing things, events and people without the aid of ordinary means, at a distance, through walls, or in time, that is, either in the past or in the future, and further. The possibility of influencing the astral world, if such a world exists, that is, the souls of the dead, elementals, forces unknown to us, whether good or evil. Concrete knowing includes clairvoyance in space and time, telepathy, thought reading, psychometry, seeing, spirits, thought forms, auras, and the like, again if all these exist. I called subjective magic all cases of imaginary doing, and imaginary knowing. In this are included artificially evoked hallucinations, dreams taken as reality, the reading of one's own thoughts taken as communications, the semi-intentional creation of astral visions, akashic records, and similar miracles. Mysticism in its nature is subjective. I did not therefore put objective mysticism into a special group. I nevertheless found it possible sometimes to call subjective mysticism the false mystical states or pseudo-mystical states which are not connected with intensified feeling, but come near hysteria and pseudo-magic. In other words, religious visions or religious dreams in concrete forms, that is, all that in orthodox literature is called beauty. 3. The existence of objective magic cannot be considered established. Scientific thought has long denied it and recognized only subjective magic, that is, a kind of self-hypnosis, or hypnosis. In recent times certain admissions are met with in scientific literature or in literature that is intended to be scientific, for instance in the direction of spiritualism. But these latest admissions are as unreliable as previous denials. Theosophical and occult thought recognizes the possibility of objective magic, but in some cases evidently confuses it with mysticism, and in other cases opposes it to mysticism as a phenomenon useless and immoral, or at any rate dangerous. Both for the man who practices magic and for other people, and even for the whole of humanity. But all this is affirmed though satisfactory proofs of the real existence and possibility of objective magic are absent. 4. Of all the unusual states of man there can be regarded as fully established only mystical states of consciousness and certain phenomena of subjective magic, these latter being almost all confined to the artificial creation of the visions desired. 5. All the established facts relating to the manifestations of any unusual forces of man, both in the domain of magic, even though subjective, and in the domain of mysticism, are connected with greatly intensified emotional states of a particular kind and never occur without them. 6. The greater part of the religious practice of all religions, and also various magic rituals, ceremonies and the like, have as their aim the creation of these emotional states, to which, according to the original intention, either magical or mystical powers are ascribed. 7. In many cases of deliberate creation of mystical states or production of magical phenomena the use of narcotics can be traced. In all religions of ancient origin, even in their modern form, there still survives the use of incense, perfumes, unguents, which may primarily have been connected with the use of drugs affecting the emotional and intellectual functions of man. As can be traced, drugs of that kind were very largely used in the ancient mysteries. Many authors have pointed out the role of the sacred drink which was given to candidates for initiation, for instance in the Eleusinian mysteries, and which may have had a very real and not in the least a symbolical meaning. The legendary sacred drink, the soma, which plays a very important part in Indian mythology and in the description of different kinds of mystical ceremonies, may have actually existed as a drink which brought people into a definite, desired state. In all descriptions of witchcraft and sorcery in all countries and among all peoples, the use of narcotics is invariably mentioned. The witches' ointments which served for flying to the Sabbath, different kinds of enchanted and magical drinks, were prepared either from plants possessing stimulant, intoxicant and narcotic properties, or from organic extracts of the same character, or from those vegetable or animal substances to which these properties were ascribed. It is known that in these cases as well as in all kinds of sorcery, belladonna, datura, extracts of poppy, opium, and, especially, of hemp, hashish, were used. All this can be traced and verified, and leaves no doubts as to its meaning. The African wizards, with regard to whom it is possible to find very interesting descriptions in the accounts of modern explorers, use hashish very largely. Siberian shamans, in order to produce in themselves a particular excited state, in which they can foretell the future, real or imaginary, or influence those about them, make use of poisonous mushrooms, crimson fly agaric. Interesting observations on the meaning of mystical states of consciousness and on the part which may be played by narcotics in the creation of mystical states can be found in Professor James' book Varieties of Religious Experience, New York, 1902. Various exercises of yogis, breathing exercises, unusual postures, movements, sacred dances, etc., have the same object, that is, the creation of mystical states of consciousness. But these methods are still very little known. In examining the above propositions from the point of view of different methods, I came to the conclusion that a new experimental verification of the possible results of the application of these methods was necessary. And I decided to start a series of experiments. The following is a description of the effects I obtained by applying to myself certain methods, the details of which I had partly found in the literature on these subjects, and partly derived from all that has been set forth above. I do not describe the actual methods I used. First, because it is not the methods but the results that matter, and second, because the description of methods would divert attention from the facts I intend to examine. I hope some time later to return specially to these methods. My task, as I formulated it to myself at the beginning of my experiments, was to elucidate the questions of the relation of subjective magic to objective magic and then of the relation of objective and subjective magic, taken together. to mysticism. All this took the shape of three questions. 1. Can the real existence of objective magic be recognized? 2. Does objective magic exist without subjective? 3. Does objective magic exist without mysticism? Mysticism as such interested me less. However, I said to myself that if we could find a means of deliberately changing our state of consciousness, while at the same time preserving the faculty of self-observation, that would give us completely new material for self-study. We always see ourselves from one and the same angle. If what I supposed should prove to be right, it would mean that we could see ourselves from entirely new and unexpected angles. The very first experiments showed me the difficulty of the task I had set myself and partly explained to me the failure of many experiments which had been tried by others before me. A change in the state of consciousness as a result of my experiments began to take place very soon, much more quickly and easily than I thought. But the chief difficulty was that the new state of consciousness which was obtained gave at once so much that was new and unexpected, and these new and unexpected experiences came upon me and flashed by so quickly, that I could not find words. Could not find forms of speech, could not find concepts, which would enable me to remember what had occurred even for myself, still less to convey it to anyone else. The first new psychic sensation which appeared was a sensation of strange duality in myself. Such sensations occur, for instance, in moments of great danger or, in general, under the stress of strong emotions, when a man does or says something almost automatically and at the same time observes himself. This sensation of duality was the first new psychic sensation which appeared in my experiments, and it usually remained throughout even the strangest and most fantastic experiences. There was always a certain point which observed. Unfortunately, it could not always remember what it had observed. The changes in psychic states, this duality of personality, that occurred, and many other things which were connected with it, usually began about 20 minutes after the beginning of the experiment. When this change came, I found myself in a world entirely new and entirely unknown to me, which had nothing in common with the world in which we live. Still less with the world which we assume to be the continuation of our world in the direction of the unknown. That was one of the first strange sensations which struck me. Whether we confess it to ourselves or not, we have a certain conception of the unknowable and of the unknown, or, to be more exact, a certain expectation of it. We expect to see a world which is strange but which consists on the whole of the same kind of phenomena we are accustomed to, or which exists according to the same laws, or has at least something in common with the world we know. We cannot imagine anything new, just as we should not be able to imagine an entirely new animal which does not resemble in any way any of the animals we know. And in this case I saw from the very beginning that all that we half-consciously construct with regard to the unknown is completely and utterly wrong. The unknown is unlike anything that we can suppose about it. The complete unexpectedness of everything that is met with in these experiences, from great to small, makes the description of them difficult. First of all, everything is unified, everything is linked together, everything is explained by something else and in its turn explains another thing. There is nothing separate, that is, nothing that can be named or described separately. In order to describe the first impressions, the first sensations, it is necessary to describe all at once. The new world with which one comes into contact has no sides, so that it is impossible to describe first one side and then the other. All of it is visible at once at every point, but how in fact to describe anything in these conditions, that question I could not answer. I understood why all descriptions of mystical experiences are so poor, so monotonous and obviously invented. A man becomes lost amidst the infinite number of totally new impressions, for the expression of which he has neither words nor forms. When he wishes to express or convey them to somebody else he involuntarily uses words which in his ordinary language correspond to the greatest, the most powerful, the most unusual and the most extraordinary. Though these words do not in the least correspond to what he sees, learns or experiences. The fact is that he has no other words. But in most cases the man is not even aware of this substitution because his experiences are preserved in his memory as they actually were only for a few moments. Very soon they fade, grow flat, are replaced by the words which were hurriedly and accidentally attached to them to keep them in memory. Very soon nothing remains but these words. This explains why a man who has had mystical experiences uses, for expressing and transmitting them, those forms of images, words, and speech which are best known to him, which he is accustomed to use most often and which are the most typical and characteristic for him. In this way it may easily happen that different people describe and convey an entirely identical experience quite differently. A religious man will make use of the usual clichés of his religion. He will speak of the crucified Jesus, of the Virgin Mary, of the Holy Trinity, and so on. A philosopher will try to render his experiences in the language of the metaphysics to which he is accustomed. For instance, he will speak of categories, or of monads, or of transcendental qualities, or something of the sort. A theosophist will speak of the astral world, of thought forms, and of teachers. A spiritualist will speak of the spirits of the dead and of communication with them. A poet will speak of his experiences in the language of fairy tales or ancient myths, or by describing them as sensations of love, rapture, ecstasy. My personal impression was that in the world with which I came into contact there was nothing resembling any of the descriptions which I had read or heard of before. One of the first impressions which astonished me was that in this world there was absolutely nothing in any way resembling the theosophical or spiritualistic astral world. I say, astonished, not because I actually believed in this astral world, but because probably I had unconsciously thought about the unknown in forms of the astral world. As a matter of fact, at that time I was to a certain extent under the influence of theosophical literature, in so far, at any rate, as refers to nomenclature. To put it more correctly, I evidently thought, without formulating it quite clearly, that something must lie behind those perfectly concrete descriptions of the invisible world which are to be found in theosophical books. So that at first it was difficult for me to admit that the whole astral world that was described in such detail by different authors did not exist at all. Later, I found that many other things also did not exist. I will try to describe in short what I met with in this strange world in which I saw myself. What I first noticed, simultaneously with the division of myself into two, was that the relation between the objective and the subjective was broken, entirely altered, and took certain forms incomprehensible to us. But, objective and subjective are only words. I do not wish to hide behind these words, but I wish to describe as exactly as possible what I really felt. For this purpose I must explain what it is that I call objective and subjective. My hand, the pen with which I write, the table, these are objective phenomena. My thoughts, my mental images, the pictures of my imagination, these are subjective phenomena. The world is divided for us along these lines when we are in our ordinary state of consciousness, and all our ordinary orientation works along the lines of this division. In the new state all this was completely upset. First of all we are accustomed to the constancy of the relation between the subjective and the objective. What is objective is always objective, what is subjective is always subjective. Here I saw that the objective and the subjective could change places. The one could become the other. It is very difficult to express this. The habitual mistrust of the subjective disappeared. Every thought, every feeling, every image, was immediately objectified in real substantial forms which differed in no way from the forms of objective phenomena. And at the same time objective phenomena somehow disappeared, lost all reality, appeared entirely subjective, fictitious, invented, having no real existence. This was the first experience. Further, in trying to describe this strange world in which I saw myself, I must say that it resembled more than anything a world of very complicated mathematical relations. Imagine a world in which all relations of quantities, from the simplest to the most complicated, have a form. Certainly it is easy to say, imagine such a world. I understand perfectly well that to imagine it is impossible. Yet at the same time what I am saying is the closest approximation to the truth which can be made. A world of mathematical relations, this means a world in which everything is connected, in which nothing exists separately and in which at the same time the relations between things have a real existence apart from the things themselves. Or, possibly, things do not even exist and only relations exist. I am not deceiving myself, and I realize that my descriptions are very poor and will probably not convey what I myself remember. But I remember seeing mathematical laws in operation, and the world as the result of the operation of these laws. Thus the process of the world's creation, when I thought of it, appeared to me under the aspect of the differentiation of some very simple basic principles or basic quantities. This differentiation always proceeded before my eyes in certain forms, sometimes for instance taking the form of a very complicated design developing out of a very simple basic motif, which was continually repeated and entered into every combination throughout the design. Thus the whole of the design consisted of nothing but combinations and repetitions of the basic motif and could at any point, so to speak, be resolved into its component elements. Sometimes it was music, which began similarly with some very simple sounds and gradually passed into complicated harmonious combinations expressed in visible forms, resembling the design which I have just described, or completely merging into it. The music and the design made a single whole, the one as it were expressed the other. Throughout the strangest experiences I always felt that nothing of them would remain when I returned to my ordinary state. I understood that in order to remember what I had seen and felt it had all to be translated into words. But for many things there were no words, while other things passed before me so quickly that I had no time to connect them with any words. Even at the time, in the middle of these experiences, I felt that what I was remembering was only an insignificant part of what had passed through my consciousness. I continually said to myself, I must at least remember that this is, that this was, and that this is the only reality, while everything else in comparison with it is not real at all. I tried my experiments under the most varied conditions and in the most varied surroundings. Gradually I became convinced that it was best to be alone. Verification of the experiments, that is, observation by another person, or the recording of the experiences at the very moment they took place, was quite impossible. In any case I never obtained any results in this way. When I tried having someone near me during these experiments, I found that no kind of conversation could be carried on. I began to say something, but between the first and second words of my sentence such an enormous number of ideas occurred to me and passed before me, that the two words were so widely separated as to make it impossible to find any connection between them. And the third word I usually forgot before it was pronounced, and in trying to recall it I found a million new ideas, but completely forgot where I had begun. I remember for instance the beginning of a sentence. I said yesterday. No sooner had I pronounced the word, I, than a number of ideas began to turn in my head about the meaning of the word, in a philosophical, in a psychological and in every other sense. This was all so important, so new and profound, that when I pronounced the word, said, I could not understand in the least what I meant by it. Tearing myself away with difficulty from the first cycle of thoughts about I passed to the idea, said, and immediately found in it an infinite content. The idea of speech, the possibility of expressing thoughts in words, the past tense of the verb, each of these ideas produced an explosion of thoughts, conjectures, comparisons and associations. Thus, when I pronounced the word yesterday, I was already quite unable to understand why I had said it. But it in its turn immediately dragged me into the depths of the problems of time, of past, present and future, and before me such possibilities of approach to these problems began to open up that my breath was taken away. It was precisely these attempts at conversation, made, in these strange states of consciousness, which gave me the sensation of change in time which is described by almost everyone who has made experiments like mine. This is a feeling of the extraordinary lengthening of time, in which seconds seem to be years or decades. Nevertheless, the usual feeling of time did not disappear. Only together with it or within it there appeared as it were another feeling of time, and 2 moments of ordinary time, like 2 words of my sentence, could be separated by long periods of another time. I remember how much I was struck by this sensation the first time I had it. My companion was saying something. Between each sound of his voice, between each movement of his lips, long periods of time passed. When he had finished a short sentence, the meaning of which did not reach me at all, I felt I had lived through so much during that time that we should never be able to understand one another again, that I had gone too far from him. It seemed to me that we were still able to speak and to a certain extent understand one another at the beginning of this sentence, but by the end it had become quite impossible. Because there were no means of conveying to him all that I had lived through in between. Attempts at writing also gave no results, except on 2 or 3 occasions, when short formulations of my thoughts, written down during the experiment, enabled me afterwards to understand and decipher something out of a series of confused and indefinite recollections. But generally everything ended with the first word. It was very rarely that I went further. Sometimes I succeeded in writing down a sentence, but usually as I was finishing it I did not remember and did not understand what it meant or why I had written it, nor could I remember this afterwards. I will try to describe consecutively how my experiments proceeded. I omit the physiological phenomena which preceded the change in my psychic state. I will mention only that the pulsation now quickened, reaching a very high rate, now slowed down. In this connection I several times observed a very interesting phenomenon. In the ordinary state intentional slowing down or acceleration of the breathing equally produces accelerated beating of the heart. But in this case, entirely without intention on my part, there was established between the breathing and the beating of the heart a connection which ordinarily does not exist. Namely, by accelerating the breathing I accelerated the beating of the heart, by slowing down the breathing I slowed down the beating of the heart. I felt that behind this new capacity lay very great possibilities. I tried therefore not to interfere with the work of the organism but to let things follow their natural course. Left to itself, the pulsation was intensified and was gradually felt in various parts of the body as though gaining more and more ground. And at the same time it became gradually balanced until at last it began to be felt throughout the body simultaneously and after that continued as one beat. This synchronized pulsation went on quickening, and suddenly a shock was felt through the whole body as though a spring clicked, and at the same instant something opened in me. Everything suddenly changed, there began something strange, new, entirely unlike anything that occurs in life. This I called the first threshold. There was in this new state a great deal that was incomprehensible and unexpected, chiefly in the sense of still greater confusion of objective and subjective, and there were also other new phenomena of which I will now speak. But this state was not yet complete. It should more properly be called the transitional state. In many cases my experiments did not take me further than this state. Sometimes, however, it happened that this state deepened and widened as though I was gradually plunged in light. After that there came a moment of yet another transition, again a kind of shock throughout the body. And only after this began the most interesting state which I attained in my experiments. The transitional state contained almost all the elements of this state, but at the same time it lacked something most important and essential. The transitional state did not differ much in its essence from dreams, especially from dreams in the half-dream state, though it had its own very characteristic forms. And the transitional state might perhaps have taken me in by a certain sensation of the miraculous that was connected with it, if I had not been able to adopt a sufficiently critical attitude towards it. Based chiefly on my earlier experiments in the study of dreams. In the transitional state, which, as I learned very soon, was entirely subjective, I usually began almost at once to hear voices. These voices were a characteristic feature of the transitional state. The voices spoke to me and often said very strange things which seemed to have a quality of trick in them. Sometimes in the first moments I was excited by what I heard in this way, particularly as it answered certain vague and unformulated expectations that I had. Sometimes I heard music which evoked in me very varied and powerful emotions. But strangely enough I felt from the first day a distrust of these states. They contained too many promises, too many things I wanted to have. The voices spoke about every possible kind of thing. They warned me. They proved and explained to me everything in the world, but somehow they did it too simply. I began to ask myself whether I might not myself have invented all that they said, whether it might not be my own imagination, that unconscious imagination which creates our dreams, in which we can see people, talk to them, hear their voices, receive advice from them, etc. After thinking in this way, I had to say to myself that the voices told me nothing that I could not have thought myself. At the same time, what came in this way was often very similar to the communications received at mediumistic séances, or by means of automatic writing. The voices often gave themselves different names, said various flattering things to me, and undertook to answer all kinds of questions. Sometimes I had long conversations with these voices. Once one asked a question referring to alchemy. I cannot now remember the exact question, but I think it was something either about the different denominations of the four elements, fire, water, air and earth, or about the relation of the four elements to one another. I put the question in connection with what I was reading at the time. In answer to this question, a voice which called itself by a well-known name told me that the answer to my question would be found in a certain book. When I said that I had not got this book, the voice told me that I should find it in the public library. This happened in St. Petersburg, and advised me to read the book very carefully. I inquired at the public library, but the book, published in English, was not there. There was only a German translation of it in 20 parts, the first 3 being missing. But soon I obtained the book elsewhere in English and actually found there certain hints very closely connected with my question, though they did not give a complete answer to it. This instance, and a number of others like it, showed me that in these transitional states I went through the same experiences as do mediums, clairvoyants, and the like. One voice told me something very interesting about the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem, something that I thought I did not know before, or, if I had ever read it anywhere, had entirely forgotten. Among other things, in describing the temple, the voice said that there were swarms of flies there. Logically, this was quite comprehensible and even inevitable. In a temple where sacrifices were made, where animals were killed, and where there was certainly a great deal of blood and every kind of filth, there must undoubtedly have been many flies. At the same time, this sounded new and, so far as I remember, I had never read of flies in connection with ancient temples. But not long before that I had been in the East myself and knew what quantities of flies can be there even under ordinary conditions. These descriptions of Solomon's temple, and particularly the flies, gave me a complete explanation of many strange things which I had come across in my reading and which I could call neither deliberate falsification nor real clairvoyance. Thus the clairvoyance of Leadbeater and Dr. Steiner, all the Akashic records, the descriptions of what happened tens of thousands of years ago in mythical Atlantis or in other prehistoric countries, were undoubtedly of the same nature as the flies in Solomon's temple. The only difference was that I did not believe in my experiences, while the Akashic records were believed and are believed by both their authors and readers. It very soon became evident to me that neither in these nor in the other experiences was there anything real. It was all reflected, it all came from the memory, from the imagination. The voices immediately became silent as soon as I passed to something familiar and concrete which could be verified. This explained to me why it is that authors who describe Atlantis are unable with the aid of their clairvoyance to solve any practical problems relating to the present which are always so easy to find, but which for some reason they always avoid touching on. Why do they know everything that happened 30,000 years ago and not know what is happening at the time of their experiments but in another place? During all these experiments I felt that if I were to believe these voices I should come to a standstill and go no further. This frightened me. I felt that it was all self-deception. That however inviting all that was said and promised by the voices might be, it would all lead nowhere, but would leave me exactly where I was. I understood that it was precisely this that was beauty, i.e., that it all came from the imagination. I decided to struggle with these transitional states, adopting towards them a very critical attitude and rejecting as unworthy of credence all that I might have imagined myself. This immediately began to give results. As soon as I began rejecting everything I beard, realizing it to be the same stuff as dreams are made of, and firmly discarded it for some time, refusing to listen to anything or pay attention to anything, my state and my experiences changed. I passed the second threshold, which I have already mentioned, beyond which a new world began. The voices disappeared, in their place there sounded sometimes one voice, which could always be recognized whatever forms it might take. At the same time this new state differed from the transitional state by its extraordinary lucidity of consciousness. I then found myself in the world of mathematical relations, in which there was nothing at all resembling what occurs in life. In this state also, after passing the second threshold and finding myself in the world of mathematical relations, I obtained answers to all my questions, but the answers often took a very strange form. In order to understand them it must be realized that the world of mathematical relations in which I was did not remain immovable. This means, there was nothing in it that remained as it was the moment before. Everything moved, changed, was transformed and became something else. Sometimes I suddenly saw all mathematical relations disappear one after another into infinity. Infinity swallowed everything, filled everything, all distinctions were effaced. And I felt that one moment more and I myself should disappear into infinity. I was overcome with terror at the imminence of this abyss. Sometimes this terror made me jump to my feet, move about, in order to drive away the nightmare which had seized me. Then I felt that someone was laughing at me, sometimes I seemed to hear the laugh. Suddenly I caught myself realizing that it was I laughing at myself, that I had again fallen into the snare of beauty, that is, of a wrong approach. Infinity attracted me and at the same time frightened and repelled me. And I came to understand it quite differently. Infinity was not infinite continuation in one direction, but infinite variation at one point. I understood that the terror of infinity results from a wrong approach to it, from a wrong attitude to it. I understood that with a right approach to it infinity is precisely what explains everything, and that nothing can be explained without it. At the same time I felt that in infinity there was a real menace and a real danger. To describe consecutively the course of my experiences, the course of the ideas that came to me and the course of fleeting thoughts, is quite impossible, mainly because no one experiment was ever like another. Each time I learned something new about the same thing in such a way as fundamentally to alter all I had learned about it before. A characteristic feature of the world in which I found myself was, as I have already said, its mathematical structure and the complete absence of anything that could be expressed in the language of ordinary concepts. To use the theosophical terminology, I was in the mental world, Arupa, but the peculiarity of my observations was that only this world, Arupa, really existed. All the rest was the creation of imagination. The real world was a world without forms. It is an interesting fact that in my first experiment I found myself probably at once or almost at once in this world, escaping the world of illusions. But in subsequent experiments voices seemed to try to detain me in the imaginary world, and I was able to get out of it only when I struggled firmly and resolutely with the illusions as they arose. All this strongly reminded me of something I had read before. It seemed to me that, in existing literature, in the descriptions of magical experiments or in the descriptions of initiations and preceding tests, there was something very similar to what I had experienced and felt, but of course this does not refer to modern séances or even to attempts at ceremonial magic, which is complete immersion in the world of illusions. An interesting phenomenon in my experiments was the consciousness of danger which threatened me from infinity and the constant warnings received from somebody. As though there was somebody who watched me all the time and often tried to persuade me to stop my experiments, not to attempt to go along this path, which was wrong and unlawful from the point of view of certain principles which I at that time felt and understood only dimly. What I have called mathematical relations were continually changing round me and within me, sometimes taking the form of sounds, of music, sometimes the form of a design, sometimes the form of light filling the whole of space. Of a kind of visible vibration of light rays, crossing, interweaving with one another, pervading everything. In this connection there was an unmistakable feeling that through these sounds, through the design, through the light, I was learning something I had not known before. But to convey what I learned, to tell about it or put it into writing was very difficult. The difficulty of explaining was increased by the fact that words express badly, and really cannot express, the essence of the intense emotional state in which I was during these experiences. This emotional state was perhaps the most vivid characteristic of the experience which I am describing. Without it there would have been nothing. Everything came through it, that is, everything was understood through it. In order to understand my experiences it must be realized that I was not at all indifferent to the sounds and the light mentioned above. I took in everything through feeling, and experienced emotions which never exist in life. The new knowledge that came to me came when I was in an exceedingly intense emotional state. My attitude towards this new knowledge was in no way indifferent. I either loved it or was horrified by it, strove towards it or was amazed by it. And it was these very emotions, with 1,000 others, which gave me the possibility of understanding the nature of the new world that I came to know. The number 3 played a very important part in the world in which I found myself. In a way quite incomprehensible to our mathematics it entered into all the relations of magnitudes, created them and originated from them. All taken together, that is, the entire universe, sometimes appeared in the form of a triad, composing one whole, and looking like some great trefoil. Each part of the triad, by some inner process, was again transformed into a triad, and this process continued until all was filled with triads, which were transformed into music, or light, or designs. Once again I must say that all these descriptions express very badly what occurred, as they do not give the emotional clement of joy, wonder, rapture, horror, continually changing one into the other. As I have already said, the experiments were most successful when I was by myself and lying down. Sometimes, however, I tried being among people or walking in the streets. These experiments were usually unsuccessful. Something began, but ended almost at once, passing into a heavy physical state. But sometimes I found myself in another world. On such occasions the whole of the ordinary world changed in a very subtle and strange way. Everything became different, but it is absolutely impossible to describe what happened to it. The first thing that can be said is that there was nothing which remained indifferent for me. All taken together and each thing separately affected me in one way or another. In other words, I took everything emotionally, reacted to everything emotionally. Further, in this new world which surrounded me, there was nothing separate, nothing that had no connection with other things or with me personally. All things were connected with one another, and not accidentally, but by incomprehensible chains of causes and effects. All things were dependent on one another, all things lived in one another. Further, in this world there was nothing dead, nothing inanimate, nothing that did not think, nothing that did not feel, nothing unconscious. Everything was living, everything was conscious of itself. Everything spoke to me and I could speak to everything. Particularly interesting were the houses and other buildings which I passed, especially the old houses. They were living beings, full of thoughts, feelings, moods and memories. The people who lived in them were their thoughts, feelings, moods. I mean that the people in relation to the houses played approximately the same role which the different I.s. of our personality play in relation to us. They come and go, sometimes live in us for a long time, sometimes appear only for short moments. I remember once being struck by an ordinary cab horse in the Nevsky, by its head, its face. It expressed the whole being of the horse. Looking at the horse's face I understood all that could be understood about a horse. All the traits of horse nature, all of which a horse is capable, all of which it is incapable, all that it can do, all that it cannot do. All this was expressed in the lines and features of the horse's face. A dog once gave me a similar sensation. At the same time the horse and the dog were not simply horse and dog. They were atoms, conscious, moving atoms, of great beings, the great horse, and the great dog. I understood then that we also are atoms of a great being, the great man. Each thing is an atom of a great thing. A glass is an atom of a great glass. A fork is an atom of a great fork. This idea and several other thoughts that remained in my memory from my experiences entered into my book Tertium Organum, which was actually written during these experiments. Thus the formulations of the laws of the noumenal world and several other ideas referring to higher dimensions were taken from what I learned during these experiments. Sometimes I felt during these experiments that I understood many things particularly clearly, and I felt that if I could in some way preserve what I understood at this moment, then I should know how to make myself pass into this state at any moment I might want it. I should know how to fix this state and how to make use of it. The question as to how to fix this state arose continually, and I put it to myself many times when I was in the state in which I could receive answers to my questions. But I could never get a direct answer to it, that is, the answer which I wanted. Usually the answer began far away and, gradually widening, included everything, so that finally the answer to the question included the answers to all possible questions. Naturally, for that reason I could not retain it in my memory. Once, I remember, in a particularly vividly expressed new state, that is, when I understood very clearly all I wished to understand, I decided to find some formula, some key, which I should be able, so to speak, to throw across to myself for the next day. I decided to sum up shortly all I understood at that moment and write down, if possible in one sentence, what it was necessary to do in order to bring myself into the same state immediately. By one turn of thought without any preliminary preparation, since this appeared possible to me all the time. I found this formula and wrote it down with a pencil on a piece of paper. On the following day I read the sentence, think in other categories. These were the words, but what was their meaning? Where was everything I had associated with these words when I wrote them? It had all disappeared, had vanished like a dream. Certainly the sentence, think in other categories, had a meaning, only I could not recollect it, could not reach it. Later on exactly the same thing happened with this sentence as had happened with many other words and fragments of ideas that had remained in the memory after my experiences. In the beginning, these sentences seemed to be entirely empty. I even laughed at them, finding in them complete proof of the impossibility of transferring anything from there to here. But gradually something began to revive in my memory, and in the course of 2 or 3 weeks I remembered more and more of what was connected with these words. And though all of it still remained very vague, as if seen from afar, I began to see meaning, that is, special meaning, in words which in the beginning seemed merely abstract designations of something without any practical significance. The same process was repeated almost every time. On the day after the experiment I remembered very little. Sometimes towards evening some vague memories began to return. Next day I could remember more. During the following 2 or 3 weeks I was able to recollect separate details of the experiences, though I was always perfectly aware that in general only an infinitesimal part was remembered. When I tried to make experiments more often than every 2 or 3 weeks, I spoiled the results, that is, everything was confused, I could remember nothing. But I will continue the description of successful experiments. Many times, perhaps always, I had the feeling that when I passed the second threshold I came into contact with myself, with the self which was always within me, which always saw me and always told me something that I could not understand and could not even hear in ordinary states of consciousness. Why can I not understand? I answered, merely because in the ordinary state thousands of voices sound at once creating what we call our consciousness, our thoughts, our feelings, our moods, our imagination. These voices drown the sound of that inner voice. My experiments added nothing to the ordinary consciousness, they reduced it, yet by reducing it they intensified it to an incomprehensible degree. What did they actually do? They compelled these other voices of the ordinary consciousness to keep silence, put them to sleep, or made them inaudible. Then I began to hear the other voice, which came as it were from above, from a certain point above my head. I understood then that the whole problem and the whole object consisted in being able to hear this voice constantly, in being in constant communication with it. The being to whom this voice belonged knew everything, understood everything, and above all was free from thousands of small and distracting, personal, thoughts and moods. He could take everything calmly, could take everything objectively, as it was in reality. And at the same time this was I. How this could be so and why in the ordinary state I was so far from myself, if this was I, that I could not explain. Sometimes during the experiments I called my ordinary self I, and the other one, he. Sometimes, on the contrary, I called the ordinary self he, and the other one, I. But I shall return later to the problem of I, in general, and the realization of I, in the new state of consciousness, because all this was much more complicated than the mere superseding of one I by the other. At present I want to try to describe, so far as it has been preserved in my memory, how this he or this I looked at things as distinct from an ordinary I. I remember once sitting on a sofa smoking and looking at an ashtray. It was an ordinary copper ashtray. Suddenly I felt that I was beginning to understand what the ashtray was, and at the same time, with a certain wonder and almost with fear, I felt that I had never understood it before and that we do not understand the simplest things around us. The ashtray roused a whirlwind of thoughts and images. It contained such an infinite number of facts, of events, it was linked with such an immense number of things. First of all, with everything connected with smoking and tobacco. This at once roused thousands of images, pictures, memories. Then the ashtray itself. How had it come into being? All the materials of which it could have been made. Copper, in this case, what was copper? How had people discovered it for the first time? How had they learned to make use of it? How and where was the copper obtained from which this ashtray was made? Through what kind of treatment had it passed? How had it been transported from place to place? How many people had worked on it or in connection with it? How had the copper been transformed into an ashtray? These and other questions about the history of the ashtray up to the day when it had appeared on my table. I remember writing a few words on a piece of paper in order to retain something of these thoughts on the following day. And next day I read. A man can go mad from one ashtray. The meaning of all that I felt was that in one ashtray it was possible to know all. By invisible threads the ashtray was connected with everything in the world, not only with the present, but with all the past and with all the future. To know an ashtray meant to know all. My description does not in the least express the sensation as it actually was, because the first and principal impression was that the ashtray was alive, that it thought, understood, and told me all about itself. All I learned from the ashtray itself. The second impression was the extraordinary emotional character of all connected with what I had learned about the ashtray. Everything is alive, I said to myself in the midst of these observations, there is nothing dead, it is only we who are dead. If we become alive for a moment, we shall feel that everything is alive, that all things live, think, feel and can speak to us. The case of the ashtray reminds me of another instance in which the answer to my question came in the form of a visual image, very characteristic in its structure. Once when I was in the state into which my experiments brought me, I asked myself, what is the world? Immediately I saw a semblance of some big flower, like a rose or a lotus, the petals of which were continually unfolding from the middle, growing, increasing in size, reaching the outside of the flower and then in some way again returning to the middle and starting again at the beginning. Words in no way express it. In this flower there was an incredible quantity of light, movement, color, music, emotion, agitation, knowledge, intelligence, mathematics, and continuous unceasing growth. And while I was looking at this flower someone seemed to explain to me that this was the world, or Brahma, in its clearest aspect and in the nearest possible approximation to what it is in reality, if the approximation were made still nearer. It would be Brahma himself, as he is, said the voice. These last words seemed to contain a kind of warning, as though Brahma in his real aspect was dangerous and could swallow up and annihilate me. This again was infinity. This incident and the symbol of Brahma or the world, which remained in my memory, greatly interested me because it explained to me the origin of other symbols and allegorical images. I thought later that I understood the principle of the formation of the different attributes of gods and the meaning of many myths. Moreover, this incident brings me to another very important feature of my experiments, namely, to the method by which ideas were communicated to me in these strange states after the second threshold. As I have already said, ideas were transmitted not in words but in sounds, forms, designs, or symbols. Usually everything began with the appearance of these forms. As was mentioned before, voices were the characteristic feature of the transitional state. When they ceased, they were replaced by these forms, i.e. sounds, designs, etc. And after these followed visual images possessing very special properties and demanding detailed explanation. Brahma seen as a flower might serve as an example of these visual images, though ordinarily they were much simpler, something in the nature of conventional signs or hieroglyphs. These signs constituted the form of speech or thought, or of what corresponded to speech or thought, in the state of consciousness which I attained. Signs or hieroglyphs moved and changed before me with dizzy rapidity, expressing in this way transitions, changes, combinations and correlations of ideas. Only this manner of speech was sufficiently quick for the quickness of thought which was here arrived at. No other forms were quick enough. And these moving signs of things indicated the beginning of new thinking, a new state of consciousness. Thinking in words became quite impossible. As I have already said, between two words of the same sentence long periods of time passed. Thinking in words could never keep pace with thought as it worked in this state. It is curious that in mystical literature a number of references to these signatures of things can be found. I give them the name which was given to them by Jacob Boehme, Tertium Organum, chxxii, page 281. I do not doubt that Boehme spoke of exactly the same signs that I saw. For myself I call them symbols. By their outer form it would be more correct to call them moving hieroglyphs. I tried to draw some of them and, though I sometimes succeeded in it, on the following day it was very difficult to connect the figures obtained with any ideas. Once, however, I obtained something very interesting. I drew a figure like this. The number of lateral projections is immaterial, but the important point is that they are disposed at unequal distances from one another along the horizontal line. I obtained this figure in the following way. In connection with certain facts in the lives of people whom I knew, which happened to come into my mind, I asked myself the rather complicated question as to how the fate of one man might influence the fate of another man. I cannot now reconstruct my question exactly, but I remember that it was connected with the idea of the laws of cause and effect, of free choice or accident. While still continuing to think in an ordinary way, I imagined the life of a man I knew and the accident in his life through which he had come across other people whose lives he had most decisively influenced. And who in their turn had changed many things in his own life. Thinking in this way, I suddenly noticed, or caught myself seeing, all these intercrossing lives in the form of simple signs, namely in the form of short lines with small projections on one side. The number of these projections diminished or increased, they either approached one another or separated. And in their appearance, in their approach or separation, and also in the combination of different lines with different projections, were expressed the ideas and laws governing men's lives. I will return later to the meaning of this symbol. At present I wish only to explain the actual method of obtaining new ideas in the state of consciousness described. A separate part of my experiences constituted what I could call my relation to myself, or more correctly to my body. It all became alive, became thinking and conscious. I could speak to any part of my body as if it was a separate being, and could learn from it what attracted it, what it liked, what it disliked, what it was afraid of, what it lived by, what were its interests and needs. These conversations with the consciousnesses of the physical body revealed a whole new world. I have tried to describe some of the results of these impressions in Tertium Organum, in speaking of consciousness not parallel to our own. These consciousnesses, which I now call the consciousnesses of the physical body, had very little in common with our consciousness which objectivizes the external world and distinguishes I from not I. These consciousnesses, i.e. the consciousnesses of the physical body, were completely immersed in themselves. They knew only themselves, only I, not I, did not exist for them. They could think only of themselves, they could speak only of themselves. But, as against that, they knew everything about themselves that could be known. I then understood that their nature and the form of their existence consisted in their continually speaking of themselves, what they were, what they needed, what they wished, what was pleasant for them, what was unpleasant. What dangers threatened them, what could ward off or remove these dangers. In the ordinary state we do not hear these voices separately, only the noise produced by them or their general tone is felt by us as our physical state or mood. I have no doubt that if we could consciously enter into communication with these beings, we should be able to learn from them all the details of the state of every function of our organism. The first idea that comes to one's mind in this connection is the consideration that this would be particularly useful, in the case of diseases and functional disorders, for right diagnosis, for the prevention of possible illnesses and for the treatment of those already existing. If a method could be found for entering into communication with these consciousnesses and for receiving from them information as to the state and demands of the organism, medicine would stand on firm ground. In continuing my experiments I tried all the time to find a means of passing from abstract to concrete facts. I wanted to find out whether there was not a possibility of strengthening the ordinary powers of perception or of discovering new powers, especially with regard to events in time, to the past or future. I definitely put myself the question, whether the power can exist of seeing without the aid of eyes, or at a great distance, or through a wall, or of seeing things in closed receptacles, reading letters in sealed envelopes, reading a book on a shelf between other books, and so on. It had never been clear to me whether such things were possible. On the contrary, I knew that all attempts at verification of the phenomena of clairvoyance, which are sometimes described, invariably ended in failure. During my experiments I many times attempted to see, for instance, when I was myself in the house, what was happening in the street, which I could not see in the natural way, or to see some man or other whom I knew well, what he was doing at that moment, or to reconstruct fully scenes from the past of which I knew only some parts. Then I sealed some old photographs from an album into envelopes of the same size, mixed them up and tried to see whose portrait I held in my hand. I tried the same thing with playing cards. When I became convinced that I was not succeeding, I tried to reconstruct as a clear visual image what was undoubtedly in my memory, though in the ordinary state I could not visualize it at will. For instance, I tried to see the Nevsky, beginning from Znamensky Square, with all the houses and shop signs in their order. But this also was never successful when done intentionally. Unintentionally and in various circumstances I more than once saw myself walking along the Nevsky, and then I saw both the houses and the signs exactly as they would be in reality. Finally I had to recognize as unsuccessful all attempts to pass to concrete facts. Either it is quite impossible, or else I attempted it in the wrong way. But there were two cases which showed that there is a possibility of a very great strengthening of our capacities of perception in relation to the ordinary events of life. Once I obtained not exactly clairvoyance, but undoubtedly a very great strengthening of the capacity of vision. It was in Moscow in the street, half an hour after an experiment which had seemed to me to be entirely unsuccessful. For a few seconds my vision suddenly became extraordinarily acute. I could quite clearly see the faces of people at a distance at which normally one would have difficulty in distinguishing one figure from another. Another instance occurred during the second winter of my experiments in St. Petersburg. Circumstances were such that the whole of that winter I was unable to go to Moscow, although at the time I very much wanted to go there in connection with several different matters. Finally I remember that about the middle of February I definitely decided that I would go to Moscow for Easter. Soon after this I again began my experiments. Once, quite accidentally, when I was in the state in which moving signs or hieroglyphs were beginning to appear, I had a thought about Moscow, or about someone whom I had to see there at Easter. Suddenly without any warning I received the comment that I should not go to Moscow at Easter. Why? In answer to this I saw how, starting from the day of the experiment I have described, events began to develop in a definite order and sequence. Nothing new happened. But the causes, which I could see quite well and which were all there on the day of my experiment, were evolving, and having come to the results which unavoidably followed from them. They formed just before Easter a whole series of difficulties which in the end prevented me going to Moscow. The fact in itself, as I looked at it, had a merely curious character, but the interesting side of it was that I saw what looked like a possibility of calculating the future. The whole future was contained in the present. I saw that all that had happened before Easter resulted directly from what had already existed 2 months earlier. Then in my experiment I probably passed on to other thoughts, and on the following day I remembered only the bare result, that somebody had told me I should not go to Moscow at Easter. This was ridiculous, because I saw nothing that could prevent it. Then I forgot all about my experiment. It came to my memory again only a week before Easter, when suddenly a whole succession of small circumstances brought it about that I did not go to Moscow. The circumstances were precisely those which I had seen during my experiment, and they quite definitely resulted from what had existed 2 months before that. Nothing new had happened. When everything fell out exactly as I had seen, or foreseen, in that strange state, I remembered my experiment, remembered all the details, remembered that I saw and knew then what had to happen. In this incident I undoubtedly came into contact with the possibility of a different vision in the world of things and events. But, speaking generally, all the questions which I asked myself referring to real life or to concrete knowledge led to nothing. I think that this is connected with a principle which became clear to me during my experiments. In ordinary life we think by thesis and antithesis. Always and everywhere there is, yes, or no, no, or yes. In thinking differently, in thinking in a new way, in thinking by means of signs of things, I came to understand the fundamental errors of our mental process. In reality, everywhere and in every case there were not 2 but 3 elements. There were not only yes and no, but yes, no, and something else besides. And it was precisely the nature of this third element, inaccessible to the understanding, which made all ordinary reasonings unsuitable and demanded a change in the basic method. I saw that the solution of all problems always came from a third, unknown, element, that is to say, it came from a third and unknown side, and that without this third element it was impossible to arrive at a right solution. Further, when I asked a question I very often began to see that the question itself was wrongly put. Instead of giving an immediate answer to my question, the consciousness to which I was speaking began to move my question round and turn it about, showing me that it was wrong. Gradually I began to see what was wrong. As soon as I understood clearly what was wrong in my question, I saw the answer. But the answer always included a third element which I could not see before, because my question was always built upon 2 elements only, thesis and antithesis. I formulated this for myself in the following way, that the whole difficulty lay in the putting of the question. If we could put questions rightly, we should know the answers. A question rightly put contains the answer in itself. But the answer will be quite unlike what we expect, it will always be on another plane, on a plane not included in the ordinary question. In several cases in which I attempted to think with certain ready-made words or with ready-made ideas I experienced a strange sensation like a physical shock. Before me complete emptiness opened out, because in the real world with which I had come into contact there was nothing corresponding to these words or ideas. The sensation was very curious, the sensation of unexpected emptiness where I had counted upon finding something, which, if not solid and definite, would be at least existent. I have already said that I found nothing corresponding to the theosophical, astral bodies, or astral world, nothing corresponding to reincarnation, nothing corresponding to the future life, in the ordinary sense of the word, that is, to one or another form of existence of the souls of the dead. All this had no meaning, and not only did it not express any truth, but it did not directly contradict truth. When I tried to introduce into my thoughts the questions connected with these ideas, there were no replies to them. Words remained only words and could not be expressed by any hieroglyphs. The same thing happened with many other ideas, for example with the idea of evolution as it is understood in scientific thinking. It did not fit in anywhere and did not mean anything at all. There was no place for it in the world of realities. I realized that I felt which ideas were alive and which were dead. Dead ideas were not expressed in hieroglyphs, they remained words. I found an enormous number of such dead ideas in the general usage of thought. Besides the ideas already mentioned, all so-called social theories, belonged to the dead ideas. They simply did not exist. There were words behind which lay no reality. Similarly, the idea of justice, as it is ordinarily understood in the sense of compensation or retribution, was utterly dead. One thing could never compensate for another, one act of violence never destroy the results of another act of violence. At the same time, the idea of justice in the sense of desire for the general good was also dead. And, speaking generally, there was some great misunderstanding in this idea. The idea assumed that a thing could exist by itself and be unjust, that is, contradict a certain law. But in the real world everything was one, and there were no two things that could contradict each other. And therefore there was nothing that could be called justice or injustice. The only difference that existed was between dead and living things. But this distinction was exactly what we did not understand, and though we strove to express the same idea in our language, we hardly succeeded in doing so. All these are only examples. In fact, almost all the usual ideas and concepts by which people live proved to be non-existent. With great amazement I became convinced that only a very small number of ideas corresponds to real facts, that is, actually exists. We live in an entirely unreal, fictitious world. We argue about non-existent ideas, we pursue non-existent aims, invent everything, even ourselves. But as opposed to dead ideas which did not exist anywhere, there were on the other hand living ideas incessantly recurring always and everywhere and constantly present in everything I thought, learned and understood at that time. First there was the idea of the triad, or the Trinity, which entered into everything. Then a very important place was occupied and much was explained by the idea of the four elements, fire, water, air and earth. This was a real idea, and during the experiments, in the new state of consciousness, I understood how it entered into everything and was connected with everything through the triad. But in the ordinary state the significance and connection of these two ideas eluded me. Further, there was the idea of cause and effect. As I have already mentioned, this idea was expressed in hieroglyphs in a very definite way. But it was in no way connected with the idea of reincarnation, and referred entirely to ordinary earthly life. A very great place, perhaps the chief place, in all that I had learned was occupied by the idea of I. That is to say, the feeling or sensation of I, in some strange way changed within me. It is very difficult to express this in words. Ordinarily we do not sufficiently understand that at different moments of our life we feel our I differently. In this case, as in many others, I was helped by my earlier experiments and observations of dreams. I knew that in sleep I is felt differently, not as it is felt in a waking state. Just as differently, but in quite another way, I was felt in these experiences. The nearest possible approximation would be if I were to say that everything which is ordinarily felt as I became not I, and everything which is felt as not I became I. But this is far from being an exact statement of what I felt and learned. I think that an exact statement is impossible. It is necessary only to note that the new sensation of I, during the first experiments, so far as I can remember it, was a very terrifying sensation. I felt that I was disappearing, vanishing, turning into nothing. This was the same terror of infinity of which I have already spoken, but it was reversed. In one case it was all that swallowed me up, in the other it was nothing. But this made no difference, because all was equivalent to nothing. But it is remarkable that later, in subsequent experiments, the same sensation of the disappearance of I began to produce in me a feeling of extraordinary calmness and confidence, which nothing can equal in our ordinary sensations. I seemed to understand at that time that all the usual troubles, cares and anxieties are connected with the usual sensation of, result from it, and, at the same time, constitute and sustain it. Therefore, when I disappeared, all troubles, cares and anxieties disappeared. When I felt that I did not exist, everything else became very simple and easy. At these moments I even regarded it as strange that we could take upon ourselves so terrible a responsibility as to bring I into everything and start from I in everything. In the idea of I, in the sensation of such as we ordinarily have, there was something almost abnormal, a kind of fantastic conceit which bordered on blasphemy, as if each one of us called himself God. I felt then that only God could call himself I, that only God was I. But we also call ourselves I, and do not see and do not notice the irony of it. As I have already said, the strange experiences connected with my experiments began with the change in the sensation of I, and it is difficult to imagine that they would be possible in the case of retention of the ordinary sensation of I. This change constituted their very essence, and everything else that I felt and learned depended upon it. With regard to what I learned during my experiments, particularly with regard to the increase of the possibility of cognition, I came to know much that was strange and that did not enter into any theories that I had known before. The consciousness which communicated with me by means of moving hieroglyphs attached the greatest importance to this question and strove to impress on my mind, perhaps more than anything else, all that related to this question, that is, to the methods of cognition. I mean that the hieroglyphs explained to me that besides the ordinary cognition based on the evidence of the sense organs, on calculation and on logical thinking, there exist three other different cognitions, which differ from one another and from the ordinary cognition, not in degree, not in form, not in quality, but in their very nature, as phenomena of utterly different orders which cannot be measured by the same measure. In our language we call these three phenomena together, where we recognize their existence, intensified cognition, that is, we admit their difference from the ordinary cognition, but do not understand their difference from one another. This, according to the hieroglyphs, is the chief factor in preventing us from understanding rightly our relation to the world. Before attempting to define the three kinds of cognition, I must remark that the communication about the forms of cognition always began from some question of mine which had no definite relation to the problems of cognition, but evidently contradicted in some way laws of cognition that were unknown to us. For example, this nearly always happened when from the domain of abstract questions I tried to pass to concrete phenomena, asking questions referring to living people or real things, or to myself in the past, present or future. In those cases I received the answer that what I wished to know could be known in three ways, or that, speaking generally, there were three ways of cognition, apart of course from the ordinary way of cognition with the help of the sense organs. Calculation and logical reasoning, which did not enter into the question, and the limits of which were assumed to be known. Further, there usually followed a description of the characteristics and properties of each way. It was as though someone anxious to give me right ideas of things found it particularly important that I should understand this rightly. I will try to set forth as exactly as possible all that refers to this question. But I doubt whether I shall succeed in fully expressing even what I understand myself. The first cognition is learning in an unusual way, as though through inner vision, anything relating to things and events with which I am directly connected and in which I am directly and personally interested. For instance, if I learn something which must happen in the near future to me or to someone closely connected with me, and if I learn it not in the ordinary way but through inner vision, this would be cognition of that kind. If I learn that a steamer on which I have to sail will be wrecked, or if I learn that on a definite day serious danger will threaten one of my friends, and if I learn that by taking such and such a step I can avert the danger, this will be cognition of the first kind or the first cognition. Personal interest constitutes a necessary condition of this cognition. Personal interest connects a man in a certain way with things and events and enables him to occupy in relation to them a definite position of cognition. Personal interest, that is, the presence of the person interested, is an almost necessary condition of fortune-telling, clairvoyance, prediction of the future. Without personal interest these are almost impossible. The second cognition is also cognition of ordinary things and events in our life, for knowing which we have no ordinary means, just as in the first case, but with which nothing connects us personally. If I learn that a steamer will be wrecked, in the fate of which I am not personally interested at all, on which neither I nor any of my friends is sailing. If I learn that which is happening in my neighbor's house, but which has no relation to myself. If I learn for certain who actually were the persons who are considered historical enigmas, like the man in the iron mask or Dmitri the Pretender or the Comte de Saint-Germain, or if I learn somebody's future or past. Again, having no relation to myself, this will be the second kind of cognition. The second kind of cognition is the most difficult, and is almost impossible, because if a man accidentally, or with the aid of special means or methods, learned more than other people can know, he would certainly do so in the first way. The second kind of cognition contains something unlawful. It is magic, in the full sense of the word. The first and third ways of cognition in comparison with it appear simple and natural, though the first way, based on emotional apprehension, presentiment or desire of some kind, looks like a psychological trick. And the third way appears as a continuation of ordinary cognition, but along new lines and on new principles. The third cognition is cognition based on knowledge of the mechanism of everything existing. By knowing all the mechanism and by knowing all the relations of the separate parts, it is easy to arrive at the smallest detail and determine with absolute precision everything connected with this detail. The third cognition is cognition based on calculation. Everything can be calculated. If the mechanism of everything is known, it is possible to calculate what kind of weather there will be in a month's time, or in a year's time. It would be possible to calculate the day and hour of every occurrence. It would be possible to calculate the meaning and significance of every small event that is observed. The difficulty of the third order of cognition consists first in the necessity of knowing the whole mechanism for the cognition of the smallest thing, and second, in the necessity for putting into motion the whole colossal machine of knowledge in order to know something quite small and insignificant. This is roughly what I learned or understood in reference to the three kinds of cognition. I see quite clearly that in this description the idea is inadequately conveyed. Many things, probably the most important, escaped my memory long ago. This is true not only in relation to the question of cognition, but, generally, in relation to all that I have written here about my experiments. All these descriptions must be taken very cautiously, on the understanding that in the description, 99% of what was felt and understood during the experiments has been lost. A very strange place in my experiments was occupied by attempts to know something concerning the dead. Questions of this kind usually remained without an answer, and I was vaguely aware that there was some essential fault in the questions themselves. But once I received a very clear answer to my question. Moreover, this answer was associated with another case of unusual sensation of death, which I experienced about 10 years before the experiments described and which was caused by a state of intense emotion. In speaking of both cases I shall have to touch on entirely personal matters. The experience was connected with the death of a certain person closely related to me. I was very young at the time and was very much depressed by his death. I could not think of anything else and was trying to understand, to solve the riddle of disappearance and of men's interconnection with one another. And suddenly within me there rose a wave of new thoughts and new sensations, leaving after it a feeling of astonishing calm. I saw for a moment why we cannot understand death, why death frightens us, why we cannot find answers to any questions which we put to ourselves in connection with the problem of death. This person who had died, and of whom I was thinking, could not have died because he had never existed. This was the solution. Ordinarily, I had seen not him himself, but something that was like his shadow. The shadow had disappeared. The man who had really existed could not have disappeared. He was bigger than I had seen him, longer, as I formulated it to myself, and in this length of his there was contained, in a certain way, the answer to all the questions. This sudden and vivid current of thought disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. For a few seconds only there remained of it something like a mental picture. I saw before me two figures. One, quite small, was like the vague silhouette of a man. This figure represented the man as I had known him. The other figure was like a road in the mountains which you see winding among the hills, crossing rivers and disappearing into the distance. This was what he had been in reality, and this was what I could neither understand nor express. The memory of this experience gave me for a long time a feeling of calm and confidence. Later, the ideas of higher dimensions gave me the possibility of finding a formulation for this strange dream in a waking state, as I called my experience. Something closely resembling this happened again in connection with my experiments. I was thinking about another person also closely related to me who had died 2 years before. In the circumstances of this person's death, as also in the events of the last years of his life, there was much that was not clear to me, and there were things for which I might have blamed myself psychologically. Chiefly for my having drifted away from him, not having been sufficiently near him when he might have needed me. There was much to be said against these thoughts, but I could not get rid of them entirely, and they again brought me to the problem of death and to the problem of the possibility of a life beyond the grave. I remember saying to myself once during the experiment that if I believed in spiritualistic theories and in the possibility of communication with the dead, I should like to see this person and ask him one question, just one question. And suddenly, without any preparation, my wish was satisfied, and I saw him. It was not a visual sensation, and what I saw was not his external appearance, but the whole of his life, which flashed quickly before me. This life, this was he. The man whom I had known and who had died had never existed. That which existed was something quite different, because his life was not simply a series of events, as we ordinarily picture the life of a man to ourselves, but a thinking and feeling being who did not change by the fact of his death. The man whom I had known was the face, as it were, of this being, the face which changed with the years, but behind which stood always the same unchanging reality. To express myself figuratively, I may say that I saw the man and spoke to him. In actual fact there were no visual impressions which could be described, nor anything like ordinary conversation. Nevertheless, I know that it was he, and that it was he who communicated to me much more about himself than I could have asked. I saw quite clearly that the events of the last years of his life were as inseparably linked with him as the features of his face which I had known during his life. These events of the last years were the features of the face of his life of the last years. Nobody could have changed anything in them, just as nobody could have changed the color of his hair or eyes, or the shape of his nose. And just in the same way it could not have been anybody's fault that this man had these facial features and not others. The features of his face, like the features of his life of the last years, these were his qualities, these were he. To regard him without the events of the last years of his life would have been just as strange as to imagine him with a different face, it would not have been he. At the same time I understood that nobody could be responsible that he was as he was and not different. I realized that we depend upon one another much less than we think. We are no more responsible for the events in one another's lives than we are for the features of one another's faces. Each has his own face, with its own peculiar lines and features, and each has his own fate, in which another man may occupy a certain place, but in which he can change nothing. But having realized this, I saw also that we are far more closely bound to our past and to the people we come into contact with than we ordinarily think, and I understood quite clearly that death does not change anything in this. We remain bound with all with whom we have been bound. But for communication with them it is necessary to be in a special state. I could explain in the following way the ideas which I understood in this connection. If one takes the branch of a tree with the twigs, the cross-section of the branch will correspond to a man as we ordinarily see him. The branch itself will be the life of the man, and the twigs will be the lives of the people with whom he comes into contact. The hieroglyph described earlier, a line with lateral projections, signifies precisely this branch with twigs. I have endeavored in my book Tertium Organum to set forth the idea of the long body of man from birth to death. The term used in Indian philosophy, linga sharira, designates precisely this long body of life. The conception of man or the life of man as a branch, with offshoots representing the lives of people with whom he is connected, linked together many things in my understanding and explained a great deal to me. Each man is for himself such a branch, other people with whom he is connected are his offshoots. But each of these people is for himself a main branch, and the first man for him is his offshoot. Each of the offshoots, if attention is concentrated upon it, becomes itself a branch with offshoots. In this way the life of each man is connected with a number of other lives, one life enters, in a sense, into another, and all taken together forms a single whole, the nature of which we do not understand. This idea of the unity of everything, in whatever sense and on whatever scale it be taken, occupied a very important place in the conception of the world and of life that was formed in me in these strange states of consciousness. This conception of the world included something entirely opposed to our ordinary view of the world or conception of the world. Ordinarily, each thing and each event has for us some value of its own, some significance of its own, some meaning of its own. This separate meaning that each thing, each event, has, is much more comprehensible and familiar to us than its possible general meaning and general significance, even in cases in which we can suppose or think of this general significance. But in this new conception of the world everything was different. Each thing appeared, first of all, not as a separate whole, but as a part of another whole, in most cases incomprehensible and unknown to us. The meaning and significance of the thing were determined by the nature of this great whole and by the place which it occupied in this whole. This completely changed the entire picture of the world. We are accustomed to take everything separately. Here there was nothing separate, and it was extraordinarily strange to feel oneself in a world in which all things were connected one with another and all things followed one from another. Nothing existed separately. I felt that the separate existence of anything, including myself, was a fiction, something non-existent, impossible. The sensation of absence of separateness and the sensation of connectedness and oneness united with the emotional part of my conceptions. At the beginning the combined sensation was felt as something terrifying, oppressive and hopeless. But later, without changing its nature, it began to be felt as the most joyous and radiant sensation that could exist. Further, there was a picture or mental image which entered into everything and appeared as a necessary part of every logical or illogical construction. This image showed two aspects, both of everything taken together, that is, the whole world, and of every separate part of it, that is, each separate side of the world and of life. One aspect was connected with the first principle. I saw, as it were, the origin of the whole world or the origin of any given phenomenon or any given idea. The other aspect was connected with separate things. I saw the world, or those events which interested me at the particular moment, in their final manifestation, that is, as we see them around us, but connected into a whole, incomprehensible to us. But between the first aspect and the second aspect there always occurred an interruption like a gap or blank space. Graphically I might represent this approximately in the following way: imagine that from above 3 lines appear from one point. Each of these 3 lines is again transformed into 3 lines, each of these 3 lines again into 3 lines. Gradually the lines break more and gradually become more and more varied in properties, acquiring color, form and other qualities, but not reaching real facts. And transforming themselves into a kind of invisible current proceeding from above. From below, imagine the infinite variety of phenomena collected and classified into groups. These groups again unite, and as a result great numbers of very varied phenomena are actually bound into wholes and can be expressed by one sign or one hieroglyph. A series of these hieroglyphs represents life or the visible world at a certain distance from the surface. From above goes the process of differentiation, and from below goes the process of integration. But differentiation and integration do not meet. Between what is above and what is below is formed a blank space in which nothing is visible. The upper differentiating lines, multiplying and acquiring different colors, merge quickly together and disappear into a blank space which separates what is above from what is below. From below all the infinitely varied phenomena are very soon transformed into principles, extraordinarily rich in meaning and in hieroglyphic designation, but nevertheless smaller than the last of the visible upper lines. It was approximately in this graphic representation that these two aspects of the world and things appeared to me. Or I might say that both above and below the world was represented on different scales, and these scales never met for me, never passed into one another, remained entirely incommensurable. The whole difficulty was precisely in this, and this difficulty was felt all the time. I realized that if I could throw a bridge from what was below to what was above or, still better, in the opposite direction, from what was above to what was below, I should understand everything that was below, because starting from above the fundamental principles, it would have been easy and simple to understand anything below. But I never succeeded in connecting principles with facts because, though, as I have already said, all the facts very quickly became merged into complicated hieroglyphs, these hieroglyphs still differed very much from the upper principles. Nothing that I am writing, nothing that can be said, about my experiences, will be comprehensible if the continuous emotional tone of these experiences is not taken into consideration. There were no calm, dispassionate, unexciting moments at all. Everything was full of emotion, feeling, almost passion. The strangest thing in all these experiences was the coming back, the return to the ordinary state, to the state which we call life. This was something very similar to dying or to what I thought dying must be. Usually this coming back occurred when I woke up in the morning after an interesting experiment the night before. The experiments almost always ended in sleep. During this sleep I evidently passed into the usual state and awoke in the ordinary world, in the world in which we awake every morning. But this world contained something extraordinarily oppressive, it was incredibly empty, colorless and lifeless. It was as though everything in it was wooden, as if it was an enormous wooden machine with creaking wooden wheels, wooden thoughts, wooden moods, wooden sensations. Everything was terribly slow, scarcely moved, or moved with a melancholy wooden creaking. Everything was dead, soulless, feelingless. They were terrible, these moments of awakening in an unreal world after a real one, in a dead world after a living, in a limited world, cut into small pieces, after an infinite and entire world. I did not obtain particularly new facts through my experiments, but I got many thoughts. When I saw that my first aim, i.e., objective magic, remained unattainable, I began to think that the artificial creation of mystical states might become the beginning of a new method in psychology. This aim would have been attained if I had found it possible to change my state of consciousness while at the same time retaining full power of observation. This proved to be impossible to the full extent. The state of consciousness changed, but I could not control the change, could never say for certain in what the experiment would result, and even could not always observe. Ideas followed upon one another and vanished too quickly. I had to recognize that though my experiments had established many possibilities, they did not give material for exact conclusions. The fundamental questions as to the relation of subjective magic to objective magic and to mysticism remained without decisive answers. But after my experiments I began to understand many things differently. I began to understand that many philosophical and metaphysical speculations, entirely different in theme, form and terminology, might in actual fact have been attempts to express precisely that which I came to know, and which I have tried to describe. I understood that behind many of the systems of the study of the world and man there might lie experiences and sensations very similar to my own, perhaps identical with them. I understood that for centuries and thousands of years human thought has been circling and circling round something that it has never succeeded in expressing. In any case my experiments established for me with indisputable clearness the possibility of coming into contact with the real world that lies behind the wavering mirage of the visible world. I saw that knowledge of the real world was possible but, as became clearer and clearer to me during my experiments, it required a different approach and a different preparation. Putting together all that I had read and heard of, I could not but see that many before me had come to the same result, and many, most probably, had gone much further than I. But all of them had always been inevitably confronted with the same difficulty, namely the impossibility of conveying in the language of the dead the impressions of the living world. All of them except those who knew another approach. I came to the conclusion that without the help of those who know another approach it is impossible to do anything. 1912 to 1929. Chapter 9. In Search of the Miraculous. Sketches. Notre Dame de Paris, Egypt and the Pyramids, the Sphinx, the Buddha with the sapphire eyes, the soul of the Empress Mumtaz Mahal, the Mevlevi dervishes. I. Notre Dame de Paris. Many strange thoughts have always been evoked in me by the view from the top of the towers of Notre Dame. How many centuries have passed beneath these towers, how many changes and how few changes I. A small medieval town surrounded by fields, vineyards and woods. A growing Paris which several times outgrows its walls. The Paris of the last centuries, which changes its face every 50 years, as Victor Hugo remarked. And the people. Forever going somewhere past these towers, forever hurrying somewhere, and always remaining where they were, seeing nothing, noticing nothing, always the same people. And the towers, always the same, with the same gargoyles looking on at this town, which is forever changing, forever disappearing and yet always remaining the same. Here two lines in the life of humanity are clearly seen. One is the line of the life of these people below, and the other, the line of the life of those who built Notre Dame. And looking down from these towers you feel that the real history of humanity, the history worth speaking of, is the history of the people who built Notre Dame and not that of those below. And you understand that these are two quite different histories. One history passes by in full view and, strictly speaking, is the history of crime, for if there were no crimes there would be no history. All the most important turning points and stages of this history are marked by crimes, murders, acts of violence, robberies, wars, rebellions, massacres, tortures, executions. Fathers murdering children, children murdering fathers, brothers murdering one another, husbands murdering wives, wives murdering husbands, kings massacring subjects, subjects assassinating kings. This is one history, the history which everybody knows, the history which is taught in schools. The other history is the history which is known to very few. For the majority it is not seen at all behind the history of crime. But what is created by this hidden history exists long afterwards, sometimes for many centuries, as does Notre Dame. The visible history, the history proceeding on the surface, the history of crime, attributes to itself what the hidden history has created. But actually the visible history is always deceived by what the hidden history has created. So much has been written about the Cathedral of Notre Dame, and so little is actually known about it. One who has never tried to find out anything about it for himself, or to make something out of the material available, would never believe how little in fact is known about the building of the cathedral. It took many years to build. The dates when it was begun and when it was finished are known, the bishops who, in one way or another, contributed to this construction are also known, and so are the popes and kings of that time. But nothing has remained concerning the builders themselves with the exception of names, and even that seldom. 59 and no facts have remained concerning the schools which stood behind all that was created by that strange period which began about the year 1000 and lasted for about 4 centuries. It is known that there existed schools of builders. Of course they had to exist, for every master worked and ordinarily lived with his pupils. In this way painters worked, in this way sculptors worked. In this way, naturally, architects worked. But behind these individual schools stood other institutions of very complex origin. And these were not merely architectural schools or schools of masons. The building of cathedrals was part of a colossal and cleverly devised plan which permitted the existence of entirely free philosophical and psychological schools in the rude, absurd, cruel, superstitious, bigoted and scholastic Middle Ages. These schools have left us an immense heritage, almost all of which we have already wasted without understanding its meaning and value. These schools, which built the Gothic cathedrals, concealed themselves so well that traces of them can now be found only by those who already know that such schools must have existed. Certainly the Catholic Church of the 11th and 12th centuries, which already used the torture and the stake for heretics and stifled all free thought, did not build Notre Dame. There is not the slightest doubt that for a time the Church was made an instrument for the preservation and propagation of the ideas of true Christianity, that is, of true religion or true knowledge, which were absolutely foreign to it. And there is nothing improbable in the fact that the whole scheme of the building of cathedrals and of the organization of schools under cover of this building activity was created because of the growing heretic mania in the Catholic Church and because the Church was rapidly losing those qualities which had made it a refuge for knowledge. By the end of the first 1,000 years of the Christian era the monasteries had gathered all the science, all the knowledge, of that time. But the legalization of the hunting and prosecution of heretics, and the approach of the Inquisition, made it impossible for knowledge to reside in monasteries. There was then found or, to speak more accurately, created, for this knowledge a new and convenient refuge. Knowledge left the monasteries and passed into schools of builders, schools of masons. The style later called Gothic and at the time known as the New, or Modern, of which the characteristic feature was the pointed arch, was accepted as the distinctive sign of the schools. The schools within presented a complex organization and were divided into different degrees. This means that in every school of masons, where all the sciences necessary for architects were taught, there were inner schools in which the true meaning of religious allegories and symbols was explained and in which was studied esoteric philosophy, or the science of the relations between God, man and the universe, that is, the very magic, for a mere thought of which people were put on the rack and burnt at the stake. The schools lasted up to the Renaissance, when the existence of secular science became possible. The new science, carried away by the novelty of free thought and free investigation, very soon forgot its origin and beginning, and forgot also the role of the Gothic cathedrals in the preservation and successive transmission of knowledge. But Notre Dame has remained, and to this day guards and shows us the ideas of the schools and the ideas of the true Freemasons. It is known that Notre Dame, at least in its exterior, is at present nearer to what it was originally than it has been during the past 3 centuries. After an incalculable number of ignorant pious alterations, after the storm of revolution which destroyed what had survived these alterations, Notre Dame was restored in the second part of the 19th century by a man who had deep understanding of its idea. But what has remained of the really old and what is new it is difficult to say, not for lack of historical data, but because the new is often in fact the old. Such, for instance, is the tall, slender, pierced spire over the eastern part of the cathedral, from which the 12 apostles, preceded by the apocalyptic beasts, are descending to the four-comers of the world. The old spire was demolished in 1787. What we now see is a structure of the 19th century and is the work of Viollet-le-Duc, the restorer of the cathedral during the Second Empire. But not even Viollet-le-Duc could create the view from the big towers over the city, including this spire and the apostles. He could not create the whole scenic effect which was undoubtedly a part of the builder's design. The spire with the apostles is an inseparable part of this view. You stand on the top of one of the big towers and look towards the east. The city, the houses, the river, the bridges, the tiny, microscopic people. And not one of these people sees the spire, or sees the teachers descending upon the earth preceded by the apocalyptic beasts. This is quite natural, because from there, from the earth, it is difficult to distinguish them. If you go there, to the embankment of the Seine, to the bridge, the apostles will appear from there almost as small as the people appear from here, and they will merge into the details of the roof of the cathedral. They can be seen only if one knows of their existence, like so many other things in the world. But who cares to know? And the gargoyles? They are regarded either simply as an ornament, or as individual creations of different artists at different times. In actual fact, however, they are one of the most important features of the design of the whole building. This design was very complex. To be more exact, it is not even one design, but several designs completing one another. The builders wished to put all their knowledge, all their ideas, into Notre Dame. You find their mathematics, astronomy, some very strange ideas of biology or evolution in the stone bushes, on which human heads grow, on the balustrade of the large platform under the flying buttresses. The gargoyles and other figures of Notre Dame transmit to us the psychological ideas of its builders, chiefly the idea of the complexity of the soul. These figures are the soul of Notre Dame, its different, pensive, melancholy, watching, derisive, malignant, absorbed in themselves, devouring something, looking intensely into a distance invisible to us. As does the strange woman in the headdress of a nun, which can be seen above the capitals of the columns of a small turret high up on the south side of the cathedral. The gargoyles and all the other figures of Notre Dame possess one very strange property: beside them people cannot be drawn, painted or photographed, beside them people appear dead, expressionless stone images. It is difficult to explain these of Notre Dame, they must be felt, and they can be felt. But it is necessary to choose the time when Paris becomes quiet. This happens before daybreak, when it is not yet quite light but when it is already possible to distinguish some of these strange beings sleeping above. I remember such a night. It was before the war. I was making a short stay in Paris on the way to India and was wandering about the town for the last time. It was already growing light, and the air was becoming cold. The moon moved swiftly among the clouds. I walked round the whole cathedral. The huge massive towers stood as though on the alert. But I already understood their secret. And I knew that I was taking with me a firm conviction, which nothing could shake, that this exists, that is, that there is another history apart from the history of crime, and that there is another thought, which created Notre Dame and its figures. I was going to search for other traces of this thought, and I was sure that I should find them. 8 years passed before I saw Notre Dame again. These were the years of almost unprecedented commotion and destruction. And it seemed to me that something had changed in Notre Dame, as though it was beginning to have a presentiment of its approaching end. During these years, which have written such brilliant pages into the history of crime, bombs dropped over Notre Dame, shells burst. And it was only by accident that Notre Dame did not share the fate of that wonderful fairy tale of the 12th century, Reims Cathedral, which perished a victim of progress and civilization. And when I went up the tower and again saw the descending apostles, I was struck by the vainness and almost complete uselessness of attempts to teach people something they have no desire whatever to know. And again, as many times before, I could find only one argument against this, namely, that perhaps the aim both of the teaching of the apostles and of the construction of Notre Dame was not to teach all the people, but only to transmit certain ideas to a few men through the space of time. Modern science conquers space within the limits of the surface of the small earth. Esoteric science has conquered time, and it knows methods of transferring its ideas intact and of establishing communications between schools through hundreds and thousands of years. 1922. 2. Egypt and the Pyramids. The first strange sensation of Egypt that I experienced was on the way from Cairo to the pyramids. On the bridge across the Nile I was filled with a strange and almost frightening sense of expectation. Something was changing around me. In the air, in the colors, in the lines, there was a magic which I did not yet understand. Arab and European Cairo quickly disappeared, and in its place, in everything that surrounded me, I felt Egypt, which enveloped me. I felt Egypt in the air blowing softly from the Nile, in the large boats with their triangular sails, in the groups of palms, in the wonderful rose tints of the rocks of Mokattam, in the silhouettes of the camels moving on the road in the distance. In the figures of women in their long black cloaks with bundles of reeds on their heads. And this Egypt was felt as extraordinarily real, as though I was suddenly transferred into another world, which to my own astonishment I seemed to know very well. At the same time I was aware that this other world was the distant past. But here it ceased to be past, appeared in everything, surrounded me, became the present. This was a very strong sensation and strangely definite. The sensation surprised me all the more because Egypt had never attracted me particularly. Books and Egyptian antiquities in museums made it appear not very interesting and even tedious. But here I suddenly felt something extraordinarily alluring in it and, above all, something close and familiar. Later, when I analyzed my impressions, I was able to find certain explanations for them, but at first they only astonished me, and I arrived at the pyramids strangely agitated by all that I had encountered on the way. The pyramids appeared in the distance as soon as we crossed the bridge, then they were hidden behind gardens and again appeared before us and grew larger and larger. When approaching them one sees that the pyramids do not stand on the level of the plain which stretches between them and Cairo, but on a high rocky plateau rising sharply from it. The plateau is reached by a winding and ascending road which goes through a cutting in the rock. Having walked to the end of this road you find yourself on a level with the pyramids, before the so-called Pyramid of Keeps, on the same side as the entrance into it. To the right in the distance is the second pyramid, and behind it, the third. Here, having ascended to the pyramids, you are in a different world, not in the world you were in 10 minutes ago. There, fields, foliage, palms, were still about you. Here it is a different country, a different landscape, a kingdom of sand and stone. This is the desert. The transition is sharp and unexpected. The sensation which I had experienced on the way came over me with renewed force. The incomprehensible past became the present and felt quite close to me, as if I could stretch out my arm into it, and our present disappeared and became strange, alien and distant. I walked towards the first pyramid. On a close view you see that it is built of huge blocks of stone, each more than half the height of a man. At about the level of a 3-storied house there is a triangular opening, the entrance into the pyramid. From the very beginning, as soon as I had gone up to the plateau where the pyramids stand, had seen them close and had inhaled the air which surrounds them, I felt that they were alive. And I had no need to analyze my thoughts on this subject. I felt it as real and unquestionable truth. And I understood at the same time why all these little people who were to be seen near the pyramids took them merely as dead stones. It was because all the people were themselves dead. Anyone who is at all alive cannot but feel that the pyramids are alive. I now understood this and many other things. The pyramids are just like ourselves, with the same thoughts and feelings, only they are very, very old and know much. And so they stand there and think and turn over their memories. How many thousands of years have passed over them? They alone know. And they are far older than historical science supposes. All is quiet around them. Neither tourists, nor guides, nor the British military camp, visible not far off, disturb their calm and that impression of extraordinarily concentrated stillness which surrounds them. People disappear near the pyramids. The pyramids are bigger and occupy more room than we imagine. The Great Pyramid is nearly 3/4 of a mile round its base and the second only a little less. People are unnoticeable beside them. And if you go as far as the third pyramid you are swallowed up in the real desert. The first time I went there I passed a whole day by the pyramids and early the following morning went there again. And during the 2 or 3 weeks I spent that time at Cairo I went there almost every day. I realized that I was attracted and held by sensations which I had never experienced before anywhere. Usually I sat on the sand somewhere between the second and the third pyramids and tried to stop the flow of my thoughts, and at times it seemed to me that I heard the thoughts of the pyramids. I did not examine anything as people do. I only wandered from place to place and drank in the general impression of the desert and of this strange corner of the earth where the pyramids stand. Everything here was familiar to me. Sun, wind, sand, stones, together made one whole from which I found it hard to go away. It became quite clear to me that I should not be able to leave Egypt as easily as I had left every other place. There was something here that I had to find, something that I had to understand. The entrance into the Great Pyramid is on the north side and rather high from the ground. The opening is in the form of a triangle. From it there leads a narrow passage which at once begins to descend at a steep angle. The floor is very slippery. There are no steps, but on the polished stone there are horizontal notches, worn smooth, into which it is possible to put one's feet sideways. Moreover, the floor is covered with fine sand and it is very difficult to keep oneself from sliding the whole way down. The Bedouin guide clambers down in front. In one hand he holds a lighted candle, the other he stretches out to you. You go down this sloping well in a bent attitude. You at once become very hot from the effort and the unaccustomed attitude. The descent seems rather long, at last it ends. You now find yourself in the place where a massive granite block once shut off the entrance, that is to say, approximately on the level of the base of the pyramid. From here it is possible to continue the descent to the lower chamber, which is at a considerable depth below the level of the rock, and it is also possible to climb up to the so-called chambers of the king and queen, which are approximately at the center of the pyramid. In order to do this it is necessary first of all to get round the granite block of which I have spoken. Some time, long ago, according to one account at the time of the last pharaohs, and according to others in the times of the Arabs, the conquerors who tried to penetrate to the interior of the pyramid, where there were supposed to be untold treasures, were stopped by this granite block. They could neither move nor pierce the block, and so they made a passage round it in the softer stone from which the pyramid was built. The guide holds up his candle. You are now standing in a fairly large cavern, and in front of you there is an obstacle which you must overcome in order to go further. This obstacle is something in the nature of a frozen or petrified waterfall by which you have to ascend. Two Arabs scramble up and reach their hands down to you. You climb up and, pressing yourself against the waterfall, make your way sideways along a narrow ledge round the middle part of the frozen stone cascade. Your feet slip, and there is nothing to hold by. At last you are there. Now it is necessary to ascend a little further, and before you there appears the narrow black entrance of another corridor. It leads upwards. Holding on to the walls, breathing the stifling air with difficulty and drenched with sweat, you slowly make your way forward. The candles of the guides before and behind you feebly light the uneven stone walls. Your back begins to ache from the bent position. To all this is added a feeling of weight hanging over you, like that felt beneath the earth in the deep galleries of mines and pits. At last you come out again into a place where you can stand upright. After a short rest you look round, and in the feeble light of the candles you make out that you are standing before the entrance to a narrow, straight corridor, along which you can go without bending. This corridor leads straight to the chamber of the Queen. To your right, if you stand facing the entrance to the corridor, you see the irregular black opening of a well, also made by treasure seekers and communicating with the lower subterranean chamber. At the level of your head, over the entrance to the corridor leading to the chamber of the Queen, another corridor begins, leading to the chamber of the King. But this second corridor is not parallel with the first, but forms an angle with it, that is, it goes upwards like a steep staircase which begins a little above the ground. In the construction of this upper corridor staircase there is much that is difficult to understand and that at once strikes the eye. In examining it I very soon understood that this corridor is the key to the whole pyramid. From the place where I stood, it could be seen that the upper corridor was very high, and along its sides, like the banisters of a staircase, were broad stone parapets, descending to the ground, that is, to the level where I stood. The floor of the corridor did not reach down to the ground, being cut short, as I have already mentioned, at about a man's height from the floor. In order to get into the upper corridor from where I stood, one had to go up first by one of the side parapets and then drop down to the staircase itself. I call this corridor a staircase only because it ascends steeply. It has no steps, only worn-down notches for the feet. Feeling that the floor behind you falls away, you begin to climb, holding on to one of the parapets. What strikes you first is that everything in this corridor is of very exact and fine workmanship. The lines are straight, the angles are correct. At the same time there is no doubt that this corridor was not made for walking along. Then for what was it made? The answer to this is given by the parapets. When you turn your attention to them, you see on them mathematically correct notched divisions at strictly equal distances from one another. These divisions are so precise that they immediately attract your attention. There is some idea, some intention, in them. And suddenly it becomes clear to you that up and down this corridor, some kind of stone or metal plate, or carriage, must have moved, which possibly, in its turn, served as a support for some measuring apparatus and could be fixed in any position. The divisions on the parapet show clearly that they were used for some kind of measurement, for finding certain angles. No doubt remained in my mind that this corridor with its parapets was the most important place in the whole pyramid. It cannot be explained without the supposition of a carriage moving up and down the incline. And this, in its turn, alters the whole conception of the pyramid and opens up entirely new possibilities. At a definite time of the year the rays of certain stars can penetrate into the pyramid through the opening by which we entered it, until these stars become displaced in the progress of the great astronomical cycle. If we suppose that somewhere on the path of the rays mirrors are fixed, the rays penetrating through the opening of the pyramid will be thrown into the corridor on the apparatus fixed on the movable carriage. There is no doubt that some kind of observations were carried out here, some kind of cycles were recorded, some data were established. The granite block, round which goes what I called the stone waterfall, bars the way to these rays. But the meaning, the purpose, and the epoch of this block are completely unknown. It is very difficult to define in our language the object and purpose of the pyramid. The pyramid was an observatory, but not only an observatory, in the modern meaning of the word, for it was also a scientific instrument. And not only an instrument or a collection of instruments, but also a scientific treatise, or rather a whole library on physics, mathematics and astronomy. Or, to be still more exact, it was a physico-mathematical faculty, and at the same time a depository of measures, which is quite clearly shown by the measurements of the pyramid, the numerical interrelation of its height, base, sides, angles, and so on. I had a very concrete feeling of the idea of the pyramid later, when I visited the famous observatory of Jai Singh at Jaipur, in Rajputana. The observatory is a huge square surrounded by walls, with strange buildings, stone triangles, the height of a large house, huge circles with divisions. Empty cisterns resembling ponds with bridges across them and with polished brass bottoms for reflecting the stars, mysterious stone mazes which serve to find a definite constellation. All these are gigantic physical and astronomical apparatus, gnomons, quadrants, sextants and others, that is, instruments that are now made of brass and kept in cases. If one imagines all these apparatus, and many others unknown to us, combined into one and supposes that their very measurements and the interrelation of their parts express the fundamental relations between the measurements of the different parts of, say, the solar system, the result will be the idea of the pyramid. But I will continue the description of the pyramid as I saw it. At the top the inclined corridor with parapets becomes horizontal and then leads into the chamber of the king. Candles are not sufficient to light the high smooth stone walls. It is rather stifling. By one wall there is something resembling a sarcophagus with high chipped sides. I sent the guides away into the corridor and for some minutes remained alone. I had a very strange feeling in this stone cell enclosed in the mass of the pyramid. The pulsation of life which filled the pyramid and emanated from it was felt here more strongly than anywhere. But besides this it appeared to me that this chamber was telling me something about itself. I felt myself surrounded by different voices. But their words seemed to sound from behind a wall. I could hear but could not understand them. It seemed to me that it was necessary to make only quite a small effort and I should then hear everything. But I did not succeed in making this effort and probably it was not a question of effort at all, something much more important separated me from these voices. The chamber of the queen differs little from the chamber of the king, but for some reason does not give the same sensations. The lower subterranean chamber, which is more difficult to reach and is very stifling, is a little larger than the king's chamber, and is also full of thoughts and inaudible voices which are trying to impress something on you. From the top of the pyramid my attention was attracted by the Dashur pyramid with irregular sides which is seen in the distance through field glasses, the strange step pyramid situated nearer, and not far from it a large white pyramid. A few days after, I rode out from Gizeh to these distant pyramids. I did not want to see anything in particular, but wished to form a general impression of this part of the desert. Having passed the Pyramid of Keeps and the Sphinx I found myself on a broad road leading to Abusir. As a matter of fact there was no road, but a broad track covered with traces of horses, donkeys and camels. On the left, towards the Nile, lay ploughed fields. To the right there stretched a rocky cliff, beyond which the desert began. From the very beginning of the road from Gizeh I began to experience this strange sensation of past as present which for some reason was produced in me by the Egyptian landscape. But this time I felt a desire to understand this sensation better, and I looked with particular intentness at everything round me, trying to decipher the secret of this magic of Egypt. And I came to think that the secret might lie in the astonishing changelessness of the Egyptian landscape and its colors. In other countries nature changes its face several times a year. Even where for centuries the main features have been preserved, as in forests and steppes, the outer cover of nature, the grass, the leaves, is all new, just born. But here this sand and these stones are the same as those which had seen the people who built the pyramids, the pharaohs and the caliphs. And it seemed to me that in these stones which had seen so much, something of what they had seen was preserved. And that because of this a certain link was established through them with the life which existed in these places before and seemed still to be invisibly present here. My grey Arab pony galloped quickly along by the uneven stone wall which lay on the right of the road, now nearer and now further off. And I was more and more immersed in a strange feeling of liberation from everything by which we ordinarily live. The whole present receded, appeared transparent like mist, and through it the past became more and more visible all around me, not taking any definite form but penetrating me by 1,000 different sensations and emotions. Nowhere had I ever felt before so clearly and definitely the unreality of the present. I felt here that all that we consider as actually existing is nothing but a mirage which passes over the face of the earth, perhaps the shadow or the reflection of some other life. Or perhaps only dreams created in our imagination as a result of some obscure impacts and vague sounds which reach our consciousness from the unknown which surrounds us. I felt that everything vanished, St. Petersburg, London, Cairo, hotels, railways, steamers, people, everything became a mirage. But the desert round me existed, and I existed, though in a very strange way, without any connection with the present, but conscious of a very strong connection with the unknown past. And in everything I felt there was a not easily comprehensible but very subtle joy. I would describe it as the joy of liberation from oneself and the joy of feeling the incredible richness of life, which never dies but exists in an infinite variety of forms invisible and intangible for us. Having passed Saqqara with the Step Pyramid and the White Pyramid, I went further to the Dashur Pyramids. Here there was no road at all. The sand changed to small flints which formed what looked like enormous waves. When I came to level places and my pony began to gallop, it seemed to me several times that I was dropping money, for the flints flew up from the hoofs and tinkled like silver. Even the first of the Dashur pyramids produces an extraordinary and peculiar impression, as though it were sunk in its own thoughts but would presently notice you and would speak to you definitely and clearly. I rode slowly round it. There was not a soul near it, and nothing was visible but the sand and the pyramid with irregular sides in the distance. I rode up to it. It is the strangest pyramid of all. I was only sorry that I could not be transported to this pyramid straight from Cairo, without seeing and feeling anything else. I was already too much saturated with impressions and could not fully appreciate what I felt here. But I felt that the stones here were animate and entrusted with a definite task. The South Dashur pyramid with the irregular lines of its side struck me by its very definiteness, which was almost frightening. At the same time I did not wish to formulate, even to myself, all that I felt. It was too much like imagination. But my thoughts went on without obeying me, and at times it appeared to me that I was really beginning to imagine things. But the sensation was quite different from that produced by imagination. There was something inexpressibly real in it. I turned my pony round and slowly rode back. Some distance off something seemed suddenly to push me. I quickly turned in the saddle. The pyramid was looking at me as though expecting something. "Till next time," I said. I could not fully analyze all the feelings that I had at that moment. But I felt that precisely here, if only I could remain here alone sufficiently long, my thoughts and sensations would reach such a degree of tension that I should really see and hear what is ordinarily invisible and inaudible. How far this was really connected with this strange pyramid, or how far it was the result of the whole day and the whole week of unusual sensations, I could not say. But I felt that here my sensations of Egypt reached their highest intensity. At the present time views on the pyramids can be divided into two categories. To the first category belongs the theory of tombs, and to the second, astronomical and mathematical theories. Historical science, that is, Egyptology, keeps almost exclusively to the theory of tombs, with very small and feeble admissions in the direction of the possibility of the utilization of pyramids for astronomical observations. Thus Professor Petrie in his book A History of Egypt speaks of 3 deep trenches which were cut in the rock and were about 160 feet long, 20 feet deep, and not over 5 or 6 feet wide. The purpose of such trenches is quite unknown. But there may have been some system of observing azimuths of stars by a surface of water at the bottom, and a cord stretched from end to end at the top. By noting the moment of the transit of the reflections of the star past the cord, an accurate observation of azimuth might be made, page 41. But speaking generally, historical science is not interested in the astronomical and mathematical meaning of the pyramids. If Egyptologists ever touch upon his side of the question, it is acting only as amateurs, and in this case no great importance is attached to their opinions. R. A. Proctor's book, which I mention later, is an example of this. The description of the construction of the pyramids, chiefly of the Great Pyramid, to be found in Herodotus is accepted as final and decisive. Herodotus relates what he was told about the construction of the Great Pyramid 2 or 3,000 years before his time. He says that on the granite blocks covering the pyramid hieroglyphic inscriptions were cut referring to various facts connected with its construction. Among other things there was recorded the amount of garlic, onions and radishes that was eaten by the slaves who built the pyramid, and from the amount of garlic, etc. It was possible to draw conclusions as to the number of slaves and the duration of the work. Herodotus says that before the Great Pyramid was built, a causeway had to be made through the desert on an embankment for the transport of the material. He himself saw this causeway, which, according to his words, was a construction not less great than the pyramid itself. The approximate date of the construction given by Herodotus is, owing to the profusion of small details pointed out by him, regarded in Egyptology as indisputable. In reality all that Herodotus says is not in the least convincing. It must be remembered that Herodotus himself could not read hieroglyphs. This knowledge was carefully guarded and was the privilege of the priests. Herodotus could record only what was translated to him, and that certainly would have been only what confirmed and established the official version of the construction of the pyramids. This official version accepted in Egyptology may actually be far removed from truth. And the truth may be that what is regarded as the construction of the Great Pyramid was in reality its restoration. The pyramids may be much older than we think. The Sphinx, which may have been constructed at the same time as the pyramids, or still earlier, is quite rightly considered prehistoric. What does this mean? It means that some thousands of years before our era, possibly many thousands of years, the people or peoples who are known to us under the name of ancient Egyptians, occupied the valley of the Nile and found, half buried in the sands, the pyramids and the Sphinx, the meaning and significance of which were quite incomprehensible to them. The Sphinx looked towards the east, so it was called the image of Harmakhudi or the sun on the horizon. Very much later the king to whom is ascribed the name of Khepes, Egyptologists have, of course, quite a different name for him, restored one of the pyramids and made of it a mausoleum or sepulchre for himself. Moreover, the inscriptions cut into the facing of this pyramid described the doings of the king in a laudatory and exaggerated tone, and the restoration was of course called construction. These inscriptions misled Herodotus, who took them for exact historical data. The restoration of the pyramids was not their construction. The brother of Khepes, Khephren, the spelling and pronunciation of these names are very uncertain and unreliable, restored another pyramid. Gradually this became a custom, and so it happened that some of the pharaohs built for themselves new pyramids, usually of smaller dimensions, and some restored the old, which were of larger dimensions. It is also possible that the first to be restored were the Dahshur pyramids and the Step pyramid at Saqqara. Gradually all the pyramids were converted into sepulchres, for a sepulchre was the most important thing in the life of the Egyptians of that period. But it was only an accidental episode in the history of the pyramids, which in no way explains their origin. At the present time many interesting facts have been established concerning the Great Pyramid. But these discoveries belong either to astronomers or to mathematicians. And if it happens that any Egyptologists speak of them, there are only very few who do so, and their opinions are usually suppressed by others. In a way the reason for this is understandable, for too much charlatanism has accumulated round the study of the astronomical and mathematical significance of the pyramids. Theories, for instance, exist and books are published proving that the measurements of the various parts of corridors and walls inside the Great Pyramid represent the whole history of mankind from Adam to the end of general history. According to the author of one such book, prophecies contained in the pyramid refer chiefly to England and even give the length of the duration of post-war cabinets. The existence of such theories, of course, makes it clear why science is afraid of new discoveries concerning the pyramids. But this in no way diminishes the value of existing attempts to establish the astronomical and mathematical meaning of the pyramids, in most cases so far only the Great Pyramid. R.A. Proctor in his book The Great Pyramid, London, 1883, regards the pyramid as a kind of telescope or transit apparatus. He draws special attention to the slots on the parapets of the Grand Gallery and finds that they were made for moving up and down the incline instruments used for carrying out observations. Further, he points to the possible existence of a water mirror at the junction of the ascending and descending passages and asserts that the pyramid was a clock for Egyptian priests and chiefly an astronomical clock. Mouraux has collected in his book Les Énigmes de la Science almost all the existing material relating to the Great Pyramid as a depository of measures, or as a mathematical compendium. The sum of the sides of the base of the pyramid divided by its height doubled gives the relation of circumference to diameter, the number n, which plays such an important role in the history of mathematics. The height of the pyramid is 1,000 millionth part of the distance of the Earth from the Sun, which, by the way, was established in science with sufficient accuracy only in the second half of the 19th century, etc., etc. All this and many other things show the astounding narrowness of modern scientific views and the absence of even ordinary curiosity in the Egyptologists who come to a standstill at the theory of tombs and the story of Herodotus, and do not wish to know anything more. In reality, the pyramids contain a great enigma. The pyramids, more than anything else in the world, tell us that we are quite wrong in considering that our ancestor was a hairy-tailed quadruped, probably arboreal in its habits, and an inhabitant of the Old World. In actual fact, our genealogy is much more interesting. Our ancestors were very rich and eminent people, and they left us an enormous inheritance, which we have completely forgotten, especially since the time when we began to consider ourselves the of a monkey. 1914 to 1925. 3. The Sphinx. Yellowish-gray sand. Deep blue sky. In the distance the triangle of the Pyramid of Khephren, and just before me this strange, great face with its gaze directed into the distance. I used often to go to Gizeh from Cairo, sit down on the sand before the Sphinx, look at it and try to understand it, understand the idea of the artists who created it. And on each and every occasion I experienced the same fear and terror of annihilation. I was swallowed up in its glance, a glance that spoke of mysteries beyond our power of comprehension. The Sphinx lies on the Gizeh Plateau, where the Great Pyramids stand, and where there are many other monuments, already discovered and still to be discovered, and a number of tombs of different epochs. The Sphinx lies in a hollow, above the level of which only its head, neck and part of its back project. By whom, when, and why the Sphinx was erected, of this nothing is known. Present-day archaeology takes the Sphinx to be prehistoric. This means that even for the most ancient of the ancient Egyptians, those of the first dynasties 6,000 to 7,000 years before the birth of Christ, the Sphinx was the same riddle as it is for us today. From the stone tablet, inscribed with drawings and hieroglyphs, found between the paws of the Sphinx, it was once surmised that the figure represented the image of the Egyptian god Harmakhudi, the sun on the horizon. But it has long been agreed that this is an altogether unsatisfactory interpretation and that the inscription probably refers to the occasion of some partial restoration made comparatively recently. As a matter of fact, the Sphinx is older than historical Egypt, older than her gods, older than the pyramids, which, in their turn, are much older than is thought. The Sphinx is indisputably one of the most remarkable, if not the most remarkable, of the world's works of art. I know nothing that it would be possible to put side by side with it. It belongs indeed to quite another art than the art we know. Beings such as ourselves could not create a sphinx. Nor can our culture create anything like it. The sphinx appears unmistakably to be a relic of another, a very ancient culture, which was possessed of knowledge far greater than ours. There is a tradition or theory that the sphinx is a great, complex hieroglyph, or a book in stone, which contains the whole totality of ancient knowledge. And reveals itself to the man who can read this strange cipher which is embodied in the forms, correlations and measurements of the different parts of the sphinx. This is the famous riddle of the sphinx, which from the most ancient times so many wise men have attempted to solve. Previously, when reading about the sphinx, it had seemed to me that it would be necessary to approach it with the full equipment of a knowledge different from ours, with some new form of perception, some special kind of mathematics. And that without these aids it would be impossible to discover anything in it. But when I saw the sphinx for myself, I felt something in it that I had never read and never heard of, something that at once placed it for me among the most enigmatic and at the same time fundamental problems of life and the world. The face of the sphinx strikes one with wonder at the first glance. To begin with, it is quite a modern face. With the exception of the head ornament, there is nothing of ancient history about it. For some reason I had feared that there would be. I had thought that the sphinx would have very alien face. But this is not the case. Its face is simple and understandable. It is only the way that it looks that is strange. The face is a good deal disfigured. But if you move away a little and look for a long time at the sphinx, it is as if a kind of veil falls from its face, the triangles of the head ornament behind the ears become invisible. And before you there emerges clearly a complete and undamaged face with eyes which look over and beyond you into the unknown distance. I remember sitting on the sand in front of the sphinx, on the spot from which the second pyramid in the distance makes an exact triangle behind the sphinx, and trying to understand, to read its glance. At first I saw only that the sphinx looked beyond me into the distance. But soon I began to have a kind of vague, then a growing, uneasiness. Another moment, and I felt that the sphinx was not seeing me, and not only was it not seeing, it could not see me. And not because I was too small in comparison with it or too insignificant in comparison with the profundity of wisdom it contained and guarded. Not at all. That would have been natural and comprehensible. The sense of annihilation and the terror of vanishing came from feeling myself in some way too transient for the sphinx to be able to notice me. I felt that not only did these fleeting moments or hours which I could pass before it not exist for it, but that if I could stay under its gaze from birth to death, the whole of my life would flash by so swiftly for it that it could not notice me. Its glance was fixed on something else. It was the glance of a being who thinks in centuries and millenniums. I did not exist and could not exist for it. And I could not answer my own question, do I exist for myself? Do I, indeed, exist in any sort of sense, in any sort of relation? And in this thought, in this feeling, under this strange glance, there was an icy coldness. We are so accustomed to feel that we exist. Yet all at once, here, I felt that I did not exist, that there was no I, that I could not be so much as perceived. And the sphinx before me looked into the distance, beyond me, and its face seemed to reflect something that it saw, something which I could neither see nor understand. Eternity. This word flashed into my consciousness and went through me with a sort of cold shudder. All ideas about time, about things, about life, were becoming confused. I felt that in these moments, in which I stood before the sphinx, it lived through all the events and happenings of thousands of years, and that on the other hand centuries passed for it like moments. How this could be I did not understand. But I felt that my consciousness grasped the shadow of the exalted fantasy or clairvoyance of the artists who had created the sphinx. I touched the mystery but could neither define nor formulate it. And only later, when all these impressions began to unite with those which I had formerly known and felt, the fringe of the curtain seemed to move, and I felt that I was beginning, slowly, to understand. The problem of eternity, of which the face of the Sphinx speaks, takes us into the realm of the impossible. Even the problem of time is simple in comparison with the problem of eternity. Hints towards the solution of the problem of eternity can be found in the various symbols and allegories of ancient religions and in some of the modern as well as the ancient philosophies. The circle is the image of eternity. A line going into space and returning to its starting point. In symbolism it is the snake biting its own tail. But where is the beginning in a closed circle? Our thought, caught in a circle, also cannot escape from it. A heroic effort of imagination, a complete break with everything logically comprehensible, natural and possible, is necessary in order to divine the secret of this circle, and to find the point where the end unites with the beginning. Where the head of the snake bites its own tail. The idea of eternal recurrence, which for us is connected with the name of Pythagoras and in modern times with that of Nietzsche, is precisely such a sweep of the sword over the knot of the Gordian car. Only in the idea of return, of endless repetition, can we understand and imagine eternity. But it must be remembered that in this case we shall have no knot before us, but only its severed parts. And having understood the nature of the knot in this divided aspect, we shall afterwards have to unite these fragments again in thought and create from them a whole. 1908 to 1914. 4. The Buddha with the Sapphire Eyes. Green Ceylon. A lacework of coconut palms along the sandy shores of the ocean. Fishermen's hamlets amidst the green. Lagoons, lakes, paddy fields, panoramas of valley and mountain landscapes, the sharp-pointed Adam's Peak. Ruins of ancient cities, gigantic statues of Buddha under green branches of trees from which monkeys stare down at you. White Buddhist temples amongst flowers and foliage. Monks in yellow robes, Sinhalese with tortoise-shell combs in their hair, wearing close-fitting white skirts, reaching to the ground. Laughing black-eyed girls in light carts drawn by quick-trotting bullocks, huge trees, thickly covered with scarlet blossoms. The broad leaves of banana trees. Again palms, rose-red earth, and sun, sun, sun. I stayed at a hotel outside Colombo, on the seashore, and from there I made a number of excursions, going south to Gao, to the Buddhist monasteries, north to the toy town of Kandy, where stands the holy temple of the tooth. Its white stones covered with green moss, and further, to the rums of Anuradhapaya, a city which long before the birth of Christ had a population of 2 millions, and was destroyed during the invasion of the Tamils at the beginning of our era. It has long been overrun and swallowed up by the green jungle through which now for nearly 15 miles stretch streets and squares overgrown with grass and bushes, foundations and the half-demolished walls of houses, temples, monasteries, palaces. Reservoirs and tanks, fragments of broken statues, gigantic dagobas, bell-shaped brick buildings and so on. On returning to my hotel after one of these excursions, I stayed indoors for a few days, trying to write down my impressions, above all my conversations with the Buddhist monks who had been explaining the teaching of Buddha. These conversations had left me with a strange feeling of dissatisfaction. I could not give up the thought that in Buddhism many things existed on which we were not able to come to any understanding and which I should define by the words miraculous or magical, that is to say. Precisely what Buddhists denied in Buddhism. Buddhism appeared to me in two aspects simultaneously. On the one hand I saw it as a religion full of light, full of softness and warmth, of all religions the furthest removed from what may be called paganism. A religion which even in its extreme church forms never blessed the sword, never employed compulsion in any form whatever. A religion which one might embrace while remaining in one's former religion. All this on the one hand. On the other hand a strange philosophy which tries to deny that which constitutes the essence and principal content of every religion, the idea of the miraculous. The bright side of Buddhism I felt immediately on entering any Buddhist temple, especially in the southern part of Ceylon. Buddhist temples are little green nooks resembling the hermitages in Russian monasteries. A white stone enclosure and within it a few small, white buildings and a little belfry. Everything is always very clean and there is much verdure, many shadows, sunflecks and flowers. A traditional dagoba, a broad bell-shaped building with a surmounting spire, standing over buried treasure or relics. Beneath the trees a semicircle of carved stone altars, and on them flowers brought by pilgrims, and in the evening the lights of oil lamps, and the inevitable sacred bo tree, which in appearance resembles the elm. And pervading all a sense of quietude and serenity that carries you away from the clamor and contradictions of life. But as soon as you seek to come nearer to Buddhism, you immediately encounter a whole series of formal obstacles and evasions. Concerning this we must not speak, about this Buddha has forbidden us even to think, this we have not at all, never have had and never can have. Buddhism teaches only how one can liberate oneself from suffering. And liberation from suffering is possible only by overcoming in oneself the desire for life, the desire for pleasure, all desires in general. In this is the beginning and the end of Buddhism. There is no mysticism, no hidden knowledge, no ideas about the miraculous, no future except the possibility of liberation from suffering, and annihilation. But as I heard all this, I was inwardly convinced that it was not so, and that in Buddhism there were many things to which perhaps I could not give a name, but which were definitely connected with the very name of Buddha, i.e. the enlightened one, and that precisely the idea of illumination, or enlightenment, and assuredly not the arid and materialistic theories of liberation from suffering, constituted the principal essence of Buddhism. This contradiction, which I felt so strongly, would not allow me to write, it prevented me from formulating my impressions even to myself, it made me dispute mentally with the Buddhists with whom I had talked. It made me contradict them, argue with them, wish to compel them to recognize and talk of something of which they did not wish to speak. Consequently my work went badly. For several days I tried to write in the morning, but seeing that nothing came of it, I used to go for a stroll along the seashore, or take a train to the town. Once, on a Sunday morning, when our usually half-empty and sleepy hotel was filled with people from the town, I went out early. This time I did not go by the sea but along the road which led from the shore inland, through green meadows, past clumps of trees and now and again one or two huts. The path along which I went led out onto the main road running south from Colombo. I remembered that somewhere about here must be a Buddhist temple to which I had not yet been, and I asked an old Sinhalese, who was selling green coconuts in a little stall by the side of the road, where the temple was. Some other people came along and by their united efforts they somehow managed to understand what I wanted, and told me that the temple was on this road towards Colombo and that a small path on the right would lead to it. After going some distance I found at last among the trees the path of which they had told me and which led to the temple. Soon I caught sight of the enclosure and gates. I was met by the gatekeeper, a very talkative Sinhalese with a thick beard and the inevitable comb in his hair. First he took me into the new shrine, where some modern and quite uninteresting statues of Buddha and his disciples stood in a row. Then we looked at the vihair, where the monks live and where there is a school for children and a hall for preaching. Then the dagoba, on the spire of which is set a large moonstone which is shown to tourists and, so far as I could understand, was considered the most remarkable object in the whole temple. Then a huge spreading and apparently very ancient bo tree, which by its age showed the antiquity of the temple. Under this tree there was deep shade, into which obviously the sun never penetrated, for the stone altars which stood in it were covered with fine green moss. There were some extraordinarily picturesque spots among the buildings and trees. And I remembered that I had seen photographs of them before. Finally we went to look at the old shrine. It was undoubtedly a very ancient building, long, one-storied, columned, with a veranda. As is always the case with these shrines, the walls inside were covered with bright painting representing various episodes from the life of Prince Gautama and from other incarnations of Buddha. In the second room, the guide told me, was a very ancient statue of Buddha with sapphire eyes. Statues of Buddha are either standing, sitting or reclining. This was a reclining Buddha. When we entered the second room of the shrine it was quite dark, as the light from the door through which we came could not reach it. I struck a match and saw behind a latticed glass frame running the whole length of the wall a huge statue lying on its side with one hand under its head, and a strange gaze of eyes which were not looking at me and yet appeared to see me. The gatekeeper opened another door and in the faint light that penetrated to where I was standing the face of the Buddha appeared before me. It was a face about a yard in length, painted yellow, with strongly marked dark lines round the nostrils, mouth and eyebrows, and with great blue eyes. Those eyes are real sapphires, my guide told me. Nobody knows when this statue was made. But it is certainly more than 1,000 years old. Will not the frame open? I asked the guide. It does not open, he replied. It has not been opened for over 60 years. He went on talking, but I was not listening. The gaze of those great blue eyes attracted me. A second or two passed and I understood that I was in the presence of a miracle. The guide quietly went out behind me and sat on the steps of the veranda, and I was left alone with the Buddha. The face of the Buddha was quite alive, he was not looking straight at me, and yet he saw me. At first I felt nothing but wonder. I had not expected and could not have expected anything like it. But very soon wonder and all other feelings and thoughts disappeared in new and strange sensations. The Buddha saw me, saw in me that which I could not see myself, all that was hidden in the most secret recesses of my soul. And under his gaze, which, as it were, passed me by, I began to see all this myself. Everything that was small, superfluous, uneasy and troubled came to the surface and displayed itself under this glance. The face of the Buddha was quite calm, but not expressionless, and full of deep thought and feeling. He was lying here deep in thought, and I had come, opened the doors and stood before him, and now he was involuntarily judging me. But there was no blame or reproach in his glance. His look was extraordinarily serious, calm and full of understanding. But when I attempted to ask myself what the face of the Buddha expressed, I realized that there could be no answer. His face was neither cold nor indifferent. On the other hand, it would be quite wrong to say that it expressed warmth, sympathy, or compassion. All this would be too small to ascribe to him. At the same time, it would also be wrong to say that the face of the Buddha expressed unearthly grandeur or divine wisdom. No, it was a human face, yet at the same time a face which men do not happen to have. I felt that all the words I could command would be wrong if applied to the expression of this face. I can only say that here was understanding. Simultaneously I began to feel the strange effect which the Buddha's face produced on me. All the gloom that rose from the depths of my soul seemed to clear up. It was as if the Buddha's face communicated its calm to me. Everything that up to now had troubled me and appeared so serious and important, now became so small, insignificant and unworthy of notice, that I only wondered how it could ever have affected me. And I felt that no matter how agitated, troubled, irritated and torn with contradictory thoughts and feelings a man might be when he came here, he would go away calm, quiet, enlightened, understanding. I remembered my work, remembered the conversations with the Buddhists, remembered how I had failed to make clear to myself certain things relating to Buddhism. And I nearly laughed, so utterly useless had it all been. All Buddhism was in this face, in this gaze. And suddenly I seemed to understand certain things Buddha had forbidden men to speak of, things above human reason and above human words. Was it not right? Here I saw this face and felt it, and yet I was not able to say what it expressed. If nevertheless I tried to put it into words, that would be even worse, because it would be a lie. In this perhaps lay the explanation of Buddha's prohibition. And Buddha had said also that he had imparted the whole of the teaching, and that no secret doctrine existed. Might this not mean that the secret was hidden not in secret words, but in words known to all, but not understood by men? Was it not possible that this Buddha was the solution of the mystery, the key to it? The whole statue was here before me, there was nothing secret or hidden in it, but even so, could I say that I saw it? And would others see it and understand it even to the extent that I did? Why was it unknown? It must be that people failed to notice it, just as they failed to see the truth hidden in Buddha's words about liberation from suffering. I looked at those deep blue eyes and felt that though my thoughts were near the truth, they were not yet the truth, because the truth is richer and more varied than anything that can possibly be expressed in thoughts or words. At the same time I felt that this face really contained the whole of Buddhism. No books are necessary, no philosophical discourse, in Buddha's glance is everything. One need only come here and be moved by this glance. I went out of the shrine with the intention of returning on the following day and trying to photograph the Buddha. But for this purpose it would be necessary to open the frame. The gatekeeper to whom I spoke about the frame told me again that it could not be opened. However, I left with the hope of managing it somehow on the following day. On the way back to the hotel I wondered how it could have happened that this Buddha was so little known. I was quite sure that it was not mentioned in any of the books on Ceylon which I had. And so it proved. In Cave's large book of Ceylon there was actually a picture of this temple, the inner court with the little stone stairway leading to the belfry and the old shrine in which the Buddha is, and even with the same gatekeeper who took me round. But not one word about the statue. And this seemed all the more strange, because, apart from the mystical significance of this Buddha and its value as a work of art, it was certainly one of the largest Buddhas I had seen in Ceylon, and, moreover, had sapphire eyes. How it had been overlooked or forgotten I could not imagine. The cause is of course to be found in the intensely barbarian character of the Western crowd which penetrates into the East, and in its deep contempt for all that does not serve the immediate purposes of profit or entertainment. At some time or other the Buddha was probably seen and described by somebody, but afterwards it was forgotten. The Sinhalese certainly know of the Buddha with the sapphire eyes, but for them it just exists, in the same way that the sea or the mountains exist. Next day I went again to the temple. I went fearing that on this occasion I should neither see nor feel what I had experienced the day before, that the Buddha with the sapphire eyes would suddenly prove to be just an ordinary stone statue with a painted face. But my fears were not confirmed. The Buddha's gaze was exactly the same, penetrating my soul, illuminating everything in it and, as it were, putting everything in order. A day or two later I was in the temple again, and the gatekeeper now met me as an old acquaintance. And again the face of the Buddha communicated something to me that I could neither understand nor express. I intended to try and find out something about the history of the Buddha with the sapphire eyes. But it happened that almost immediately I had to leave for India. Then the war began, and the face of the Buddha remained far from me across the gulf of men's madness. One thing is certain. This Buddha is quite an exceptional work of art. I do not know of any work in Christian art which stands on the same level as the Buddha with the sapphire eyes, that is to say. I know of no work which expresses in itself so completely the idea of the soul of the Empress Mumtaz Mahal. It was my last summer in India. The rains were already beginning when I left Bombay for Agra and Delhi. For several weeks before that I had been collecting and reading everything I could find about Agra, about the palace of the great Mughals and about the Taj Mahal, the famous mausoleum of the empress who died at the beginning of the 17th century. But everything that I had read, either then or before, left me with a kind of indefinite feeling as though all who had attempted to describe Agra and the Taj Mahal had missed what was most important. Neither the romantic history of the Taj Mahal, nor the architectural beauty, the luxuriance and opulence of the decoration and ornaments, could explain for me the impression of fairy tale unreality, of something beautiful, but infinitely remote from life, the impression which was felt behind all the descriptions, but which nobody has been able to put into words or explain. And it seemed to me that here there was a mystery. The Taj Mahal had a secret which was felt by everybody but to which nobody could give a name. Photographs told me nothing at all. A large and massive building, and 4 tapering minarets, one at each corner. In all this I saw no particular beauty, but rather something incomplete. And the 4 minarets, standing separate, like 4 candles at the corners of a table, looked strange and almost unpleasant. In what then lies the strength of the impression made by the Taj Mahal? Whence comes the irresistible effect which it produces on all who see it? Neither the marble lacework of the trellises, nor the delicate carving which covers its walls, neither the mosaic flowers, nor the fate of the beautiful empress, none of these by itself could produce such an impression. It must lie in something else. But in what? I tried not to think of it, in order not to create a preconceived idea. But something fascinated me and agitated me. I could not be sure, but it seemed to me that the enigma of the Taj Mahal was connected with the mystery of death, that is, with the mystery regarding which, according to the expression of one of the Upanishads, Even the gods have doubted formerly. The creation of the Taj Mahal dates back to the time of the conquest of India by the Mohammedans. The grandson of Akbar, Shah Jahan, was one of the conquerors who changed the very face of India. Soldier and statesman, Shah Jahan was at the same time a fine judge of art and philosophy. And his court at Agra attracted all the most eminent scholars and artists of Persia, which was at that time the center of culture for the whole of Western Asia. Shah Jahan passed most of his life, however, on campaign and in fighting. And on all his campaigns he was invariably accompanied by his favorite wife, the beautiful Arjumand Banu, or, as she was also called, Mumtaz-i-Mahal, the treasure of the palace. Arjumand Banu was Shah Jahan's constant advisor in all matters of subtle and intricate Oriental diplomacy, and she also shared his interest in the philosophy to which the invincible emperor devoted all his leisure. During one of these campaigns the empress, who as usual was accompanying Shah Jahan, died, and before her death she asked him to build for her a tomb, the most beautiful in the world. And Shah Jahan decided to build for the interment of the dead empress an immense mausoleum of white marble on the bank of the river Jumna in his capital Agra. And later to throw a silver bridge across the Jumna and on the other bank to build a mausoleum of black marble for himself. Only half these plans was destined to be realized, for 20 years later, when the building of the Empress Mausoleum was being completed, a rebellion was raised against Shah Jahan by his son Aurangzeb, who later destroyed Benares. Aurangzeb accused his father of having spent on the building of the mausoleum the whole revenue of the state for the last 20 years. And having taken Shah Jahan captive, Aurangzeb shut him up in a subterranean mosque in one of the inner courts of the fortress palace of Agra. Shah Jahan lived 7 years in this subterranean mosque, and when he felt the approach of death, he asked to be moved to the fortress wall into the so-called Jasmine Pavilion, a tower of lace-like marble, which had contained the favorite room of the Empress Arjumand Banu. And on the balcony of the Jasmine Pavilion overlooking the Jumna, whence the Taj Mahal can be seen in the distance, Shah Jahan breathed his last. Such, briefly, is the history of the Taj Mahal. Since those days the mausoleum of the Empress has survived many vicissitudes of fortune. During the constant wars that took place in India in the 17th and 18th centuries, Agra changed hands many times and was frequently pillaged. Conquerors carried off from the Taj Mahal the great silver doors and the precious lamps and candlesticks, and they stripped the walls of the ornaments of precious stones. The building itself, however, and the greater part of the interior decoration has been preserved. In the 30s of the last century the British Governor-General proposed to sell the Taj Mahal for demolition. The Taj Mahal has now been restored and is carefully guarded. I arrived at Agra in the evening and decided to go at once to see the Taj Mahal by moonlight. It was not full moon, but there was sufficient light. Leaving the hotel, I drove for a long time through the European part of Agra, along broad streets all running between gardens. At last we left the town and, driving through a long avenue, on the left of which the river could be seen, we came out upon a broad square paved with flagstones and surrounded by red stone walls. In the walls, right and left, there were gates with high towers. The gate on the right, my guide explained, led into the old town, which had been the private property of the Empress Arjumand Banu, and remains in almost the same state as it was during her lifetime. The gate in the left-hand tower led to the Taj Mahal. It was already growing dark, but in the light of the broad crescent of the moon every line of the buildings stood out distinctly against the pale sky. I walked in the direction of the high, dark red gate tower with its arrow-shaped arch and horizontal row of small white characteristically Indian cupolas surmounted by sharp-pointed spires. A few broad steps led from the square to the entrance under the arch. It was quite dark there. My footsteps along the mosaic paving echoed resoundingly in the side niches from which stairways led up to a landing on the top of the tower, and to the museum which is inside the tower. Through the arch the garden is seen, a large expanse of verdure, and in the distance some white outlines resembling a white cloud that had descended and taken symmetrical forms. These were the walls, cupolas and minarets of the Taj Mahal. I passed through the arch and out onto the broad stone platform, and stopped to look about me. Straight in front of me and right across the garden led a long broad avenue of dark cypresses, divided down the middle by a strip of water with a row of jutting arms of fountains. At the further end the avenue of cypresses was closed by the white cloud of the Taj Mahal. At the sides of the Taj, a little below it, the cupolas of two large mosques could be seen under the trees. I walked slowly along the main avenue in the direction of the white building, by the strip of water with its fountains. The first thing that struck me, and that I had not foreseen, was the immense size of the Taj. It is in fact a very large structure, but it appears even larger than it is, owing chiefly to the ingenious design of the builders, who surrounded it with a garden and so arranged the gates and avenues that the building from this side is not seen all at once, but is disclosed little by little as you approach it. I realized that everything about it had been exactly planned and calculated, and that everything was designed to supplement and reinforce the chief impression. It became clear to me why it was that in photographs the Taj Mahal had appeared unfinished and almost plain. It cannot be separated from the garden and from the mosques on either side, which appear as its continuation. I saw now why the minarets at the corners of the marble platform on which the main building stands had given me the impression of a defect. For in photographs I had seen the picture of the Taj as ending on both sides with these minarets. Actually, it does not end there, but imperceptibly passes into the garden and the adjacent buildings. And again, the minarets are not actually seen in all their height as they are in photographs. From the avenue along which I walked only their tops were visible behind the trees. The white building of the mausoleum itself was still far away, and as I walked towards it, it rose before me higher and higher. Though in the uncertain and changing light of the crescent moon I could distinguish none of the details, a strange sense of expectation forced me to continue looking intently, as if something was about to be revealed to me. In the shadow of the cypresses it was nearly dark, the garden was filled with the scent of flowers, above all with that of jasmine, and peacocks were meowing. And this sound harmonized strangely with the surroundings, and somehow still further intensified the feeling of expectation which was coming over me. Already I could see, brightly outlined in front of me, the central portion of the Taj Mahal rising from the high marble platform. A little light glimmered through the doors. I reached the middle of the path leading from the arched entrance to the mausoleum. Here, in the center of the avenue, is a square tank with lotuses in it and with marble seats on one side. In the faint light of the half-moon the Taj Mahal appeared luminous. Wonderfully soft, but at the same time quite distinct, white cupolas and white minarets came into view against the pale sky, and seemed to radiate a light of their own. I sat on one of the marble seats and looked at the Taj Mahal, trying to seize and impress on my memory all the details of the building itself as I saw it and of everything else around me. I could not have said what went on in my mind during this time, nor could I have been sure whether I thought about anything at all, but gradually, growing stronger and stronger, a strange feeling stole over me, which no words can describe. Reality, that everyday actual reality in which we live, seemed somehow to be lifted, to fade and float away, but it did not disappear, it only underwent some strange sort of transformation, losing all actuality. Every object in it, taken by itself, lost its ordinary meaning and became something quite different. In place of the familiar, habitual reality another reality opened out, a reality which usually we neither know, nor see, nor feel, but which is the one true and genuine reality. I feel and know that words cannot convey what I wish to say. Only those will understand me who have themselves experienced something of this kind, who know the taste of such feelings. Before me glimmered the small light in the doors of the Taj Mahal. The white cupolas and white minarets seemed to stir in the changing light of the half-moon. From the garden came the scent of jasmine and the meowing of the peacocks. I had the sensation of being in two worlds at once. In the first place, the ordinary world of things and people had entirely changed, and it was ridiculous even to think of it, so imaginary, artificial and unreal did it appear now. Everything that belonged to this world had become remote, foreign and unintelligible to me, and I myself most of all, this very I that had arrived 2 hours before with all sorts of luggage and had hurried off to see the Taj Mahal by moonlight. All this, and the whole of the life of which it formed a part, seemed a puppet show, which moreover was most clumsily put together and crudely painted, thus not resembling any reality whatsoever. Quite as grotesquely senseless and tragically ineffective appeared all my previous thoughts about the Taj Mahal and its riddle. The riddle was here before me, but now it was no longer a riddle. It had been made a riddle only by that absurd, non-existent reality from which I had looked at it. And now I experienced the wonderful joy of liberation, as if I had come out into the light from some deep underground passages. Yes, this was the mystery of death. But a revealed and visible mystery. And there was nothing dreadful or terrifying about it. On the contrary, it was infinite radiance and joy. Writing this now, I find it strange to recall that there was scarcely any transitional state. From my usual sensation of myself and everything else I passed into this new state immediately, while I was in this garden, in the avenue of cypresses, with the white outline of the Taj Mahal in front of me. I remember that an unusually rapid stream of thoughts passed through my mind, as if they were detached from me and choosing or finding their own way. At one time my thoughts seemed to be concentrated upon the artists who had built the Taj Mahal. I knew that they had been Sufis, whose mystical philosophy, inseparable from poetry, has become the esotericism of Mohammedanism, and in brilliant and earthly forms of passion and joy expressed the ideas of eternity, unreality, and renunciation. And here the image of the Empress Arjumand Banu and her memorial, the most beautiful in the world, became by their invisible sides connected with the idea of death, yet death not as annihilation, but as a new life. I got up and walked forward with my eyes on the light glimmering in the doors, above which rose the immense shape of the Taj Mahal. And suddenly, quite independently of me, something began to be formulated in my mind. The light, I knew, burned above the tomb where the body of the Empress lay. Above it and around it are the marble arches, cupolas and minarets of the Taj Mahal, which carry it upwards, merging it into one whole with the sky and the moonlight. I felt that precisely here was the beginning of the solution of the riddle. The light, glimmering above the tomb where lies the dust of her body, this light that is so small and insignificant in comparison with the marble shape of the Taj Mahal, this is life, the life which we know in ourselves and others. In contrast with that other life which we do not know, which is hidden from us by the mystery of death. The light which can so easily be extinguished, that is the little, transitory, earthly life. The Taj Mahal, that is the future or eternal life. I began to understand the idea of the artists who had built the mausoleum of the Empress, who had surrounded it with this garden, with these gates, towers, pavilions, fountains, mosques, who had made it so immense, so white, so unbelievably beautiful, merging into the sky with its cupolas and minarets. Before me and all around me was the soul of the Empress Mumtaz-I Mahal. The soul, so infinitely great, radiant and beautiful in comparison with the little body that had lived on earth and was now enclosed in the tomb. In that moment I understood that the soul is not enclosed in the body, but that the body lives and moves in the soul. And then I remembered and understood a mystical expression which had arrested my attention in old books. The soul and the future life are one and the same. It even seemed strange to me that I had not been able to understand this before. Of course they were the same. Life, as a process, and that which lives, can be differentiated in our understanding only so long as there is the idea of disappearance, of death. Here, as in eternity, everything was united, dimensions merged, and our little earthly world disappeared in the infinite world. I cannot reconstruct all the thoughts and feelings of those moments, and I feel that I am expressing a negligible part of them. I now approached the marble platform on which stands the Taj Mahal with its 4 minarets at the corners. Broad marble stairs at the sides of the cypress avenue lead up to the platform from the garden. I went up and came to the doors where the light was burning. I was met by Mohammedan gatekeepers, with slow, quiet movements, dressed in white robes and white turbans. One of them lit a lantern, and I followed him into the interior of the mausoleum. In the middle, surrounded by a carved marble trellis, were 2 white tombs, in the center the tomb of the Empress, and beside it that of Shah Jahan. The tombs were covered with red flowers, and above them a light burned in a pierced brass lantern. In the semi-darkness the indistinct outlines of the white walls vanished into the high dome, where the moonlight, penetrating from without, seemed to form a mist of changing color. I stood there a long time without moving, and the calm, grave Mohammedans in their white turbans left me undisturbed, and themselves stood in silence near the trellis which surrounded the tombs. This trellis is itself a miracle of art. The word trellis conveys nothing, because it is really not a trellis, but a lace of white marble of wonderful workmanship. It is difficult to believe that the flowers and decorative ornamentation of this white filigree lace are neither molded nor cast, but carved directly in thin marble panels. Observing that I was examining the trellis, one of the gatekeepers quietly approached me and began to explain the plan of the interior of the Taj Mahal. The tombstones before me were not real tombs. The real tombs in which the bodies lay were underneath in the crypt. The middle part of the mausoleum, where we now stood, was under the great central dome. And it was separated from the outer walls by a wide corridor running between the four corner recesses, each beneath one of the four smaller cupolas. "It is never light here," said the man, lifting up his hand. "Light only comes through the trellises of the side galleries. Listen, master." He stepped back a few paces and, raising his head, cried slowly in a loud voice, "Allah!" His voice filled the whole of the enormous space of the dome above our heads, and as it began slowly, to die away, suddenly a clear and powerful echo resounded in the side cupolas from all four sides simultaneously. "Allah!" The arches of the galleries immediately responded, but not all at once. One after another voices rose from every side as though calling to one another. "Allah! Allah!" And then, like the chorus of 1,000 voices or like an organ, the great dome itself resounded, drowning everything in its solemn, deep bass. "Allah!" Then again, but more quietly, the side galleries and cupolas answered, and the great dome, less loudly, resounded once more, and the faint, almost whispering tones of the inner arches re-echoed its voice. The echo fell into silence. But even in the silence it seemed as if a far, far away note went on sounding. I stood and listened to it, and with an intensified sense of joy I felt that this marvelous echo also was a calculated part of the plan of the artists who had given to the Taj Mahal a voice, bidding it repeat forever the name of God. Slowly I followed the guide, who, raising his lantern, showed me the ornaments covering the walls, violet, rose, blue, yellow and bright red flowers mingled with the green, some life-size and others larger than life-size. Stone flowers that looked alive and that were beyond the reach of time. And after that, the whole of the walls covered with white marble flowers, carved doors and carved windows, all of white marble. The longer I looked and listened, the more clearly, and with a greater and greater sense of gladness, I felt the idea of the artists who had striven to express the infinite richness, variety and beauty of the soul or of eternal life as compared with the small and insignificant earthly life. We ascended to the roof of the Taj Mahal, where the cupolas stand at the comers, and from there I looked down on the broad, dark Jumna. Right and left stood large mosques of red stone with white cupolas. Then I crossed to the side of the roof which overlooks the garden. Below, all was still, only the trees rustled in the breeze, and from time to time there came from afar the low and melodious meowing of the peacocks. All this was so like a dream, so like the India one may see in dreams, that I should not have been in the least surprised had I suddenly found myself flying over the garden to the gate tower, which was now growing black, at the end of the Cypress Avenue. Then we descended and walked round the white building of the Taj Mahal on the marble platform, at the corners of which stand the four minarets, and by the light of the moon we examined the decorations and ornaments of the outer walls. Afterwards we went below into the white marble crypt, where, as above, a lamp was burning where red flowers lay on the white tombs of the emperor and empress. The following morning I drove to the fortress, where the palace of Shah Jahan and the Empress Arjumand Banu is still preserved. The fortress of Agra is a whole town in itself. Enormous towers built of brick stand above the gates. The walls are many feet thick, and enclose a labyrinth of courtyards, barracks, warehouses and buildings of all kinds. A considerable part of the fortress indeed is devoted to modern uses and is of no particular interest. At last I came upon the Pearl Mosque, which I had known from Vereshchagin's picture. Here begins the kingdom of white marble and blue sky. There are only two colors, white and blue. The Pearl Mosque is very much larger than I had imagined. Great heavy gates encased in copper, and behind them, under a glittering sky, a dazzling white marble yard with a fountain, and further on a hall for sermons. With wonderful carved arches with gold ornaments and with marble latticed windows into the inner parts of the palace, through which the wives of the emperor and the ladies of the court could see into the mosque. Then the palace itself. This is not one building, but a whole series of marble buildings and courts contained within the brick buildings and courts of the fortress itself. The throne of Akbar, a black marble slab in the fortress wall on a level with the higher battlements, and in front of it the Court of Justice. Then Shah Jahan's Hall of Audience, with more carved arches similar to those in the Pearl Mosque, and finally the residential quarters of the palace and the Jasmine Pavilion. These palace apartments are situated on the fortress wall which looks out over the Jumna. They consist of a series of rooms, not very large according to modern standards, but the walls of which are covered with rare and beautiful carving. Everything is so wonderfully preserved that it might have been only yesterday that here, with their women, lived those emperor-conquerors, philosophers, poets, sages, fanatics, madmen, who destroyed one India and created another. Most of the residential part of the palace is under the floor of the marble courts and passages which extend from the Hall of Audience to the fortress wall. The rooms are joined by corridors and passages and by small courts enclosed in marble trellises. Beyond the fortress wall there is a deep inner court where tourneys of warriors were held, and where wild beasts fought with one another or with men. Above is the small court surrounded by lattices, from which the ladies of the palace viewed the combats of elephants against tigers and gazed at the contests of the warriors. Here, too, with their wares, came merchants from far countries, Arabians, Greeks, Venetians and Frenchmen. A chessboard court paved with rows of black and white slabs in chessboard pattern, where dancers and dancing girls in special costumes acted as chessmen. Further on, the apartments of the emperor's wives. In the walls carved cupboards for jewelry still exist, as well as small round apertures, leading to secret cupboards, into which only very small hands could penetrate. A bathroom lined with rock crystal which causes its walls to sparkle with changing colors when a light is lit. Small, almost toy rooms, like bonbonnières. Tiny balconies. Rooms under the floor of the inner court, into which the light passes only through thin marble panels, and where it is never hot, and then at last, the miracle of miracles, the Jasmine Pavilion, which used to contain the favorite apartment of the Empress Mumtaz Mahal. It is a circular tower, surrounded by a balcony hanging over the fortress wall above the Jumna. 8 doors lead within from the balcony. There is literally not 1 inch of the walls of the Jasmine Pavilion or of the balustrades and pillars of the balcony, that is not covered with the most delicate, beautiful carving. Ornament within ornament, and again in every ornament still another ornament, almost like jeweler's work. The whole of the Jasmine Pavilion is like this, and so is the small hall with a fountain and rows of carved columns. In all this there is nothing grandiose or mystical, but the whole produces an impression of unusual intimacy. I felt the life of the people who had lived there in some strange way. I seemed to be in touch with it, as if the people were still living. And I caught glimpses of the most intimate and secret aspects of their lives in this palace. Time is not felt at all. The past connected with these marble rooms is felt as the present, so real and living does it stand out. And so strange is it even to think while here that it is no more. As we were leaving the palace the guide told me of the subterranean maze beneath the whole fortress where, it is said, innumerable treasures lie concealed. And I remembered that I had read about it before. But the entrances to these underground passages had been dosed and covered over many years ago, after a party of curious travelers had lost their way and perished in them. It is said that there are many snakes there, among them some gigantic cobras larger than any to be found elsewhere, which were perhaps alive in the days of Shah Jahan. And they say that sometimes on moonlight nights they crawl out to the river. From the palace I drove again to the Taj Mahal, and on the way I bought photographs taken from old miniatures, portraits of Shah Jahan and the Empress Arjumand Banu. Once seen, their faces remain in the memory. The Empress' head is slightly inclined, and she holds a rose in her delicate hand. The portrait is very much stylized, but in the shape of the mouth and in the large eyes one feels a deep inner life, strength and thought. And in the whole face the irresistible charm of mystery and fairy tale. Shah Jahan is in profile. He has a very strange look, ecstatic yet at the same time balanced. In this portrait he sees something which no one but himself could see or perhaps would dare to see. Also he appears to be looking at himself, observing his every thought and feeling. It is the look of a clairvoyant, a dreamer, as well as that of a man of extraordinary strength and courage. The impression of the Taj Mahal not only is not weakened by the light of day, rather it is strengthened. The white marble amidst the green stands out so astonishingly against the deep blue sky, and in a single glance you seize more particulars and details than at night. Inside the building you are still more struck by the luxuriance of the decoration, the fairy tale flowers, red, yellow and blue, and the garlands of green, the garlands of marble leaves and marble flowers and lacework trellises. And all this is the soul of the Empress Mumtaz-I Mahal. I spent the whole of the next day until evening in the garden that surrounds the Taj Mahal. Above all things I liked to sit on the wide balcony on the top of the gate tower. Beneath me lay the garden intersected by the cypress avenue and the line of fountains reaching as far as the marble platform on which the Taj Mahal stands. Under the cypresses slowly moved groups of Mohammedan visitors in robes and turbans of soft colors that can only be imagined, turquoise, lemon yellow, pale green, yellow rose. For a long time I watched through my glasses a pale orange turban side by side with an emerald shawl. Every now and again they vanished behind the trees, again they appeared on the marble stairs leading to the mausoleum. Then they disappeared in the entrances to the Taj Mahal, and again could be seen amongst the cupolas on the roof. And all the time along the avenue of cypresses moved the procession of colored robes and turbans, blue, yellow, green, rose turbans, shawls and kaftans. Not a single European was in sight. The Taj Mahal is the place of pilgrimage and the place for promenades from the town. Lovers meet here. You see children with their large dark eyes, calm and quiet, like all Indian children. Ancient and decrepit men, women with babies, beggars, fakirs, musicians. All faces, all types of Mohammedan India pass before you. And I had a strange feeling all the time that this, too, was part of the plan of the builders of the Taj Mahal. Part of their mystical idea of the contact of the soul with the whole world and with all the life that from all sides unceasingly flows into the soul. 6. The Mevlevi Dervishes. I saw them for the first time in 1908. Constantinople then was still alive. Later it died. They were the soul of Constantinople, though nobody knew of this. I remember entering the court of the Tekka at the top of Yüksek Kaldırım, that noisy and, in those days, still so typically Eastern street, with its steps, which climbs high up the hill from the bridge across the Golden Horn and joins the main street of Pera. Whirling dervishes one I expected maniacal rage, frenzy, an unpleasant and painful spectacle. I had even hesitated whether I should go or not. But the court of the Tekka with its old green plane trees and the ancient tombs of an old graveyard overgrown with high grass struck me with its wonderful air of peace and quiet. The ceremony had already begun. As I approached the doors of the Tekka I heard strange soft music, flutes and muffled drums. It was an unexpected and unusually pleasant impression. There followed conversations at the entrance, some business about boots and slippers, then to the right, to the left, then a dark passage. But I knew already that I had come to a place where I should see something. A round hall strewn with carpets and surrounded by a breast-high wooden partition. Behind the partition, in a circular corridor, spectators. The ceremony of salutation was in progress. Men in black robes with wide sleeves, with tall yellow camel hair hats narrowing a little towards the top, coolers, one after another, to the accompaniment of music, approached the sheik, who sat on cushions with his back to the prince's box. They made low bows to him, first standing at his right, then, having taken a few steps, repeated the same low bows standing at his left. And then, one after another, like black monks, slowly and calmly they sat down along the circular partition of the round room. The music still played. Now the music stopped. Silence. The men in tall kulas were sitting with lowered eyes. The sheik began a long speech. He spoke of the history of Mevlevi, of all the sultans who had ruled in Turkey, enumerated their names, spoke of interest and sympathy towards the order of dervishes. The Arabic words sounded strange. My friend, who had lived for a long time in the East, translated to me in a low voice. But I was looking rather than listening. What struck me in these dervishes was that they were all different. When you see many people together wearing the same dress, you do not as a rule distinguish their faces. All of them seem to have one and the same face. But what particularly struck the eye here and what at once arrested my attention was the fact that they were all different. Not one face was like another. And each face at once impressed itself on the memory. I had never experienced anything like it. In the first 10 or 15 minutes while I was watching the ceremony of salutations, the faces of all the dervishes in the circle became near and familiar to me, like the faces of school friends. I already knew them all, and with an incredibly pleasant feeling waited for what would follow. Again, as though from a distance, came the sound of music. One after another, without haste, some throwing off their robes and remaining in short jackets reaching to the waist and a sort of long white skirt, and others keeping their robes, the dervishes rose and with calm and assured movements. Lifting the right arm, bent, the head turned to the right and the left arm outstretched, slowly stepped into the circle and with extraordinary seriousness began to turn, at the same time moving round the circle. And in the center, his arms bent in the same way, looking at his right hand, a dervish with a short grey beard and a calm pleasant face slowly turned on one spot, shuffling his feet with a peculiar motion. All the others, some very young men, others middle-aged, and some quite old men, turned round him. And all of them turned round and moved along the circle at a different speed. The older ones turned slowly, others, the younger ones, with a speed that took one's breath away. Some appeared as they turned to have their eyes closed, others merely looked down, but no one of them ever touched another. In their midst, not turning like the others, slowly walked a dervish with a grey beard, in a black robe and with a green turban wound round his camel hair kulla, with the palms of his hands pressed against his breast and his eyes lowered. He walked strangely, moving now to the right, now to the left, now advancing, now receding a little, but all the time proceeding round the circle, only sometimes passing as though from one orbit to another and back again. But he never touched anyone, just as no one touched him. How could this be? I could not understand it. But I did not even think about it because at that moment all my attention was taken in watching the faces. The sheik sitting on cushions in his place opposite me, the dervish turning in the middle, the other dervish in the green turban moving slowly among the turning dervishes, the very old man slowly turning among the young ones, all of them reminded me of something. I could not explain it to myself. And the dervishes continued to turn round and move along the circle. 13 of them were whirling at the same time. Now and then one or another stopped and, slowly and calmly, with face illumined and concentrated, sat down by the wall. Others rose and took their places in the circle. And involuntarily I began to think that this is what is described as a mad whirling which drives them into a frenzy. If there is anything in the world which is the complete opposite of frenzy, it is precisely this whirling. There was a system in it which I could not understand, but which made itself clearly felt, and, what was most important, there was some intellectual concentration and mental effort, as though they were not only turning, but at the same time solving difficult problems in their minds. I walked out of the tekke into the street, full of strange and disturbing impressions. I felt that I had found something, something extraordinarily valuable and important, but I felt at the same time that I had no means of understanding it, that I had no possibility of drawing nearer, that I even had no language. All that I had known and read about dervishes before did not explain to me the enigma which I felt. I knew that the order of Mevlevi was founded in the 13th century by the Persian poet and philosopher, Jalaluddin Rumi. That the whirling dervishes represent schematically the solar system and the planets revolving round the sun, that the dervishes have carried through all those centuries, quite intact, their statutes, their regulations, even their dress. And I knew that an acquaintance with existing literature on dervishes is terribly disappointing because one feels that what is most important is lacking in it. Now that I had seen them myself, I formulated to myself what I considered the most important problems about them. First, how do they manage not to knock against one another and even not to touch one another? And second, in what lies the secret of this intense mental effort connected with the whirling, the effort which I saw, but was unable to define? Later I learned that the answer to one question replies also to the other. Constantinople passed like a dream. I went to other texts, in Ayub, in Scutari, saw other dervishes. And all the time the sense of enigma became stronger in me. Whirling dervishes, Mevlevi, and others, howling dervishes, Rifa'is, in Scutari, were something quite apart by themselves, different from anything I had ever known or met in life. And in thinking about them I recalled the words of a well-known man in Moscow who had laughed at me when I said once that the East holds much that is still unknown. Do you really believe that there still remains something unexplored in the East? He said. So many books have been written about the East, so many serious scientists have given up their whole lives to the study of every small piece of land there, of every tribe, of every custom. It is simply naive to think that anything miraculous and unknown has remained in the East. I could more easily believe in miracles on Kuznetsky most. All that he said was very clever, and I almost agreed with him. But here I was in the East myself. And the first thing I saw was a miracle. And this miracle was there for all to see, it was almost in the street. The main street of Pera was precisely the Kuznetsky most of Constantinople. And nobody could explain this miracle to me because nobody knew anything about it. 12 years passed before I saw the dervishes again. Many countries had passed before my eyes, many events had occurred around me during that time. No one was left of those who were with me when I was first in Constantinople. And there was even no Russia. For during these last 3 years the ground had fallen away behind me. It was a quite inconceivable period, when there was no way back, when I experienced in relation to places and people the same sensation which we ordinarily feel in relation to time. To no place that I had left was it possible to return. From nobody from whom I had parted did I have any more news. But when from the ship I saw in the mist the minarets of Stamboul and the Galata Tower on the other side, the first thought that came to me was that I should soon see the dervishes. And soon I saw them. Constantinople had become still noisier, if that was possible, but looked empty in spite of the new crowds. During those years the poor town had lost half its eastern color and was rapidly acquiring western drabness and hideousness. But in the Tekka of the dervishes at Pera all was as before, the same old tombstones, the same plane trees, the same soft music and the same or similar calm faces. I could not be certain after 12 years, but it seemed to me that I recognized several faces. And now I knew more about them. I knew a part of their secret. I knew how they did it. I knew in what the mental work connected with the whirling consisted. Not the details of course, because only a man who takes part in the ceremonies or exercises can know the details. But I knew the principle. All this did not make the miracle less. It only came nearer and became more significant. And at the same time I understood why they do not reveal their secret. It is easy to tell what they do and how they do it. But in order to understand it fully one must first know why they do it. And this cannot be told. Again I went away and again, soon after, the ground fell away behind me and to return to Constantinople had become impossible. And soon the dervishes themselves disappeared. The enlightened rulers of the New Turkey forbade all activity to astrologers, fortune-tellers and dervishes. And in the Tekka at Pera there is now a police station. 1909 to 1925. Chapter 10. A New Model of the Universe. I. Question of the form of the universe, history of the question, geometrical and physical space, doubt as to their identity, the fourth coordinate of physical space, relation of physical sciences to mathematics, old and new physics, the basic principles of old physics, space taken as separate from time, the principle of the unity of laws, the principle or Aristotle, undefined quantities in old physics, the method of division used instead of definition, organized and non-organized matter, elements, molecular motion, Brownian movement, the principle of the conservation of matter, relativity of motion, measurement of quantities, absolute units of measure, law of universal gravitation, actio in distans, aether, hypotheses of light, Michelson-Morley experiment, velocity of light as a limiting velocity, Lorentz's conclusions, the quantum theory, ponderability of light, mathematical physics, the theory of Einstein, contraction of moving bodies, the special and the general. Principles of relativity, four-dimensional continuum, amended and supplemented geometry according to Einstein, relation of theory of relativity to experience, the mollusk of Prof. Einstein, finite space, two-dimensional spherical space, Professor Eddington on space, on the study of the structure of radiant energy, old physics and new physics. At every attempt to study the world and nature man inevitably finds himself confronted with a series of definite questions to which he is unable to give direct answers. But upon his recognition or non-recognition of these questions, upon his way of formulating them, and upon his attitude towards them, depends the whole further process of his thinking about the world and, consequently, about himself. The most important of these questions are the following. 1. What form has the world? 2. Is the world a chaos or a system? 3. Did the world come into being accidentally, or was it created according to plan? And strange though it may appear at the first glance, one or another solution of the first question, that of the form of the world, actually determines the possible solution both of the second and of the third questions. If the questions as to whether the world is a chaos or a system, and whether the world came into being accidentally or was created according to plan, are solved without being preceded by a definition of the form of the world, and do not result from such a definition, those solutions lack weight, demand faith, and fail to satisfy the mind. It is only when the answers to these questions are derived from the definition of the form of the world that they can be sufficiently exact and complete. It is not difficult to prove that the predominating general philosophies of life of our time are based on such solutions of these three fundamental questions as might have been considered scientific during the 19th century. The discoveries of the 20th century and even those of the end of the 19th century have not as yet affected ordinary thought or have affected it very little. And it is not difficult to prove that all further questions concerning the world, the development and elaboration of which constitute the object of scientific, philosophical and religious thought, arise from these three fundamental questions. But in spite of its predominant importance, the question of the form of the world has comparatively seldom arisen independently, being usually included in other problems, cosmogonical, cosmological, astronomical, geometrical, physical and other. The average man would be greatly surprised if he were told that the world may have a form. For him the world has no form. Yet in order to understand the world one must be able to build some model of the universe, however imperfect. Such a model of the world, such a model of the universe, cannot be built without a definite conception of the form of the universe. To make a model of a house one must know the form of the house, to make a model of an apple, one must know the form of the apple. Therefore, before passing to principles upon which a new model of the universe can be built, we must examine, though only summarily, the history of the question as to the form of the world, the present state of this question in science, and the models which have been built up to the present day. The ancient and medieval cosmogonical and cosmological conceptions of exoteric systems, which alone became known to science, were never very clear or very interesting. Moreover, the universe they pictured was a very small universe, much smaller than the modern astronomical world. I shall not therefore speak of them. Our study of different views of the question concerning the form of the world will begin from the moment when astronomical and physico-mechanical systems freed themselves from the idea that the Earth is the center of the world. The period in question embraces several centuries. But actually we shall occupy ourselves only with the last century, almost precisely from the end of the first quarter of the 19th century. By that time the sciences which studied the world of nature had long been divided and stood then in the same relation to one another in which they stand now, or stood at any rate quite recently. Physics studied phenomena in matter around us. Astronomy studied the movements of celestial bodies. Chemistry endeavored to penetrate the mystery of the structure and composition of matter. These three physical sciences based their conceptions of the form of the world entirely upon the geometry of Euclid. Geometrical space was taken as physical space. No difference was distinguished between them, and space was taken apart from matter, just as a box and its capacity may be examined independently of its contents. Space was understood as an infinite sphere. The infinite sphere was geometrically determined only from the center, that is, from any point, by three radii at right angles to one another. And an infinite sphere was regarded as entirely similar in all its physical properties to a finite sphere. The question of the non-correspondence of geometrical, that is, of Euclidean, three-dimensional space, whether infinite or finite, on the one hand with physical space on the other hand arose only very occasionally and did not interfere with the development of physics in the directions which were possible to it. It was only about the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century that the idea of this non-correspondence and the doubt as to the correctness of identifying physical space with geometrical space became so insistent that it was no longer possible to pass them over in silence. This doubt was aroused, first, by attempts at a revaluation of geometrical values, that is, attempts either to prove the axioms of Euclid, or to prove their incorrectness. And second, by the very development of physics, or more exactly of mechanics, that is, the part of physics dealing with motion. For this development led to the conviction that physical space could not be housed in geometrical space and continually reached beyond it. Geometrical space could be taken as physical space only by closing the eyes to the fact that in geometrical space everything is immovable, that it contains no time necessary for motion, and that the calculation of any figure resulting from motion, such as a screw, for instance, requires 4 coordinates. Later on, the study of phenomena of light, electricity, and magnetism, and also the study of the structure of the atom, necessitated a similar broadening of the concept of space. The result of purely geometrical speculations concerning the correctness or incorrectness of the axioms of Euclid was twofold. On the one hand, a conviction arose that geometry was a purely speculative science, dealing solely with principles and entirely completed, which could neither be added to nor altered. Also a science which could not be applied to all the facts that are met with, which is true only under certain definite conditions, but within those conditions is perfectly reliable and irreplaceable by anything else. On the other hand, there arose a certain disappointment in the geometry of Euclid and a desire to remodel it, to rebuild it on a new basis, to broaden it, to make it a physical science which could be applied to all the facts that are met with, without the necessity for arranging these facts in an artificial order. The first view on geometry was right, the second was wrong, but this second attitude can be said to have triumphed in science and thus considerably delayed its development. But I shall revert to this later. Kant's ideas of categories of space and time taken as categories of perception and thought have never entered into scientific, i.e. physical thought, in spite of certain later attempts to introduce them into physics. Scientific, physical, thought proceeded apart from philosophical and psychological thought. And scientific thought always took time and space as having an objective existence outside us. And in virtue of this it was always considered possible to express their relations mathematically. But the development of mechanics and other branches of physics led to the necessity for recognizing a fourth coordinate of space in addition to the 3 fundamental coordinates, length, breadth and height. And the idea of the fourth coordinate or the fourth dimension of space gradually became more and more inevitable, though for a long time it remained a kind of taboo. Material for the construction of new hypotheses of space remained in the works of the mathematicians, Gauss, Lobachevsky, Zachary, Bolyai, and especially Riemann, who in the 50s of the 19th century was already considering the question of the possibility of a totally new understanding of space. There were no serious attempts at a psychological study of the problem of space and time. The idea of the fourth dimension remained for a long time shelved, and by specialists was regarded as purely mathematical and by non-specialists as mystical or occult. But if we start from the moment of the appearance of this idea at the beginning of the 19th century and make a brief survey of the development of scientific thought from that moment up to the present day, it may help us to understand the course which the further development of the idea may take. At the same time we may see what this idea tells us or can tell us in regard to the fundamental problem of the form of the world. The first and essential question which arises at this point is that of the relation of the physical sciences to mathematics. From the ordinary point of view it is taken as an admitted fact that mathematics studies the relation of quantities in the same world of things and phenomena as that studied by the physical sciences. From this follow two more propositions: first, that every mathematical proposition must have a physical equivalent, though it may still be undiscovered at the given moment, and second, that every physical phenomenon can be expressed mathematically. As a matter of fact, neither of these propositions has any foundation whatever, and the acceptance of them as axioms arrests the progress of thought along the very lines where progress is most necessary. But this will be dealt with later. In the discussions which follow of all the physical sciences we shall examine only physics proper. And in physics we shall have to pay most attention at first to mechanics, for since about the middle of the 18th century mechanics has assumed a predominant position in physics. So much so, that until quite recently it was considered both possible and probable that a means would be found of interpreting all physical phenomena as mechanical phenomena, that is, as phenomena of motion. Some scientists even went much further in this direction and, not content with admitting the possibility of finding a means of interpreting physical phenomena as phenomena of motion, asserted that this means had already been found and that it explained not only physical phenomena, but also phenomena of life and thought. At present one often meets with a division of physics into old and new, and in its chief lines this division may be accepted. But it should not be understood too literally. I will now try to make a brief survey of the fundamental ideas of old physics which led to the necessity for building new physics, which has unexpectedly destroyed old physics. And then I will come to the ideas of new physics which lead to the possibility of building a new model of the universe, which destroys new physics just as new physics destroyed old physics. Old physics lasted until the discovery of the electron. But even the electron was conceived by old physics as existing in the same artificial world, governed by Aristotelian and Newtonian laws, in which it studied visible phenomena. In other words, the electron was accepted as existing in the same world in which our bodies and other objects commensurable with them exist. Physicists did not understand that the electron belongs to another world. Old physics was based on certain immovable foundations. The space and time of old physics possessed very definite properties. First of all, they could be examined and calculated separately, i.e., the being of a thing in space in no way affected or touched its being in time. Further, there was one space for all that exists, and all that occurred in this space. Time also was one for all that exists and was measured always and for everything by one scale. In other words, it was considered possible to measure with one measure all movements possible in the universe. The cornerstone of the whole understanding of the laws of the universe was the principle of Aristotle concerning the unity of laws in the universe. This principle in its modern meaning can be formulated in the following way: in the whole of the universe and under all possible conditions the laws of nature must be identical. In other words, a law which has been established at one place in the universe must hold good at any other place in the universe. On the basis of this, science, in studying phenomena on the Earth and in the solar system, assumed the existence of the same phenomena on other planets and in other solar systems. This principle, attributed to Aristotle, in reality was certainly never understood by him in the sense which it had acquired in our times. The universe of Aristotle differed greatly from the universe as we conceive it. The thinking of the people of Aristotle's time differed greatly from the thinking of the people of our time. Many fundamental principles and many starting points of thought, which we can accept as firmly established, had to be proved and established by Aristotle. Aristotle endeavored to establish the unity of laws in the sense of a protest against superstitions, against naive magic, against naive miracles, and so on. In order to understand the principle of Aristotle, it is necessary to realize that he had still to prove that, if in general dogs cannot speak in human language, then one particular dog, say, in the island of Crete, also cannot speak. Or that if in general trees cannot move of themselves, then one particular tree also cannot move, and so on. All this has of course been forgotten long ago, and from the principle of Aristotle there follows now the idea of the permanency of all physical concepts, such as motion, velocity, force, energy, etc. This means that what has once been regarded as motion always remains motion, what has once been regarded as velocity always remains velocity, becoming infinite velocity. In its primary meaning the principle of Aristotle is comprehensible and necessary and is nothing else than the law of the general consecutiveness of phenomena which belongs to logic. But in its modern meaning the principle of Aristotle is entirely wrong. Even for new physics the concept of infinite velocity, which is exclusively based on the principle of Aristotle, has become impossible. And the principle of Aristotle must be completely abandoned before the planning of a new model of the universe becomes possible. I shall return to this question later. In speaking of physics it is first of all necessary to analyze the very definition of the subject. According to the definition of textbooks of this science, physics studies matter in space and phenomena in this matter. And here we are at once faced with the fact that physics operates with undefined and unknown quantities which, for the sake of convenience, or owing to the difficulty of definition, are taken as known quantities and even as quantities requiring no definition. There are formally distinguished in physics first, quantities requiring definition, and second, primary quantities, the idea of which is considered to be inherent in all people. Prof. Chwolson in his text, Book 60 enumerates as primary quantities extensions, linear extension, area extension and volume extension, that is, the length of a straight line, the area of a portion of surface and the volume of a portion of space limited by surfaces. Extension being the measure of size and distance. Time. Velocity of uniform rectilinear motion. These are naturally only examples, and Professor Chwolson does not insist on the completeness of the list. In reality, the list is very long. It includes space, infinity, matter, motion, mass and so on. In a word, practically all the concepts with which physics operates refer to undefined and undefinable quantities. Of course in a great many cases it is impossible to avoid operating with unknown quantities, but it has become the traditional, scientific method not to recognize anything as unknown, and to regard the quantities which elude definition as primary, the idea of which is inherent in everyone. The natural result has been that the whole of the vast edifice erected with tremendous labor has become artificial and unreal. In the definition of physics given above we meet with two undefined concepts: space and matter. I have already referred to space in the preceding pages. As regards matter, Professor Chwolson writes, Textbook of Physics, Volume 1, Introduction. In objectifying the cause of a sensation, that is, transferring this cause into a definite place in space, we conceive this space as containing something which we call matter or substance, page 2. Further Prof. Chwolson says, the use of the term matter was reserved exclusively for matter which is able to affect our organ of touch more or less directly, page 7. Further, matter is divided into organized matter, of which living bodies and plants are composed, and non-organized matter. This method of division instead of definition is applied in physics whenever definition is difficult or impossible, that is, in relation to all fundamental concepts. Later we shall often meet with this fact. The difference between organized matter and non-organized matter is determined only by external characteristics. The origin of organized matter is admitted to be unknown. The transition of non-organized matter into organized matter may be observed, feeding, breathing, and it is admitted that such a transition takes place only in the presence and through the action of already existing organized matter. The mystery of the first transition remains hidden, Chwolson. On the other hand, we see that organized matter easily passes into non-organized matter, losing certain undefinable properties which we call life. Many attempts have been made to regard organized matter as a particular case of non-organized matter, and to explain all the phenomena that take place in organized matter, i.e. phenomena of life, as a combination of physical phenomena. But these attempts, as well as attempts at the artificial creation of organized matter from non-organized matter, led to nothing and could neither create nor prove anything. In spite of this, they left a very strong impress on general philosophies of life of a scientific kind, from the standpoint of which the artificial creation of life is recognized as not only possible but already partly attained. Followers of these philosophies regard the very name of organic chemistry, i.e. chemistry studying organized matter, as having merely a historical meaning, and define it as the chemistry of carbon compounds. Although at the same time they cannot help admitting the special position of the chemistry of carbon compounds and its difference from general inorganic chemistry. Non-organized matter is in its turn divided into simple matter and composite matter. This becomes the province of chemistry. Composite matter consists of a so-called chemical compound of several simple matters. Every matter can be divided into very small parts, called particles. A particle is the smallest quantity of the given matter which is still capable of exhibiting at least the chief properties of this matter. The further divisions of matter, molecule, atom, electron, are so small that, taken separately, they do not possess any material properties, though this last fact is never sufficiently taken into account. According to the most recent scientific ideas, non-organized matter consists of 92 elements or simple matters, though not all of them have as yet been discovered. There exists a hypothesis that the atoms of various elements are nothing but a combination of a certain number of atoms of hydrogen, which, in this case, is taken as fundamental or primary matter. Several theories exist concerning the possibility or the impossibility of the transition of one element into another, and in some cases such a transition has been established. Which again contradicts the principle of Aristotle. Organized matter, or carbon compounds, actually consists of 4 elements: hydrogen, oxygen, carbon and nitrogen, with a negligible admixture of other elements. Matter possesses many properties, such as mass, volume, density, etc., which are in most cases only definable one relatively to another. The temperature of a body is recognized as depending on the motion of molecules. Molecules are considered to be in perpetual motion. As physics defines it, they are constantly colliding and scattering in all directions and returning again. The greater the motion, the greater the shocks when they collide. The higher the temperature, Brownian movement. If this were possible in reality, it would mean approximately that, for instance, several hundreds of motor cars, swiftly moving in different directions in a large square of a big city, crash into one another every minute and disperse in various directions, remaining intact. It is very curious that a quick-motion cinematographic film produces such an illusion. Moving objects lose their individuality and appear to collide and fly off in different directions or pass through one another. 61. How it can be that material bodies possessing mass, weight and very complicated structure and moving at great velocity, collide and scatter without being broken up and destroyed, is not explained by physics. One of the most important conquests of physics was the establishment of the principle of the conservation of matter. This principle consists in the recognition of the fact that matter is never and in no physical or chemical conditions created anew, nor does it disappear. Its total amount remains constant. With the principle of conservation of matter are connected the principles established later, the principle of conservation of energy and the principle of conservation of mass. Mechanics is the name given to the science of the motion of physical bodies and of the causes upon which the character of this motion may depend in various particular cases, Chwolson. But, just as in the case of all other physical concepts, motion is not denied by physics. Physics only establishes the properties of motion, duration, velocity, and direction in space, without which properties a phenomenon cannot be called motion. The division and sometimes the definition of these properties take the place of the definition of motion itself, and the established characteristics of the properties of motion are referred to motion itself. Thus motion is divided into rectilinear and curvilinear, continuous and non-continuous, accelerating and retarding, uniform and variable. The establishment of the principle of the relativity of motion led to a whole series of conclusions. The question arose, if the motion of a material point can be determined only by its position in relation to other bodies or points, then how is the motion to be determined if the other bodies or points also move? And this question became especially complicated when it was established, not merely philosophically in the sense of navra psi, but fully scientifically, with calculations and diagrams, that nothing is motionless in the universe. That everything without exception moves in one way or another, and that one motion can be established only relatively to another. But at the same time there were established cases of apparent immobility in motion. Thus it was established that separate component parts of a uniformly moving system of bodies maintain the same position in relation to one another as though the system were stationary. Thus, things inside a swiftly moving railway carriage behave in exactly the same way as when the carriage is standing still. And in the case of two or more moving systems of bodies, for instance in the case of two trains running on different tracks in the same direction or in different directions, it was established that their relative velocity is equal to the difference between, or the sum of, their respective velocities, according to the direction of the movement. Thus two trains approaching one another will approach with a velocity equal to the sum of their respective velocities. For one train overtaking another, the second train will run in a direction opposite to its own with a velocity equal to the difference between the respective velocities of the two trains. What is usually called the velocity of a train is the velocity which is ascribed to the train observed during its passage between two objects which are stationary for it, for instance between two stations, and so on. The study of motion in general and of vibratory and undulatory movements in particular exercised a tremendous influence on the development of physics. Wave movements began to be regarded as a universal principle, and many attempts were made to reduce all physical phenomena to vibratory movements. One of the fundamental methods of physics was the measurement of quantities. The measurement of quantities was based upon certain principles, the most important of which was the principle of homogeneity, namely, quantities conforming to the same definition and differing from one another merely quantitatively were called homogeneous quantities, and it was considered possible to compare them and measure one in relation to another. As to quantities which differed in definition, it was considered impossible to measure them one in relation to another. Unfortunately, as has already been shown, there were very few definitions of quantities in physics and therefore definitions were generally replaced by their denominations. But as mistakes in the denomination could always occur, and qualitatively different quantities could be named similarly, while qualitatively identical quantities could be named differently, physical measurements were unreliable. And the more so because here again the principle of Aristotle was felt, that is, a quantity once recognized as a quantity of a certain order always remained a quantity of that order. Different forms of energy passed into one another, matter passed from one state into another, but space, or a part of space, always remained space, time always remained time, motion always remained motion, velocity always remained velocity. And so on. On these grounds it was agreed to regard as incommensurable only those quantities which were qualitatively different. Quantities which differed merely quantitatively were regarded as commensurable. Continuing the subject of the measurement of quantities, it is necessary to point out that the units of measure used in physics are quite arbitrary and have no connection with the quantities that are measured. All the units of measure have only one thing in common: they are always borrowed from elsewhere. There is not a single case in which a characteristic of the given quantity itself is taken as the measure. The artificiality of measures in physics has certainly never been a secret, and from the realization of this artificiality follow attempts to establish, for instance, the measure of length as a part of the meridian. Naturally these attempts alter nothing, and parts of the human body, an L, or a foot, taken as units of measure, or a meter, i.e. a part of the meridian, are equally arbitrary. In reality things bear their own measure in themselves. And to find the measure of things is to understand the world. Physicists have dimly guessed this, though they have never succeeded in even approaching these measures. Prof. Planck in 1900, this really belongs to new physics, constructed a system of absolute units, taking as its basis universal constants, namely, first, the velocity of light in a vacuum, second, the constant unit of gravitation. Third, a constant quantity which plays an important part in thermodynamics, energy divided by temperature. And fourth, a constant quantity which is called action, energy multiplied by time, and is the smallest possible quantity of action or its atom. Using these quantities Planck obtains a system of units which he considers to be absolute and entirely independent of any arbitrary choice of man, and which he regards as natural. Planck affirms that these quantities will retain their natural meaning so long as the laws of universal gravitation and of the propagation of light in a vacuum, and the two fundamental principles of thermodynamics, remain unchanged. They will always be the same by whatever intelligent beings and by whatever methods they are determined. But the law of universal gravitation and the law of the propagation of light in a vacuum are the two weakest points in physics, because in reality they are not what they are taken for. And therefore Planck's whole system of measures is very unreliable. What is interesting in it is not the result but only the principle, i.e. the recognition of the necessity for finding natural measures of things. The actual determination of absolute units of measure lies beyond the new model of the universe. The law of universal gravitation was stated by Newton in his book, Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica, which was published in London in 1687. This law from the very beginning received two formulations, one scientific, the other popular. The scientific formulation is as follows. There are observed phenomena between two bodies in space which can be described by presuming that two bodies attract one another with a force directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance separating them. And the popular formulation is: two bodies attract one another with a force directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance separating them. In this second formulation the fact is entirely forgotten that the force of attraction is merely a fictitious quantity accepted only for a convenient description of phenomena. And the force of attraction is regarded as really existing both between the sun and the earth and between the earth and a falling stone. Prof. Chwolson writes in his textbook of physics. The tremendous development of celestial mechanics, entirely based on the law of universal gravitation taken as a fact, made scientists forget the purely descriptive character of this law and see in it the final formulation of an actually existent physical phenomenon. What is important in Newton's law is that it gives a very simple mathematical formulation which can be applied throughout the universe, and on the basis of which it is possible to calculate all movements. In particular the movements of celestial bodies, with astonishing accuracy. Newton certainly never established it as a fact that bodies are actually attracted by one another, nor did he establish why they are attracted or through the mediation of what. How can the sun influence the motion of the earth through the void of space? How in general is it possible to conceive action through empty space? The law of gravitation does not give an answer to this question, and Newton himself was perfectly aware of this fact. Both he and his contemporaries, Huygens and Leibniz, definitely gave warning against attempts to see in Newton's law the solution of the problem of action through empty space, and regarded this law merely as a formula for calculation. Nevertheless, the tremendous achievements of physics and astronomy attained through the application of Newton's law caused scientists to forget this warning. And the opinion was gradually established that Newton had discovered the force of attraction. Professor Chwolson writes in his textbook of physics, Volume 1, pages 181, 182, 183. The term actio in distans, that is, action at a distance, designates one of the most harmful doctrines that ever prevailed in physics and retarded its progress. This doctrine admitted the possibility of immediate action by one object on another object at a certain distance from it, at a distance so great as to make immediate contact between the two impossible. In the first half of the 19th century, the idea of action at x distance reigned supreme in science. Faraday was the first to point out the impossibility of the admission that a body should without mediation excite forces and produce motion at a point where that body is not situated. Leaving aside the question of universal gravitation, he turned his special attention to magnetic and electric phenomena and pointed out the supremely important part played in these phenomena by the intervening medium which fills the space between the bodies that appear to act upon one another without mediation. At the present time, the conviction that action at a distance should not be admitted in any domain of physical phenomena has obtained universal recognition. But the old physics was able to abandon action at a distance only after it had accepted the hypothesis of the universal medium or ether. The acceptance of that hypothesis was equally necessary for the theories of light and electric phenomena as they were understood by old physics. In the 18th century, phenomena of light were explained by the hypothesis of emission put forward by Newton in 1704. This hypothesis assumed that luminous bodies emit in all directions minute particles of a special light substance which travel through space with tremendous velocity and, entering the eye, produce in it the impression of light. In this hypothesis Newton developed the ideas of the ancients. In Plato the expression, "light filled my eyes," is often found. Later, mainly in the 19th century, when the attention of investigators was drawn to those results of the phenomena of light which could not be explained on the hypothesis of emission, another hypothesis obtained wide recognition, namely, the hypothesis of undulatory vibrations in ether. This hypothesis was first advanced by the Dutch physicist Huygens in 1690, but for a long time it was not accepted by science. Later on, investigations of the phenomena of diffraction definitely turned the scale in favor of the hypothesis of light waves as against the hypothesis of emission. And the subsequent work of physicists, mainly on the polarization of light, for a time gained general recognition for this hypothesis. In this hypothesis the phenomena of light are explained as analogous to the phenomena of sound. Just as sound results from the vibration of particles of the sun-ant body and is propagated through the vibration of particles of the air or some other elastic medium, so, on this hypothesis, light results from the vibration of molecules of the luminous body and is propagated by means of vibrations in an exceedingly elastic ether which fills both interstellar space and the space between molecules. During the 19th century the theory of vibrations gradually became the basis of the whole of physics. Electricity, magnetism, heat, light, even life and thought, purely dialectically, it is true, were explained by the theory of vibrations. And it cannot be denied that in the case of the phenomena of light and electromagnetics the theory of vibrations gave remarkably convenient and simple formulas for calculation. A whole series of remarkable discoveries and inventions was made on the basis of the theory of vibrations. But the theory of vibrations required ether. Ether as a hypothesis was created for the explanation of very heterogeneous phenomena, and it was therefore endowed with strange and contradictory properties. It is omnipresent, it fills the whole universe, pervades all its points, all atoms and all interatomic space. It is continuous, it possesses perfect elasticity. Yet ether is so rarefied, thin and permeable that all earthly and heavenly bodies pass through it without meeting with perceptible resistance to their movement. Its rarity is so great that if ether were to be condensed into a liquid, the whole of its mass within the limits of the system of the Milky Way could be contained in 1 cubic centimeter. At the same time Sir Oliver Lodge considers the density of ether to be approximately 1 billion times greater than the density of water. From the latter point of view the world proves to be composed of a solid substance, ether, which is millions of times denser than a diamond, and matter, even the densest matter we know, is merely empty space, a bubble in the mass of ether. Many attempts have been made to prove the existence of ether or to discover facts confirming its existence. Thus it was recognized that the existence of ether would be established if it were once proved that a ray of light moving faster than another ray of light changes its character in a certain way. It is a known fact that the pitch of a sound rises or falls as the hearer approaches or retreats from it, Doppler's principle. Theoretically, this principle was considered applicable to light. This would have meant that a swiftly approaching or retreating object should change its color, as the sound of an engine whistle changes its pitch as it approaches or retreats. But owing to the structure of the eye and the speed of its perception, it was impossible to expect that the eye would notice the change of color even if such a change actually took place. In order to establish the fact of the change of color, it was necessary to have recourse to the spectroscope, that is, to decompose a ray of light and observe every color of the spectrum separately. These experiments gave no positive results whatever, and to prove the existence of the ether by them was not possible. In order to settle once and for all the question of the existence or the non-existence of the ether, the American scientists Michelson and Morley, in the middle 80s of the last century, began a whole series of experiments assisted by special apparatus invented by themselves. The apparatus was mounted on a stone slab fixed upon a wooden float revolving in a tank filled with mercury, and made one full revolution in 6 minutes. A ray of light from a special lamp fell on mirrors attached to the revolving float and partly passed through them and partly was reflected, one half going in the direction of the movement of the earth and the other at right angles to it. This means that in accordance with the plan of the experiment, one half of the ray moved with the normal speed of light and the other with the speed of light plus the speed of the rotation of the earth. At the union of the divided ray, there should have appeared, according to the plan of the experiment, certain light phenomena resulting from a difference in speed and showing the relative movement between the earth and the ether, that is, indirectly proving the existence of the ether. Observations were made over a long period at all times of the day and night, and nothing was discovered. From the standpoint of the original problem, it was necessary to recognize that the experiment failed. But it disclosed another phenomenon, possibly much more significant than that which it attempted to establish. This was the fact that the speed of a ray of light cannot be increased. The ray of light moving with the earth differed in no way from the ray of light moving at right angles to the direction of the movement of the earth in its orbit. It was necessary to recognize as a law that the velocity of a ray of light is a constant and limiting quantity, which cannot be increased. And this, in its turn, explained why Doppler's principle was inapplicable to phenomena of light. At the same time, it established the fact that the general law of the composition of velocities, which was the basis of mechanics, could not be applied to the velocity of light. In his book on relativity, Prof. Einstein explains that if we imagine a train moving at the rate of 30 kilometers a second, i.e., with the velocity of the movement of the earth, and a ray of light overtaking or meeting it, then the composition of velocities will in this case be impossible. The velocity of light will not be increased by the addition to it of the velocity of the train and will not be decreased by the subtraction from it of the velocity of the train. At the same time, it was established that no existing instruments or means of observation can intercept a moving ray. In other words, it is never possible to catch the end of a ray which has not yet reached its destination. In theory, we may speak of rays which have not yet reached a certain point, but in practice we are unable to observe such rays. Consequently, for us, with our means of observation, the propagation of light is virtually instantaneous. At the same time, the physicists who analyzed the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment explained its failure by the presence of new and unknown phenomena resulting from great velocities. The first attempts to solve this question were made by Lorentz and Fitzgerald. The experiment could not succeed, was Lorentz's formulation of his propositions: for every body moving in ether itself undergoes deformation, namely, for an observer at rest it contracts in the direction of the motion. Basing his reasonings on the fundamental laws of mechanics and physics, he showed by means of a series of mathematical constructions that the Michelson-Morley installation necessarily suffered a contraction and that the amount of the contraction was exactly such as to counterbalance the displacement of the light waves consequent upon their direction in space, and thus to annul the results of the difference in velocity of the two rays. Lorenz's conclusions as to the presumed contraction of a moving body gave rise in their turn to many explanations, and one of these explanations was put forward from the point of view of Professor Einstein's special principle of relativity. But this relates to the new physics. The old physics was indissolubly connected with the theory of vibrations. The new theory, which came to replace the mechanical theory of vibrations, was the theory of the atomic structure of light and electricity, taken as independently existing matters composed of quanta. The new teaching, says Prof. Chwolson, appears to be a return to the Newtonian emission theory, although considerably altered. This new teaching is far from being completed. And its most important part, the quantum itself, still remains undefined. What a quantum is cannot be defined by new physics. The theory of the atomic structure of light and electricity entirely altered the view on electrical and light phenomena. Science has ceased to see the fundamental cause of electrical phenomena in special states of ether and has returned to the old doctrine which admitted electricity to be a kind of substance which has real existence. The same thing has happened with light. According to modern theories, light is a stream of minute particles rushing through space at the rate of 300,000 kilometers a second. They are not the corpuscles of Newton, but a special kind of matter-energy, formed by electromagnetic vortices. The materiality of the light stream was established by the experiments of Professor Lebedev of Moscow. Prof. Lebedev proved that light has weight, that is to say, that light when falling on bodies produces a mechanical pressure on them. It is characteristic that at the beginning of his experiments to determine the weight of light Prof. Lebedev based them on the theory of the vibrations of the ether. This shows how the old physics confuted itself. Professor Lebedev's discovery was very important for astronomy. For instance, it explains certain phenomena which had been observed at the passing of the tail of a comet near the Sun. But it was chiefly important for physics, as it supplied a further confirmation of the unity of the structure of radiant energy. The impossibility of proving the existence of the ether, the establishment of the limiting and constant velocity of light, new theories of light and electricity and, above all, the study of the structure of the atom, indicated the most interesting lines of the development of the new physics. Another part of new physics has developed from that particular formation of physics which was called mathematical physics. According to the definition which was given to it, mathematical physics usually started from some fact confirmed by experiment and expressing a certain orderly connection between phenomena. It enveloped this connection in a mathematical form and further, as it were, transformed itself almost into pure mathematics and began to elaborate, exclusively by means of mathematical analysis, those consequences which followed from the basic proposition, Chwolson. Thus it is presumed that the success or unsuccess of the conclusions of mathematical physics might depend upon three factors: first, on the correctness of the definition of the fundamental fact; second, on the correctness of its mathematical expression; and third, on the correctness of the subsequent mathematical analysis. There was a time when the importance of mathematical physics was greatly exaggerated, writes Professor Chwolson, Volume 1, page 13. It was expected that it was precisely mathematical physics which should have served the principal course of the development of physics as a science. This, however, is quite erroneous. In the deductions of mathematical physics there are a great number of essential defects. In the first place, in almost every case it is only in the first rough approximation that they correspond with the results of direct observation. This is caused by the fact that the premises of mathematical physics can be considered sufficiently exact only within the narrowest limits. Moreover, these premises generally disregard a whole series of collateral circumstances the influence of which, outside these narrow limits, cannot be neglected. Therefore, the deductions of mathematical physics correspond to ideal cases, which cannot be practically realized and are often far removed from actuality. And further, it should be added that the methods of mathematical physics make it possible to solve special problems in hardly any but the simplest cases, especially so far as the form of the body is concerned. But practical physics cannot limit itself to these cases and is continually faced with problems which mathematical physics is incapable of solving. Moreover, the results of the deductions of mathematical physics are often so complicated that their practical application proves to be impossible. In addition to this should be mentioned yet another very characteristic property of mathematical physics, namely, that as a rule its deductions cannot be formulated otherwise than mathematically, and lose all their meaning and importance if an attempt be made to interpret them in the language of facts. The new physics which developed from mathematical physics possesses many of the properties of the latter. Professor Einstein's theory of relativity is a separate chapter in new physics, which has developed from mathematical physics. It is wrong to identify the theory of relativity with new physics as is done by some followers of Professor Einstein. New physics can exist without the theory of relativity. But for us, from the standpoint of the construction of a model of the universe, the theory of relativity is of great interest because it deals before anything else with the fundamental question of the form of the world. There exists an enormous literature devoted to the exposition, explanation, popularization, criticism and elaboration of the principles of Einstein, but, owing to the close relationship between the theory of relativity and mathematical physics, deductions from this theory are difficult to formulate logically. And the fact must be accepted that neither Professor Einstein himself nor any of his numerous followers and interpreters have succeeded in explaining the meaning and essence of his theories in a clear and comprehensible way. One of the first reasons for this fact is pointed out by Mr. Bertrand Russell in his popular book, The ABC of Relativity. He writes that the name, the theory of relativity, misleads people, and that a tendency to prove that everything is relative is generally ascribed to Prof. Einstein, while in reality he endeavors to discover and establish that which is not relative. And it would be still more correct to say that Professor Einstein endeavors to establish the relation between what is relative and what is not relative. Further, Professor Chwolson, in his textbook of physics, writes of the theory of relativity, Volume 5, p. 350. The foremost place in Einstein's theory of relativity is occupied by a perfectly new and, at first glance, incomprehensibly strange conception of time. Much effort and prolonged work on oneself are needed to become used to it. But it is infinitely more difficult to accept the numerous consequences which follow from the principle of relativity and affect all branches of physics without exception. Many of these consequences obviously contradict what is usually, though often without adequate motive, called common sense. Some of these may be called the paradoxes of the new doctrine. Einstein's ideas about time may be formulated as follows. Each of two systems moving relatively to each other has in fact its own time, perceived and measured by an observer moving with the particular system. The concept of simultaneity in the general sense does not exist. Two events which occur at different places may appear simultaneous to an observer at one point, whereas for an observer at another point they may occur at different times. It is possible that for the first observer the same phenomenon may occur earlier, and for the second, later. Chwolson. Further, of the ideas of Professor Einstein, Professor Chwolson singles out the following. The ether does not exist. The concept of space, taken separately, has no meaning whatever. Only coexistence of space and time makes reality. Energy possesses inert mass. Energy is an analog of matter, and the transformation of what we call the mass of ponderable matter into the mass of energy, and vice versa, is possible. It is necessary to distinguish the geometrical form of a body from its kinetic form. The last points to a definite connection between Einstein's theory and the supposition of Fitzgerald and Lorentz as to the lengthwise contraction of moving bodies. Einstein accepts this supposition, although he says that he bases it on other principles than those of Fitzgerald and Lorentz, namely, on the special principle of relativity. At the same time, the theory of the lengthwise contraction of bodies, deduced not from facts but from Lorentz's transformations, becomes the necessary foundation of the theory of relativity. In making use exclusively of Lorentz's transformations, Einstein affirms that a rigid rod moving in the direction of its length is shorter than the same rod when it is in a state of rest, and the more quickly such a rod moves, the shorter it becomes. A rod moving with the velocity of light would lose its third dimension. It would become a cross-section of itself. Lorentz himself affirmed that an electron actually disappeared when moving with the velocity of light. These affirmations cannot be proved, since the contractions, even if they really occur, are too negligible with all possible velocities. A body moving with the velocity of the Earth, i.e. 30 km a second, must, according to the calculations of Lorentz and Einstein, undergo contraction by 1/200,000 of its length, that is, a body 200 meters long would contract by 1 millimeter. Further, it is interesting to note that the supposition as to the contraction of a moving body radically contradicts the principle established by new physics, of the increment of energy and mass in the moving body. This latter principle is perfectly correct, although it has remained unelaborated. As will be seen later, this principle, in its full meaning, which had not yet been revealed in new physics, is one of the foundations of the new model of the universe. Passing to Einstein's own exposition of his fundamental theory, we see that it consists of two principles of relativity, the special principle and the general principle. The special principle of relativity is supposed to establish the possibility of examining together and on the basis of a general law facts of the general relativity of motion which appear from the ordinary point of view to be contradictory. Or to speak more accurately, the fact that all velocities are relative and that at the same time the velocity of light is non-relative, limiting and maximal. Einstein finds a way out of the difficulty created by all this, first, by understanding time itself, according to the formula of Minkowski, as an imaginary quantity resulting from the relation of the given velocity to the velocity of light. Second, by making a whole series of altogether arbitrary assumptions on the borderline of physics and geometry. And third, by replacing direct investigations of physical phenomena and observations of their correlations by purely mathematical operations with Lorentz's transformations, the results of which show, in his opinion, the laws governing physical phenomena. The general principle of relativity is introduced where it becomes necessary to make the idea of the infinity of spacetime agree with the laws of the density of matter and the laws of gravitation in the space accessible to observation. To put it briefly, the special and the general principles of relativity are necessary for agreement between contradictory theories on the borderline of old and new physics. The fundamental tendency of Einstein is to regard mathematics, geometry, and physics as one whole. The principle is certainly quite correct, the three ought to constitute one. But ought to constitute does not mean that they do constitute. The confusion of these two concepts is the chief defect of the theories of relativity. In his book The Theory of Relativity, Professor Einstein writes, "Space is a three-dimensional continuum. Similarly, the world of physical phenomena, which was briefly called world by Minkowski, is naturally four-dimensional in the spacetime sense. For it is composed of individual events, each of which is described by four numbers, namely, 3 space coordinates and a time coordinate. That we have not been accustomed to regard the world in this sense as a four-dimensional continuum is due to the fact that in physics, before the advent of the theory of relativity, time played a different and more independent role, as compared with the space coordinates. It is for this reason that we have been in the habit of treating time as an independent continuum. As a matter of fact, according to classical mechanics, time is absolute, i.e., it is independent of the position and the condition of motion of the system of coordinates. The four-dimensional mode or consideration of the world is natural on the theory of relativity, since according to this theory time is robbed of its independence. But the discovery of Minkowski, which was of importance for the formal development of the theory of relativity, does not lie here. It is to be found rather in the fact of his recognition that the four-dimensional spacetime continuum of the theory of relativity, in its most essential formal properties, shows a pronounced relationship to the three-dimensional continuum of Euclidean geometrical space. In order to give due prominence to this relationship, however, we must replace the usual time coordinate t by an imaginary magnitude v1. Ct proportional to it. Under these conditions, the natural laws satisfying the demands of the special theory of relativity assume mathematical forms, in which the time coordinate plays exactly the same role as the 3 space coordinates. Formally, these four coordinates correspond exactly to the space coordinates in Euclidean geometry. The formula V1ct means that the time of every event is taken not simply by itself, but as an imaginary quantity in relation to the velocity of light, i.e., that a purely physical concept is introduced into the presumed metageometrical expression. The time duration t is multiplied by the velocity of light c and by the square root of -1, v1, which without changing the magnitude makes it an imaginary quantity. This is quite clear. But what is necessary to note in relation to the passage quoted above is that Einstein regards Minkowski's world as a development of the theory of relativity. Whereas in reality the special principle of relativity is built on the theory of Minkowski. If we suppose that the theory of Minkowski is derived from the principle of relativity, then again, just as in the case of the theory of Fitzgerald and Lorentz relating to the lengthwise contraction of moving bodies, it remains incomprehensible on what basis the principle of relativity is actually built. In any case, the building of the principle of relativity requires specially prepared material. In the very beginning of his book Prof. Einstein writes that in order to make certain deductions from the observation of physical phenomena agree with one another it is necessary to revise certain geometrical concepts. Geometry means land measuring, he writes. Both mathematics and geometry owe their origin to the need to know something of the properties of real things. On the basis of this, Prof. Einstein considers it possible to supplement geometry, that is, for instance, to replace the concept of straight lines by the concept of rigid rods. Rigid rods are subject to changes under the influence of temperature, pressure, etc. They can expand and contract. All this must of course greatly alter geometry. Geometry which has been supplemented in this way is obviously a natural science, says Einstein, and is to be treated as a branch of physics. 1. I attach special importance to the view on geometry expounded here, because without it would have been impossible to construct the theory of relativity. Euclidean geometry must be abandoned. The next important point in Einstein's theory is his justification of the mathematical method that he applies. Experience has led to the conviction, he says, that, on the one hand, the principle of relativity, in the restricted sense, holds true. And that on the other hand the velocity of the transmission of light in vacuo has to be considered to be a constant, relativity, p. 42. According to Professor Einstein, the combination of these two propositions supplies the law of transformations for the four coordinates determining the place and the time of an event. He writes, every general law of nature must be so constituted that it is transformed into a law of exactly the same form when, instead of the spacetime variables of the original coordinate system, we introduce new spacetime variables of another coordinate system. In this connection the mathematical relation between the magnitudes of the first order and the magnitudes of the second order is given by the Lorentz transformation. Or, in brief, general laws of nature are covariant with respect to Lorentz transformations, page 42. Einstein's assertion that the laws of nature are covariant with Lorentz's transformations is the clearest illustration of his position. Starting from this point he considers it possible to ascribe to phenomena the changes which he finds in the transformations. This is precisely the method of mathematical physics which was condemned long ago, and which is mentioned by Prof. Chwolson in the passage quoted above. In the theory of relativity, there is a chapter under the tide, experience and the special theory of relativity. To what extent is the special theory of relativity supported by experience? This question is not easily answered, writes Professor Einstein, p. 49. The special theory of relativity has crystallized out from the Maxwell-Lorentz theory of electromagnetic phenomena. Thus all facts of experience which support the electromagnetic theory also support the theory of relativity, page 49. Professor Einstein feels very acutely the necessity of facts for establishing his theories on firm ground. But he succeeds in finding these facts only in respect of invisible quantities, electrons and ions. He writes, Classical mechanics required to be modified before it could come into line with the demands of the special theory of relativity. For the main part, however, this modification affects only the laws for rapid motions, in which the velocities of matter are not very small as compared with the velocity of light. We have experience of such rapid motions only in the case of electrons and ions. For other motions the variations from the laws of classical mechanics are too small to make themselves evident in practice, page 44. Passing to the general theory of relativity, Prof. Einstein writes. The classical principle of relativity, relating to three-dimensional space with the coordinate of time t, a real quantity, is violated by the fact of the constant velocity of light. But the fact of the constant velocity of light is violated by the curvature of a ray of light in gravitational fields. This requires a new theory of relativity in a space, determined by Gaussian coordinates, applicable to non-Euclidean continua. Gaussian coordinates differ from the Cartesian by the fact that they can be applied to any kind of space, independently of the properties of that space. They adapt themselves automatically to any space, whereas the Cartesian coordinates require a space of special definite properties, i.e. geometrical space. In continuing the comparison of the special and the general theories of relativity, Prof. Einstein writes. The special theory of relativity has reference to domains in which no gravitational field exists. In this connection a rigid body in the state of motion serves as a body of reference, i.e. a rigid body the state of motion of which is so chosen that the proposition of the uniform rectilinear motion of isolated material points holds relatively to it, page 98. In order to make clear the principles of the general theory of relativity, Einstein takes the spacetime domain as a disk uniformly rotating round its center on its own plane. An observer situated on this disk regards the disk as being at rest. He regards the force acting upon him, and generally upon all bodies which are at rest in relation to the disk, as the action of the gravitational field. The observer performs experiments on his circular disk with clocks and measuring rods. In doing so, it is his intention to arrive at exact definitions for the signification of time and space data with reference to the circular disk. To start with, he places one of two identically constructed clocks at the center of the circular disk, and the other on the edge of the disk, so that they are at rest relative to it, page 80. Thus on our circular disk, or, to make the case more general, in every gravitational field, a clock will go more quickly or less quickly, according to the position in which the clock is situated, at rest. For this reason it is not possible to obtain a reasonable definition of time with the aid of clocks which are arranged at rest with respect to the body of reference. A similar difficulty presents itself when we attempt to apply our earlier definition of simultaneity in such a case, page 81. The definition of the space coordinates also presents insurmountable difficulties. If the observer, moving with the disk, applies his standard measuring rod, a rod which is short as compared with the radius of the disk, tangentially to the edge of the disk, then the length of this rod will be less since moving bodies suffer a shortening in the direction of the motion. On the other hand, the measuring rod will not experience a shortening in length, if it is applied to the disk in the direction of the radius, page 81. For this reason non-rigid, elastic, reference bodies are used, which are as a whole not only moving in any way whatsoever, but which also suffer alterations in form ad lib during their motion. Clocks, for which the law of motion is of any kind, however irregular, serve for the definition of time. We have to imagine each of these clocks fixed at a point on the non-rigid, elastic, reference body. These clocks satisfy only the one condition, that the readings, which are observed simultaneously on adjacent clocks, in space, differ from each other by an infinitely small amount. This non-rigid, elastic, reference body which might appropriately be termed a reference mollusk, is in the main equivalent to a Gaussian four-dimensional coordinate system chosen arbitrarily. That which gives the mollusk a certain comprehensibleness as compared with the Gauss coordinate system is the really unjustified, formal retention of the separate existence of the space coordinates as opposed to the time coordinate. Every point of the mollusk is treated as a space point, and every material point which is at rest relatively to it as at rest, so long as the mollusk is considered as reference body. The general principle of relativity requires that all these mollusks can be used as reference bodies with equal right and equal success in the formulation of the general laws of nature. The laws themselves must be quite independent of the choice of mollusk, p. 99. In respect of the fundamental question as to the form of the world, Einstein writes: if we ponder over the question as to how the universe, considered as a whole, is to be regarded, the first answer that suggests itself is surely this: as regards space and time, the universe is infinite. There are stars everywhere, so that the density of matter, although very variable in detail, is nevertheless on the average everywhere the same. In other words, however far we might travel through space, we should find everywhere an attenuated swarm of fixed stars of approximately the same kind and density, page 105. This view is not in harmony with the theory of Newton. The latter theory rather requires that the universe should have a kind of center in which the density of the stars is a maximum, and that as we proceed outwards from this center the group density of the stars should diminish, until finally, at great distances, it is succeeded by an infinite region of emptiness. The stellar universe ought to be a finite island in the infinite ocean of space, pages 105, 106. The reason why an unbounded universe is impossible is that, according to the theory of Newton, the intensity of the gravitational field at the surface of a sphere filled with matter, even if this matter is of a very small density, would increase with increasing radius of the sphere, and would ultimately become infinite, which is impossible, p. 106. The development of non-Euclidean geometry led to the recognition of the fact that we can cast doubt on the infiniteness of our space without coming into conflict with the laws of thought or with experience, page 108. Admitting the possibility of similar conclusions, Einstein describes the world of two-dimensional beings on a spherical surface. In contrast to ours, the universe of these beings is two-dimensional, but, like ours, it extends to infinity, page 108. This surface of the world of two-dimensional beings would constitute space for them. This space would possess very strange properties. If the spherical surface beings were to draw circles in their space, that is, on the surface of their sphere, these circles would increase up to a certain limit, and would then begin to decrease. The universe of these beings is finite and yet has no limits, page 109. Einstein comes to the conclusion that the spherical surface beings would be able to determine that they are living on a sphere and might even find the radius of this sphere if they were able to examine a sufficiently great part of the surface. But if this part is very small indeed, they will no longer be able to demonstrate that they are on a spherical world, and not on a Euclidean plane. For a small part of a spherical surface differs only slightly from a piece of a plane of the same size, p. 110. Thus if the spherical surface beings are living on a planet of which the solar system occupies only a negligibly small part of the spherical universe, they have no means of determining whether they are living in a finite or an infinite universe. Because the piece of universe to which they have access is in both cases practically plane, or Euclidean, p. No. To this two-dimensional sphere universe there is a three-dimensional analogy, namely, the three-dimensional spherical space which was discovered by Riemann. Its points are likewise all equivalent. It possesses a finite volume which is determined by its radius, page 111. It is easily seen that the three-dimensional spherical space is quite analogous to the two-dimensional spherical surface. It is finite, that is of finite volume, and has no bounds, page 112. It may be mentioned that there is yet another kind of curved space, elliptical space. It can be regarded as a curved space in which the two counterparts are identical. An elliptical universe can thus be considered to some extent as a curved universe possessing central symmetry, page 112. It follows from what has been said, that closed spaces without limits are conceivable. From amongst these, the spherical space, and the elliptical, excels in its simplicity, since all points in it are equivalent. As a result of this discussion, a most interesting question arises for astronomers and physicists, and that is whether the universe in which we live is infinite, or whether it is finite in the manner of the spherical universe. Our experience is far from being sufficient to enable us to answer this question. But the general theory of relativity permits of our answering it with a moderate degree of certainty, and in this connection the difficulty mentioned earlier, from the point of view of the Newtonian theory, finds its solution, page 112. The structure of space according to the general theory of relativity differs from that generally recognized. According to the general theory of relativity, the geometrical properties of space are not independent, but they are determined by matter. Thus we can draw conclusions about the geometrical structure of the universe only if we base our considerations on the state of the matter as being something that is known. We know from experience that the velocities of the stars are small as compared with the velocity of transmission of light. We can thus as a rough approximation arrive at a conclusion as to the nature of the universe as a whole, if we treat the matter as being at rest, page 113. We might imagine that as regards geometry, our universe behaves analogously to a surface which is irregularly curved in its individual parts, but which nowhere departs appreciably from a plane, something like the rippled surface of a lake. Such a universe might fittingly be called a quasi-Euclidean universe. As regards its space it would be infinite. But calculation shows that in a quasi-Euclidean universe the average density of matter would necessarily be nil. Thus such a universe could not be inhabited by matter everywhere. It would present to us an unsatisfactory picture, page 114. If we are to have in the universe an average density of matter which differs from zero, however small may be that difference, then the universe cannot be quasi-Euclidean. On the contrary, the results of calculation indicate that if matter be distributed uniformly, the universe would necessarily be spherical, or elliptical. Since in reality the detailed distribution of matter is not uniform, the real universe will deviate in individual parts from the spherical, i.e. the universe will be quasi-spherical. But it will be necessarily finite. In fact, the theory supplies us with a simple connection between the space expanse of the universe and the average density of matter in it, page 114. The last proposition is treated in a somewhat different manner by Professor A.S. Eddington in his book, Space, Time and Gravitation. After mass and energy there is one physical quantity which plays a very fundamental part in modern physics, known as action. Action here is a very technical term, and is not to be confused with Newton's action and reaction. In the relativity theory in particular this seems in many respects to be the most fundamental thing of all. The reason is not difficult to see. If we wish to speak of the continuous matter present at any particular point of space and time, we must use the term density. Density multiplied by volume in space gives us mass, or what appears to be the same thing, energy. But from our space-time point of view, a far more important thing is density multiplied by a four-dimensional volume of space and time. This is action. The multiplication by 3 dimensions gives mass or energy. And the fourth multiplication gives mass or energy multiplied by time. Action is thus mass multiplied by time, or energy multiplied by time, and is more fundamental than either. Action is the curvature of the world. It is scarcely possible to visualize this statement, because our notion of curvature is derived from surfaces of 2 dimensions in a 3-dimensional space. And this gives too limited an idea of the possibilities of a 4-dimensional surface in space of 5 or more dimensions. In 2 dimensions there is just one total curvature, and if that vanishes the surface is flat or at least can be unrolled into a plane. Wherever there is matter there is action and therefore curvature. And it is interesting to notice that in ordinary matter the curvature of the space-time world is by no means insignificant. For example, in water of ordinary density the curvature is the same as that of space in the form of a sphere of radius 570,000,000 kilometers. The result is even more surprising if expressed in time units. The radius is about half an hour. It is difficult to picture quite what this means, but at least we can predict that a globe of water of 570,000,000 kilometer radius would have extraordinary properties. Presumably there must be an upper limit to the possible size of a globe of water. So far as I can make out, a homogeneous mass of water of about this size, and no larger, could exist. It would have no center, and no boundary, every point of it being in the same position with respect to the whole mass as every other point of it, like points on the surface of a sphere with respect to the surface. Any ray of light after traveling for an hour or two would come back to the starting point. Nothing could enter or leave the mass, because there is no boundary to enter or leave by, in fact it is coextensive with space. There could be no other world anywhere else, because there isn't an anywhere else, pages 147, 148. An exposition of the theories of new physics which stand apart from relativity would take too much space. The study of the structure of light and electricity, the study of the atom, the theories of Bohr, and especially the study of the electron, the quantum theory, lead physics along entirely right lines. And if physics really succeeded in freeing itself from the above-mentioned impediments, which arrest its progress, and also from unnecessarily paradoxical theories of relativism, it would someday discover that it knows much more about the true nature of things than might be supposed. Old physics. Geometrical conception of space, that is, consideration of space apart from time. Conception of space as emptiness in which there may or may not be bodies. One time for all that exists. Time measurable on one scale. Aristotle's principle of the constancy and unity of laws in the whole universe, and, as deduction from this principle, confidence in immutability of recognized phenomena. Elementary understanding of measure, measurability and incommensurability. Measures taken for everything from outside. Recognition of a whole series of concepts, difficult to define, such as time, velocity, etc., as primary concepts requiring no definition. Law of gravitation or attraction and extension of this law to phenomena of falling, weight. Universe of flying balls, both in celestial space and inside atom. Theories of vibrations, undulatory movements, etc. Tendency to interpret all phenomena of radiant energy by undulatory vibrations. Necessity of hypothesis of ether, in some form or another. Ether as substance of greatest density, and ether as substance of greatest rarity. Attempts to escape from three-dimensional space by means of mathematics and metageometry. For coordinates. Study of the structure of matter and of radiant energy. Study of the atom. Discovery of electrons. Recognition of velocity of light as limiting velocity. Velocity of light as universal constant. Definition of fourth coordinate in connection with velocity of light. Time as imaginary quantity. Minkowski. Recognition of necessity for taking time together with space. Spacetime four-dimensional continuum. New ideas in mechanics. Recognition of possible incorrectness of principle of conservation of energy. Recognition of possible transformation of matter into energy and vice versa. New physics. Attempts to build systems of absolute units of measure. Establishment of fact of weight of light and of materiality of electricity. Principle of increase of energy and mass of body in motion. Special and general principles of relativity, and the idea of necessity for finite space in connection with laws of gravitation and distribution of matter in the universe. Curvature of spacetime continuum. Unlimited, but finite universe, measurements of which are determined by density of matter which constitutes it. Spherical or elliptical space. Elastic space. New theories of structure of atom. Study of electron. Quantum theory. Study of structure of radiant energy. 2. Insufficiency of four coordinates for the construction of a model of the universe, absence of approaches to the problem from mathematics, artificiality of designating dimensions by powers, necessary limitation of the universe in relation to dimensions, three-dimensionality of motion, time as a spiral, 3 dimensions of time, 6-dimensional space, period of 6 dimensions, 2 intersecting triangles or a 6-pointed star, solid of time, historical time as the 4th dimension, 5th dimension. The woof and the warp, limited number of possibilities in every moment, the eternal now, actualization of all possibilities, straight lines, limitedness of the infinite universe, the zero dimension, the line of impossibilities, the seventh dimension, motion, for kinds of motion, division of velocities, perception of the third dimension by animals, velocity as an angle, limiting velocity, space, heterogeneity of space, dependence of dimensions on size, variability of space, materiality and its degrees. The world inside the molecule, attraction, mass, celestial space, emptiness and fullness of space, traces of motion, gradations in the structure of matter, impossibility of describing matter as consisting of atoms or electrons, the world of interconnected spirals, the principle of symmetry, infinity in mathematics and in geometry, incommensurability, different meanings of mathematical, geometrical and physical infinity, function and size, transition of space phenomena into time phenomena, motion passing into extension, zero quantities and negative quantities, interatomic extensions, analysis of the ray of light, quanta of light, the electron, theory of vibrations and theory of emissions, duration of the existence of small units, duration of existence of electron. Now, having examined the principal features of both the old and the new physics, we may ask ourselves whether, on the basis of the material we possess, it is possible to predict the direction which the future development of physical knowledge will take, and whether it is possible to build from these predictions a model of the universe, the separate parts of which will not contradict and mutually destroy one another. The answer will be that it would not be difficult to build such a model, or at any rate it would be quite possible, if we had at our disposal all the necessary measurements of the universe accessible to us. A new question arises: have we all the necessary measurements? And the answer must undoubtedly be, no, we have not. Our measurements of the universe are inadequate and incomplete. In a geometrical, three-dimensional universe this is quite clear. The world cannot be fitted into the space of three coordinates. Too many things are left out, things which cannot be measured. It is equally clear also in the metageometrical universe of four coordinates. The world with all its variety of phenomena does not fit into four-dimensional space, no matter how we take the fourth coordinate. Whether as a quantity analogous to the first three or as an imaginary quantity determinable relatively to the ultimate physical velocity that has been found, i.e., the velocity of light. The proof of the artificiality of the four-dimensional world in new physics lies first of all in the extreme complexity of its construction, which requires a curved space. It is quite clear that this curvature of space indicates the presence in it of yet another dimension or dimensions. The universe of four coordinates is as unsatisfactory as the universe of three coordinates. And to be more exact, we can say that we do not possess all the measurements necessary for the construction of a model of the universe. Because neither the three coordinates of old physics nor the four coordinates of new physics are sufficient for the description of all the variety of phenomena in the universe. Or, in other words, because we have not enough dimensions. Let us imagine that somebody builds a model of a house, having only the floor, one wall and the roof. This will be a model corresponding to a three-dimensional model of the universe. It will give a general impression of the house, but only on condition that both the model itself and the observer remain motionless. The slightest movement will destroy the whole illusion. The four-dimensional model of the universe of new physics is the same model, only arranged so that it rotates, turning its front always to the observer. This can prolong the illusion for some time, but only on the condition of there being not more than one observer. Two people observing such a model from different sides will very soon see in what the trick consists. Before attempting to make clear without any analogies what it actually means to say that the universe does not fit into three-dimensional or four-dimensional space, and before attempting to discover what number of coordinates really determines the universe, I must eliminate one of the most essential misunderstandings which exists with regard to dimensions. That is to say, I must repeat that there is no approach from mathematics to the study of the dimensions of space or spacetime. And mathematicians who assert that the whole problem of the fourth dimension in philosophy, in psychology, in mysticism, etc., has arisen because someone once overheard a conversation between two mathematicians on subjects they alone could understand, are greatly mistaken, whether voluntarily or involuntarily is best known to themselves. Mathematics detaches itself easily and simply from three-dimensional physics and Euclidean geometry, because really it does not belong there at all. It is quite wrong to think that all mathematical relations must have physical or geometrical meanings. On the contrary, only a very small and the most elementary part of mathematics has a permanent connection with geometry and with physics, and only very few geometrical and physical quantities can have permanent mathematical expression. For us it is necessary to understand exactly that dimensions cannot be expressed mathematically and that consequently mathematics cannot serve as an instrument for the investigation of problems of space and time. Only measurements along previously agreed upon coordinates can be expressed mathematically. It can, for instance, be said that the length of an object is 5 meters, the breadth 10 meters and the height 15 meters. But the difference between the length, the breadth and the height themselves cannot be expressed, mathematically they are equivalent. Mathematics does not feel dimensions as geometry and physics feel them. Mathematics cannot feel the difference between a point, a line, a surface and a solid. The point, the line, the surface and the solid can be expressed mathematically only by means of powers, that is to say, simply for the sake of designation, a line, a2, a surface, a3, a solid. But the fact is that the same designations would serve also for segments of a line of different lengths, a, 10 meters, a2, 100 meters, a3 1000 meters. The artificiality of designating dimensions by powers becomes perfectly clear if we reason in the following way. We assume that A is a line, A2 is a square, A3 is a cube, A4 is a body of 4 dimensions. A5 and A6, as will be seen later, can be explained. But what will A25 mean, or A125, or A000? Once we allow that dimensions correspond to powers, this will mean that powers actually express the dimensions. Consequently, the number of dimensions must be the same as the number of powers. This would be an obvious absurdity, as the limitation of the universe in relation to number of dimensions is quite obvious, and no one would seriously assert the possibility of an infinite or even of a large number of dimensions. Having established this point, we may note once more, though it should be quite clear already, that 3 coordinates are not sufficient for the description of the universe, for such a universe would contain no motion, or, putting it differently, every observable motion would immediately destroy the universe. The 4th coordinate takes time into consideration. Space is no longer taken separately. 4-dimensional spacetime allows of motion. But motion by itself is a very complex phenomenon. At the very first approach to motion we meet with an interesting fact. Motion has in itself 3 clearly expressed dimensions: duration, velocity, and direction. But this direction does not lie in Euclidean space, as was assumed by old physics. It is a direction from before to after, which for us never changes and never disappears. Time is the measure of motion. If we represent time by a line, then the only line which will satisfy all the demands of time will be a spiral. A spiral is a 3-dimensional line, so to speak, that is, a line which requires 3 coordinates for its construction and designation. The 3-dimensionality of time is completely analogous to the 3-dimensionality of space. We do not measure space by cubes, we measure it linearly in different directions, and we do exactly the same with time, although in time we can measure only 2 coordinates out of 3, namely the duration and the velocity. The direction of time for us is not a quantity but an absolute condition. Another difference is that in regard to space we realize that we are dealing with a 3-dimensional continuum, whereas in regard to time we do not realize it. But, as has been said already, if we attempt to unite the 3 coordinates of time into one whole, we shall obtain a spiral. This explains at once why the 4th coordinate is insufficient to describe time. Although it is admitted to be a curved line, its curvature remains undefined. Only 3 coordinates, or the 3-dimensional line, that is, the spiral, give an adequate description of time. The three-dimensionality of time explains many phenomena which have hitherto remained incomprehensible, and makes unnecessary most of the elaborate hypotheses and suppositions which have been indispensable in the attempts to squeeze the universe into the boundaries of a three- or even four-dimensional continuum. This also explains the failure of relativism to give a comprehensible form to its explanations. Excessive complexity in any construction is always the result of something having been omitted or wrongly taken at the outset. The cause of the complexity in this case lies in the above-mentioned impossibility of squeezing the universe into the boundaries of a three-dimensional or four-dimensional continuum. If we try to regard three-dimensional space as two-dimensional and to explain all physical phenomena as occurring on a surface, several further principles of relativity will be required. The three dimensions of time can be regarded as the continuation of the dimensions of space, i.e. as the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth dimensions of space. A six-dimensional space is undoubtedly a Euclidean continuum, but of properties and forms totally incomprehensible to us. The six-dimensional form of a body is inconceivable for us, and if we were able to apprehend it with our senses we should undoubtedly see and feel it as three-dimensional. Three-dimensionality is a function of our senses. Time is the boundary of our senses. Six-dimensional space is reality, the world as it is. This reality we perceive only through the slit of our senses, touch and vision, and define as three-dimensional space, ascribing to it Euclidean properties. Every six-dimensional body becomes for us a three-dimensional body existing in time, and the properties of the fifth and the sixth dimensions remain for us imperceptible. Six dimensions constitute a period, beyond which there can be nothing except the repetition of the same period on a different scale. The period of dimensions is limited at one end by the point, and at the other end by infinity of space multiplied by infinity of time, which in ancient symbolism was represented by two intersecting triangles, or a six-pointed star. Just as in space one dimension, a line, or two dimensions, a surface, cannot exist by themselves and when taken separately are nothing but imaginary figures, while the solid exists in reality. So in time only the three-dimensional solid of time exists in reality. In spite of the fact that the counting of dimensions in geometry begins with the line, actually, in the real physical sense, only the material point and the solid are objects which exist. Lines and surfaces are merely features and properties of a solid. They can also be regarded in another way, a line as the path of the motion of a point in space, and a surface as the path of the motion of a line along the direction perpendicular to it, or its rotation. The same may be applied to the solid of time. In it only the point, the moment, and the solid are real. The moment can change, that is, it can contract and disappear or expand and become a solid. The solid also can contract and become a point, or can expand and become an infinity. The number of dimensions can neither be infinite nor very great, it cannot be more than six. The reason for this lies in the property of the sixth dimension which includes in itself all possibilities of the given scale. In order to understand this it is necessary to examine the content of the three dimensions of time taken in their space sense, that is, as the fourth, the fifth and the sixth dimensions of space. If we take a three-dimensional body as a point, the line of the existence or motion of this point will be a line of the fourth dimension. Each of these perpendicular lines is the perpetual now for some moment, and every moment has such a line of perpetual now. This is the fifth dimension. Let us take the line of time as we usually conceive it. The line determined by the 3 points, before, now, after, is a line of the fourth dimension. Let us imagine several lines perpendicular to this line, before now after. These lines, each of which designates now for a given moment, will express the perpetual existence of past and possibly of future moments. Each of these perpendicular lines is the perpetual now for some moment, and every moment has such a line of perpetual now. This is the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension forms a surface in relation to the line of time. Everything we know, everything we recognize as existing, lies on the line of the fourth dimension. The line of the fourth dimension is the historical time of our section of existence. This is the only time we know, the only time we feel, the only time we recognize. But though we are not aware of it, sensations of the existence of other times, both parallel and perpendicular, continually enter into our consciousness. These parallel times are completely analogous to our time and consist of before now after, whereas the perpendicular times consist only of now, and are, as it were, cross threads, the woof in a fabric. In their relation to the parallel lines of time which in this case represent the warp. But each moment of now, on the line of time, that is, on one of the parallel lines, contains not one, but a certain number of possibilities, at times a great, at others a small number. The number of possibilities contained in every moment must necessarily be limited, for if the number of possibilities were not limited, there would be no impossibilities. Thus each moment of time, within certain limited conditions of being or physical existence, contains a definite number of possibilities and an infinite number of impossibilities. But impossibilities can also be of different kinds. If, walking through a familiar rye field, I suddenly saw a big birch tree which was not there yesterday, it would be an impossible phenomenon, precisely the material miracle, which is not admitted by the principle of Aristotle. But if, walking through a rye field, I saw in the middle of it a coconut palm, this would be an impossible phenomenon of a different kind, also a material miracle, but of a much higher or more difficult order. This difference between impossibilities should be kept in mind. On the table before me there are many different things. I may deal with these things in different ways. But I cannot, for instance, take from the table something that is not there. I cannot take from the table an orange that is not there, just as I cannot take from it the pyramid of Keeps or St. Isaac's Cathedral. It looks as though there was actually no difference in this respect between an orange and a pyramid, and yet there is a difference. An orange could be on the table, but a pyramid could not be. However elementary all this is, it shows that there are different degrees of impossibility. But at present we are concerned only with possibilities. As I have already mentioned, each moment contains a definite number of possibilities. I may actualize one of the existing possibilities, that is, I may do something. I may do nothing. But whatever I do, that is, whichever of the possibilities contained in a given moment is actualized, the actualization of this possibility will determine the following moment of time, the following now. This second moment of time will again contain a certain number of possibilities, and the actualization of one of these possibilities will determine the following moment of time, the following now, and so on. Thus the line of the direction of time can be denoted as the line of the actualization of one possibility out of the number of possibilities which were contained in the preceding point. The line of this actualization will be the line of the fourth dimension, the line of time. We visualize it as a straight line, but it would be more correct to think of it as a zigzag line. The perpetual existence of this actualization, the line perpendicular to the line of time, will be the line of the fifth dimension, or the line of eternity. For the modern mind eternity is an indefinite concept. In ordinary conversational language eternity is taken as a limitless extension of time. But religious and philosophical thought put into the concept of eternity ideas which distinguish it from mere infinite extension homogeneous with finite extension. This is most clearly seen in Indian philosophy with its idea of the eternal now as the state of Brahma. In fact, the concept of eternity in relation to time is the same as the concept of a surface in relation to a line. A surface is a quantity incommensurable with a line. Infinity for a line need not necessarily be a line without end, it may be a surface, that is an infinite number of finite lines. Eternity can be an infinite number of finite times. It is difficult for us to think of time in the plural. Our thought is too much accustomed to the idea of one time, and though in theory the idea of the plurality of times is already accepted by new physics, in practice we still think of time as one and the same always and everywhere. What will the sixth dimension be? The sixth dimension will be the line of the actualization of other possibilities which were contained in the preceding moment but were not actualized in time. In every moment and at every point of the three-dimensional world there are a certain number of possibilities. In time, that is, in the fourth dimension, one possibility is actualized every moment, and these actualized possibilities are laid out, one beside another, in the fifth dimension. The line of time, repeated infinitely in eternity, leaves at every point unactualized possibilities. But these possibilities, which have not been actualized in one time, are actualized in the sixth dimension, which is an aggregate of all times. The lines of the fifth dimension, which run perpendicular to the line of time, form as it were a surface. The lines of the sixth dimension, which start from every point of time in all possible directions, form the solid or three-dimensional continuum of time, of which we know only one dimension. We are one-dimensional beings in relation to time. Because of this we do not see parallel time or parallel times, for the same reason we do not see the angles and turns of time, but see time as a straight line. Until now we have taken all the lines of the fourth, the fifth and the sixth dimensions as straight lines, as coordinates. But we must remember that these straight lines cannot be regarded as really existing. They are merely an imaginary system of coordinates for determining the spiral. Generally speaking, it is impossible to establish and prove the real existence of straight lines beyond a certain definite scale and outside certain definite conditions. And even these, conditional straight lines cease to be straight if we imagine them on a revolving body which possesses, besides, a whole series of other movements. This is quite clear as regards space lines. Straight lines are nothing but imaginary coordinates which serve to measure the length, the breadth and the depth of spirals. But time lines are geometrically in no way different from space lines. The only difference lies in the fact that in space we know three dimensions and are able to establish the spiral character of all cosmic movements, that is, movements which we take on a sufficiently large scale. But we dare not do this as regards time. We try to lay out the whole space of time on one line of the great time which is general for everybody and everything. But this is an illusion. General time does not exist, and each separately existing body, each separately existing system, or what is accepted as such, has its own time. This is recognized by new physics. But what it means and what a separate existence means is not explained by new physics. Separate time is always a completed circle. We can think of time as a straight line only on the great straight line of the great time. If the great time does not exist, every separate time can only be a circle, that is, a closed curve. But a circle or any closed curve requires two coordinates for its definition. The circle, circumference, is a two-dimensional figure. If the second dimension of time is eternity, this means that eternity enters into every circle of time and into every moment of the circle of time. Eternity is the curvature of time. Eternity is also movement, an eternal movement. And if we imagine time as a circle or as any other closed curve, eternity will signify eternal movement along this curve, eternal repetition, eternal recurrence. The fifth dimension is movement in the circle, repetition, recurrence. The sixth dimension is the way out of the circle. If we imagine that one end of the curve rises from the surface, we visualize the third dimension of time, the sixth dimension of space. The line of time becomes a spiral. But the spiral, of which I have spoken before, is only a very feeble approximation to the spiral of time, only its possible geometrical representation. The actual spiral of time is not analogous to any of the lines we know, for it branches off at every point. And as there can be many possibilities in every moment, so there can be many branches at every point. Our mind refuses not only to visualize, but even to think of the resulting figure in curved lines, and we should lose the direction of our thought in this impasse if straight lines did not come to our aid. In this connection we can understand the meaning and purpose of the straight lines of the system of coordinates. Straight lines are not a naivete of Euclid, as non-Euclidean geometry and the new physics connected with it are trying to make out. Straight lines are a concession to the weakness of our thinking apparatus, a concession thanks to which we are able to think of reality in approximate forms. A figure of three-dimensional time will appear to us in the form of a complicated structure consisting of radii diverging from every moment of time, each of them bearing within it its own time and throwing out new radii at every point. Taken together these radii will form the three-dimensional continuum of time. We live and think and exist on one of the lines of time. But the second and third dimensions of time, that is, the surface on which this line lies and the solid in which this surface is included, enter every moment into our life and into our consciousness, and influence our time. When we begin to feel the three dimensions of time, we call them direction, duration and velocity. But if we wish to understand the true interrelation of things even approximately, we must bear in mind the fact that direction, duration and velocity are not real dimensions, but merely the reflections of the real dimensions in our consciousness. In thinking of the time solid formed by the lines of all the possibilities included in each moment, we must remember that beyond these there can be nothing. This is the point at which we can understand the limitedness of the infinite universe. As has been said before, the three dimensions of space plus the zero dimension and plus the three dimensions of time form the period of dimensions. It is necessary to understand the properties of this period. It includes both space and time. The period of dimensions may be taken as space-time, that is, the space of 6 dimensions or the space of me-actualization of all possibilities. Outside this space we can think only of repetitions of the period of dimensions either on the scale of 0 or on the scale of infinity. But these are different spaces, which have nothing in common with the space of 6 dimensions and may or may not exist, without changing anything in the space of 6 dimensions. The counting of dimensions in geometry begins with the line, the first dimension, and in a certain sense this is right. But both space and time have yet another, the zero dimension, the point or the moment. And it must be understood that any space solid, up to the infinite sphere of old physics, is a point or a moment when taken in time. The zero dimension, the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth and the sixth dimensions form the period of dimensions. But a figure of the zero dimension, a point, is a solid of another scale. A figure of the first dimension, a line, is infinity in relation to a point. For itself a line is a solid, but a solid of another scale than a point. For a surface, that is, for a figure of 2 dimensions, a line is a point. A surface is 3-dimensional for itself, whereas for a solid it becomes a point, and so on. A line and a surface are for us only geometrical concepts, and it is incomprehensible at the first glance how they can be 3-dimensional bodies for themselves. But it becomes more comprehensible if we begin with the solid which represents a really existent physical body. We know that a body is 3-dimensional for itself as well as for other 3-dimensional bodies of a scale near its own. It is also infinity for a surface, which is 0 in relation to it, because no number of surfaces will make a solid. And the solid is also a point, a 0, a figure of the 0 dimension, for the 4th dimension, first, because, however big it may be, a solid is a point, that is, a moment for time, and, second, because no number of solids will make time. The whole of 3-dimensional space is but a moment in time. It should be understood that lines and surfaces are only names which we give to dimensions which for us lie between the point and the solid. They have no real existence for us. Our universe consists only of points and solids. A point is 0 dimension, a solid is 3 dimensions. On another scale a solid must be taken as a time point, and on yet another scale again as a solid, but as a solid of 3 dimensions of time. In such a simplified universe there would be no time and no motion. Time and motion are created precisely by these incompletely perceived solids, that is, by space and time lines and space and time surfaces. And the period of dimensions of the real universe actually consists of 7 powers of solids. A power is of course only a name in this case. 1. A point, the hidden solid. 2. A line, the solid of the second power. 3. A surface, the solid of the third power. 4. A body or a solid, the solid of the fourth power. 5. Time, or the existence of a body or a solid in time, the solid of the fifth power. 6. Eternity, or the existence of time, the solid of the sixth power. 7. That for which we have no name, the 6-pointed star, or the existence of eternity, the solid of the seventh power. Further, it should be observed that dimensions are movable, i.e. any three consecutive dimensions form zither, time, or space, and the period, can move upwards and downwards when 1 degree is added above and 1 is taken away from below, or when 1 degree is added below and 1 is taken away from above. Thus, if 1 dimension from below is added to the 6 dimensions we possess, then 1 dimension from above must disappear. The difficulty of understanding this eternally changing universe, which contracts and expands according to the size of the observer and the speed of his perception, is counterbalanced by the constancy of laws and relative positions in these changing conditions. The 7th dimension is impossible, for it would be a line leading nowhere, running in a non-existent direction. The line of impossibilities is the line of the 7th, the 8th and the other non-existent dimensions, a line which leads nowhere and comes from nowhere. No matter what strange universe we may imagine, we can never admit the real existence of a solar system in which the moon is made of green cheese. In the same way, whatever strange scientific manipulations we may think of, we cannot imagine that Prof. Einstein would really erect a pole on the Potsdamer Platz in order to measure the distance between the Earth and the clouds, as he threatens to do in his book. One could find many such examples. The whole of our life actually consists of phenomena of the 7th dimension, that is, of phenomena of fictitious possibility, fictitious importance and fictitious value. We live in the 7th dimension and cannot escape from it. And our model of the universe can never be complete if we do not realize the place occupied in it by the 7th dimension. But it is very difficult to realize this. We never even come near to understanding how many non-existent things play a role in our life, govern our fate and our actions. But again, as has been said before, even the non-existent and the impossible can be of different degrees, and therefore it is perfectly justifiable to speak not of the 7th dimension, but generally of imaginary dimensions, the number of which is also imaginary. In order to establish with complete exactitude the necessity for regarding the world as a world of 6 coordinates, it is necessary to examine the fundamental concepts of physics, which have remained without definition, and see whether it is not possible to find definitions for them with the help of some of the principles we have established above. We will deal with matter, space, motion, velocity, infinity, mass, light, etc. We will begin with motion. In the usual views of both the old and the new physics, motion remains always the same. Distinction is made only between its properties, duration, velocity, direction in space, discontinuity, continuity, periodicity, acceleration, retardation and so on, and the characteristics of these properties are attributed to motion itself. So that motion is divided into rectilinear, curvilinear, continuous, non-continuous, accelerated, retarded, etc. The principle of the relativity of motion led to the principle of the composition of velocities. And the working out of the principle of relativity led to the denial of the possibility of the composition of velocities when terrestrial velocities are compared with the velocity of light. This led to many other conclusions, suppositions and hypotheses. But these do not interest us for the moment. One fact, however, must be established, namely, that the very concept motion is not denied. Equally, velocity is not defined. In regard to light, opinions of physicists diverge. For the present it is only important for us to realize that motion is always taken as a phenomenon of one kind. There are no attempts to establish different kinds of phenomena in motion itself. And this is especially strange, because for direct observation there definitely exist 4 kinds of motion as 4 perfectly distinct phenomena. In certain cases direct observation deceives us, for instance when it shows much non-existent motion. But phenomena themselves are one thing, and the division of them is another. In this particular case direct observation brings us to real and unquestionable facts. One cannot reason about motion without having understood the division of motion into 4 kinds. These 4 kinds of motion are as follows. 1. Slow motion, invisible as motion, for instance the movement of the hour hand of a clock. 2. Visible motion. 3. Quick motion, when a point becomes a line, for instance the movement of a smoldering match waved quickly in the dark. 4. Motion so quick that it does not leave any visual impression, but produces definite physical effects, for instance the motion of a flying bullet. In order to understand the difference between the 4 kinds of motion, let us imagine a simple experiment. Let us imagine that we are looking at a white wall at a certain distance from us on which a black point is moving, now faster, now slower, then stopping altogether. It is possible to determine exactly when we begin to see the point move and when we cease to see it move. We see the movement of the point as movement if the point covers in 1/10 of a second 1 or 2 minutes of the arc of a circle, taking as the radius our distance from the wall. If the point moves more slowly, it will appear to us motionless. Let us suppose first that the point moves with the velocity of the hour hand of a clock. Comparing its position with other, motionless, points, first, we establish the fact of the movement of the point and, second, we determine the velocity of its movement, but we do not see the movement itself. This will be the first kind of motion, invisible motion. Further, if the point moves more quickly, covering 2 minutes of arc or more in 1/10 of a second, we see its motion as motion. This is the second kind of motion, visible motion. It can be very varied in its character and cover a large scale of velocities, but when velocity is increased 4,000 to 5,000 times, and in certain cases less, it passes into the third kind of motion. This means that if the point moves very fast, covering in L/10th of a second the whole field of our vision, i.e. 160 degrees or 9,600 minutes of arcade, we shall see it not as a moving point but as a km. This is the third kind of motion, with a visible trace, or motion in which the moving point is transformed into a line, motion with the apparent addition of one dimension. And, finally, if the point starts off at once with the velocity of, say, a rifle bullet, we shall not see it at all, but if the point possesses weight and mass, its motion may have many physical effects which we can observe and study. For instance, we can hear the motion, we can see other motions aroused by the invisible motion, and so on. This is the fourth kind of motion, motion with an invisible but perceptible trace. These 4 kinds of motion are absolutely real facts upon which depend the whole form, aspect and correlation of phenomena in our universe. This is so because the distinction of the 4 kinds of motion is not only subjective, i.e., they differ not only in our perception, but they differ physically in their results and in their action on other phenomena, and above all they are different in relation to one another, and this relation is permanent. The ideas that have been set forth here may appear very naive to a learned physicist. What is the eye? He would say. The eye has a strange capacity for remembering, for about 1/10 of a second what it has seen. If the point moves sufficiently fast for the memory of each 1/10 of a second to merge with another memory, the result will be a line. There is no transformation of a point into a line here. It is all entirely subjective, that is, it all takes place only in us, only in our perception. In reality a moving point remains a moving point. This is how the matter appears from the scientific point of view. The objection is based on the supposition that we know that the observed phenomenon is produced by the motion of a point. But suppose we do not know. How can we ascertain it if we cannot come sufficiently near the line we observe, or arrest the motion, stop the supposed moving point? Our eye sees a line. With a certain velocity of motion, a photographic camera will also see a line or a streak. The moving point is actually transformed into a line. We are quite wrong in not trusting our eye in this case. This is just a case in which our eye does not deceive us. The eye establishes an exact principle of division of velocities. The eye certainly establishes these divisions for itself, on its own level, on its own scale. And this scale may change. What will not change, for instance in connection with the distance, what will remain the same on any scale, is, first, the number of different kinds of motion, there will always be 4, and next, the interrelation of the 4 velocities with their derivatives, i.e., with their results, or the interrelation of the 4 kinds of motion. This interrelation between the four kinds of motion creates the whole visible world. And the essence of this interrelation consists in the fact that one motion is not necessarily motion relatively to another motion, but only if the velocities which are compared do not differ greatly from one another. Thus in the above example the visible motion of the point on the wall is motion in comparison both with invisible motion and with motion fast enough to form a line. But it will not be motion in relation to a flying bullet, for which it will be immobility, just as the line formed by a swiftly moving point will be a line and not motion for a slowly, invisibly, moving point. This can be formulated in the following way. Dividing motion into four kinds, according to the above principles, we observe that motion is motion, with increased or decreased velocity, only for kinds of motion that are near one another, that is, within the limits of a definite correlation of velocities, or, to put it more precisely, within the limits of a certain definite increase or decrease of velocity, which can probably be determined exactly. More remote kinds of motion, i.e., motions with very different velocities, for instance, for 000 or 5,000 times slower or faster than another, are for one another not motions of different velocity, but phenomena of a greater or lesser number of dimensions. But what is velocity? What is this mysterious property of motion which exists only in middle degrees and disappears in small and large degrees, thus subtracting or adding one dimension? And what is motion itself? Motion is an apparent phenomenon dependent upon the extension of a body in the three dimensions of time. This means that every three-dimensional body possesses also three time dimensions which we do not see as such and which we call the properties of motion or of existence. Our mind cannot embrace time dimensions in their entirety, there exist no concepts which would express their essence in all their variety, for all existent time concepts express only one side, or only one dimension, each. Therefore the extension of three-dimensional bodies in the indefinable, for us, three dimensions of time appears to us as motion with all its properties. We stand in exactly the same position in relation to dimensions of time as animals stand in relation to the third dimension of space. I wrote in Tertium Organum about the perception of the third dimension by animals. All apparent movements are real for them. A house turns about when a horse runs past it, a tree jumps into the road. Even if an animal is motionless and only examines an equally motionless object, this object begins to manifest strange movements. The animal's own body, even in the state of rest, may manifest for it many strange movements, which our bodies do not manifest for us. Our relation to motion and especially to velocity is very similar to this. Velocity can be a property of space. The sensation of a velocity may be the sensation of the penetration into our consciousness of one of the dimensions of a higher space unknown to us. Velocity can be regarded as an angle. And this at once explains all the properties of velocity and especially the fact that both great and small velocities cease to be velocities. An angle has naturally a limit both in one direction and in the other. Let us again imagine a world of flat beings. Let us imagine these flat beings in the shape of squares with their organs of perception situated on one side of the square. Let us call this percipient side A. Let us imagine that the square is turned with its percipient side towards two figures, let us say two triangles ABC and DEF, in the position shown in the diagram. Of the triangle ABC it knows only the line AC, and this line is motionless for it. Of the triangle DEF it knows the lines DE and DF, which appear to it as one line, and these lines, which go out of the field of its vision, must undoubtedly differ from the line AC, possess some property which the line AC does not possess. The square will call this property motion. If the square happens to meet the triangle GHI, the lines GH and GI will also be motion for it, but a slower motion. And if the square meets the triangle JKL, the lines JK and JL will be a swifter motion. And finally, if the square meets lines almost perpendicular to its percipient side, like the lines MN and MO, it will say that this is the limiting, maximal velocity and that there can be no higher velocity. The idea of velocity as an angle makes not only clear but necessary the idea of a limiting velocity beyond which there can exist no other velocity, and also the idea of the impossibility of an infinite velocity. Because an angle cannot be infinite and must have a limit which can always be established and measured. So far, in all the above examples velocity has been taken as uniform and unchangeable. But, on the basis of the same principle, it is easy to establish the meaning of acceleration, variable velocity, and so on. Let us imagine that the receding line PQ is not a straight line but a line with an angle. The flat being in examining such a line from the point P will see this line as motion starting with one speed and then accelerating. The line ST will appear to it as a motion alternately accelerated and retarded. And further, lines with angles, curves of different kinds, lines lying at various or changing angles to the percipient side, will represent different kinds of velocity, constant, variable, uniformly accelerated, uniformly retarded, periodically accelerated and retarded, and so on. The essence of all that has been said is that a line receding at an angle will appear as motion only if it lies at angles of certain definite degrees. A line lying at a very small angle to a motionless line which is parallel to the percipient side would appear motionless. At a greater angle it would appear as motion, and a line lying at an angle approaching the limit would appear something altogether different from motion. Thus, velocity is only the property of certain definite angles, and as the angle does not depend on scale, it is quite possible that velocity is the only constant phenomenon in the universe. This principle is in no way changed by the alteration of the angles on a spherical surface, or for instance on the saddle-shaped surface used by Lobachevsky, in comparison with the angles on a flat surface. Because for every kind of surface the angles will remain unchangeable. Now, starting from the above definitions of time, motion and velocity, we shall pass to the definition of space, matter, mass, gravitation, infinity, commensurability and incommensurability, negative quantity, etc. As regards space, the first fact we come upon is that space is much too readily accepted as homogeneous. The very question of the possible heterogeneity of space never arises. And if such a question ever arose, it was only in the domain of purely mathematical speculation and never passed into conceptions of the real world from the point of view of heterogeneous space. Even the most complex mathematical and metageometrical views assert themselves each to the exclusion of all the others. Spherical space, elliptical space, space determined by the density of matter and by the laws of gravitation, finite and yet limitless space, in each case this is the whole of space. And in each case the whole of space is uniform and homogeneous. 62. Of all the latest definitions of space the most interesting is the mollusk of Einstein. The mollusk anticipates many future discoveries. The mollusk is able to move by itself, to expand and to contract. The mollusk can be unequal to itself and heterogeneous with itself. But still the mollusk is only an analogy, only a very timid example of the way in which space can and should be regarded. And behind this example, in order to make it possible, the whole arsenal of mathematics, metageometry, and new physics with the special and general principles of relativity is necessary. In reality all this could be done much more simply, if only the possible heterogeneity of space were understood. Let us take space just as we took motion, from the point of view of direct observation. A. The space, occupied by the house in which I live, by the room in which I am now and by my body, is perceived by me as three-dimensional. Certainly this is not a pure percept, for it has already passed through the prism of thinking, but as the three-dimensionality of the house, the room and my body does not give rise to argument, it can be accepted. B. I look out of the window and see a portion of the sky with several stars in it. The sky is two-dimensional for me. My mind knows that the sky possesses depth. But my direct senses do not tell me so. On the contrary, they deny the truth of it. C. I am reflecting on the structure of matter and on a unit such as a molecule. One molecule has no dimensions for the direct senses, but, by reasoning, I come to the conclusion that the space occupied by the molecule, consisting of atoms and electrons, must have 6 dimensions, 3 space dimensions and 3 time dimensions. For otherwise, if the molecule did not possess the 3 time dimensions, its 3 space dimensions would be unable to produce any impression on my senses. A great quantity of molecules produces on me the impression of matter possessing mass only because of the 6-dimensionality of the space occupied by every molecule. Thus, space is not homogeneous for me. The room is 3-dimensional, the sky 2-dimensional. The molecule has no dimension for direct perception. Atoms and electrons have still less dimension, but owing to their 6-dimensionality a multitude of molecules produces on me the impression of matter. If the molecules had no time dimensions, matter would be emptiness for me. What has been said above must leave several points requiring explanation. First, if the molecule has no dimension, how can atoms and electrons have still less? And second, how do time dimensions affect our senses, and why would not space dimensions by themselves produce any effect on us? In order to answer these questions, it is necessary to enlarge upon the above considerations. A star which appears to me as a twinkling point actually consists of 2 enormous suns, each surrounded by a whole series of planets and separated by colossal distances. This twinkling point in reality occupies an enormous expanse of 3-dimensional space. Here again the objection may be raised, just as in the case of the 4 kinds of motion, that I take purely subjective sensations and attribute to them real meaning. And again, as in the case of the 4 kinds of motion, I may reply to this that what interests me is not sensations, but the interrelations of their causes. The causes are not subjective, but depend upon perfectly definite and perfectly objective conditions, namely, comparative magnitude and distance. The house and the room are 3-dimensional for me, by virtue of their commensurability with my body. The sky is 2-dimensional, because it is remote. The star is a point because it is small as compared with the sky. The molecule may be 6-dimensional, but as a point, i.e., taken as a 0-dimensional body, it cannot produce any effect on my senses. These are all facts, there is nothing subjective in them. But this is by no means all. The dimensions of my space depend upon the size of my body. If the size of my body could change, the dimensions of the space around me would change also. Dimension corresponds to size. If the dimensions of my world can change with a change in my size, then the size of my world also can change. But in what respect? A right answer to this question will at once put us on the right road. The smaller the reference body, or reference system, the smaller the world. Space is proportionate to the size of the reference body, and all measurements of space are proportionate to the measurements of the reference body. And yet it is the same space. Let us take an electron on the Sun in its relation to visible space and to the Earth. For the electron the whole of visible space will be, of course only approximately, a sphere 1 kilometer in diameter. The distance from the Sun to the Earth will be a few centimeters, and the Earth itself will be almost a material point. A ray of light from the Sun reaches the Earth, for the electron, instantaneously. This explains why we can never intercept a ray of light halfway. If instead of an electron we take the Earth, then for the Earth distances will necessarily be much longer than they are for us. They will be longer by exactly as many times as the Earth is bigger than the human body. This is necessarily so if only because otherwise the Earth could not feel itself the 3-dimensional body we know it to be, but would be for itself some incomprehensible 6-dimensional continuum. But such a self-feeling would contradict the rightly understood principle of the unity of laws. The reason is that if the Earth could be for itself a 6-dimensional continuum, then we also should have to be for ourselves 6-dimensional continua. And since we are for ourselves 3-dimensional bodies, the Earth also must be for itself a 3-dimensional body. Although at the same time it is not possible to assert with certainty that the Earth's conception of itself must necessarily coincide with our conception of it. If we now try to imagine what the space occupied by terrestrial objects must be for the electron on the one hand and for the Earth on the other, we shall come to a very strange and at first glance paradoxical conclusion. Things which surround us, tables, chairs, objects of daily use, other people, etc., cannot exist for the Earth, for they are too small for it. It is impossible to conceive a chair in the planetary world. It is impossible to conceive an individual man in relation to the Earth. An individual man cannot exist in relation to the Earth. The whole of humanity cannot exist by itself in relation to the Earth. It exists only together with all the vegetable and animal world and with all that has been made by the hand of man. There can be no serious objection to this, because a particle of matter that is as small in relation to the human body as the human body, or even all humanity, is in relation to the Earth certainly cannot exist for us. And it is quite obvious that a chair cannot exist in the planetary world because it is too small. What is strange and what is paradoxical is the inference that a chair cannot exist for the electron or in the world of electrons also, and also because it is too small. This seems an absurdity. Logically, it ought to be that a chair cannot exist for the electron, because a chair is too big compared with the electron. But it would be so only in a logical, that is, in a three-dimensional, universe with a permanent space. The six-dimensional universe is illogical and the space in it can contract and expand on an incredibly large scale, preserving only one permanent property, namely angles. Therefore, the space existing for the electron which is proportionate to its size will be so small that a chair will occupy practically no room in this space. Thus we have come to a space which expands and contracts in accordance with the size of the reference body, an expandable and contractible space. Einstein's mollusc is the nearest approximation to this idea in new physics. But like most of the ideas of new physics, the mollusc is not so much a formulation of something new as an attempt to show that the old will not do. The old, in this case, is immovable and unchanging space. The same can be said of the general idea of the spacetime continuum. New physics recognizes that space cannot be examined apart from time, time cannot be examined apart from space. But what actually constitutes the essence of the relation of space to time and why phenomena of space and phenomena of time appear to be different for direct perception, new physics does not state. The new model of the universe establishes exactly the unity of space and time, and the difference between them. It establishes also the principle that space can pass into time and time into space. In old physics space is always space, and time is always time. In the new physics the two categories make one, space-time. In the new model of the universe the phenomena of one category can pass into the phenomena of the other category, and vice versa. When I write of space, space concepts and space dimensions, I mean space for us. For the electron, and most probably even for bodies much larger than the electron, our space is time. The six-pointed star which represented the world in ancient symbolism is in reality the representation of spacetime or the period of dimensions, i.e. of the three space dimensions and the three time dimensions in their perfect union, where every point of space includes the whole of time and every moment of time includes the whole of space, when everything is everywhere and always. But this state of six-dimensional space is incomprehensible and inaccessible to us, for our sense organs and our mind enable us to establish a connection only with the material world, that is, with a world of certain definite limitations in relation to higher space. We can never see a six-pointed star. What does material world mean? What does materiality mean? What does matter mean? Earlier in this chapter a definition by Prof. Chwolson was quoted. In objectifying the cause of a sensation, that is, transferring this cause into a definite place in space, we conceive this place as containing something which we call matter or substance, Volume 1, page 2. And further, the use of the term matter was reserved exclusively for matter which is able to affect our organ of touch more or less directly, Volume 1, page 6. Modern physics and chemistry have achieved much in the study of the structure and composition of matter, and they do not limit themselves by a definition of matter like that made by Prof. Chwolson and apparently regard as matter everything that admits of objective study, everything that can be measured and weighed, even indirectly. In studying the structure and composition of matter, these sciences deal with divisions of matter which are so small that they can produce no effect on our organs of touch, but are nevertheless recognized as material. In fact, both the old view, which limited the concept of matter too closely, and the new view, which extends it too far, are incorrect. In order to avoid contradictions, indefiniteness, and confusion of terms, it is necessary to establish the existence of several degrees of materiality. 1. Solid, liquid, and gaseous states of matter, up to a certain degree of rarefaction, that is, states in which matter can be divided into particles. 2. Very rarefied gases, consisting of separate molecules, and molecules resolved into component atoms. 3. Radiant energy, light, electricity, etc. That is, the electronic state of matter, or electrons with their derivatives not bound into atoms. Certain physicists regard this state as decomposition of matter. But there are no data which justify this view. It is not known how electrons become combined into atoms, just as it is not known how molecules become combined into cells and into protoplasm in living or organized matter. It is necessary to keep in view these divisions because without applying them it is impossible to find a way out of the chaos in which physical sciences find themselves. What do these divisions signify from the standpoint of the above principles of the new model of the universe, and how can the degrees of materiality be denied? Matter of the first kind is three-dimensional, i.e., any part of this matter and any particle can be measured in length, breadth and height and exists in time, i.e. in the fourth dimension. Matter of the second and third kinds, i.e. its components, molecules, atoms and electrons, have no space dimensions in comparison with particles of matter of the first kind, and reach our consciousness only in large masses and only through their time dimensions, the fourth, the fifth and the sixth. In other words, they reach it only by virtue of their motion and the repetition of their motion. Thus only the first degree of matter can be taken as existing in geometrical forms and in three-dimensional space. Atomic and electronic matter can with every right be regarded as matter belonging not to our, but to another, space, for it requires for its description 6 dimensions. And its units, molecules, atoms and electrons, if taken by themselves, can with every right be called immaterial. Materiality is divided for us into 3 categories or 3 degrees. The first kind of materiality is the state of matter of which our bodies consist. This matter and any part of it must possess, for us, 3 space dimensions and 1 time dimension, their 5th and 6th dimensions we cannot perceive. In the materiality of the first kind there is, for us, more space than time. The second and the third kinds of materiality are the states of molecules, atoms and electrons, which, for the direct senses, have the 0 dimension in space and reach our consciousness by virtue of their 3 dimensions of time. In the materiality of the second and third kinds there is, for us, more time than space. The change of the state of matter from solid to liquid and from liquid to gaseous concerns molecules only, i.e. the distance between them and their cohesion. But inside the molecules, in all 3 states of matter, the solid, the liquid and the gaseous, everything remains the same, i.e. the proportion of matter and emptiness does not alter. Electrons remain equally far one from another inside the atoms and revolve in their orbits in the same way in all states of cohesion of molecules. Changes in the density of matter, i.e. transition from the solid state into the liquid or the gaseous state, do not reach them and do not affect them in any way. The world inside the molecules is completely analogous to the great space in which celestial bodies move. Electrons, atoms, molecules, planets, solar systems, agglomerations of stars, all these are phenomena of the same order. Electrons move in their orbits in the atom just as planets move in the solar system. Electrons are the same celestial bodies as planets, even their velocity is the same as the velocities of the planets. In the world of electrons and atoms it is possible to observe all the phenomena which are observed in the astronomical world. There are comets in this world which travel from one system to another, there are shooting stars, there are streams of meteorites. As above so below. Science seems to have proved the old formula of the Hermetists. Unfortunately, however, it only seems so, for in actual fact the model of the universe which science builds is too unstable and can fall to pieces at a single touch. Indeed, what links together all these revolving particles or aggregations of matter? Why do not the planets of the solar system fly apart in different directions? Why do they continue to revolve in their orbits round the central luminary? Why do electrons remain linked with one another, thus constituting an atom? Why do they not fly apart? Why does matter not resolve into nothing? Science has always been confronted with these questions in one form or another, and even in our day it is unable to answer them without introducing two new unknown quantities, attraction, or gravitation, and ether. Attraction, replies science to the above question, keeps the planets near the sun and binds electrons into one whole. Attraction, that mysterious force, the influence of a larger mass upon a smaller mass. This again produces a question: how can one mass influence another, even a smaller one, when it is at a great distance from it? If we imagine the sun as a large apple, the earth will be a poppy seed at a distance of 12 paces from this apple. How can the apple influence the poppy seed 12 paces from it? They must be linked in some way, for otherwise the influence of one body upon another remains totally incomprehensible and is in fact impossible. Scientists have tried to find an answer to this problem by imagining a certain medium through which influence is transmitted and in which electrons and, possibly, also celestial bodies revolve. All these hypotheses, and also the hypothesis of gravitation, are entirely unnecessary, from the point of view of the new model of the universe. Atomic matter makes our consciousness aware of its existence through its motion. If the motion inside atoms were to stop, matter would turn into emptiness, into nothing. The effect of materiality, the impression of mass, is produced by the motion of the minutest particles, which demands time. If we take away time, if we imagine atoms without time, that is, if we imagine all the electrons constituting the atom as immovable, there will be no matter. Motionless small quantities are outside our scale of perception. We perceive not them, but their orbits, or the orbits of their orbits. Celestial space is emptiness for us, that is, precisely what matter would be without time. But in the case of celestial space we have learned sooner than we learned in the case of matter that what we see does not correspond to reality, though our science is still far from the right understanding of this reality. Luminous points have turned into worlds moving in space. The universe of flying globes has come into being. But this picture is not the end of the possible understanding of celestial space. If we represent schematically the interrelation of celestial bodies, we shall represent them as disks or points at a great distance from one another. But we know that they are not immovable, we know that they revolve round one another, and we know that they are not points. The moon revolves round the earth revolves round the sun in its turn revolves round some other luminary unknown to us, or, at any rate, moves in a definite direction along a definite line. Consequently the moon in revolving round the earth at the same time revolves round the sun and at the same time moves somewhere together with the sun. And the earth in revolving round the sun at the same time revolves round an unknown center. If we wish to represent graphically the paths of this motion, we shall represent the path of the sun as a line, the path of the earth as a spiral winding round this line, and the path of the moon as a spiral winding round the spiral of the earth. If we wish to represent the path of the whole solar system, we shall have to represent the paths of all the planets and asteroids as spirals winding round the central line of the sun. And the paths of the planets' satellites as spirals round the spirals of the planets. Such a drawing would be very difficult to make, in fact with asteroids it would be impossible. And it would be still more difficult to construct an exact model from this drawing, especially if all the interrelations, distances, exact thickness of the spirals, etc., were to be strictly observed. But if we were to succeed in building such a model, it would be an exact model of a small particle of matter enlarged many times. The same model, reduced a required number of times, would appear to us as impenetrable matter, exactly identical with all the matter which surrounds us. Matter or substances of which our bodies and all the objects surrounding us consist is built in exactly the same way as the solar system. Only we are incapable of perceiving electrons and atoms as immovable points but perceive them in the form of the complex and entangled traces of their movement which produce the effect of mass. If we were able to perceive the solar system on a much smaller scale, it would produce on us the effect of matter. There would be no emptiness in the solar system for us, just as there is no emptiness in the matter surrounding us. The emptiness or fullness of space depends entirely upon the dimensions in which we perceive the matter or particles of matter contained in that space. And the dimensions in which we perceive this matter depend upon the size of the particles of this matter in comparison with our body, upon the greater or lesser distance separating us from them, and upon our perception of their motion, which depends upon the velocity of their own motion and the rate of our perception, which creates the subjective aspect of the world. All these conditions, taken together, determine the dimensions in which we perceive various agglomerations of matter. A whole world, consisting of several suns, with their surrounding planets and satellites, rushing with terrific velocity through space, but separated from us by great distances, is perceived by us as an immovable point. The almost immeasurably small electrons when moving are transformed into lines, and these lines intertwining among themselves create for us the impression of mass, i.e., of hard, impenetrable matter, of which the three-dimensional bodies surrounding us consist. Matter is created by the fine web made by the traces of the motion of the smallest, material points. The study of the principles of this motion is necessary for the understanding of the world. Because it is only when we make these principles clear to ourselves that we shall have an exact conception of how the web created by the motion of the electrons is woven and thickened, and how the whole world of infinite variety of phenomena is constructed from this web. The main principle of the structure of matter from the point of view of the new model of the universe is the idea of gradations in this structure. Matter of one kind cannot be described as consisting of units of matter of another kind. It is the greatest mistake to say that tangible matter consists of atoms and electrons. Atoms consist of positive and negative electrons. Molecules consist of atoms. Particles of matter consist of molecules. Material bodies consist of matter. It cannot be said that material bodies consist of molecules or of atoms. Atoms and molecules cannot be regarded as material particles, they belong to a different spacetime. It was pointed out earlier that they contain more time than space. An electron is much more a time unit than a space unit. To regard, for instance, the body of man as consisting of electrons or even of molecules is as wrong as it would be wrong to regard the population of a large town or a company of soldiers or any gathering of people as consisting of cells. It is evident that the population of a large and even of a small town, or a company of soldiers, consists not of microscopic cells, but of individual men. Precisely in the same way the body of man consists of individual cells, or simply physically, of matter. Of course I have not in view a metaphor which would regard a gathering of people as an organism and individual people as cells of this organism. A whole series of unnecessary hypotheses falls away as soon as we realize the general connectedness and cohesion which follow from the above definitions of matter and mass. The first which falls away is the hypothesis of gravitation. Gravitation is necessary only in the world of flying balls, in the world of interconnected spirals it becomes unnecessary. Similarly there disappears the necessity of recognizing a medium through which gravitation, or action at a distance, is transmitted. Everything is connected. The world constitutes one whole. Another interesting problem is disclosed at the same time. The hypothesis of gravitation was connected with observations of phenomena of weight and falling. According to the Newtonian legend indeed, the apple which Newton saw fall from the tree, these observations gave grounds for the building up of the whole hypothesis. It occurred to nobody that the phenomena which were explained by gravitation, or attraction, on the one hand, and the phenomena of weight, on the other hand, are totally different phenomena having nothing whatever in common. The sun, the moon, the stars, which we see, are cross-sections of spirals which we do not see. These cross-sections do not fall out of the spirals because of the same principle by reason of which the cross-section of an apple cannot fall out of the apple. But the apple falls to the ground as though aiming at the center of the earth in virtue of an entirely different principle, namely the principle of symmetry. In chapter 2 of this book there is a description of that particular movement which I called movement from the center and towards the center along radii, and which, with its laws enumerated there, is the foundation and cause of the phenomena of symmetry. The laws of symmetry, when they are established and elaborated, will occupy a very important place in the new model of the universe. And it is quite possible that what is called the law of gravitation, in the sense of the formula for calculation, will prove to be a partial expression of the law of symmetry. The definition of mass as the result of the motion of invisible points dispenses with any necessity for the hypothesis of ether. A ray of light has material structure, and so has electric current. But light and electricity are matter not formed into atoms, but remaining in the electronic state. Returning to the concepts of physics and geometry, I must repeat that the wrong development of scientific thought which has led in new physics to the unnecessary complication of problems which were simple in their essence was to a great extent due to operating with undefined concepts. One of these undefined concepts is infinity. Infinity has a definite meaning only in mathematics. In geometry infinity needs to be defined, and still more does it need to be defined in physics. These definitions do not exist, nor have there even been attempts at such definitions that are worthy of attention. Infinity is taken merely as something very big, bigger than anything else we can conceive, and at the same time as something completely homogeneous with the finite, yet incalculable. In other words, it is never said anywhere in a definite and exact form that the infinite is not homogeneous with the finite. I mean that it has not been established exactly what distinguishes the infinite from the finite either physically or geometrically. In reality, both in the domain of geometry and in the domain of physics, infinity has a distinctive meaning, which differs very greatly from the strictly mathematical meaning. And the establishment of different meanings of infinity solves a number of otherwise insoluble problems and leads our thought out of a series of mazes and blind alleys created either artificially or through misunderstanding. First of all, an exact definition of infinity dispenses with the necessity for mixing up physics with geometry, which is the favorite idea of Einstein and the foundation of non-Euclidean geometry. I have pointed out earlier that the mixing up of physics and geometry, that is to say, the introduction of physics into geometry, or a physical revaluation of geometrical values, all these rigid rods and non-rigid rods and so on, which follows from an identical mathematical valuation of geometrical and physical values, is unnecessary either for arguments concerning relativity, or for anything else. Physicists are quite right in feeling that geometry is not sufficient for them, in Euclidean space there is not enough room for them with their luggage. But the remarkable feature of the geometry of Euclid, and this is exactly why Euclidean geometry should be preserved intact, consists in the fact that it contains within itself an indication of the way out. There is no need to break up and destroy the geometry of Euclid. It can very well adapt itself to any kind of physical discovery. And the key to this is infinity. The difference between infinity in mathematics and infinity in geometry is quite clear at the first glance. Mathematics does not establish two infinities for one finite quantity. Geometry begins with this. Let us take any finite line. What is infinity for this line? We have two answers, a line continued into infinity, or the square, of which the given line is a side. What is infinity for a square? An infinite plane, or the cube of which the given square constitutes a side. What is infinity for a cube? Infinite three-dimensional space, or a figure of 4 dimensions. Thus the usual concept of an infinite line remains, but to it there is added another, the concept of infinity as a plane resulting from the motion of the line in a direction perpendicular to itself. The infinite three-dimensional sphere remains. But a 4-dimensional body constitutes infinity for a 3-dimensional body. Moreover, the problem becomes even simpler if we bear in mind that an infinite line, an infinite plane and an infinite solid are pure abstractions. Whereas a finite line in relation to a point, a square in relation to a line and a cube in relation to a square, are real concrete facts. So, remaining within the domain of facts, the principle of infinity in geometry can be formulated as follows: for every figure of a given number of dimensions, infinity is a figure of the given number of dimensions plus 1. At the same time, the figure of the lower number of dimensions is incommensurable with the figure of the higher number of dimensions. Incommensurability, in figures of different numbers of dimensions, creates infinity. All this is very elementary. But if we firmly bear in mind the inferences to be drawn from these elementary propositions, they will enable us to free ourselves from the influence of the wrongly interpreted Aristotelian principle of the constancy of phenomena. The principle of Aristotle is true only within the limits of the finite, within the limits of commensurability. As soon as the infinite begins, we know nothing and have no right to assert anything in relation to the unity of phenomena and laws. Continuing these arguments, we meet with another still more interesting fact, that is, that physical infinity differs from geometrical infinity as greatly as geometrical infinity differs from mathematical infinity. Or, to be more precise, physical infinity begins much sooner than geometrical infinity. And if mathematical infinity has only one meaning and geometrical infinity two meanings, physical infinity can have many meanings, that is, the mathematical meaning, incomputability. The geometrical meaning, the presence of an additional dimension or immeasurable extension, and purely physical meanings, that is, difference in function. Infinity is created by incommensurability. But incommensurability can be arrived at in different ways. And in the physical world, incommensurability can be brought about because of the quantitative difference alone. As a rule, only quantities which are different qualitatively are regarded as incommensurable, and the qualitative difference is regarded as independent of the quantitative difference. But this is precisely where the chief mistake lies. Quantitative difference brings about qualitative difference. In the mathematical world, incommensurability is created by the incomputability of one of the quantities compared. In the geometrical world, it is created either by the infinite extension of one of the quantities which are being compared, or by the presence in it of a new dimension. In the physical world, it is brought about simply by a difference in size which sometimes even permits of calculation. All this means that infinity in geometry differs from infinity in mathematics in being relative. Mathematical infinity is equally infinity for any finite number. But geometrical infinity has no absolute meaning. A square is infinity for a line, but it is merely bigger than another smaller square or smaller than another bigger square. In the physical world, a large body is often incommensurable with a small one, and the small body bigger than the large one. A mountain is incommensurable with a mouse, and the mouse is bigger than the mountain by the perfection of its functions and by reason of its belonging to another level of being. Further, it must be mentioned that the function of every individual thing is possible only if the thing itself has a definite size. The reason why this has not been noticed and established long ago is to be found in a wrong understanding of the principle of Aristotle. Physicists have often come upon manifestations of this law, namely, that the function of every individual thing is possible only if the thing itself has a definite size. But it has never arrested their attention and never led them to put together observations obtained in different domains. In the formulation of many physical laws, we find qualifications that the particular law is true only of medium quantities, and that in the case of larger quantities or smaller quantities the law changes. This law is still more clearly seen in the phenomena studied by biology and sociology. The conclusion from what has been said can be formulated in the following way. All that exists is what it is only within the limits of a certain and very restricted scale. On a different scale it becomes something else. In other words, everything and every event has a certain meaning only within the limits of a certain scale, when compared with things and events of proportions not very far removed from its own, that is, existing within the same scale. A chair cannot be a chair in the planetary world. Similarly, a chair cannot be a chair in the world of electrons. A chair has its meaning and its three dimensions only among objects created by the hand of man, serving the needs and requirements of man, and commensurable with man. On the planetary scale, a chair cannot have individual existence because it cannot have any function. It is simply a small particle of matter inseparable from the matter surrounding it. As has been explained before, in the world of electrons also a chair becomes too small for its function and therefore loses all its meaning and all its significance. A chair actually does not exist in comparison even with things which differ from it much less than planets or electrons. A chair in the midst of the ocean, or a chair in the midst of the alpine ranges, would be a point having no dimension. All this shows that incommensurability exists not only among things of different categories and denominations, and not only among things of a different number of dimensions, but also among things which merely differ considerably in size. A big object is incommensurable with a small object. A big object is often infinite in comparison with a small one. Every separate thing in every separate phenomenon, in becoming bigger or smaller, ceases to be what it was and becomes something else, something belonging to another category. This principle is still utterly foreign to physics, both to the old and to the new. On the contrary, every separate thing in every separate phenomenon remains for physics what it was originally recognized as being: matter remains matter, motion remains motion, velocity remains velocity. And yet it is precisely this possibility of the transition of space phenomena into time phenomena and of time phenomena into space phenomena which conditions the eternal fluctuation of life. And this transition takes place when the given phenomenon becomes infinity in relation to another phenomenon. From the point of view of old physics, velocity, which was considered a generally understood phenomenon requiring no definition, always remained velocity. It could grow, increase, become an infinite velocity. It occurred to no one to doubt it. And having only accidentally stumbled upon the fact that the velocity of light is a limiting velocity, physicists were forced to admit that all was not well, and that the idea of velocity needed revision. But physicists certainly could not surrender at once and admit that velocity can cease to be velocity and can become something else. What did they actually stumble upon? They stumbled upon an instance of infinity. The velocity of light is infinity as compared with all the velocities which can be observed or created experimentally. And, as such, it cannot be increased. In actual fact it ceases to be velocity and becomes an extension. A ray of light possesses an additional dimension as compared with any object moving with terrestrial velocities. A line is infinity in relation to a point. And the motion of the point does not alter this relation. A line will always remain a line. The idea of limiting velocity presented itself when physicists hit upon a case of obvious infinity. But even apart from this, all the inconsistencies and contradictions in the old physics which were discovered and calculated by Prof. Einstein and supplied him with material for the building of his theories, all these without exception result from the difference between the infinite and the finite. He himself often alludes to this. Einstein's description of the example of the behavior of clocks and measuring rods on a rotating marble disk suffers from one defect. Prof. Einstein forgot to say that the diameter of the marble disk, to which are fastened the clocks which begin to go at different speeds with the movement of the disk, according to their distance from the center of the disk, should be approximately equal to the distance from the Earth to Sirius. Or else, the clocks must be the size of an atom, about 5 million of which can be put in the diameter of a full stop. With such a difference in size strange phenomena can actually occur, such as the unequal speed of the clocks or the change in the length of the measuring rods. But there could not be a disk with a diameter equal to the distance from the Earth to Sirius, or clocks the size of an atom. Such clocks will cease to exist before they change their speed, though this cannot be intelligible to modern physics, which, as I pointed out before, cannot get free of the Aristotelian principle of the constancy of phenomena and cannot therefore notice that constancy is always destroyed by incommensurability. It can be assumed generally that within the limits of terrestrial possibilities the behavior of both the clocks and the measuring rods will be quite respectable, and for all practical purposes we can safely rely upon them. There is only one thing we must not do, we must not set them any problems with infinity. After all the misunderstandings are caused by problems with infinity, chiefly because infinity is introduced on a level with finite quantities. The result will of course be different from what is expected. An unexpected result demands adaptation. The special principle of relativity, and the general principle of relativity, are very complicated and cumbersome adaptations for the explanation of the strange and unexpected results of problems with infinity. Prof. Einstein himself writes that proofs of his theories can be found either in astronomical phenomena or in the phenomena of electricity and light. In other words, he affirms by this that all problems that require particular principles of relativity arise from problems with infinity or with incommensurability. The special principle of relativity is based on the difficulty of establishing the simultaneity of two events separated by space. And above all on the impossibility of the composition of velocities in comparing terrestrial velocities with the velocity of light. This is precisely a case of the established heterogeneity of the finite and the infinite. Of this heterogeneity I have spoken earlier, as regards the impossibility of establishing the simultaneity of two events. Prof. Einstein does not specify at what distance between two events the establishment of their simultaneity becomes impossible. And if we insist upon an explanation we shall certainly receive the answer that the distance must be very great. This very great distance again shows that Professor Einstein presumes a problem with infinity. Time is really different for different moving systems of bodies. But it is incommensurable, or it cannot be synchronized, only if the moving systems are separated by a large space which is actually infinity for them, or when they differ greatly in size or velocity, that is, when one of them is infinity in comparison with the other, or contains infinity. And to this may be added that not only time, but also space, is different for them, changing according to their size and velocity. The general proposition is quite correct. Every separately existing system has its own time. But what does separately existing mean? And how can there be separate systems in a world of connected spirals? All that exists in the world constitutes one whole, there can be nothing separate. The principle of the absence of separateness, of the impossibility of separateness, constitutes a very important part of certain philosophical teachings, for instance of Buddhism, where one of the first conditions for a right understanding of the world is considered to be the destruction of the sense of separateness in oneself. From the point of view of the new model of the universe, separateness exists, but only relatively. Let us imagine a system of cogwheels, rotating with different velocities, which depend upon their size and upon the place occupied by each of them in the system. The system, for instance the mechanism of an ordinary watch, constitutes one whole, and from this point of view there can be nothing separate in it. From another point of view each separate cogwheel moves at its own velocity, i.e., it has a separate existence and its own time. In analyzing the problem of infinity and infinite quantities we touch upon several other problems, the elucidation of which is equally necessary for a right understanding of the new model of the universe. Some of these problems have already been examined. There remain the problems of zero quantities and negative quantities. Let us try to begin the examination of these quantities in the same way as we began the examination of infinity and infinite quantities, that is, let us try to compare their meanings in mathematics, in geometry, and in physics. Zero in mathematics has always one meaning. There is no reason to speak of zero quantities in mathematics. Zero in mathematics and the point in geometry have approximately the same meaning, with the difference that the point in geometry indicates the place at which something begins or at which something ends, or at which something happens. For instance, where two lines intersect one another. Whereas in mathematics zero indicates the limit of certain possible operations. But in their essence there is no difference between zero and the point, because neither has independent existence. The case is quite different in physics. The material point is a point only on a given scale. If the scale is changed, the point can prove to be a very complex and many-dimensional system of immense measurements. Let us imagine a small map on which even the biggest towns are points. Let us suppose that we have found the means to bring out the content of these points or to fill them with content. Then, what looked like a point will manifest a great many new properties and characteristics, and the extensions and measurements included in it. In the town will appear streets, parks, houses, people. How are the measurements of these streets, squares and people to be understood? When the town was for us a point, they were smaller than a point. Is it not possible to call them negative dimensions? The uninitiated, in most cases, do not know that the concept negative quantity has no definition in mathematics. It has a certain meaning only in elementary arithmetic, and also in algebraical formulae, where it designates the operation to be performed, rather than the difference in the properties of the quantities. In physics, negative quantity does not mean anything at all. Nevertheless, we have already come upon negative quantities. It was when speaking of dimensions inside the atom, that I had to point out that although the atom, or the molecule, has no dimension for the direct senses, i.e. is equal to 0, these dimensions or extensions inside the atom are still smaller, i.e. smaller than 0. So we need no metaphors or analogies in order to speak about negative dimensions. These are the dimensions within what appears to be a material point. And this explains exactly why it is wrong to regard small particles of matter such as atoms or electrons as material. They are not material, because they are negative physically, i.e. smaller than physical 0. Putting together all that has been set forth hitherto, we see that besides the period of 6 dimensions, we have imaginary dimensions, the 7th, the 8th and so on, which proceed in non-existent directions and differ in the degree of impossibility, and negative dimensions within the smallest particles representing for us material points. In new physics, the conflict between the old and the new ideas of time and space is especially marked in conceptions as to the ray of light. But at the same time, a right understanding of the ray of light will solve all points at issue in the question of time and space. I will complete the new model of the universe by an analysis of a ray of light, but before beginning this analysis I must examine certain further properties of time taken as a three-dimensional continuum. Until now I have taken time as the measure of motion. But motion in itself is the sensation of an incomplete perception of the space in question. For a dog, for a horse, for a cat, our third dimension is motion. For us motion begins in the fourth dimension and is a partial sensation of the fourth dimension, but as for animals, the imaginary movements of objects which in reality constitute their third dimension merge into those movements which are movements for us. That is into the fourth dimension, so for us movements of the fourth dimension merge into movements of the fifth and sixth dimensions. Starting from this, we must endeavor to establish something which will allow us to judge the properties of the fifth and sixth dimensions. Their relation to the fourth dimension must be analogous to the relation of the fourth dimension to the third, of the third to the second, and so on. This means that first of all the new, the higher, dimension must be incommensurable with the lower dimension and form infinity for it, seeming to repeat its characteristics an infinite number of times. Thus, if we take time, that is extension from before to after, as the fourth dimension, what will be the fifth dimension in this case, that is, what forms infinity for time, what is incommensurable with time? It is precisely phenomena of light that enable us to come into immediate contact with movements of the fifth and sixth dimensions. The line of the fourth dimension is always and everywhere a closed curve, although on the scale of our three-dimensional perception we do not see either that this line is curved or that it is closed. This closed curve of the fourth dimension, or the circle of time, is the life or existence of every separate object, of every separate system, which is examined in time, but the circle of time does not break up or disappear. It continues to exist, and joining other, previously formed circles, it passes into eternity. Eternity is the infinite repetition of the completed circle of life, an infinite repetition of existence. Eternity is incommensurable with time. Eternity is infinity for time. Quanta of light are precisely such circles of eternity. The third dimension of time, the sixth dimension of space, is the stretching out of these eternal circles into a spiral or a cylinder with a screw thread in which each circle is locked in itself, and motion along it is eternal, and simultaneously passes into another circle which is also eternal. And so on. This hollow cylinder with two kinds of thread would be a model of a ray of light, a model of three-dimensional time. The next question is, where is the electron? What happens to the electron of the luminous molecule which sends out quanta of light? This is one of the most difficult questions for new physics. From the point of view of the new model of the universe, the answer is clear and simple. The electron is transformed into quanta, it becomes a ray of light. The point is transformed into a line, into a spiral, into a hollow cylinder. As three-dimensional bodies, electrons do not exist for us. The fourth dimension of electrons, that is their existence, the completed circle, also has no measurement for us. It is too small, has too short duration, is shorter than our thought. We cannot know about them, i.e., we cannot perceive them in a direct way. Only the fifth and sixth dimensions of electrons have certain measurements in our spacetime. The fifth dimension constitutes the thickness of the ray, and the sixth dimension its length. Therefore, in radiant energy we deal not with electrons themselves, but with their time dimensions, with the traces of their movement and existence, of which the primary web of any matter is woven. Now, if we accept the approximate description of the ray of light as a hollow cylinder consisting of quanta lying close to one another lengthwise along the ray, the picture becomes clearer. First of all, the conflict between the theory of undulatory movements and the emission theory is settled, and it is settled in the sense that both theories prove to be equally true and equally necessary. Though they refer to different phenomena or to different sides of the same kind of phenomenon. Vibrations or undulatory movements, which were taken for the cause of light, are undulatory movements transmitted along already existing rays of light. What is called the velocity of light is probably the velocity of these vibrations passing along the ray. This explains why the calculations made on the basis of the theory of vibrations proved to be correct and made new discoveries possible. In itself, a ray has no velocity, it is a line, a space concept, not a time concept. No, there is necessary, for vibrations travel by light itself. At the same time, light has atomic structure, for a cross-section of a beam of light would show a network through the mesh of which the molecules of the gas it meets can easily slip. In spite of the fact that scientists speak of the very accurate methods which they possess for counting electrons and measuring their velocities, it is permissible to have doubts whether they really mean electrons and not their extensions along the sixth dimension, the extensions which have already acquired space meaning for us. The material structure of a ray of light explains also its possible deviations under the influence of forces acting upon it. But it is certain that these forces are not attraction in the Newtonian sense, although they may very possibly be magnetic attraction. There still remains one question I have intentionally left untouched until now. This is the question of the duration of the existence of small particles, molecules, atoms and electrons. This question has never received serious consideration in physics. Small units are regarded as constant, like matter and energy, that is, as existing for an indefinitely long time. If there were ever any doubts about this, they have not left a noticeable trace, and physicists speak of molecules, atoms and electrons, first, as has already been pointed out, as particles of matter, and, second, as particles which exist parallel with ourselves, occupying a certain time within our time. This is never said directly, but on this point doubt never arises. And yet in reality the existence of small units of matter is so short that it is quite impossible to speak of them in the same language as that in which we speak of physical bodies when they are the subject of our examination. It was made clear before that the space of small units is proportionate to their size, and in exactly the same way their time is proportionate to their size. This means that their time, i.e., the time of their existence, is almost non-existent in comparison with our time. Physics speaks of observing electrons and calculating their weight, velocity, etc. But an electron is for us only a phenomenon, and a phenomenon which is quicker than anything visible to our eyes. An atom as a whole is perhaps only a longer phenomenon, but longer on the same scale, just as there are various instantaneous speeds in a photographic camera. But both the atom and the electron are only time phenomena for us and, moreover, instantaneous phenomena, they are not bodies, not objects. Some scientists assert that they have succeeded in seeing molecules. But do they know how long by their clock a molecule can exist? During its very short existence, a molecule of gas, which alone may be accessible to observation. If this be possible at all, travels through immense distances and will in no case appear either to our eye or to the photographic camera as a moving point. And seen as a line it would inevitably intersect with other lines, so that it would be more than difficult to trace a single molecule, even for the period of a small fraction of a second. And even if this became possible in some way it would require such magnification as is actually impossible up to the present time. All this must be kept in view in speaking, for instance, of phenomena of light. A great many misunderstandings fall away at once if we realize and carefully bear in mind the fact that an electron exists for an immeasurably small part of a second, which means that it can never under any condition be seen or measured by us. As we are. It is impossible with existing scientific material to find firm ground for any theory as to the short existence of small units of matter. The material for such a theory is to be found in the idea of different time in different cosmoses, which forms part of a special doctrine on the world, which will be the subject of another book. 1911 to 1929. Chapter 11. Eternal Recurrence and the Laws of Manu. Enigmas of birth and death, their connection with the idea of time, time in ordinary thinking, ideas of reincarnation, transmigration of souls, idea of eternal recurrence, Nietzsche, idea of repetition among Pythagoreans, Jesus, the Apostle Paul, Origen, idea of repetition in modern literature, the curve of time, the line of eternity, the figure of life, usual ways of understanding the future life, two forms of understanding eternity, repetition of life, sensation that this has happened before, impossibility of proving recurrence, insufficiency of usual theories explaining man's inner world, different types of lives, type of absolute repetition, people of byt, historical personages, weak and strong personalities, heroes and the crowd, type with declining tendency, different kinds of deaths of souls, a rule of the mysteries, successful type, success in life, ways of evolution, evolution and remembering, different view of idea of reincarnation, idea of karma, reincarnation in different directions of eternity, death as the end of time, eternal now, analogy of Brahma with a river, movement into the future, movement in the present, movement into the past, allusions to reincarnation in the Old Testament, movement towards the beginning of time, evil and violence in the past, history of crime, struggle with causes of evil, reincarnation into the past, evolutionary movement in current of life, difficulty of reincarnation into the future, opening vacancies, natural and conscious roles, impossibility of contradictory conscious roles, impossibility of conscious evil, conscious and unconscious roles in the drama of Christ, the crowd, the wandering Jew, Christianity as a school for preparing actors for the drama of Christ, perverted forms of Christianity, Buddhism as a school, do social theories exist in esotericism? Division into castes, the laws of Manu, castes and their functions, passage from a lower caste into a higher, laws of marriage, castes as a natural division of society, castes in history, epochs of highest culture as epochs of division into castes, what is the intelligentsia? Belief in theories, vicious circle, impossibility of reconstructing society from below, where is the way out, blind leaders of the blind. The fundamental problems of being, that is, the enigmas of birth and death, of coming into existence and of disappearance, never leave man. Whatever he may think about, he is actually thinking of these enigmas or problems. And even when he decides with himself to leave these questions alone, in reality he seizes upon every possibility, even the most remote, and tries once more to understand something in the enigmas which he had recognized to be insoluble. Speaking generally, by their attitude towards the problems of life and death people can be divided into two categories. Most people approach these problems just as they approach all other problems and somehow solve them for themselves either positively or negatively. In order to arrive at these solutions they use ordinary methods of thought, the same methods and the same categories of thought as they use for thinking of the ordinary things that happen in life. They say either that after death there will be nothing, that beyond the threshold of death there is not and cannot be any existence. Or else, that there will be an existence of some sort, either like the earthly existence or different from it, and consisting either entirely of suffering or entirely of joy. But others know more than that. They realize that the problems of life and death cannot be approached in an ordinary way, that it is impossible to think of these problems in the same forms in which people think of something that happened yesterday or will happen tomorrow. But they do not go further than this. They feel that it is impossible, or at any rate useless, to think of these things simply, but what it means to think not simply they do not know. In order to arrive at a right form of thinking in relation to these problems it is necessary to remember that they are connected with the idea of time. We understand these problems to the extent to which we understand time. From the ordinary standpoint man's life is taken as a line from birth to death. A man was born, lived 50 years and died. But where he was before 1854 and where he may be after 1904 is unknown. This is the general formulation of all questions of life and death. Science deals only with man's body and according to it the body did not exist before it was born and is disintegrated after death. Philosophy does not take these questions seriously, and considers them to be unanswerable and consequently naive. Religious teachings and various pseudo-occult, spiritualistic and theosophical systems claim to know the solutions of these problems. In reality, of course, no one knows anything. The mystery of existence before birth and existence after death, if there is such existence, is the mystery of time. And time guards its secrets better than many people think. In order to approach these mysteries it is necessary first to understand time itself. All ordinary attempts to answer questions about what was before and what will be after are based on the ordinary conception of time. And the same formula is applied to the problems of existence before birth and after death. Whenever such existence is admitted, i.e., the formula is taken thus. It is precisely here that the fundamental mistake lies. Time in the sense of before, now, after, is the product of our life, of our being, of our perception and, above all, of our thinking. Outside this life, outside the usual perception, the interrelation of the three phases of time can change, in any case we have no guarantee that it will remain the same. And yet, in ordinary thought, including religious, theosophical and occult thought, this question is never even raised. Time is regarded as something which is not subject to discussion. As something which belongs to us once and for all and cannot be taken away from us, and which is always the same. Whatever may happen to us, time will always belong to us, and not only time, but even eternity. We use this word without understanding its true meaning. We take eternity to be an infinite extension of time, while really eternity means another dimension of time. In the 19th century certain Eastern and pseudo-Eastern theories began to penetrate Western thought, among others the idea of reincarnation, that is, of the periodical reappearance on earth of the same souls. This idea was not entirely unknown before, but belonged to hidden mystical thought. The popularization of this idea is chiefly due to modern theosophy with all its ramifications. The origin of the idea of reincarnation as it is expounded in modern theosophy is open to argument. It was adopted by theosophists practically without alteration from the cult of Krishna, which is a religion of Vedic origin. Considerably retouched by reformers, but even the cult of Krishna does not contain the democratic principle of universal and equal reincarnation which is so characteristic of modern theosophy. In the real cult of Krishna only heroes, leaders and teachers of humanity reincarnate. Reincarnation for the masses, for the crowd, for householders, assumes much vaguer forms. Side by side with the idea of reincarnation there exists in India the idea of the transmigration of souls, i.e., The reincarnation of the souls of human beings into animals. The idea of the transmigration of souls connects reincarnation with reward and punishment. Theosophists regard the transmigration of souls as a distortion of the idea of reincarnation by popular beliefs. But this can in no way be regarded as certain. And both the idea of reincarnation and belief in the transmigration of souls may be regarded as having originated from one common source, namely, the teaching of the repetition of everything and of eternal recurrence. The idea of the eternal recurrence of things and phenomena, the idea of eternal repetition, is connected in European thought with the name of Pythagoras and with the vague notions of the periodicity of the universe which are found in Indian philosophy and cosmogony. This idea of periodicity cannot be clear to European thought because it becomes complete and connected only with the aid of oral commentaries which up to the present time have never and nowhere been made public. The life of Brahma, the days and nights of Brahma, the breath of Brahma, Kalpas and Manvantaras. All these ideas are very obscure for European thought, but by their inner content they are invariably associated with Pythagorean ideas of eternal recurrence. The name of Gautama the Buddha, who was almost if not exactly a contemporary of Pythagoras and who also taught eternal recurrence, is very seldom mentioned in connection with this idea. In spite of the fact that in Buddha's teaching of the Wheel of Lives the idea is clearer than anywhere else, although it is obscured almost beyond recognition by ignorant interpretations and translations. Nietzsche contributed a great deal to the popularization of the idea of eternal recurrence, but he has added nothing new to it. On the contrary, he introduced several wrong concepts into it, as for instance his calculation, which mathematically is altogether wrong, of the mathematical necessity for the repetition of identical worlds in the universe. 63. But though he made mistakes in the attempts to prove his theories, Nietzsche felt emotionally the idea of eternal recurrence very strongly. He felt the idea as a poet. And several passages in his Zarathustra, and in other books where he touches upon the idea, are perhaps the best he ever wrote. But repetition cannot be proved on our plane, that is, in the three-dimensional world with time as the fourth dimension, no matter whether time is taken as a real or as an imaginary quantity. Repetition requires 5 dimensions, i.e., an entirely new space-time eternity. The Pythagorean ideas of the repetition of everything were referred to among others by Eudemus, a pupil of Aristotle. Eudemus' Physics has been lost, and what he wrote about the Pythagoreans is known to us only through the later commentaries of Simplicius. It is very interesting to observe that, according to Eudemus, the Pythagoreans distinguished 2 kinds of repetition. Simplicius wrote, "The Pythagoreans said that the same things are repeated again and again." In this connection it is interesting to note the words of Eudemus, Aristotle's disciple, in the 3rd book of Physics. He says, "Some people accept and some people deny that time repeats itself. Repetition is understood in different senses. One kind of repetition may be in the natural order of things, ####, like repetition of summers and winters and other seasons, when a new one comes after another has disappeared. To this order of things belong the movements of the heavenly bodies and the phenomena produced by them, such as solstices and equinoxes, which are produced by the movement of the sun. But if we are to believe the Pythagoreans, there is another kind of repetition. That means that I shall talk to you and sit exactly like this, and I shall have in my hand the same stick, and everything will be the same as it is now, in time, as it can be supposed, will be the same. Because if movements, of heavenly bodies, and many other things are the same, what occurred before and what will occur afterwards are also the same. This applies also to repetition, which is always the same. Everything is the same and therefore time is the same. The preceding passage from Simplicius is particularly interesting in that it gives a key for the translation of other Pythagorean fragments, that is, notes on Pythagoras and his teaching, which have been preserved in certain authors. The basis of the view on Pythagoras which is accepted in textbooks of the history of philosophy is the idea that in the philosophy of Pythagoras and in his conception of the world the chief place was occupied by number. In reality it is simply a bad translation. The word number is in fact constantly met with in Pythagorean fragments. But only the word. And in most cases this word merely completes verbs which do not express the repeated or iterative action which the author aims at describing. At the same time this word is always translated as having independent significance, which entirely distorts its meaning. The preceding passage from Simplicius loses all meaning in the usual translation. These two kinds of repetition, which Eudemus called repetition in the natural order of things and repetition in number of existences, are, of course, repetition in time and repetition in eternity. It follows from this that the Pythagoreans distinguished these two ideas, which are confused by modern Buddhists and were confused by Nietzsche. Jesus undoubtedly knew of repetition and spoke of it with his disciples. In the Gospels there are many allusions to this, but the most unquestionable passage, which has a quite definite meaning in the Greek, Slavonic and German texts, has lost its meaning in translations into other languages. Which took the most important word from the Latin translation. And Jesus said unto them, Verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me, in the regeneration. Matt 19:28. The Apostle Paul undoubtedly knew of the idea of repetition, but had a negative attitude towards it. This idea was too esoteric for him. For Christ is not entered into the holy places made with hands. Nor yet that he should offer himself often, as the high priest entereth into the holy place every year with blood of others. For then must he often have suffered since the foundation of the world, but now once in the end of the world hath he appeared to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself. Heb 9:24-26. It must be noted that the Epistle to the Hebrews is ascribed also to certain other authors as well as to the Apostle Paul, and really there is no definite information on this question. Origen, 3rd century, in his book on First Principles also refers to the idea of repetition, but speaks about it negatively. And now I do not understand by what proofs they can maintain their position, who assert that worlds sometimes come into existence which are not dissimilar to each other, but in all respects equal. For if there is said to be a world similar in all respects, to the present, then it will come to pass that Adam and Eve will do the same things which they did before, there will be a second time the same deluge. And the same Moses will again lead a nation numbering nearly 600,000 out of Egypt. Judas will also a second time betray the Lord, Paul will a second time keep the garments of those who stoned Stephen, and everything which has been done in this life will be said to be repeated. At the same time Origen was very near to the correct understanding of eternity. And it is possible that he denied the idea of repetition not quite sincerely. It is very probable that because of the conditions of his time this idea could not be introduced without being denied. But it is an interesting fact that this idea was known in the first centuries of Christianity. But later it entirely disappeared from Christian thought. If we try to trace the idea of eternal recurrence in European literature, it is necessary to mention the remarkable fable by R. L. Stevenson, The Song of the Morrow, 1895, and C. H. Hinton's story, An Unfinished Communication, in the second book of his Scientific Romances, 1898, and also 1 or 2 pages in his story, Stella, in the same book. There are also 2 interesting poems on the same subject. One is by Alexis Tolstoy. Through the slush and the ruts of the roadway, by the side of the dam of the stream, where the wet fishing nets are drying, the carriage jogs on, and I muse. I muse and I look at the roadway, at the damp and the dull grey weather, at the shelving bank of the lake, and the far-off smoke of the villages. By the dam, with a cheerless face, is walking a tattered old Jew. From the lake, with a splashing of foam, the waters rush through the weir. A little boy plays on a pipe. He has made it out of a reed. The startled wild ducks have flown, and call as they sweep from the lake. Near the old tumbling-down mill, some laborers sit on the grass. An old worn horse in a cart is lazily dragging some sacks. And I know it all, oh I so well, though I never have been here before. The roof there, far away yonder, and the boy, and the wood, and the weir, and the mournful voice of the mill, and the crumbling barn in the field, I have been here and seen it before. And forgotten it all long ago. This very same horse plodded on. It was dragging the very same sacks. And under the mouldering mill, the laborers sat on the grass. And the Jew, with his beard, walked by. And the weir made just such a noise. All this has happened before. Only, I cannot tell when. The other is by D. G. Rossetti. Sudden light. I have been here before. But when or how I cannot tell. I know the grass beyond the door. The sweet keen smell. The sighing sound, the lights around the shore. You have been mine before. How long ago I may not know. But just when at that swallow's soar. Your neck turned so. Some veil did fall, I knew it all of your. Then, now, perchance again. Zero round mine eyes your tresses shake I. Shall we not lie as we have lain? Thus for love's sake. And sleep, and wake, yet never break the chain. There is a variant to the last stanza. Has this been thus before? And shall not thus time's eddying flight still with our lives our love restore in death's despite? And day and night yield one delight once more? Both poems were written in the 50s of last century. Tolstoy's poem is usually regarded as simply recording strange passing moods. But A. Tolstoy, who was much interested in mystical literature and was in contact with several occult circles which existed in Europe at his time, may have known of the idea of eternal recurrence quite definitely. The feeling of the repetition of events was very strong in Lermontov. He is full of presentiments, expectations, memories. He constantly alludes to these sensations, especially in his prose. The Fatalist is practically written on the theme of repetition and of remembering that which seems to have happened in some unknown past. Many passages in The Princess and in Bella, especially the philosophical digressions, produce the impression that Lermontov himself is trying to remember something that he has forgotten. We think in general that we know Lermontov. But who has asked himself what the following passage in Bella means? I was exhilarated to feel myself so high above the world. It was a childish feeling, of course, but when we get away from artificial conditions and approach nearer to nature we cannot help becoming children. All that we have acquired falls away from our being and we become once more what we were and what we shall one day assuredly be again. Personally I do not remember a single attempt to analyze these words in all the literature on Lermontov. But the idea of the possibility of some kind of return undoubtedly disturbed Lermontov, now carried him away. Now appeared an unrealizable dream. Would it not be better to finish the path of life in self-forgetting and to fall into an unending sleep looking for a near awakening? Valeric. In our time the idea of recurrence and even of the possibility of half-conscious remembering becomes more and more pressing and necessary. In the Life of Napoleon, 1928, D.S. Merejkovsky constantly alludes to Napoleon in the phrases, he knew, remembered. And later, in dealing with Napoleon's last years in Europe, he forgot, he ceased to remember. This list does not claim to be complete. I wished only to show that the idea of repetition and recollection of the past which is not in our time is far from being foreign to Western thought. But the psychological apprehension of the idea of eternal recurrence does not necessarily lead to a logical understanding and explanation of it. In order to understand the idea of eternal recurrence and its different aspects it is necessary to go back to the ideas of the new model of the universe. The idea of time as the fourth dimension does not contradict the ordinary views of life, so long as we take time as a straight line. This idea only brings with it a sensation of greater preordination, of greater inevitability. But the idea of time as a curve of the fourth dimension entirely changes our conception of life. If we clearly understand the meaning of this curvature and especially when we begin to see how the curve of the fourth dimension is transformed into the curves of the fifth and the sixth dimensions, our views of things and of ourselves cannot remain any longer what they were. As has been said in the preceding chapter, according to the initial scheme of dimensions, in which dimensions are still taken as straight lines, the fifth dimension is a line perpendicular to the line of the fourth dimension and intersecting it. That is, a line which passes through every moment of time, the line of the infinite existence of a moment. But how is this line formed, where does it come from and what follows out of it? This can be understood to a certain extent if life is taken as a series of undulatory vibrations. As we should know from the study of undulatory vibrations in the world of physical phenomena, every wave comprises in itself a complete circle, that is, the matter of the wave moves in a completed curve in the same place and for as long as the force acts which creates the wave. We should know also that every wave consists of smaller waves and is in its turn a component part of a bigger wave. If we take, simply for the sake of argument, days as the smaller waves which form the bigger waves of years, then the waves of years will form one great wave of life. And so long as this wave of life rolls on, the waves of days and the waves of years must rotate at their appointed places, repeating and repeating themselves. Thus the line of the fourth dimension, the line of life or time, consists of wheels of ever-repeating days, of small circles of the fifth dimension, just as a ray of light consists of quanta of light, each rotating in its place so long as the primary shock which sends forth the particular ray persists. But in itself a ray may be a curve, a component part of some other bigger wave. The same applies to the line of life. If we take it as one great wave consisting of the waves of days and years, we shall have to admit that the line of life moves in a curve and makes a complete revolution, coming back to the point of its departure. And if a day or a year is a wave in the undulatory movement of our life, then our whole life is a wave in some other undulatory movement of which we know nothing. As I have already pointed out, in our ordinary conception life appears as a straight line drawn between the moments of birth and death. The point of death coincides with the point of birth. For one who has followed the development of the ideas which touch on dimensions of time, in the preceding chapter and in this one, this point does not present any difficulty but on the contrary results naturally from all that has been said earlier. But usually after this point there comes a question which is more difficult to answer, namely, how an identical relation between the births of different people is preserved when we know that the relation between their deaths is quite different, i.e., that it does not correspond with the relation of their births. To put it more shortly, what will happen to a man who has died before his grandmother? He must be born immediately, and his mother is as yet unborn. Two answers are possible. First, it is possible to say that at the moment when the soul touches infinity different relations of time become adjusted, because a moment of eternity can have different time value. And, second, it is possible to say that our usual conceptions of dimensions of time are wrong. For instance, for us time can have different duration, 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, but it always has the same speed. But where are proofs of this? Why not suppose that time in certain limits, for instance, in relation to human life, always has the same duration but different speed? One is not more arbitrary than the other, but with the admission of this possibility the question disappears. In my book Tertium Organum I gave a drawing of the figure of the fourth dimension taken from a book by Van Manen. This figure consists of two circles, one inside the other. It is the figure of life. The small circle stands for man, the large circle for the life of man. The small circle rolls inside the large circle, which first widens, then gradually becomes more narrow and brings the small circle to the same point from which it started. In rolling along the large circle. But if we imagine that life is a wave, we shall get this figure. The point of death coincides with the point of birth. For one who has followed the development of the ideas which touch on dimensions of time, in the preceding chapter and in this one, this point does not present any difficulty but on the contrary results naturally from all that has been said earlier. But usually after this point there comes a question which is more difficult to answer, namely, how an identical relation between the births of different people is preserved when we know that the relation between their deaths is quite different, i.e., that it does not correspond with the relation of their births. To put it more shortly, what will happen to a man who has died before his grandmother? He must be born immediately, and his mother is as yet unborn? Two answers are possible. First, it is possible to say that at the moment when the soul touches infinity, different relations of time become adjusted, because a moment of eternity can have different time value. And, second, it is possible to say that our usual conceptions of dimensions of time are wrong. For instance, for us time can have different duration, 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, but it always has the same speed. But where are proofs of this? Why not suppose that time in certain limits, for instance, in relation to human life, always has the same duration but different speed? One is not more arbitrary than the other, but with the admission of this possibility the question disappears. In my book Tertium Organum I gave a drawing of the figure of the fourth dimension taken from a book by Van Manen. This figure consists of two circles, one inside the other. It is the figure of life. The small circle stands for man, the large circle for the life of man. The small circle rolls inside the large circle, which first widens, then gradually becomes more narrow and brings the small circle to the same point from which it started. In rolling along the large circle, the small circle continually rotates on its own axis. This rotation is eternity in relation to time, which is movement along the large circle. Here again we meet what appears to be a paradox, the fifth dimension inside the fourth dimension, movement along the fifth dimension creating movement along the fourth dimension. How are we to find here the beginning and the end? Which is the driving force? And which is driven? Is it the small circle that rotates, driven by the shock which sends it round the large circle, or is it the large circle itself which is driven by the rotation of the small circles? The one drives the other. But in relation to life taken as the large circle, eternity is to be found, first, in the small circles of repeating moments, days and years, and, second, in the repetition of the large circle itself, in the repetition of life, that is, in the repetition of the waves. Just as in the case of the fourth dimension, we are again faced with the fact that a higher dimension is both above and below the lower dimension. As above so below. The fourth dimension for us lies in the world of celestial bodies and in the world of molecules. The fifth dimension lies in the moments of life eternally remaining where they are, and in the repetition of life itself, taken as a whole. Life in itself is time for man. For man there is not and cannot be any other time outside the time of his life. Man is his life. His life is his time. The way of measuring time, for all, by means of such phenomena as the apparent or real movement of the sun or the moon, is comprehensible as being convenient for practical purposes. But it is generally forgotten that this is only a formal time accepted by common agreement. Absolute time for man is his life. There can be no other time outside this time. If I die today, tomorrow will not exist for me. But, as has been said before, all theories of the future life, of existence after death, of reincarnation, etc., contain one obvious mistake. They are all based on the usual understanding of time, that is, on the idea that tomorrow will exist after death. In reality it is just in this that life differs from death. Man dies because his time ends. There can be no tomorrow after death. But all usual conceptions of the future life require the existence of tomorrow. What future life can there be, if it suddenly appears that there is no future, no tomorrow, no time, no after? Spiritualists, theosophists, theologians and others who know everything about the future life, may find themselves in a very strange situation if the fact is realized that no after exists. What then is possible? And what may the meaning of life as a circle be? I have pointed out in the preceding chapter that the very curvature of the line of time implies the presence in it of yet another dimension, namely, the fifth dimension, or eternity. And if in the usual understanding the fourth dimension is extension of time, what can the fifth dimension, or eternity, be? Eternity for our mind is conceivable only under two forms, either under the form of coexistence or under the form of repetition. The form of coexistence requires space conceptions. Somewhere there exist things identical with those here. Identical people, an identical world. The form of repetition requires time conceptions. Sometime everything will be repeated or is repeated, either immediately after the completion of the particular cycle, that is, of the particular life, or after every moment. The latter, i.e., the immediate repetition of every moment again and again, brings this idea near the idea of coexistence. But for our mind it is more convenient to think of the idea of repetition under the form of the repetition of cycles. One life ends and another begins. One time ends and another begins. Death is really a return to the beginning. This means that if a man was born in 1877 and died in 1912, then, having died, he finds himself again in 1877 and must live the same life all over again. In dying, in completing the circle of life, he enters the same life from the other end. He is born again in the same town, in the same street, of the same parents, in the same year and on the same day. He will have the same brothers and sisters, the same uncles and aunts, the same toys, the same kittens, the same friends, the same women. He will make the same mistakes, laugh and cry in the same way, rejoice and suffer in the same way. And when the time comes he will die in exactly the same way as he did before, and again at the moment of his death it will be as though all the clocks were put back to 7:35 a.m. On the September 2nd, 1877, and from this moment started again with their usual movement. The new life begins in exactly the same conditions as the preceding one, and it cannot begin in any other conditions. The only thing that can and even must be admitted, is the fact of the strengthening with every life of the tendencies of the preceding life, of those tendencies which grew and increased during life, both bad and good tendencies. Those which were a manifestation of strength and those which were a manifestation of weakness. There exists, indeed, much more psychological material for the idea of eternal recurrence than is supposed. But the existence of this material is not fully realized by scientific thought. Everybody knows the sensation, or descriptions of the sensation, that is experienced sometimes by people, especially in childhood, the sensation that this has happened before. The two poems quoted earlier could have been inspired by the same sensation. I spoke of this sensation in the chapter on dreams, and I pointed out there that the usual explanations account for 2 categories out of 3 of these sensations but leave the third category unexplained. This third category is characterized by the fact that the sensation that this has happened before, though very vivid and frequent in childhood, disappears in adult life. In some cases this special kind of foreknowledge of people, things, places and events can be verified and established. The very rare and trustworthy cases of clairvoyance belong to such foreknowledge. But in itself the fact of these accidental recollections, even if they are really recollections, is too small to allow anything to be built on it. A man may be perfectly justified in asking, if such a tremendous phenomenon as the repetition of lives really exists, why do we know nothing of it, why do we not remember more? And why did not people realize it long ago, why is it only now presented to us as a new discovery? All these questions are quite well founded, but at the same time it is not difficult to answer them. Earlier in this book the transformation of a butterfly was given as an example of evolution. What is especially characteristic for us in the transformation of a butterfly from the point of view in question is the fact that in passing to a new level of transformation the butterfly completely vanishes from the preceding level. Dies on the preceding level, ceases to exist there, that is, loses all connection with its former existence. If a butterfly sees and learns more, it is unable to tell the caterpillars anything about it. It is already dead as a caterpillar, it has vanished from the world of caterpillars. Something analogous must happen to people to whom the mysteries of time and eternity are revealed. They know and can speak of what they know, but people will neither hear nor understand them. Why did not people long ago come to the idea of eternal recurrence? But they did in fact come to it long ago. I have pointed to the teaching of Pythagoras, to Buddhism, to theories of reincarnation and transmigration of souls, which, in their modern forms are actually only a distortion of the idea of eternal recurrence. Many other ideas of the future life, various allusions in occult teachings, for instance, the very strange idea of the possibility of changing the past, various popular beliefs, such as the cult of ancestors, all these are connected with the idea of recurrence. It is quite clear that the idea of recurrence cannot be popular in its pure form, primarily because it seems absurd from the standpoint of ordinary logic. Since there is nothing similar to it in the world of three-dimensional sensations or in the usually accepted time. The usual view of time leaves no place for recurrence. On the contrary, according to the ordinary wisdom of the world, nothing ever returns. So even in those teachings in which originally the idea of recurrence undoubtedly existed in its pure form, as for example in Buddhism, it has become distorted and adapted to the usual understanding of time. According to recent interpretations of learned Buddhists, a man is born into a new life at the very moment of his death. But this is a continuation in time. Buddhists have rejected the absurd idea of a return into the past, and their wheel of lives rolls along with the calendar. In this way certainly they have taken away all force from the idea, but they have made it acceptable to the masses and capable of logical explanation and interpretation. In speaking of the idea of eternal recurrence, it is necessary to understand that it cannot be proved in the ordinary way, that is, by the usual methods of observation and verification. We know but one line of time, the one on which we now live. We are one-dimensional beings in relation to time, we have no knowledge of parallel lines. Suppositions as to the existence of parallel lines cannot be proved so long as we remain on one line. In my book Tertium Organum I described what the universe of one-dimensional beings must be. These beings know nothing besides their own line. If they suppose the existence of something new, something they did not know before, for them it would have to be on their own line, either in front of them or behind them. Our position in relation to time is exactly the same. Everything that exists must occupy a certain place in time either in front of us or behind us. There can be nothing parallel to us. This means that we cannot prove the existence of anything parallel so long as we remain on our line. But if we attempt to break away from ordinary views and bear in mind that the supposition of the possible existence of other lines of time parallel to ours is more scientific than the usual naive one-dimensional conception of time, then the conception of life as a recurring phenomenon will prove to be easier than we imagine. Ordinary views are based upon the assumption that the life of a man, that is, the whole of his inner world, his desires, tastes, sympathies, antipathies, tendencies, habits, inclinations, capacities, talents, vices, arise out of nothing and vanish into nothing. Christian teachings speak of the possibility of a future life, that is, of life beyond the grave, but they do not speak of life before birth. According to their view, souls are born with bodies. In actual fact, however, it is very difficult to think of life, that is, of the soul, or of the inner being of man, as being that arises out of nothing. And it is much easier to think that this being existed earlier, before birth. But people do not know how to begin thinking in this direction. The theosophical theories of reincarnation which try to stretch the life of an individual man along the line of the life of the earth will not bear criticism from the point of view of a rightly understood idea of time. There exist dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of various ingenious theories which claim to explain all the angles and curves of man's inner world by a combination of hereditary influences and the suppressed voices of hidden inner instincts. All these theories are acceptable, each in its own way, but none of them explains everything in man. One theory explains one thing better, another explains another thing better. But much, very much, remains unexplained. It could not be otherwise, for theories of heredity, even of a dim faraway heredity, theories of hidden instincts, of unconscious memory, can explain certain sides of man, but other sides they cannot explain. And until we find it possible to recognize that we have lived before, very much will remain in us that we shall never be able to understand. It is very difficult to accept the idea of the absolute and inevitable repetition of everything. It seems to us that if we were to remember at least something, we should be able to avoid some of the most unpleasant things. Moreover, the idea of absolute repetition does not agree with the idea of growing tendencies, which is also necessary. In this connection it must be recognized that as regards the character of the repetition of their lives, people fall into several types or categories. There are people of absolute repetition, in whose case everything, both big and little, is transmitted from one life to another. There are people whose lives have each time the same beginning, but go on with slight variations, upwards or downwards, coming to approximately the same end. There are people in whose case lives go with a definitely ascending tendency, becoming richer and stronger outwardly. There are people whose lives, on the contrary, display a clearly marked descending line, which gradually destroys all that is alive in them and reduces them to nothing. And there are people whose life contains an inner ascending line, which gradually leads them out of the circle of eternal repetition and causes them to pass to another plane of being. Let us first examine the type of lives in which absolute repetition is inevitable. These are, first of all, people of BYT 64 of deeply rooted, petrified, routine life. Their lives succeed one another with the monotony of the hand of the clock moving on the dial. There can be in their lives nothing unexpected, nothing accidental, no adventures. They are born and die in the same house where their fathers and grandfathers were born and died and where their children and grandchildren will be born and will die. National calamities, wars, earthquakes, plagues, sometimes wipe thousands and hundreds of thousands of them from the face of the earth at one stroke. But apart from such events, their whole life is strictly ordered and organized on a plan. Let us imagine a merchant in an old Eastern town living in the fixed conditions of the established routine life which has gone on unchanged for whole centuries. He sells carpets in the same shop where his father and grandfather, and probably his great-grandfather, sold carpets. His whole life from birth to death can be seen as on a map. In a certain year he takes a wife, in a certain year he puts his eldest son in the shop, in a certain year he wins a lawsuit against his neighbor, always using the same obvious method, and always in the same year, day and hour he dies. Always of the same cause, of having eaten too much pilaf. There can be no new events in the lives of such people. But it is just this absoluteness of repetition that creates in them some vague consciousness of the inevitability of everything that happens, a belief in fate, fatalism and, at times, a strange sort of wisdom and calmness. In some cases passing into a kind of ironical contempt for people who are restless, seeking for something, striving after something. To another type of people of the same category of exact repetition belong historical personages, people whose lives are linked with the great cycles of life, that is to say, with the life of peoples, states, countries, great conquerors, reformers. Leaders of the masses, revolutionaries, kings who build up empires, kings who destroy great empires, their own or their enemies, all these belong to this category. There can be no change in the lives of these people either. Every word they pronounce affects the destiny of nations. And they must know their parts perfectly. They can add nothing of their own, they can omit nothing, nor change the meaning of what they have to say. This type is especially clear if we take weak historical personages, those men whom history puts forward as though intentionally for responsible parts when empires or whole cultures are to be destroyed, such people, for instance, as Louis XVI or Nicholas II. They do nothing, and they do not want to do anything, they only wish to be left in peace, and yet each movement, each gesture, each word of theirs, even words that seem to be uttered by mistake, such as the famous, senseless dreams. 65 have significance and either begin or end a historical period. And all of them, without exception, lead to the ultimate catastrophe. Not a single word can be left out, and even mistakes must be repeated. Strong personages, Napoleons, Caesars, Genghis Khans, are in no way different from weak personages. They are pieces on the same board, and equally they cannot do anything themselves, cannot say one word of themselves, cannot either add anything to or subtract anything from what they must say or do. In the case also of people who constitute the crowd on the world stage, repetition is inevitable. The crowd must know its role very well at any particular moment. No expression of popular feeling during patriotic manifestations or armed revolutions and insurrections, during coronations or revolutions, would be possible if the crowd could be ignorant of its role or forget its role. And this knowledge is possible only through constant repetition of the same thing. But if we pass to the separate lives of the people who form the crowd, we shall see that with different people, growing tendencies produce very different results. Growing tendencies may be of two kinds, those which raise the vitality, though only outwardly, and those which lower the vitality. Let us take the type which lowers the vitality, the type with the growing tendency to degeneration. Failures, drunkards, criminals, prostitutes, suicides, belong to this category. With each new life they fall more and more easily, offer less and less resistance. Their vital force gradually weakens, they become living automatons, shadows of themselves, with a single tendency, a single desire, which constitutes their chief passion, their chief vice or their chief weakness. If their life is linked up with the lives of other people, this link gradually weakens and at last disappears altogether. These people pass slowly out of life. This is exactly what happens to suicides. They are surrounded by an atmosphere of strange fatality, and at times they do not even live up to the moment of their suicide, but begin to die sooner and finally cease to be born. This is real death, for death exists just as birth exists. Souls are born and die just like bodies. The birth of all souls is the same. How it occurs is perhaps the greatest mystery in life. But the death of souls may be different. The soul may die on one plane of being and pass to a higher plane of being. And it may die altogether, become gradually reduced to nothing, vanish, cease to be. To the category of dying souls belong people who are known by their tragic fate and especially by their tragic end. It is to these people that the remarkable rule of the Eleusinian mysteries referred, a rule that has never been rightly understood and interpreted. Participation in the mysteries was barred, first, to criminals, second, to foreigners, that is, barbarians, and finally to people in whose lives great calamities occurred. This rule has usually been interpreted in the sense that great calamities in people's lives meant the hostility of the gods or the anger of the gods caused by something that those people had done or omitted to do. But in esoteric understanding it was certainly clear that people whose lives consist of a series of catastrophes could not be admitted to participation in the mysteries or to initiation. Because the fact of these continuous catastrophes showed that they were going downhill and could not be stopped. In seeming contrast to the descending or unsuccessful type, but in reality in exactly the same position, are people who are successful from the ordinary point of view. But successful through adaptation to the darkest or most senseless sides of life, people who quickly amass enormous fortunes, millionaires and supermillionaires. Successful statesmen of opportunist or definitely criminal activities, scientists, who create bogus theories, which become fashionable and arrest the development of true knowledge. Philanthropists, who support all forms of prohibitive legislation, inventors of high explosives and poisonous gases, sport addicts of every kind and description, prizefighters, world champions, record breakers, cinema clowns, and stars. Novelists, poets, musicians, painters, actors, commercially successful, but having no other value, founders of crazy sects and cults, and the like. In each new life these people continue to do what they did before, spend less and less time on preparatory training, grasp sooner and sooner the technique of their business and the technique of success, attain greater and greater celebrity or fame. Some of them become infant prodigies, and show their special capacities from the earliest years. The danger for the successful type of people is their success. Success hypnotizes them, makes them believe that they themselves are the cause of their success. Success makes them follow the line of least resistance, that is, sacrifice everything to success. Therefore nothing changes in their lives, save that success is attained ever more easily and ever more mechanically. Without formulating it they feel that their strength lies precisely in this mechanicalness, and they suppress in themselves all other desires, interests and inclinations. Men of real science, of real art, of real thought or action, differ from these chiefly in very seldom attaining success. As a rule, they begin to be recognized only long after the end of their earthly life. And this is an exceedingly favorable factor from the point of view of the repetition of their lives. The inner decomposition which almost inevitably comes with success never sets in with them. And they start each new life striving towards their unattainable aim, every time with new strength, and they sometimes begin and remember astoundingly early, like some famous musicians or thinkers. Evolution, that is, inner growth, inner development, cannot be either accidental or mechanical. The ways of evolution are the ways of Jnana Yoga, Raja Yoga, Karma Yoga, Hatha Yoga and Bhakti Yoga, or the way of the special doctrine accessible only to few, which was mentioned earlier, in the chapter on yoga. The 5 yogas and the way of the special doctrine are the ways of work on oneself for people of different inner type. But all the ways are equally difficult, all the ways equally demand the whole of man. People of the descending type are excluded from the outset. No evolution is possible for them, for they are incapable of any long and sustained effort, whereas evolution is the result of long and persistent work in a definite direction. In exactly the same position are people of the successful type. People of the failing type are hindered by their failure, people of the successful type are hindered by their success. For people of BYT, and for historical personages evolution is possible only through very difficult, hidden, karma yoga. They can make no outward changes. And if by some miracle they begin to realize their position and solve the chief enigma of life, they must play a role, must pretend that they do not notice or understand anything. Besides Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga is possible for them in some cases. Karma Yoga shows them that it is possible to change inwardly without changing outwardly and that only the inward change is of importance. This is an extremely difficult way, an almost impossible way, and it requires a great amount of help from somebody who can help. Evolution for all categories of people is connected with recollections. Recollection of an unknown past has been spoken of earlier. And recollection may be very different in quality and may have very different properties. The evolving individual remembers, although vaguely, his previous lives. But as evolution means escaping from the wheel of the 5th dimension and passing into the spiral of the 6th dimension, recollection has importance only when it bears an active character in a certain definite direction. When it creates discontent with what exists and a longing for new ways. By this I mean that recollection by itself does not create evolution, on the contrary, it may be the cause of a still worse bondage in life, that is, in the 5th dimension. In these cases, recollection takes either routine life forms, or pathological forms, hiding itself behind one or another kind of emotional or practical attitude to life. Sometimes a man definitely begins to think that he knows what is bound to happen. If he is of the successful type, he ascribes it to his sagacity, astuteness, clearness of mind and so on. In reality it is all recollection, though unconscious recollection. A man feels that he has already walked along this road, he almost knows what will be beyond the next turning, and naturally in all these cases recollection produces pride, self-assurance, and conceit instead of dissatisfaction. People of absolute repetition, that is, people of routine life, and also historical personages, can have sometimes almost conscious recollection, but it does not awaken them and only binds them more and more to trifles, to things, to customs, to words, to rituals, to gestures, and makes it still more difficult for them to stand apart from themselves and to look at themselves from outside. A businessman explains this recollection by his experience, his capacity to think quickly, to guess correctly, by his flair, by his business instinct, by his intuition. In the case of great soldiers, statesmen, revolutionary leaders, navigators who discover new lands, inventors, scientists who create new theories, writers, musicians, artists, it is explained by talent, or genius, or inspiration. In some people recollection evokes mad bravery, or a continual desire to play with their lives. They feel that this cannot happen to them, they cannot be killed like other ordinary people. Such are many historical personages, men of destiny. With people of the descending type also recollection can be very vivid, but it only intensifies their feeling of the ground crumbling beneath their feet. It intensifies their despair and discontent, which manifest themselves in the form of hatred, spite or impotent anguish, in crimes or excesses. Thus recollection does not by itself lead to evolution, but evolution, at a certain stage, arouses recollection. In this case, however, recollection is not clouded by a superior or inferior personal interpretation, but becomes more and more conscious. This is almost all that can be said about eternal recurrence, making use of material within general reach. There remains to be established the relation of the idea of eternal recurrence to the idea of reincarnation, as it is treated in some teachings. I have mentioned before that the idea of reincarnation can be regarded as a distortion of the idea of eternal recurrence. And in many cases this is true, although at the same time there are grounds for thinking that the idea of reincarnation has an independent meaning. This meaning can be found only in certain allusions contained in Indian scriptures and in a very few authors in later mystical literature. But before passing to the origin of the idea of reincarnation or of its independent meaning, I want to set forth in a short form some of the best-known interpretations of this idea. In modern theosophy, which, as has been said before, of all Indian teachings stands nearest to the cult of Krishna, man is regarded as a complex being consisting of 7 bodies. The higher or the finer of these bodies, the 7th, the 6th and the 5th, are but principles contained in the 4th body. The 4th body of man is immortal and can reincarnate. This means that after the death of the physical body and after the successive deaths of the 2nd, the astral, and the 3rd, the mental, bodies, which sometimes live very long after the death of the physical body, the 4th, the causal body, reincarnates in a new human being, born after a considerable lapse of time in entirely different, new, conditions. According to theosophical authors, several hundred years, and very often 1,000 or even 2,000 years, elapse between one reincarnation and another. It must also be noted that the state of the higher bodies, that is, the astral, the mental and the causal, is very different at different stages of man's evolution. In a man who is but little developed, the causal body is hardly more than a principle. It carries with it no recollections. A new reincarnation is, as it were, an independent life. It is only in comparatively high stages of development that the causal body may carry some dim recollections of a former life. The idea of reincarnation is connected with the idea of karma. Karma is understood as a chain of causes and effects handed down from one life to another. But into the abstract idea of karma is introduced the idea of retribution. Thus a man's actions towards other people in one life may provoke similar actions on the part of those or of other people towards him in another life, or the same results may be the outcome of accidental causes. Thus, the existence of cripples or of people suffering from painful and revolting diseases is explained by the cruelties committed by these people in their past lives. This is supposed to mean that their own suffering redeems suffering caused by them. In reality, in the idea of karma, suffering in itself has no redeeming power. A man must only understand something from suffering, must change inwardly and must then begin to act in a different way from before. Then the new karma will, so to speak, wipe out the old one, and a man's sufferings will cease. Other teachings which accept the idea of reincarnation differ from theosophy only formally, in certain details. Thus European, spiritualistic teachings recognize the possibility of a quicker reincarnation, not after hundreds or thousands of years, but after a few years or months. Modern Buddhism, as was mentioned before, recognizes immediate reincarnation after death. In this last case, the reincarnating principle, in view of the fact that the existence of the soul is denied in Buddhism, is the last thought of the dying man. In all these conceptions of reincarnation there does not appear to be the slightest doubt regarding the correctness of the usual conception of time. And it is this above all which deprives them of all force and all significance. Time is taken as though it actually existed and were such as it is conceived to be in ordinary thinking. And it is taken as such without any limitation or without any argument. The clock, the calendar, history, geological periods, astronomical cycles, evoke no doubt in ordinary thought. But unfortunately, this old-fashioned time is in need of very serious amendment. I pointed out in Tertium Organum that in relation to the idea of time Eastern writings have gone much further than Western philosophy. European theosophists are very fond of quoting words from the Vedanta about the eternal now, etc. But between the eternal now and the calendar there are many intermediate stages, and it is just of these intermediate stages that they know nothing. A man dies, the cycle of his life is dosed, and even if the consciousness or the soul is preserved, time disappears. This means that there is no time for the soul finds itself in eternity. The next day after death, the next year, the next century, do not exist for the soul. In eternity there can be no direction before greater than after. There cannot be before on one side in one direction and after on another side, but there must be both before and after on all sides. If the soul, that is, the completed life, is attracted anywhere, it can be attracted either into before or into after along any great line at the point of intersection of which it is found. It follows that if reincarnation is possible, it is possible in any direction of eternity. Let us imagine that for the completed cycle of the life of a man, the great line is the line of the existence of the earth. Then the path of the soul can lie along this line in both directions, not necessarily in one direction only. The errors in our reckoning of time lie in the fact that when we think of time we straighten out several curves simultaneously: the life of man, the lives of the big organisms of human societies, the life of the whole of humanity, the life of the earth, the life of the sun, and take them as parallel lines and, moreover, as commensurable lines capable of being expressed in the same units of measure. In reality this is impossible, for these curves are both incommensurable and not parallel. We ascribe to them this parallel quality only owing to the linear quality of our thinking and the linear quality of our conception of time. Difficult though it is for us to get rid of linear thinking and linear conceptions, we nevertheless know enough to be able to understand that time, measured by hours, days, geological periods and light years, does not exist. And therefore it is possible to speak of time for a completed circle only when this circle catches again on to some large circle, but where it will catch on, to the right, or to the left, before, or after, is in no way predetermined. We overlook the fact that the predetermination presumed by us is exclusively based on the imaginary analogy of the division of a small circle with the divisions of large circles. And this analogy is built on the supposition that a large circle must be divided into before and after at the point at which a small circle, life or a soul, happens to be on it. Like the division of the small circle into before and after during the life of man, with the condition that the direction from before to after must be the same in both cases. It is perfectly clear that all these suppositions and analogies have no basis and that the direction of the possible motion of the small circle in eternity is not in any way predetermined. It is possible to admit that this small circle, that is, the soul or life, is subject to some kind of magnetic influences which may attract it to one or another point of one or another large circle. But these influences must come from very varied directions. One may not agree with all the deductions from the above arguments, but with a certain understanding of the matter it is no longer possible to dispute the impossibility of a non-relative time, that is, a general time taken for everything that exists. In every given case time is only the period of the existence of the subject in question. And even this alone makes it impossible to regard time after death in the same way as time before death. What does the change we call death actually mean? As was shown earlier, this change means that the time of the given individual ends. Death means that there is no more time. When the angel of the Apocalypse says that there should be time no longer, he speaks of the death of humanity. All this makes quite clear the impossibility of an elementary treatment of the question without an analysis of the problems of time. Reincarnation, if it exists at all, is a much more complicated phenomenon, to understand which one must have a certain knowledge of the laws of time and eternity. The laws of time and eternity are illogical laws. They cannot be studied with the 4 rules of arithmetic. In order to understand them one must be able to think irrationally and without facts. There is nothing more deceptive than facts, when we cannot have all the facts referring to the matter under discussion and are forced to deal with accessible facts which instead of helping us only distort our vision. And how can we know that we have a sufficient quantity of facts for judgment in one direction or another if we have no general plan of things and no general system? Our scientific systems based on facts are as deficient as the facts themselves. In order to come to the laws of time and eternity we must start with the understanding of the state in which there is no time and no eternity opposed to one another. The eternal now is the state of Brahma, the state in which everything is everywhere and always, that is, in which every point of space touches every point of time, and which in symbolism is expressed by two intersecting triangles. A six-pointed star. In this combination time is three-dimensional, just as space is three-dimensional. But there is a great difference between the three-dimensional time of Brahma and ordinary human one-dimensional time, the line of time which comes from an unknown past and disappears into an unknown future. And this difference is not merely subjective. Man is in fact a one-dimensional being in relation to time. This means that in leaving the line of time, i.e., in dying, man does not immediately find himself in the state of Brahma, or the eternal now. There must be many intermediate states, and it is these intermediate states that we must now examine. If we take as the point of departure the proposition that the aim of the evolution of the human soul must be the attainment of the state of Brahma, of the eternal now, then the direction of our thought becomes clear. From this point of view man, that is, his soul, taking this word without any sophistry, simply in the sense of man's inner being, of his inner existence, of which his body is the temporary receptacle, is a spark of Brahma, a seed of Brahma, which by evolving and developing can attain to the state of Brahma in the same way as the seed of an oak by sprouting and growing becomes an oak and in its turn produces similar seeds. But the analogy with an oak, a butterfly or any other living being, while demonstrating correctly certain aspects of the evolution of man, obscures other sides of this evolution. The analogy of an oak, etc., does not contain the eternal now. If we want to introduce the eternal now, we must use another analogy. Let us compare Brahma to a river. He is the source of the river, he is the river itself and he is also the sea into which the river flows. A drop of water in the river, having emerged from Brahma, wishes to return to Brahma. Brahma is all. He is the river, the sea and the source. But to return to Brahma means to return to the source, because otherwise, if the drop is satisfied with a philosophical contemplation of its own possibilities, it may say to itself that it is already in Brahma because Brahma is all. And once the drop is in the river, it is in Brahma, and once it flows with the river towards the sea which is also Brahma, it approaches still nearer to the merging with Brahma. But actually, in this way, it may be further and further removed from the source, and Brahma is the source. In order to unite with Brahma the drop must return to the source. How can the drop return to the source? Only by moving against the current of the river, against the current of time. The river flows in the direction of time. A return to the source must be a movement against time, a movement not into the future, but into the past. Life, as we know it, all the external and all the internal life of everything living, flows in one direction, from the past to the future. And all the examples of evolution we are able to find also proceed from the past towards the future. Of course it only appears to us to be so, and it appears so because we build our straight line of time from a multitude of curves such as the lives of men, the lives of peoples, races, etc. For this purpose we artificially straighten out these curves. But they remain straight only so long as we keep them in our mind, that is, so long as we deliberately see them as straight lines. As soon as we let our attention relax, as soon as we leave some of these lines and pass to others, or to the imaginary whole, they immediately become curves again and thus destroy the entire picture of the whole. At the same time, so long as we see only one line of time, only one current, and cannot see the parallel and the perpendicular currents, we cannot see the reverse currents which must undoubtedly exist, because, after all, Time taken as a surface is not a flat surface, but must necessarily be a kind of spherical surface, on which the beginning of a line is also its end, and the end is its beginning. Let us take again the idea of return to Brahma. Brahma has created the world, or the world has emerged and is emerging from Brahma. Three ways must lead to Brahma: movement forward into the future, movement backward into the past, and movement on one spot in the present. What is movement into the future? It is the process of life, the process of reproducing oneself in others, the process of the growth and development of human groups and of the whole of humanity. Whether there is evolution in this process is a question open to dispute. What is clear is the picture of the formation, existence and dying, of the big jelly-like organisms which fight each other and devour each other, that is, of human societies, peoples, and races. What is movement on one spot, in the present? It is movement along the circle of eternal recurrence, the repetition of life, and the inner growth of the soul which becomes possible owing to that repetition. What is movement backward into the past? It is the path of reincarnation, which, if it is possible and exists, probably exists only in the form of reincarnation into the past. This is precisely the hidden, esoteric side of the idea of reincarnation, which is so completely forgotten that even allusions to it are difficult to find. But such allusions exist. I will only point to some strange expressions in the Old Testament. King David says in dying, "I go the way of all the earth," 1 Kings 2:2. Joshua says, "And, behold, this day I am going the way of all the earth," Joshua 23:14. What is the meaning of these words? What does the way of the earth mean? The way of the earth is its past. I go the way of the earth can mean only one thing: I go into time, I go into the past. There are also other expressions. Aaron shall be gathered unto his people. God says this to Moses and Aaron in Mount Hor, Numbers 20:24. And die in the mount whither thou goest up, and be gathered unto thy people. As Aaron thy brother died in Mount Hor, and was gathered unto his people, God says to Moses, Deuteronomy 32:50. Then Abraham gave up the ghost, and died in a good old age, an old man, and full of years. And was gathered to his people, Genesis 25:8. And Isaac gave up the ghost, and died, and was gathered unto his people. Genesis 35:29. I am to be gathered unto my people. Jacob, Genesis 49:29. And yielded up the ghost, and was gathered unto his people, Jacob, Genesis 49:33. Behold therefore, I will gather thee unto thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered into thy grave in peace. And thine eyes shall not see all the evil which I will bring upon this place, 2 Kings 22:20. God says this to Josiah through the prophetess. The words, to be gathered unto his people, have exactly the same meaning as the words, to go the way of all the earth. And the last passage, I will gather thee unto thy fathers, even points out the benefit resulting from it, that is, escape from the evil of the present. In the usual interpretation these words are regarded either as indicating a life after death in which a man joins his ancestors, who have passed there before him, or, in a more materialistic sense, as burial in family tombs. But the first, that is, the interpretation explaining these words by existence after death, does not bear criticism, for it is well known that Judaism contained no idea of existence after death. Had there been such an idea, it would necessarily have been expounded and interpreted in the Bible. Neither does the second explanation, that is, burial in family tombs, answer all the indications mentioned, for the same words also refer to Aaron and to Moses, who died and were buried in the desert. And, what is particularly important, the expressions, to go the way of all the earth, to be gathered unto one's fathers, or, to be gathered unto one's people, never refer to ordinary men or women. These expressions are used only in relation to very few, patriarchs, prophets and leaders of the people. This points to the hidden meaning and hidden aim of reincarnation in the past. In the great stream of life which flows from its source there must necessarily be contrary and transverse currents, just as in a tree there is a flow of sap from roots to leaves and a flow of sap from leaves to roots. In the great stream of life the evolutionary movement must be a movement contrary to the general process of growth, a movement against the current, a movement towards the beginning of time, which is the beginning of all. Bound to his wheel of repeating lives, man would be unable to avail himself of the possibility of a reverse movement against time, if there were no possibility of reincarnation in another age, in another epoch, near or distant. But at any rate in one nearer to the beginning, that is, one which is in the past. This is a very strange theory at the first glance. The idea of a backward movement in time is unknown and incomprehensible to us. Actually, however, this idea alone explains the possibility of evolution, in the true and large meaning of the word. Evolution, i.e. improvement, must come from the past. It is not enough to evolve in the future, even if this were possible. We cannot leave behind us the sins of our past. We must not forget that nothing disappears. Everything is eternal. Everything that has been is still in existence. The whole history of humanity is the history of crime, and the material for this history continually grows. We cannot go far forward with such a past as ours. The past still exists, and it gives and will give its results, creating new and ever new crimes. Evil begets evil. In order to destroy the evil consequence it is necessary to destroy the evil cause. If the cause of the evil lies in the past, it is useless to look for it in the present. And man must go back, seek for and destroy the causes of evil, however far back they may lie. It is only in this idea that a hint of the possibility of a general evolution can be found. It is only in this idea that the possibility of changing the karma of humanity lies, because changing the karma means changing the past. The theosophical theory is that every man receives as much evil as he produces. This is karma, according to theosophical conception. But in this way evil cannot diminish and must necessarily grow. And humanity has no right to dream of a beautiful and bright future while it drags behind it such a trail of evil and crime, which is automatically renewed. The idea of what humanity should do with the load of evil and crime it has accumulated, occupied the minds of many thinkers. Dostoevsky could never get free of the horror of the past sufferings of people long since dead and vanished. And, fundamentally, he was undoubtedly right. Evil, once created, remains and breeds new evil. Of the better-known great teachers of humanity and founders of religions only Christ and the Buddha never advocated any form of struggle with evil by means of violence, that is, by means of new evil. But what has been the outcome of the preaching of love and mercy we know very well. If evil can be uprooted and its consequences destroyed, this can only be if it is arrested at the moment of its inception, and arrested not by means of another evil. All the absurdity of the struggle for a better organization of life on earth is due to the fact that people attempt to fight the results, leaving the causes of evil and creating new causes of new evil. As yet the precept, "Do not oppose evil by evil," cannot produce any results because on their level of development people can only be either indifferent to evil or struggle with evil, or with what they call evil, by means of violence. That is by means of another evil. This struggle is always a struggle against results. People can never reach the causes of evil. It is easy to understand why this is so. The causes of evil are not in the present. They are in the past. There would be no possibility of thinking of the evolution of humanity, if the possibility did not exist for individually evolving men to go into the past and struggle against the causes of the present evil which lie there. This explains where those people disappear who have remembered their past lives. From the ordinary point of view this sounds like an absurdity. But the idea of reincarnation contains this absurdity, or this possibility. In order to admit the possibility of reincarnation into the past, it becomes necessary to presume plurality of existence, or again coexistence, that is to say, it becomes necessary to suppose that the life of man, while repeating according to the law of eternal recurrence at one place in time, if it can be put thus, simultaneously occurs at another place in time. And it can be said with almost complete certainty that a man, even approaching the superhuman state, will not be conscious of that simultaneity of lives and will remember one life or the life at one place in time as past and feel the other as present. In the conditions of three-dimensional space and one-dimensional time, plurality of existence is impossible. But under the conditions of six-dimensional spacetime it is quite natural, because in it, every point of time touches every point of space, and everything is everywhere and always. In the spacetime represented by two intersecting triangles there is nothing strange or impossible in the idea of plurality of existence. And even an approach to these conditions creates for a man the possibility to go the way of all the earth, to be gathered to his fathers, which enables him to influence his ancestors or their contemporaries. Gradually to change and to make more favorable the conditions of his birth, and gradually to surround himself with people who also remember. Let us try to imagine such a situation in a more concrete form. Let us suppose that we know that the whole life of a certain man has shaped in a certain way owing to certain things having been done or not done by his grandfather, who died before his birth. Let us now imagine that the man has the possibility of influencing his grandfather in a certain way at a right moment through some of his contemporaries, perhaps simply of opening his eyes to something that he did not know. This may entirely change the conditions of that man's subsequent, in time, life, afford him new possibilities, and so on. Let us suppose again that a certain man who has actual power in his hands, a statesman or politician or reigning sovereign of some past epoch, manifested an interest in the direction of real knowledge. This would have given the possibility of influencing him if there had been a man near him who could do it. Let us suppose that such a man happens to be beside him. This might give unexpected results of a very useful character, opening up new possibilities for a large number of people. The privilege of the position of reincarnating into the past for the man who remembers what he has learned in his past life is explained by the fact that he knows the results. Knows what has sprung from the actions of the people of the time into which he reincarnates. This does not of course mean that everything or many things can be altered by one man being reincarnated into the past. The possibilities of altering external events are very small, but they must exist. If in every moment there were only one possibility, CCHX, we should live in a world of absolute predetermination, and nothing could be altered. But moments differ from one another very greatly in this respect. There are moments with only one possibility, there are moments with several possibilities, and there are moments with many and very varied possibilities. We can understand this by studying our own life. Let us suppose that in our own life we were able to go back 10, 15, or 20 years. There is great probability in the supposition that we should then like to alter many things, to do many things differently, not to do many things at all. Whether we could do so or not, is a different question. 66. But in the case of reincarnation into the past this question is much simpler because only that man can reincarnate who has already attained great consciousness and power. By this means, that is, by means of the reincarnation into the past of people who have reached a certain degree of inner development, a reverse current is created in the midst of the stream of life. This reverse current is the evolutionary movement, the movement which gradually makes life better and nobler, and itself returns enriched to the source from which it originated. In comparison with this idea, the idea of reincarnation into the future seems not only fruitless, but almost a mockery of the poor reincarnating souls. Imagine a man who lived in ancient Rome, a very clever and, for his time, an educated man, who reincarnates in our times into the circumstances of the average life of the educated classes in Europe. He would be totally out of place in these circumstances. He would have kept thousands of inclinations and desires for which there is no room in modern life. He would be full of strange superstitions, beliefs and tendencies, bordering on the criminal. What is for him perfectly natural, normal and even necessary would be for the people surrounding him immoral, against nature and vicious. What is for him perfectly lawful and right would be in their eyes criminal and revolting, and so on. The position of the poor Roman in our times would be very hard and difficult both for himself and for those round him. In the same way a man of our times transferred into an unknown and remote future would find himself surrounded by entirely unfamiliar conditions and among people living with interests incomprehensible to him. He would feel alien in this new life, and it would require many turns of the wheel of eternal recurrence and the creation of extensive unnecessary karma before he adapted himself to the new surroundings and to the new forms of thinking. But a man of our times reincarnated in ancient Rome would extract for himself an immense amount of profit out of his observations and comparison of the lives of two epochs so different from one another. And, certainly, wherever he appeared he would bring with him a civilizing current, not because our times are more civilized, but because he himself, owing to his inadaptability to the Roman forms of life, would feel very strongly the barbarousness of the epoch. He would feel himself standing outside everything, and could not share the enthusiasm of his new contemporaries in any direction whatever. Reincarnation into the past is connected with eternal recurrence also in the following way. Reincarnation is possible only into places which become free, into vacancies. These vacancies can occur in two ways. The first way is when a soul, after many lives of conscious struggle, obtains freedom, leaves the circle of lives in the particular place in time, and goes in the direction of its source, that is, into the past. The second way is when a soul dies, that is, when, after many lives spent in sliding down an incline, in moving along a diminishing spiral, with a quicker and quicker end, a soul ceases to be born. Both the first and the second cases leave vacant places for reincarnation. In the first case, that is, in the case of incarnation in the place of a man who has completed his task and has gone into the past, the soul receives a definite and usually a very complicated and difficult part, which it has to play through life. The part of the man who has gone away. The man has gone having freed himself internally, but externally having a large and varied karma. His place must be filled. The man who has gone cannot disappear from life. A new actor must impersonate the old one. In the other case, where the soul is born in the place of a soul who has died, it also receives a very difficult part. Though the difficulty here is of a quite different kind and may have been created by the personal qualities of the man who has gone or by the external conditions of his life. The difference in comparison with the first case is that the incarnating soul in this case must not play any part. It can create its own karma from the very beginning. But the conditions of birth in this case can be very unfavorable. Many souls die just because of the hard conditions of their birth, without being able to stand the circumstances in which they have to live. Such are people with a heavy and pathological heredity, the children of vicious, criminal or abnormal parents. And such also are people who are born during epochs of long wars, revolutions, barbarian invasions, during the epochs of the fall of civilizations and the destruction of nations. When people are born only to perish among tens and hundreds of thousands of others, always in the same way, without any hope of salvation and without any possibility of altering their fate. Birth under such conditions is a very difficult examination for the reincarnating soul. But stronger and more resistant souls overcome these conditions and live in them, gradually creating round them a kind of island to which other souls in peril may swim. Besides these, so to speak, natural parts, there are moreover in history specially created parts for the reincarnation of people who have already attained a certain degree of consciousness. Some of these parts are known, for they belong to historical personages behind whom the influence of esoteric schools can be supposed. Other parts of this kind belong to personages who are also sometimes known in history, but who appear outwardly to stand very far from any esotericism. And there are still other parts which belong to entirely unknown people who have done great work, but have left no visible traces. As to personages who belong to schools but appear outwardly to have no relation to esotericism, very little can be said. If such people exist, their inner life must be quite independent of their outer life. And reincarnation in the place of such people can be admitted only for those souls who have had a special training for such a double life. For a man who has developed in ordinary conditions such reincarnation would be impossible. But even for people specially trained for difficult parts there cannot be a reincarnation the predominant tendency of which contradicts esoteric work. There is not a single esoteric tradition which shows the possibility of an inner contradiction between the outer part in life and the inner work. This means that a man who belongs to schools secretly cannot act against them openly. Still less is it possible that a man belonging to an esoteric school should wear a mask of pseudo-occultism or by his conduct degrade the idea of schools. Such assertions are sometimes met with, having originated from people who once had, but afterwards lost, a connection with esoteric schools, or who make esoteric ideas a means for serving their personal aims. It never can happen otherwise. It is the greatest error to think it possible that good may hide under the mask of evil, that truth may hide under the mask of deceit. This is just as impossible as conscious evil is impossible. Evil, by its very nature, must necessarily be unconscious and blind. Therefore a life which serves unconscious and blind powers, or a life which serves deceit or is based on deceit, cannot be a conscious part. The role of a man in life, when he belongs to an esoteric school, always expresses his inner being, and for this very reason his life sometimes remains a historical enigma. Such roles belong, for instance, to certain persons in the gospel drama. I have referred before to the drama of Christ. But the drama of Christ was not the drama of Christ alone. It was a drama with a great number of dramatis personae who played definite roles which were firmly fixed in their minds. The drama of Christ, the whole story told in the Gospels, is of intense interest from the point of view of the mechanism of eternal recurrence and reincarnation in the past. The first question that arises from the point of view of eternal recurrence is this. Is it possible that all the dramatis personae of the gospel drama are destined eternally to play their parts, eternally to say the same words, eternally to do the same thing? In order to answer this question it is necessary to understand clearly that in the gospel drama there are two kinds of part and two kinds of actor. The same words must be said, the same deeds must be done, the same scenes must be enacted before the spectators and before history. But in the one case the actors are always the same, in the other they may be different. The actor who once played Judas will always play Judas, but the actor who once played Christ may next time play some other conscious part, for instance, that of John the Baptist. The apostles may exchange roles. But there may have been some among them who did not know their roles thoroughly enough or who attempted to alter them, to introduce something of their own, to improve something. These will have to play the same roles over and over again until they have learned them to perfection and remember them word for word. We do not know their mistakes, for mistakes were corrected in the Gospels, which were written by men who understood the meaning and purpose of the drama of Christ. But the actual story might easily have differed in its details from the story described in the Gospels. The apostles may not only exchange roles or act better the next time, but they may pass over to more important, more central, roles in the drama, and each of them may hope someday to play Christ. These are conscious roles. Unconscious roles cannot change. The priests who tried Jesus and incited the people against him, all the people who formed the crowd that demanded his death. The soldiers who parted his garments, and so on, will play their roles without the slightest change. The unconscious roles of the gospel drama are firmly fixed in their invariable repetition. What else can a man cry who has cried, "Crucify him"? It is absolutely impossible for him to cry anything else or even to think of anything else. And he will go on crying it through all the cycles of eternity. What can Pilate do or say differently? He can do nothing. He can only wash his hands again. All these people have crucified themselves, have nailed themselves to the cross of Jesus, for all eternity. And no power can tear them from this cross. There is deep meaning in the myth of the wandering or eternal Jew. He eternally says and will say his, "Go on quicker." 67. There can be no mistake in the unconscious roles because each man played his unconscious role for the first time according to his type, education, environment, epoch, in obeying the crowd instinct, in imitating other people and so on. The next time his role was repeated mechanically, and the more he played it, the more thoroughly he knew his role, the less possibility was there of mistake or misunderstanding. Eternal repetition took control of his role, and no mistake was any longer possible. The producer of the drama of Christ could rely on the unconscious roles as surely as he could rely on the scenery of Judea, on customs, on feast days, and the like. But conscious roles require preparation. In the further development of Christianity, esoteric Christianity became a school for training actors for this drama. The drama itself, so to speak, was an examination performance. All this together gave a very interesting picture. The drama as the beginning, as the source, created religion, and the religion as the result, as the river, by its reverse current fed the source. The mental image of all this suggested the cosmic process. The transformation of Christianity into the Church, the pact between Church and State, the distortion and perversion of the original idea of the religion of love until it descended to the preaching of Christianity sword in hand. The slaughter of heretics, the Inquisition. All these were a result of the gospel drama. Such was the inevitable outcome of the work of the selection and separation of people capable of taking up esoteric work from among the masses of ordinary humanity. People incapable of esoteric work also heard the teaching of the Gospels and naturally had to appropriate the tenets and principles of the Gospels and adapt them to their own understanding, to their own life, to the struggle against one another, to their crimes, and so on. But nothing is wasted in the economics of esotericism, and the distorted forms of Christianity also have their significance, because many people are able to receive ideas of a higher order only in a distorted form. While some of these people having received these ideas in a distorted form can sometimes feel that they are distorted and can begin to search for truth and sometimes reach the original source. The crucifixion of Christ continues incessantly. Instead of Christ himself, it is his teaching, his ideas, that are crucified, and the crowd which has faith in its leaders cries, "Crucify him." The two great religions which came into being one shortly after the other, namely, Christianity and Buddhism, have never been studied together as completing one another. They have usually been regarded as opposed to one another in their most fundamental points. The life of Prince Gautama, who became the Buddha, i.e., the Enlightened One, is not a drama in the same sense as the life of Christ, or at least, as the 3 last years of the life of Christ. Though in Buddhism the life of Buddha has become a myth from which also no single feature can be omitted and no word left out. Buddha lived long and created a large monastic order, which after his death spread its influence far and wide and which has in fact never distorted the teaching of Buddha to the extent to which the teaching of Christ has been distorted by his followers. Of course the life of Buddha is also a conscious role through which many actors can pass and the playing of which is certainly not easy, though it belongs to the natural roles. Christ's role was specially created. The later Buddhism in its inner circles is also a school, preparing actors for the roles of Prince Gautama and his nearest disciples and followers. But of course, like Christianity, it is not a school in its entirety. Just as in Christianity, only very rare and hidden currents in it can be connected with the school idea. In connection with the question of the relation of ideas of eternal recurrence and reincarnation in the past to ideas of evolution, it is interesting to see whether any social theories exist in esotericism, that is, whether esoteric teachings conceive any possibility of an organization of human groups or communities which would help the given culture to attain the greatest results and which generally would help the evolution of humanity. This is particularly interesting in our times when such great importance is attached to social theories of every kind, and when the most fantastic speculations in this domain are elevated to the rank of sciences, or dogmatized directly as a kind of rationalistic religion. An answer to these questions exists. The esoteric idea of the ideal organization of humanity is division into castes according to the laws of Manu. In the Code of the Laws of Manu 68 as it is known and has come down to us, division into castes is put as the cornerstone of the whole social structure. And the very essence of the nature of man is regarded as being the cause of this division, on the basis of which man was created. Laws of Manu. Chapter 1. 31. For the prosperity of the worlds he created from his mouth, his arms, his thighs and his feet the Brahman, the Kshatriya, the Vaishya and the Sudra. 88. To Brahmins he assigned teaching of the Veda and studying, sacrificing for their own benefit and for others, giving and accepting alms. 89. Kshatriya he commanded to protect the people, to bestow gifts, to offer sacrifices, to study the Veda and to refrain from attachment to sensual pleasures. 90. Vaishya he commanded to breed cattle, to bestow gifts, to offer sacrifices, to study the Veda, to trade, to lend money and to cultivate land. 91. One occupation only did the Lord prescribe to the Sudra, to serve uncomplainingly these other three castes. And further. 98. The very birth of a Brahmin is an eternal incarnation of the sacred law. For he is born for the fulfillment of the sacred law and is identified with Brahma. 99. Coming into the world, the Brahmin occupies the highest place on earth, as the Lord of all created beings, for the protection of the treasuries of the law. 100. All that exists on earth is the property of the Brahmin, owing to the excellence of his origin the Brahmin has in truth the right to it all. 101. The Brahmin eats only his own food, wears only his own clothes, gives only his own property as alms. Other mortals exist only through the benevolence of the Brahmin. 102. In order clearly to establish his own duties and the duties of other castes, according to their order, the wise Manu, who originated from the self-existent, composed these institutes of the sacred law. 103. A wise Brahmin must carefully study them, and he must properly instruct his pupils in them. But no one else must do so. 104. A Brahmin who studies these institutes and faithfully fulfills the duties prescribed in them is never defiled by sinful thoughts, words, or deeds. 105. He sanctifies every assemblage which he may enter. 7 ancestors and 7 descendants, and he alone deserves to possess the whole of this earth. Chapter 9. 322. Kshatriyas do not prosper without Brahmins, Brahmins do not prosper without Kshatriyas, Brahmins and Kshatriyas, being closely united, prosper in this world and in the next. Chapter 2. 13.5. Know that a Brahmin of 10 years and a Kshatriya of 100 years stand to each other in the relation of father and son. But of the two the Brahmin is the father. Chapter 9. 329. A Vaishya must know the relative price of precious stones, pearls, coral, metals, clothes made of woven fabric, perfumes and condiments. 300. He must know the manner of sowing seeds, good and bad properties of the soil, and he must have a perfect knowledge of all measures and weights. 331. Moreover, the merits and demerits of merchandise, the advantages and disadvantages of different countries, the probable profits and losses on merchandise and means of properly rearing the cattle. 332. He must know the proper wages of servants, the various languages of men, methods of preserving goods and rules of purchase and sale. 333. He must make the greatest efforts to increase his property in a legitimate manner and must zealously give food to all created beings. 335. A Sudra who is pure, obedient to the higher classes, meek in his speech, free from pride and always seeking refuge with Brahmins, attains, in his future life, a higher caste. Chapter 10. 1. The 3 twice-born castes, discharging their prescribed duties, must study the Veda, but of them only the Brahmin must explain it, and not the other 2, such is the established rule. 2. The Brahmin must know the means of subsistence prescribed for all, instruct the others, and himself live according to the law. 3. Owing to his supremacy, the excellence of his origin, the observation of special restrictive rules and the distinction of his initiation, the Brahmin is the lord of all castes. In all castes only those children who are born in direct order, from wives equal in caste and married as virgins, must be regarded as belonging to the same caste as their parents. 9. From a Kshatriya and a Sudra woman a being is born, called Ugra, resembling both a Kshatriya and a Sudra, horrible in his ways and finding pleasure in cruelty. 12. From Sudras with Vaishya, Kshatriya and Brahmin women are born an Ayogava, a Kshatri and a Kandala, the lowest of men, sons who owe their origin to a mixing of castes. 57. A man of impure origin who does not belong to any caste, Varna, but whose character is unknown and who, although not an Aryan, looks like an Aryan, may be recognized by his actions. 58. Behavior unworthy of an Aryan, rudeness, cruelty and habitual neglect of prescribed duties betray in this world a man of impure origin. 61. But every kingdom in which these illegitimately born persons destroy the purity of castes immediately perishes together with its inhabitants. 63. Refraining from injuring others, truthfulness, abstention from unlawful appropriation of the property of others, purity and restraint of the organs, Manu has declared the essence of the law for the four castes. 71. Seed sown on barren soil perishes in it, a fertile field in which seed that is not good is sown, will remain barren. 75. Teaching, studying, sacrificing for himself, sacrificing for others, offering gifts and receiving them are the 6 actions prescribed for a Brahmin. 76. But of the 6 actions prescribed for him 3 serve as means of his subsistence, sacrifice for others, teaching and accepting gifts from pure men. 77. 3 actions incumbent on the Brahmin are forbidden to the Kshatriya, teaching, sacrificing for others and, third, accepting gifts. 78. The same are equally forbidden to the Vaishya, such is the established rule. For Manu, the lord of creatures, did not prescribe them for men of these 2 castes. 79. To carry sword and arrow is prescribed for the Kshatriya as means of subsistence, trading, breeding of cattle and agriculture are prescribed for the Vaishya. But their duties are generosity, the study of the Veda and the performance of sacrifices. 80. Among the different occupations the most appropriate for the Brahmin is the teaching of the Vedas, for the Kshatriya, protection of people, and for the Vaishya, trading. 81. But if a Brahmin cannot exist by his special occupations just mentioned, he can live by carrying out the duties of a Kshatriya, for the latter follows immediately after him. 82. If it be asked, how must it be, if he is not able to maintain himself by any of these occupations, the answer is, he may lead the life of a Vaishya, employing himself in agriculture and breeding cattle. 95. A Kshatriya, fallen into misfortune, may subsist by any of these means, but he must never arrogantly lead the life prescribed for his superiors. 96. A man of lower caste, who through greed lives by the occupations of a higher caste, must be deprived by the king of his possessions and banished. 97. It is better to fulfill one's own prescribed duty, dharma, imperfectly than to fulfill perfectly the duty of another, for the man who lives according to the rule of another caste is immediately excluded from his own. 98. A Vaishya who is unable to subsist by the fulfillment of his duties may maintain himself even by occupations peculiar to the Sudra, avoiding, however, actions forbidden to him, and he must give it up when he is able to do so. 121. If a Sudra, unable to subsist through serving the Brahmins, seeks a livelihood, he may serve the Kshatriyas, or he may also procure means of subsistence by serving a rich Vaishya. 122. But he, a Sudra, must serve the Brahmins either for the sake of heaven or for the sake of a double aim, this life and the future, for whoever is called the servant of a Brahmin thereby attains all his aims. 123. The service of Brahmins is considered the most important occupation for a Sudra, for everything else he may do besides this will not bear him any fruit. 99. But a Sudra unable to find service with the twice-born, men of 3 castes, and threatened by the loss of his sons and wife through hunger may maintain himself by handicrafts. From the rules for a Snataka, householder. 61. He must not live in a country governed by Sudras, nor in one inhabited by impious men, nor in one conquered by heretics, nor in one abounding with men of lower castes. 79. He must not be in the company of outcasts, nor of Kandalas, nor of Puccases, nor of idiots, nor of arrogant men, nor of men of low class, nor of Antiavasanes, grave diggers. Chapter 8. 22. A kingdom peopled mostly by Sudras, filled with godless men and deprived of twice-born inhabitants, will soon wholly perish, stricken by hunger and disease. The laws of Manu are remarkable in many respects. They contain much that the people of our time seek for and cannot find, because they do not know even how to approach what they want. First of all, it is altogether beyond doubt that the form in which the laws of Manu have reached us is not the original form. Almost the whole of it is a later, Brahmin, fabrication. Of the original text of the laws of Manu there remain only the skeleton and about 100 verses admitting of a double interpretation, and by reason of this harmless from the point of view of the ruling castes, and therefore left unchanged. The passages quoted from the laws of Manu constitute almost all that has remained of what can be regarded as genuine. The rest is a falsification, with the exception of a few verses of cosmological meaning in the beginning of the book, and also rules of a secondary importance admitting of different interpretations. In the original the laws of Manu were much less a code, in the sense of a civil or criminal code, than a record of physical and biological laws. And Manu himself was less a lawgiver than a law investigator, or a law discoverer. His teaching on castes is not legislation, but a record of the laws of nature. The laws of the castes are for him the laws of the universe, the laws of nature. The definitions of castes in the laws of Manu are interesting first of all owing to the exactitude with which they point out the fundamental types of men, and also to the astounding psychological accuracy of the description of these types. Verse 31. Chapter 1. For the prosperity of the worlds he created from his mouth, his arms, his thighs and his feet the Brahman, the Kshatriya, the Vaishya and the Sudra. This verse points out, first, that mankind, as it is, was created for some cosmic purpose and plays a certain part in the life of the worlds, and, second, points out an analogy between mankind and Brahma. The idea is the same as that contained in the biblical story of the creation of man, where God created man in his own image and likeness. The definitions of castes and their functions are also full of significance. To Brahmins pertain the study of the Veda and the teaching of others, the offering of sacrifices, prayer, for themselves and for others, the giving and receiving of alms. Thus no external struggle of any kind enters into the activities of true Brahmin. A Brahmin must not fight for anything material. He only accepts what is given to him. All external struggle belongs to Kshatriyas and Vaishyas. But to Kshatriyas struggle is permitted and enjoined only for others, whereas to Vaishyas struggle is permitted for themselves. Further, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas may only study the Veda, but must not teach others. They may give, but must not accept alms, they may offer sacrifices for themselves only, but not for others. The fundamental difference between Kshatriyas and Vaishyas is that the activity of a Kshatriya is for others. He must protect and govern the people while obeying Brahmins only. Whereas activity for himself is permitted to a Vaishya, he may trade, lend money, cultivate the land and is obliged to obey Kshatriyas and Brahmins. The only duty of a Sudra is to serve the three castes. This means that Sudras are people without initiative or with wrong initiative, who must obey the will of others. It is quite possible that there was a time, probably not a very long period, when the teaching of Manu was rightly understood somewhere, when the ruling position in life was occupied by Brahmins. Kshatriyas obeyed them, Vaishyas in their turn were subordinate to Kshatriyas, and Sudras served the three castes. But at that period the castes were certainly not hereditary. Probably Brahmins, who controlled education, determined the caste of children, who were afterwards brought up in accordance with their natural faculties and inclinations as either Brahmins, or Kshatriyas, or Vaishyas, or Sudras. There undoubtedly existed a thoroughly elaborate system of observation of the children for determining their caste, and an elaborate system of tests for the verification of the observations. Moreover, it was possible for a man to be transferred from a lower caste into a higher one, as verse 335 of chapter 11 shows. A Sudra who is pure, obedient to all castes, meek in his speech, free from pride and always seeking refuge with Brahmins attains, in his future life, a higher caste. It is remarkable that in the Russian text I possess, as also in the English, these words, in his future life, appear in brackets. This means that they are not in the original, that is in Sanskrit, and have been inserted by the translators, because in their opinion they are implied by the preceding words. It is necessary to understand what this may mean. Translations from Sanskrit in general present very great difficulties, for in Sanskrit many things are implied. Usually in translations the implied words are placed in brackets. This naturally permits of the most varied interpretations. Very often the idea of one or another action, situation or relation is regarded as being contained in the preceding words. Thus the word attains means in certain cases attains in his future life. Naturally, however, these formal meanings changed at different periods and different epochs. And it would certainly be wrong to assert that a given word always implies other words which should follow it, but which are not in the text. In this particular case the laws of Manu are much older than the idea that the verb to attain implies in the future life. But this is precisely where the chief misunderstanding lies. The meaning of Sanskrit words changed in different periods of history. To which period do the laws of Manu belong? If we take that period at which they already existed in the form in which we know them, it is not the period during which they first appeared. And at the period during which they appeared, that is, in the prehistoric epoch, language was simpler and all later additions to verbs in the form of implied words were not yet in existence. To attain meant simply to attain now, exactly as it does in modern languages. Therefore, the text quoted, instead of strengthening the bondage of the castes, establishes the possibility of elevation to a higher caste. This possibility exists even for a Sudra. And it is only the later, Brahmin, interpretation that has added the new words or their meaning and has made this verse legalize the bondage of castes, whereas in reality it had a directly opposite meaning. Further, the laws of Manu relating to marriage are full of deep significance and therefore probably they are completely distorted. In his teaching concerning marriage Manu undoubtedly speaks of what happens or may happen as the result of a wrong union of people of different castes, that is, people who are different in their inner nature. And he specially emphasizes those negative effects which result from the union of men of a higher inner development, men of the higher castes, with women of an inferior development, of the lower castes, or similarly. From the union of women of the higher castes with men of the lower castes. A Brahmin must marry a Brahmin woman. That is the principle. There must be equality in marriage. In an unequal marriage the lower brings the higher down to his own level. This is especially disastrous for women and their posterity. The idea is that the sex instinct, both in man and in woman, and especially in woman, is the instinct of selection, the instinct of search for the best. To seek the best is the task which nature has imposed on the sex instinct. A sex instinct which does not answer this requirement does not fulfill its purpose. Degeneration inevitably results if instead of looking for the best and the strongest, the sex instinct either becomes indifferent or is drawn towards the worst and the weakest. It is to the woman, because of her special properties, that is, because of her instinctivity and emotionality, that the chief role in upholding the higher properties of the race belongs. On her instincts, on her choice, depends the protection of the quality of the race. If these instincts act, the race remains on a definite level; if the instincts do not act, the race inevitably declines and degenerates. A woman who could choose a stronger and better man, but gives herself to a weak or inferior man for some kind of external consideration, or because of an inner perversion or loss of a right valuation of her own feelings, commits the greatest crime against nature. The worst possibility is the marriage of a Brahmin woman with a Sudra. A Kandala, the lowest kind of man, is born from such a union. But a right understanding and a right application of the laws of Manu demand a very high development in men. It is quite clear that the ordinary, human, understanding could not help establishing hereditary castes. Did right castes ever exist? Did the order which Manu teaches ever exist? How can we tell? Did true Christianity ever exist? We understand perfectly well that historical Christianity, in any case the greater part of it, is nothing but a distortion of the ideas of Christ and the Gospels. And it is quite possible that the laws of Manu also in their true form and in their totality were never carried out in life. Division into castes represents an ideal social organization in accordance with esoteric systems. The reason for this lies, of course, in the fact that it is a natural division. Whether people wish it or not, whether they recognize it or not, they are divided into 4 castes. There are Brahmins, there are Kshatriyas, there are Vaishyas, and there are Sudras. No human legislation, no philosophical intricacies, no pseudosciences, and no forms of terror can abolish this fact. And the normal functioning and development of human societies are possible only if this fact is recognized and acted on. All theories and all attempts at forcible reform based either on the principle of hereditary castes, or on the principle of equality, or on the principle of the supremacy of the proletariat and the struggle against hereditary castes, are equally useless, and all alike only make the situation of humanity worse. And at the same time actually, historically, humanity knows nothing else. There are only 2 ways for it, either hereditary castes and despotism, or struggle with hereditary castes and despotism. All the fluctuations of the history of humanity occur between these 2 ways. The third way, that is, the right division of castes, is shown, but humanity has never, to our knowledge, followed this way, and there are no grounds for thinking that it will ever turn into this way. In modern life there are no tendencies leading towards a right division of castes. There is not even any idea of such a division, and there cannot be such an idea, because the understanding of the right division of castes was forgotten long before the beginning of our civilization. But even an accidental approach to a right division into castes immediately gives a result which lights up history for many centuries afterwards. All the most brilliant periods of history, without exception, were periods in which the social order approached the caste system, but in which the principle of hereditary castes either was already weakening or had not yet become firm enough. Such were the brightest periods in the history of Greece and Rome, such was the epoch of the Renaissance, such was the 18th century in France, and such was the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century in Russia. These approaches were accidental and imperfect, therefore they did not last long and ended in catastrophes, and usually, the higher the rise went, the deeper and more real was the fall. After such a fall people are not willing for a long time to believe that the epoch of rise has passed and will not return again. And they seldom wish to understand that the very evil of the preceding period, that is, division between the classes of society, was the cause of the rise and growth of the culture. It is remarkable that an approach to a division into castes is almost always accompanied in history by one and the same phenomenon, namely, by the formation of an independent intelligentsia. The formation of an intelligentsia is the beginning of the gathering together of people of higher castes, people who are not yet conscious of themselves and do not understand themselves, but who, nevertheless, act in accordance with the principles of their dimly felt caste. The characteristic features of the intelligentsia are always and everywhere the same. First there is a craving for disinterested activity, then a very impatient feeling of the indispensability of personal freedom for all and a very rebellious attitude towards everyone and everything standing in the way of freedom of thought, speech and individual manifestation. In the conditions of modern life, that is, amidst all the absurdities of the present order of things, the intelligentsia becomes naturally revolutionary. It is very difficult to imagine the conditions in which the intelligentsia could be peaceful and loyal or constructing anything outside the sphere of science and art. In the conditions of modern life the intelligentsia is a destructive element. But the vagueness of its caste feeling and the vagueness of its understanding of aims and means, of friends and enemies, create the fundamental errors of the intelligentsia. It is carried away by utopian theories of the common good and often finds that it has itself to serve the lower castes and be guided by their desires. Renouncing in this way its birthright the intelligentsia falls into the power of the outcasts and, becoming an instrument in their hands, begins unintentionally to serve their interests. Acting in this way the intelligentsia loses the meaning of its existence and the elemental forces aroused by it turn against it. This is exactly what happened in Russia with the most tragic consequences not only for the intelligentsia itself but chiefly for the people whom the intelligentsia strove to liberate. These tragic results of the liberating movement, to which the intelligentsia gave its leadership, sympathy, and support, are explained by the appearance, immediately after the intelligentsia, of two new classes of contemporary society, the pseudo-intelligentsia and the semi-intelligentsia. These two classes represent outcast formations and are, so to speak, refused from the process of the formation of the intelligentsia. Like all outcast formations, the pseudo-intelligentsia and the semi-intelligentsia contain a very large percentage of the criminal element and, in general, sympathize with the criminal, are interested in the criminal and are ready at any moment to become criminal themselves, especially the pseudo-intelligentsia, if it does not offer much danger. But having no value of any kind, sither moral or intellectual, these two new classes are very strong in numbers in modern life, and power naturally passes into their hands, that is, into the hands of the pseudo-intelligentsia, when it falls from the hands of the old governments. In order to preserve this power they are ready to sacrifice anything, and first of all the very people, in whose name the intelligentsia carried on its struggle. The intelligentsia cannot foresee this and even does not understand it after it has already happened, because it does not understand itself and does not understand its role and the weakness of its theories. Theories have played and they still play an unusually big role in the life of modern society. People have believed, and many believe till now, that they will be able to alter and reconstruct the whole life of humanity with the help of theories or by following theories. At no time in history have theories played such a role as at the present time, or, to speak more correctly, during the period immediately preceding the present time. Its faith in theories is the cardinal sin of the intelligentsia. The pseudo-intelligentsia, outwardly imitating the intelligentsia, also bases itself on theories, but it does not idealize its theories. On the contrary, it introduces a great deal of sophistry into them and makes them the means of personal adaptation to life. But in putting their hopes, whether sincerely or insincerely, in theories, people neither see nor understand that at the moment of their practical application theories inevitably encounter other theories, and that resistance from these theories, as well as natural opposition from previously created forces and inertia, inevitably change the results of the introduction of theories into life. In other words, they do not realize that theories applied to life give, not the results expected of them, but almost inevitably the opposite. They do not understand that resistance changes the results of the application of theories as compared with the results that would have been obtained had there been no resistance. Actually, no theory which meets with resistance can be applied to life in its pure form, it must be adapted to existing conditions. And the result is that even if a theory contains within it a certain possibility of realization or a certain strength, this strength will be consumed in struggling against resistance, and nothing will be left of the theory except an empty shell. That is, nothing but words, names and slogans which cover facts diametrically opposed to the theory itself. And this is not due either to accident or to failure, but to a general law, immovable and unchangeable. It is based on the fact that no theory can count upon general recognition, there will inevitably be another theory contradicting the first. And in the struggle for recognition both theories will lose their most essential features and become their own opposites. Such is the vicious circle in which humanity moves and from which apparently it cannot escape. In studying the structure of modern society from the point of view of the laws of Manu, the question naturally arises whether the laws of Manu do not give any practical indications of the solution of the problems hanging over contemporary humanity. But no practical indications of the methods of achieving a better order of things can be derived from the laws of Manu. The laws of Manu merely show the complete helplessness of all attempts to reconstruct life by violent means and the uselessness of attempts to act through the masses or by using the masses. Because in both cases the results which are obtained are the opposite to what was expected. The reorganization of society according to the laws of Manu, when such reorganization is possible, must begin from above with the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas. This needs, to begin with, the formation of sufficiently strong enough groups of Brahmins and Kshatriyas and a corresponding preparation of other castes who should be able to obey them and follow them. None of the modern ideas of the organization or the reorganization of society leads to this either directly or indirectly. On the contrary, they all without exception lead in the opposite direction, upholding the mixing of castes or creating new caste divisions upon entirely false bases. This explains the astonishing similarity and the almost complete identity of the results attained by social theories diametrically opposed in their aims, principles and slogans. But to observe this identity of results, if it is possible to give the name results to what, in many cases, is the direct opposite of the aim, one must have eyes to see. The blind leaders of the blind cannot see this and, walking in a circle or moving in a direction opposite to the one they have chosen, they continue to believe they are moving in their original direction. Where is the way out of all this? And is there a way out? We must recognize the fact that no one knows this. There is only one thing certain, and this is, that none of the ways offered to humanity by its friends and benefactors is in any sense a way out. Life is becoming more and more entangled and more complicated, but even in this entanglement and complication it does not assume any new forms, but endlessly repeats the same old forms. The only favorable solution we can hope for comes to this, that the multiplicity of opposed negative forces may lead to a positive result. Such things happen and, in reality, it is only thanks to them that we exist in this best of all worlds. 1912 to 1934